ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the 6th Invitational 2025 live here in Boston. We are going into day 4 and Tim, that starts to mean we get to the sharp end of things now. Teams, some have already gone home today, will lock in even more, and we start to see who gets that upper bracket spot and who lands in the lower bracket.
I love day 4 and 5 groups because we start making decisions. We start seeing who is going exactly where, as you say. We've had some huge games, some huge moments over the last 3 days, and I am certain that there'll be some more to come over the next couple.
Let's take a look at our schedule for today so you can see what's coming up. We've got 2 streams running in case you didn't know by now. Trying to get with the program. This has been going on now for a few days previous. Over on the A stream, you can see those games going on down there. But let's touch on the ones happening over here on the B stream. G2 versus Joel coming up. Really a David versus Goliath scenario, I think. Tim, we've got M80 versus Unwanted. Be a great NA showdown. Quite a bit of drama in that game as well. Can't wait to see it. Scars versus VP, and then we're closing things out with SSG versus W7M. That last game I look at and just think, whoa, that is going to be a screamer.
Yeah, but tasty. We've got some, like you say, we've got a bit of a mixed bag, really. We've got a bit of both. We've got expected results. We've got ones that will be very, very close, I think. We can have a look at how the groups have shaped up over the last couple of days as well. G2 sitting pretty up at the top at the minute. 2 games, 2 wins, 2-0. Just G2 yet to drop a map. Looking really good, Des.
No one's going to be able to beat them, it feels, at this point in this group as well, being honest with you, Tim. Like, Unwanted, that game they've got tomorrow, that might be the fight for the top spot. I don't think Unwanted will beat them, but even you and I said on day 1, we've been really impressed by them. They've barely missed a step despite replacing 2 members. In case you don't know, Unwanted were that former Beast Coast roster, got bought out by M80, 2 of... Well, clearly what M80 considered the best players. They took over to M80, and now look how things currently stand. It must be very, very sweet for Unwanted to be above a few of their former teammates in M80, so you really can't complain all that much. As said, though, we start talking about the game we've got coming up very, very soon. G2 versus Joel. As Tim said, I agree with him. G2, for my money right now, are probably the best team at the tournament. Best attacking win rate. They've won everything that they've played so far. Not dropped a single map. Barely looked challenged, being honest with you, throughout, Tim. And I feel something just feels a little bit different this year.
It does, and we've spoken at length about the change. We know that Alamao's come away from RGL and it's moved on to Uno. Blaz has been popping off as well. Cameraman's come in as assistant coach. There have been a couple of things that have changed, and compared to the team that we've seen over the year, they look like a completely different beast. I will add the caveat that I have seen Shopify play, I have seen FaZe play, but I haven't seen them in detail. We haven't cast them. I've been watching them whilst there's been other games going on and stuff. I know they look good, but I just feel at the minute, out of what I've seen in detail, G2, they look phenomenal at the minute.
And we mentioned it earlier, but they are the only team at the whole competition to have not dropped a map. Undefeated. The only team to hold that accolade.
My concern is sometimes you come through groups, teams are going to have a bad day in a tournament.
For sure.
You don't want to go necessarily 8-0 through the groups, not drop a map, and then you get into the next phase when it starts to count a bit more, and then have your bad day and lose games. So we'll see what happens.
You often say winning is a habit, right?
Winning is a habit.
Let's hope it
and that's something I was going to talk about for today.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at who they're up against. This surely can't be the day that G2 trip up, because they are coming up against Team Joel. They've got the exact opposite story of G2, have not won a single map. It's a real shame because we've seen these guys perform internationally before, but known as Bleed historically, they really put up a show and took some big names down at previous tournaments, but I just think everything surrounding this tournament, the guys have been a little bit ill. They've had to self-fund a large part of their stay in Boston for a boot camp. That's how committed they were to the competition. It's been a rough set of circumstances, and sadly for them, it's also translating into the results.
Yeah, look, we've got to look at it. You have to consider those circumstances. It's not really fair for us to just come in and say, oh, they've lost the games, they've not been, up to speed. The reality is, I think, given the cards they've been dealt, I think they've actually played pretty well.
Yeah.
They have challenged teams at times. They've taken rounds. They've pushed them a little bit. I think it's going to be a very tough day today. I think, we are probably going to see one of the bottom performing teams against one of the top. Winning is a mentality, it is a habit, and for me, G2 need to keep that in mind. They need to come out here, all business, all professionalism, get it locked in, and just get this one done and dusted as quickly as possible.
Well, here's the map veto in case you're curious how things are going to go. We're going to start things off on Cafe from Joel, which worries me a bit. This is one of G2's favourite maps. We haven't even seen Joel win this regionally, so a bit concerned about that. Consulate is our second one. It's one of G2's best maps, Tim. They've got a 4-on-1 record here. It's not a good start to the map veto for Joel.
I was going to say, when you said Cafe is one of G2's favourite maps and then Consulate popped, so I was going to say, have you got any stats there for Consulate with G2, Des? Because I know they're pretty good on there as well. We'll see where our decider will be. Border, if we get there, Border, I always say this.
It's Joel's worst map.
I know it's their worst map, but I always say the same thing. If you've got a David and Goliath matchup, Border is never a bad map to go to necessarily, because it takes a lot of complication out of things. It simplifies things. It's not a big map. It's just about getting in and winning gunfights, and you can just have maybe a lucky day and you go in and you win some gunfights. So if we get there, then maybe. In all honesty, I've got to be honest with it. I think it'd be remiss of me to say anything else. I fully expect a G2 2-0, given that they're going to Cafe and Consulate as well. G2, I think, have slipped a bit if they don't get this done. It starts, maybe raising some question marks.
Sure. I mean, I was looking back at the stats for Joel on this earlier as well, and the big one for on Consulate, they last won it a year ago. It was at SI 24, where they managed to bring down Loss, obviously a team that have now changed shape a little bit. Back then, where they found success, Joel was on the defense. They won 5 of their 6 defenses, and by virtue of picking the map, you're going to be starting on attack, Tim. No one's going to go onto Cafe and go, yeah, we'll start an attack. And because G2 get the side choice because Joel picked the map, oh, guess where G2 starts, Tim? It is on the defense. So I think Joel have got so much work to do here in this first half. It could be absolutely bruising.
Yeah, on Cafe, attack is always the question mark, really. It's always the side that you've got to come out and really do something. That's where you're probably going to determine how competitive you are on the map. So we're going to see straight away. I love that we've got 5% back in Joel. They're right in there behind them.
The Joel loyalists.
The Joel loyalists.
You know why that was?
We love to see
I heard there was drama in chat the other day where actually the mods wrongly awarded Joel a win.
I think it was against
all
Unwanted.
those points away.
I think
So you know what,
against
actually?
Unwanted.
Those 5% probably aren't back in Joel, Tim. They're there in case mods fluff it up again. Well, we're into our bans. Nice and quick here as well. And again, a reminder, because G2, the blue team, start on defense. Bans are currently flipped. So G2 banned away the Blitz, and these next 2 bans are going to be Joel's bans.
We'll see who they take away from G2. Nomad. So
Doki's played that a bit this tournament.
We're going to have the Monty left up. Monty's been a consistent ban throughout a lot of this. Monty and Blackbeard. So I think from G2 we will see at least a little bit of play from either or of those operators. Alamau's in the old chat. This game's about to go wild. And I think that might be a comment on the operators that are left on the attacking side.
Yeah, it's going to leave a few things up. A couple of shields being brought along, I'd expect. Quite a lot of Blackbeard and Monty together. Don't going to be super fun. And yeah, Doki, I imagine, isn't too pleased about seeing his Nomad taken away. As mentioned, I know that he likes playing that. Azami for a long time was his favourite operator. I'd have to ask him actually what he prefers playing these days. The Valkyrie also being taken away. We saw teams get absolutely terrored by Valkyrie being left up. Just a reminder that for years now, she has been one of our most present bans, I think, across all time, even with the changes where You can no longer use our cameras outside a map. They are destroyed
Imagine
after
if
a
you
time.
still could.
Back on this map, it used to be really common that you chuck those cameras off onto the far buildings, lining the whole map, and you just see everything.
Not a day goes by that I don't miss those outside cams. Absolutely the correct decision to remove them. 100%. I will say that. But there's not a day goes by that I don't miss them. I used to have some absolutely prime outdoor cams. They
used to be horrific, so I'm very glad that they are gone. However, game is now underway. Let's get into it. G2 starting things off on the second floor. Have a reading and fireplace defense coming out. Joel, that means probably going to have to work through this top floor. That's why you can see G2 getting a bit of setup done up there. Uno currently running around. Getting some of those Vulcan canisters dropped down, ready and prepped to hold this top floor away from Joel. Because in case you haven't watched too much Siege before, or if you're new to 6 Invitational overall, often because if you can't play the site itself, it's much easier to go and play it above and look to defend it, making use of the vertical floor offered. And Cafe is one of those maps, Tim, where there is tons of soft flooring. Unsurprisingly, G2 have got 3 players playing upstairs here. Joel are going to have to break this open. They have got the Blackbeard on side, so they've got something that's really going to help them do that. Whether or not G2 make it easy for them, that's a different conversation.
Uno seems to be prepping every single window that he goes anywhere near there, so I expect maybe a little bit of east-sided aggression on a little jump out if G2 get the opportunity. All the windows are at least primed for it. Drones start going in from the hatches, so Joel, I would expect to play this pretty default. Try and get themselves inside a cigar, move across, get piano control, sweep across top floor, and then start working those verticals. They've got the book, they've got the sledge. It screams that that's what they're going to do.
Oh,
however, here we go. Blackbeard is in, but Alamau is ready. Cuts him down with the Arune. Uno just manages to level things up as Joel get a couple of quick kills. Loses 3v3, but there we go. Uno and Blaz, they managed to find theirs as well. 3v1 to G2, and, well, we were expecting maybe a quick game, Des. We've got a quick first round to start us off.
We do. Leader left in a 1 versus 3. Now, we had this situation yesterday, Tim, and even you said 1v5s, they do happen. Is that a confidence chalker? It may well be, to be honest with you. It was a little bit broken in terms of timing. Like when you had the Blackbeard coming in, that's all well and good, but it's more about the second player that's coming in on the balcony to his north, but was a little bit out of time. I think was scared about being challenged from the middle of bar itself, so they couldn't quite get these crossfires set up that they needed in a fast execute like that. G2 are just ready. Leader might get one back, but there's still 2 to go.
Hoven's still asking for some sportsmanship, and can we just finish this with knives, guys? Oven going to be doing what he can to find another 2. Oh, we saw a 1v5 yesterday, Des. These things are always possible. And I think, though, Alamau and Blaz are going to play this a little bit safer. There we go. Leader drops him. And that's going to be the final kill coming in from Blaz. G2 take round 1.
It is worth stressing, by the way, that I know that Joel are already going home at this point. They're eliminated, and G2 are already guaranteed to finish in the top 3 of this group. However, the importance of finishing first or second really can't be stressed enough. If you finish top of this group and Unwanted are only a point behind him and they play each other tomorrow, G2 have got to make sure they get all 4 points from this game. You finish in first, you get an auto bye to the second round of the upper bracket. You skip a whole game. That's a bit of a blessing to have that extra day to do a little bit of prep, a little bit of analysis, watch the game come in, fully rested and good to go. Finishing second and third, well, you do start in that upper bracket, but you're in that first round. And I believe if you're in second place, you get to pick which third place opponent from all the other groups you face off against.
There are certain caveats and rules around that. You can't have the team from your own group and things like that. But interesting. It's. I mean, it was interesting to me in my mind for a second, but I don't know if anybody else will find it fascinating. Blaz is playing with he plays with a wired mouse, which is quite interesting because that's pretty rare. We don't tend to see too much of that. Just so his cable,
that's another
unless maybe it's just run out of charge. But I wouldn't expect that from. I'd expect the players to be ready. You know,
that's another word you really play up.
What?
Rare.
Rare.
Say rare.
Rare.
Just rare. How'd you like your steak? Rare!
I just like to emphasise things, though.
It's not emphasising, mate. It's inserting syllables where they don't belong.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I just thought that was quite interesting. We don't get a lot of players. You know, we used to see it a little bit more, and they'd have the mouse sponges that like hold the wires and stuff.
Yeah.
His wire's fed down the side of his mouse mat, but then it comes round onto the top. I don't know whether it just needed charging or what. But,
we'll check it out.
Yeah,
check it out after the
just
round.
an interesting little point. If you look across all the players, I like to look at the players' equipment and, you know, like what are they doing, how do they set it up, that sort of thing. It fascinates me.
It's fair to say don't copy everything that you see on the screens.
Dorky's had a better round.
Yeah.
Already.
Sorry, Stark got the 1 kill. Start to keep. And the worst thing is, it's actually the Glaz being taken down as well.
Yeah,
and they've based a lot of their setup around this, right? They had the 4 smokes. 2 of those have now been lost in the back pocket of the Glaz, and of course, who benefits from those smokes? Well, it's Glaz. The Capital being on side also introduces 2 more, so they've got a lot to work with here. And the Monty is now trapped through the fire, and he's going to die to the fire. Oh, no. Couldn't really be going much worse for Joel, unfortunately. Everything's a little bit out of sync, a little bit out of tune. The song that we're hearing is one of G2 dominance. Doki with a 3K may well go on to make it an ace.
He's not moved his feet. He's just stood in behind the bookcase there, and he's just picking up one after another. I'm going to call that second kill pretty smart from Doki, though. It was quick thinking. He knew that the Monty had overextended, and he wants more, doesn't he? He wants all of them now. He's just getting a little bit overconfident there, Doki. Reaps is going to take him down. Will be punished. But, yeah, pop in the Goyo canister there. Just recognising, look, Mentalist has just overextended here. He's got a little bit too deep. Bang. It was a beautiful way to deal with it. Mentalist had no option. If he goes forward, he'll die from behind. So good stuff from G2 overall. They've made an absolute nightmare of just even getting into the building for Joel here. So 4v2, we've got Noodle and Reaps left on side. Ace and Capitausa, they've got some decent utility to potentially get a little bit of something going. And there we go. They do manage to start doing that. Reaps with the second in the round, takes down Blaz. 3v2, and G2, they need to focus up and lock in.
Do. Don't want to see this one crumble away when Doki's done all the hard work to begin with. I'll keep on stressing again that G2 really do need the lion's share of points from this, if not all 4, to make sure Unwanted can't jump over them.
Still got Alamau up above, which is really the safety net there. They're expecting, you know, if Joel do start managing to push on into sight, that Alamau will be able to deal with that. He comes back downstairs for the last couple of seconds and manages to pick up his man through the peak calls that have been made. So that's G2-0 here on Cafe.
As expected. I mean, the team matchup where they currently stand on the table tells you one thing. The fact that G2 get to start on defense here on one of their favorite maps is the other. I like at least that we've seen some attempts coming out from Joel. They've tried a bit more of a faster rush sort of style with the repels into east windows.
Reaps has hit a couple of nice kills there.
We've seen a big focus on this Monty push coming into Bakery. Like, they've tried a couple of things here. Neither really working out is the key thing. And I honestly think it just comes down to a little bit of a gap here. It sounds rude to say in skill, but G2 are the ones hitting their shots and netting multi-kills for fun.
Well, at the minute, in terms of the tournament, you know, G2 are one of the top 2 or 3 teams. It's not just, you know, like you say, it's not wanting to be rude. It's not about ability necessarily. It's not, you know, can Noodle get kills against, can Leader get kills against G2 on any given day? Can Mentalist proved he can do it over the years? Of course they can. You know, in terms of skill, yeah, absolutely, they're more than capable of winning the gunfights, but it's not just that they're coming up against. They're coming up against a deep strat book from G2. This team has been together for a good while now. Yes, there's been a couple of changes recently, but this is a team that are absolutely laser focused on winning this tournament. They're prepping for everything. They've got everything there behind them. So yes, it's not just about that skill, it's about every facet of the game where G2 really should have an advantage.
Keep up being laser focused, Tim. There are
we have had laser gates. We don't get them very often anymore.
I don't actually know if that's the first pick of the Aruni that we've had here at SI. Check the stats.
I have seen it because I did think the other day, we're getting some laser gates in. It's a good while since I've been able to say that.
I was saying this actually in Casting Cafe the other day. I haven't seen the strat for a long while where you have the castle barricades plus the laser gates set up on the double door inside a cigar shop and piano. Yeah. It just demands that you have enough utility to break through it and stop the player inside a cigar shop being so comfortable. Now, they should be getting into spot because Reaps is here on the line, which suggests that there is at least some control starting to be established. You've got Leader slowly working his way up towards bottom of White Stairs at the same time. So it's all coming together for Joel. A bit of a split take this time round rather than the more unified one that we saw across the first 2 rounds.
I think literally the best thing that Joel can do is get themselves an entry kill or 2. If they can start playing with a little bit of man advantage, that's going to be really big for them. And this could be smart from Noodle. He's just crouch walking his way up, and I think they're aware. Yes, there are. Alamau is there on the Aruni, manages to find him. Uno shuts down Mentalist as well. And this is where it gets particularly difficult for Joel when they're in that man disadvantage. Like I said, if they can just get that opening kill once or twice and cement that advantage, go 5v4, 5v3, those are the rounds that they're going to be able to pick up. Fighting from behind like this is going to make it significantly more difficult.
It starts the way it carries on. Just a lot of domination from G2 and Reach put on his backside here by Loira. Collects his trophy to walk away.
No.
A nice pistol tap spray. It wasn't a headshot, but home was already a bit low, therefore it was still a kill coming out. And at this point, G2 I think are having a little bit of fun. A flawless round to follow in round 3. And Joel, I believe, have a grand total, Tim, of 5 kills across 3 rounds.
And it's a good example there of what I was saying. And, you know, I know that it sounded kind of obvious, like, yeah, they need to get some entry kills. If they have man advantage, it'll be good for them. Of course it will, and I know that. But the reason that I say that specifically in this instance is because look at how G2 played those last sort of 20 seconds. Once they get to 5v3, G2 then start turning on the style, turning on the confidence, and that's when it gets more and more difficult because they know then that they're ahead and they can start, yeah, I'll try a little one-tap with the pistol, and it's going to get more and more difficult, and that's when G2 will start running over them. So that's why I say for Joel, it's so important to play really, really tight at the beginning of the round and try not to give anything away.
Well, a little timeout to Corey sitting behind the team. You'll probably recognise him from back in the day, Tim. Played, of course, on Rogue for a long period of time. Out here coaching the boys. I believe it's also his first SI, he was saying, so he's really excited to get out here with the team and see what they can do. Sadly, so far what they can do has been lose every single map they've played. They had one, I believe, go to OT. Everything else was lost in regulation, so close to getting a first point, but no cigar.
Yeah, we just see the little flourish from Lawyer at the end. Like you say, I think Oven already damaged there. But, yeah, you just get to a point when it's 5v3, 5v2, where G2 just start then hunting the kills. They're running up to the windows, running up to the doors. They're just looking for those fights. So we head into round 4. It's 3-0 to G2. They're just going to rinse and repeat the site choices now. So it's back to reading, and then it'll be kitchen. You know, and they'll follow it up and finish off the round. They're going to be looking for a 6-0, in all honesty. That's going to be, I think, in G2's minds now that is a possibility.
Sure. So I'm going to see they maintain 3-site rotation again as well. Joel, no doubt, anticipating this. That's why you tend to see TAC timeouts when you're down 0-3. Sometimes you can even win that third round and still calling the TAC timeout, knowing that you're going through those same 3 sites and there are things that can be corrected. Bit of a change to the lineup they're bringing along as well. Tim still got that Monty we saw back in round 2, I want to say. It wasn't for this site that we saw it. It was Blackbeard that we saw back in round 1 being deployed like to take over that top floor. What?
You sounded like me a bit then.
What do you mean?
Blackbeard.
Blackbeard?
Blackbeard.
Yeah, it's a soft one for you, that is, though. You know when Doku's having fun when he's got the boss G out?
Yeah, exactly that. Like I said, this is the problem. Now, again, watch if G2 get the next kill, watch how G2 start playing, and it will turn into we're just going to run at you and try and get the last kills. And like I said, that's going to be a consistent problem for Joel, unfortunately. Uno's just going to dip himself away back up to the top floor. G2 knowing exactly where they needed to hold on to, which is going to be Freezer and Cocktail, so that's going to be their focus for now. Leader, he's going to try and get something going from White Stairs window. Might not be too bad an idea, actually. It's just going to prevent a lot of rotations from G2. Maybe catch somebody out. If you know how it is, you just knock out the top panel of the barricade, upside down rappel, and you catch anybody who wants to go onto those stairs. But Leader's just dropped himself away. That's really good for him. Reeves having a pretty good game so far. I know it's been tough for Joel, but he's certainly the one that's getting the kills, and he's leveled things up at 4 versus 4. There you go. That's the angle I was talking about for Leader. Perfect kill onto Lyra. And Joel now have got something that they can work with.
They've now got the man advantage for the first time in this game, Tim, which I think is hopefully something they can convert. The fact that you've got the Monty on side, like you'd assume there'll be something they can do with this one. And maybe G2 having just a bit too much fun. Doki being on this vigil, for example, may yet come back to bite them. Has got that boss G. You heard it fire off there for a second. However, nothing being given away. Surely not.
Surely not. Alamo just trying to work his way out underneath the Claymore here. Does manage to take it. It's positioned a little bit too far up the hill. Beautiful stuff from Alamo to take down Leader off the rappel, and that actually solves a really big problem for G2. That opens up that rotate around White again.
That's really funny.
They can potentially go up now and challenge onto top floor if they want, and there you go, doing it straight away, but well away. Alamo very lucky to get away with that one. Almost taken down, but G2 continually trying to just harass Joel at every opportunity here, giving them no peace whatsoever.
Here comes Reeps in for a 2K for himself. And with you, Tim, he's really starting to warm up, which is looking good.
Yeah, in some good shots.
Because he had a really slow start to the tournament as well. I know the whole team were ill, which really doesn't help with things, but they needed to be gunning. He is that kind of player. Look at this, going up nice and tight. No! go! Doki just running straight in. Noodle bringing down Blaz elsewhere. So it's a bit of a 1-for-1 across the map. Now Doki has got to hold on. Smokes are down, and this might be a bit tough for him here. They're going to push him. He's ready and waiting. Gets the down onto one. The second won't find him in time here, I'm afraid. They're going to try and chase him down with 3 seconds still to go. Doki's holding tight, and he wins out the 1v2 as well.
Fucking boss G, man.
Yeah, I agree. I'm pretty sure we've all said that in ranked at some point.
Over and over.
And it got nerfed recently, and it still can do, yeah. Ugh.
Well, Doki was playing it really well. He's playing, so yes, the boss G did get nerfed, and it was its range particularly that was hit. But Doki has played that in such a way that he is playing it at short range. He's playing it kind of like a shotgun. If I play him behind the engine here, he knows that the absolute maximum distance he's going to be challenged from is that double door. So he's played it pretty smart, really. So he's given himself every advantage that he needed with that weapon. But Joel actually played that really well. They're kind of unfortunate not to come away with a round. On the whole, you know, I like what Leader did on the upside down rappel on White Window to cut off that rotation. He got his reward for it. Unfortunately, the Claymore placement, it was right, but it was just a little bit wrong. And Alamau, smart play, you know, had the opportunity to get underneath it, clear it out and get the kill. But then they were still very much aware of the danger as soon as Leader got cleared that G2 were likely to push up White Stairs and try and retake top floor. I don't think you would necessarily always try and do that as a defensive team, but like I say, G2, they feel like they've got an advantage here, so yeah, we're going to push it, yeah, we're going to play a little bit cocky, we're going to get on toppy if you let us, but they dealt with it really well, did Joel. They were well aware of the danger coming, and they neutralised it. So on the whole, there are good little passages of play from Joel at times.
Ooh,
there you go. Reese absolutely slaying at the minute.
They've got to be careful. Like, I know they're up 4 rounds. They can afford to lose 2 here. And I don't think G2 are batting either. They really wouldn't care. But Reeps is hitting some shots. He's keeping them busy. He's making sure that they're on the toes still and that they aren't just treating this as a full-on run-around, mess-around. Even in that last round, it took a 1v2 to get things over the line. G2 here has got to show at least a little bit of respect on wager towards Joel, lest they start dropping some rounds. I don't think they'll ever drop the map. But if you care about your stats, then it's one thing to keep going.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there'll be an element of pride for G2 maybe in coming in here and getting a 7-0 and, you know, really putting a marker down. It sort of sends a message to the rest of the tournament as well. We're just going to see the laser gate reactivated on that door as well as the nitro kill. So a good little passage of play for G2 there, really. Like you say, I think, you know, they're quite happy to have a little go at it at the beginning of the round, but then they are focusing in. They are trying to lock these rounds down. They don't know about this push.
Doesn't matter, because Doki's still going to win. No boss G this time around, I'm afraid. Back onto the MP5 with the Warden. Enough bullets there to find his man. 3 left alive now for Joel. G2.
I don't think Doki knew the main door was castled then. That was, if you remember, I once asked Doki about a Kaid electrical on a wall. He said, I've no idea. I'm at the other side of the map. I don't know what they're doing. I'm just going and getting kills. Maybe he just tried to spray through the main door, but it was castle barricaded.
Well, they know that this Monty's coming. You see the Yokai's running around at the same time. Bit of robot wars here. Can they find it? Yes, they can. At least one taken away. I don't know if the second one's still out on the field at this point, but Hoban just sniffing around here. There we go. There's the second one. What do you find? Nothing of much for now. It's more to keeping an eye on the Monty. Waiting for that push to come through. Instead of the interrupts they need it on the plant. But honestly, Tim, I think they'll probably try and kill him out before then. They've only got the 1 impact to play behind, but the Yokais will definitely help if required.
Joel going to go for it here. Mentalist is in. I think Joel have got a reasonable idea of where people are playing. There you go. Hoban's there for the trade onto Reeks. We're going to be shut down.
He's alone.
This is now very difficult for Mentalist.
And he's dead.
There you go. Shot in the back. It was particularly difficult because the Yokai drone was left, so obviously they're going to be able to stun the shield away if they need to, but they were also... Alamau, calm down. They were also on either side of him at that point, so it was always going to be tricky for Mentalist. But look, not again, not terrible from Joel. They managed to get in. They're trying to get that diffuser down. They were aware of Uno's position out in court check. They had the red ping on him. Hovan was there for the trade onto Reeps. They kind of, again, you know, they're trying to get things going. They're getting into good spots, but ultimately, you know, G2 are winning gunfights and have the answers.
They do. And it's hard when you know that you're already going home to really want to throw your all into a game if you're Joel. And you felt a little bit ill all week as well. You've already been eliminated.
Especially coming in against G2
and you're
against
phenomenal
G2, so far.
And you're attacking onto Cafe, and it's a little bit just like, ugh.
And it's the first game of the day. You've had to get up early for it.
You know what? My conspiracy theory here is Joel have picked to go to Cafe, knowing that it's one of G2's favourite maps, to try and expose them as best they can for all the other teams in the tournament.
Give that footage away.
But what footage is it to give away, let's be honest? Doki's running around with the Boss G on Vigil.
That's the thing, you know, they're not normally going to be doing that. So
I guarantee you won't see most of these setups again. There'll be more G2 saying we can get the job done with what we've got here. Last round of the defense, though, coming out. And then we swap sides. And then, no doubt, after 2 or 3 of those rounds, we'll find ourselves moving over to Consulate for map 2. See if Joel can get something out of this first half. Once again, you got Reaps rocking on that Deimos. You've got Mentalist on at the shield. Not having a great start here. Don't expect really for a Monty player to get tons of kills between down to 0 and 5. Certainly not helping improve his team's total of 10 kills across 5 rounds.
Alamo, he's wanting to catch him out. I mean, it's a well-known peak. You've got to repel. If you're going to repel up there, he was looking for them to the sort of half wall that's off to the right there. Thank you very much. He was waiting for him to repel up there, but everybody knows you usually have a little orderly queue forming on the far left-hand side because then you can't be seen from that window. So unlikely to get anything there, Alamo, as much as he was being cheeky and having a little look. Uno's just going to be moving himself under that skylight as well. Almost still very, very keen on playing around that window. He manages to get one, but Leader's going to punish him. Leaves us in a 4v4, but look who he's taken down. He's got Hoven on the sledge. That is certainly not ideal for Joel.
Well, there's Reap still going. Now moves himself into positive KD territory, Tim. Not a bad spot to be in. Admittedly, a very target-rich environment with how many kills the rest of his team have picked up throughout this game. At least bringing a bit of order to the chaos.
I like the way you've put that there.
What?
It's a target-rich environment because nobody else is dying.
Was I wrong? Very correct to spot on. Haven't bothered breaking away. I actually like that they left the castle barricade up in a sense here, Joel. Now I think breaking it away is going to force Uno back. But I was going to say, he can't really do much to challenge them here except through that soft wall in towards Bar. Speaking of Uno, he's down. G2 are in a 2 versus 4 against the Shield. Surely, Tim, this is where Joel get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think this is the one. I think G2 probably struggle from here.
Oh, no.
Just a missed opportunity. Doki sees it's the Monty. Doki just sees it's the Monty and he's like, this is worth it. I'm going for him. I'm going for him.
Oh.
And he dies very quickly thereafter. G2 going to drop the round. Joel pick it up. Again. Yes. What are they doing? They're winning the round, Doki, is what they're doing. Joel there able to... I think the thing that's won it there for Joel is like Leader, for example, being aware of Alamo potentially coming out of that window, getting the trade back. They had answers to all the little tricks that G2 tried to bring.
I was looking at why did he go out? That's what Doki was probably wondering is why is he going out the window? I'm pretty sure it's because the diffuser is down outside white somewhere. Checking back on the replay now, and yeah, it looks like that's what he had to do is go and try and recover the diffuser. But needless to say, G2 made the job a little bit too easy for them there. Comfortable closeout, 5-1. Not going to be a 7-0 for Joel, so it could be far worse.
Don't underestimate the play from Mentalist there as well. I know he's going out of the window as the Monty, but...
Oh, please, Tim. Give it a rest.
No. As soon as Doki went out of that window, Mentalist flipped 180. As soon as that information has come to him that there's a player outside, he's recognised he's come out behind me. He's flipped 180, and that's why Doki doesn't get the kill on the Monty. That's exactly why, because he's turned his shield towards him. So I'm going to give Mentalist his dues on that one.
Okay, Tim. If we're at a point of praising someone for being able to flip 180 when they see an opponent has been intercepted outside.
No, I'm giving him that one.
All right.
Quick response.
You give him that one, mate. Fine. Okay. I'll let you have that one.
Quick response.
Is Noodle on the boss sheet? Oh, yeah, he is.
Okay.
We are in fun time territory now, ladies and gents. We'll see if he can get anything for his troubles. Not expecting too much that he will. Whilst rocking the Blackbeard here. Otherwise, it's... we'll go as far as calling it a normal comp. Seeing as though Fear and Aniana on side. Probably not really. Again, there's not really much to take away from G2 in this game. It's not like there's a ton of analysis you can do on what they're playing and what they're doing. So I can't imagine you'll see this sort of lineup coming out again. But they are in on the top floor. Tim are trying to march their way forward. Doki has slipped the net there. Oh, they've let him through. Trying to make their push forward here. Doki's carrying on. He keeps on getting into these really slippy places, but it's very target elusive. There we go. They've found two. A trade coming back in. Mentalist finally on the board at the same time. And Doki's now getting the plant down to him in this 3 versus 3.
Yeah, he's going to stick it as well. The problem is that they don't have the verticals really at the moment. However, with that in place, 2v3, it's going to be... Oh, no, Alamo's down anyway. It's done. So I don't think that Joel...
No. He's
last stand.
Not that it matters. Mentalist has got him. Oh, it could have been one of those moments, Tim. Could have been one of those moments.
There we go.
How on earth does that happen? We'll find out later. I don't know what that's all about.
I think that that is a fair comment for that round as a whole, Des, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Doki walking into the middle of site with diffuser in hand. How often are you going to see that? And then starts chucking it down on the floor. Like, yeah, it was something.
It was a round. I mean, Joel now got 2.
It was definitely a round.
A round of Siege was played.
I think there is an element of G2, like you said, not wanting to, be giving away too much on Cafe. It is an important map for them, and they don't want to come in here and be, sort of full strat in it and giving that footage away if they can avoid it.
No. Probably to a level where you still got to calm things down a bit.
You got to get this one.
The less you have to play, the less you have to show.
Yeah.
You'd rather get this one done, out the way, and just push on through.
I've always said, you've got to, it doesn't matter, you've got to beat what's in front of you. You've just got to play what's in front of you. If that's an easy game, a hard game, whatever it is, you've just got to get it done. And like you say, getting it done as quickly as possible is going to suit G2 down to the ground. Mentalist is going to be hiding the clash away, try and avoid them bringing anything specifically to deal with him. I think they might have spotted him, given that Lawyer has switched from the Ash to the Capito. That would suggest to me that they're probably aware of that clash, and the fact that Mentalist got himself moving just before those changes were finalised. I think he's probably been picked up and knows he has. So G2 have got the tools to deal with that.
I'm a bit perplexed by this, and I was just like, I'm not losing my marbles. Didn't Stan get removed?
Yeah. That's when I said it.
I was going to say it, but I was like,
I definitely saw Alamo downed.
Yeah.
And now he's back up.
Oh, frost mat.
It was a frost mat.
Okay. Thank God.
Literally on any other operator, I'd have straight away said he's gone in a frost mat. But because it was on Zafira, I had that moment of like,
hang on a minute. Is that crept back in
question
somehow?
mark? I was like, I'm sure that hasn't come back.
I had to pause for a minute and just be like, hang on a sec. Okay. All good. All good. Good to have our brains like,
we do keep, on top of the changes, but when you've been doing this game for 7-8 years, I
haven't missed a patch up where it came back in.
There's a lot of things that have existed and that have changed over the years. Yeah, so Noodle is going to take down Blaz. 5 versus 4, a good opener for Joel. They are going to be dealing with the clash of Mentalist here, though. RG2 pretty well. Uno manages to pick up 1 to level it up 4v4. Mentalist needs to be very careful here. Another asphyxiation bolt in his direction is not going to be pretty for him, but Lyra has used both of them, so there's not going to be one coming.
Are we at a stage now where Joel will have to congratulate themselves because no one else will? Nice shot, thank you. Noodle says to himself. C4 over and Reaps carries on. The re-ping up to 7 and 6. Or falling by the wayside in G2. At some point, Tim, they're going to have to take this a bit more seriously, I think. They are now about to let the 3rd round in a row slip away to Joel when it looked like it was on for a G2 7-0, 7-1 kind of outcome. We're not there yet, though. Joel's still a bit of work to do. 70 seconds to play. And Alamau finding Reaps. Again, the main threat on this other side has now been removed.
3 versus 3 then. G2 still in a winnable position here, but dealing with the clash is proving problematic. Hoven manages to peek out using the information from Mentalist to take down Doki, and now that Joel have got themselves on the defensive side, they are looking much more competitive here, and I think in the next round or so, you're going to see a slightly different G2 coming out. We've spoken about them, maybe not using all the strats, maybe not giving everything away on Cafe, but there is going to come a point where they have to say, look, one way or another, we need to get this one.
They do, and Joel aren't making it super easy for them. I mentioned the importance of G2 not dropping points today. Unwanted sitting in 2nd place are just 1 point below them, and Unwanted play against G2 tomorrow. Winner of that game may well be the one that takes the top spot in the group. So the more of a gap that you can leave between you and that team, arguably the better chance that you have of things working in your favor. For example, if Unwanted find themselves falling a bit short today, then great. However, a timeout being called in by G2.
What did I say?
Romalio's like, cool, boys. That's enough mucking about now. Come on.
This is what I said. As Joel get a couple of rounds and you're going to see a different G2 come out because they're going to have to. The question is now, obviously, they've come in with just kind of one attitude and they've won a good few rounds with it, but I don't know. They're going to lock in. kind of difficult sometimes mid-game to just switch that up and turn it on, so to speak.
You can go a bit far down the path of mucking about, and you can't switch it on then.
Exactly. It's like, it can be a little bit difficult sometimes to just turn it on and to just be like, right, no, you know, it's sort of strictly business. And we'll see whether the timeout is going to be what they need to enable them to do that. But G2 genuinely need to be cautious here, because there's a world where Joel could easily take this to overtime. You know, they're starting to win defenses on Cafe. Yeah, well, as we said at the beginning, the attack is always the question on Cafe.
Dun, 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 dun.
They need to win this round to G2, in reality. They need to come out and win this round now.
I'd hope/expect to see less looking around now. It's like, yeah, you've had your fun, boys.
Attack time out. Come out, get yourself onto map point and just get it done, mate.
Game on. Fireplace and mining going to be where we head for round 9 then. Joel taking us across to here. Got the mirror and the castle setup coming in. A couple of C4s to play with from below if needs be. And still we've got Noodle running around on the Vigil looking to cause a bit of bother. Not quite sure who you got the memo here about how close they might be to, you know, potentially starting to upset G2 here. Get them close towards overtime. If nothing else, we'll put the fear of God in them, or the fear of Vigil in them in this case. Boss G ready to roll once again. We'll see how he fares. I imagine G2 as a team should be really, really good at being able to capitalize on a player being relatively isolated. Vigil often playing off by himself. We've seen top teams at this tournament so far to be really good at identifying that and working as a team to punish those solo players out in the map by themselves.
Yeah, it should be reasonably easily dealt with. You know, the Boss G, as we've seen, can still be a threat. But I think it puts Vigil into the same sort of territory as how I would always advise people to deal with the Caveira. You know, when you're looking more at rank play, obviously, Caveira should be insanely easy to deal with because her guns are really poor at long range. So you identify where they are and you engage them from 2 angles at long range. You just push them from opposite sides and you just pick a long range fight with them. And it should be sort of entering that same sort of territory for Vigil here. Recognize where they are and just try and engage them on a long angle.
We're starting things out relatively sensible with a lot of droning. However, Tim, a good few of those drones have been worn away here by Joel. They've picked away at the information game from G2 and leaving them a little bit barren when it comes to that side of the game. They could pay the price here, but they're straight in. Noodle's been punished out. A great combo of a nade and a swing coming in. Those are the moments of team play that we've seen G2 do really well over the last few days. So even seeing it here is a good sign that, hey, actually, Romario has said, get on it, boys. Players we have the last few days.
Yeah, in reality, this needs to be 7-3 now. Like I say, you take your time out as G2. It's time to lock in. It's time to get the next 2 rounds, and they just need to be able to switch it on and get it done. And I think that is certainly what we're seeing here. Aggressive push in there from Alamai, looking to take that top floor. Just start opening things up with the sledgehammer now, and G2 have got everything they need. The booty drones are a go. They will start ripping that flooring up, and things are going to get more difficult for Joel inside of sight, and even around it by the looks of it, because G2 are ripping everything up.
You need sledge and you got a ramp. Away they go. The wee-woos, prox alarms being used there as well. You'd expect that to be when a C4 then comes skyward, but I think with the work already being done to unsettle a lot of the flooring in there, you can't really safely play inside a reading and look for that free C4 onto the cocktail players. G2 just playing it out sensibly, and Joel being cautious. Of course, I've lost that one player, but G2 have got the numbers advantage here. They aren't mucking around as much. Looks like this one should be one they can massage through to a close.
Yeah, like I suggested, really, I expected to start seeing a slightly different G2, and that's exactly what we're getting now. They're starting to hold those angles. They're not just wandering into sight and trying to put the diffuser down. The drones are coming out. You know, they've really switched on here. So they know that one's playing in behind that B-bomb chassis. They're going to try and get the angle down from above, just working inside a piano. 15 seconds left to go. They've got to get something going. Can they find the toes? Just trying to get that extra little bit of angle that they need. 2 kills come in, but so do they for Joel. 2 versus 2 as Hoven manages to take down Blaz. It's 2v1 with leader down.
Oh!
Blaz in the nick of time manages to get that final kill, and that's going to close it out for G2. 6-3 now. They go on to map point.
Really close there to pulling off that 1 versus 2 in the close. G2 leaving it a little bit too close for comfort on time, but getting the job done. 6-3 now. The golden opportunity to get things wrapped up 7-3 and then move over to Consulate.
Yeah, we can see, like I say, the sort of difference in teamwork coming out of G2 there. Certainly, like you said, you know, left it a little bit late. It was losable for them, that much is for sure. But I think that's, you know, much more what we can expect to see from G2 is a solid first half first 2 minutes of the round. And yeah, if they need to turn it on a bit at the end and rush in and try and find a few gunfights and kills, they'll back themselves to be able to do that. But 6-3 now, we find Joel once again bringing this, sticking with the Vigil. Noodle was dealt with very easily last time by G2. Like I say, once you've identified the location, you can generally go in and deal with the Vigil reasonably easily. And I'm sure G2, they're going to be aware that that's probably going to be a requirement again this time.
Sure. Well, for G2, get it done and dusted here and now. Don't need to stretch this out any further and start putting yourself in more risk. Similar sort of story of that top floor control, then down onto the ground floor. Always enjoy seeing Doki on the Deimos, by the way. It's worth touching on.
He's a great Deimos player.
When I think about it, there are a few really great Deimos players around the world that I always love watching. Shaika always jumps to mind. Maya's another one. Atom out of this event, I've really enjoyed watching play on the Operator as well.
Yeah, Atom's been great on the Deimos so far at SR. Looking forward to seeing some more of that. Doki's just going to open the hatches with that Vendetta, and then the scans, the tracks will likely start coming on through. G2 just being cautious with those Claymores going down, make sure that they're not going to suffer any jump outs on the east side. Going to be looking for top floor control once again as they are attacking onto that mid floor. For the time being, I was going to say it's about getting those drones in, but that tells Uno one thing. Somebody is sat watching that window.
No, the idea is dangerous to go flying in here as well. They're always going to have his number. Alamal taking a big risk and being punished for it, but Loira rounding in. One on number behind him, and the timing is there. Hovan was ready first. Leader into another, and Joel have held off well. G2 taking a lot of risks on this attack, Tim, and they've paid the price. Yeah,
this is what I said. Sometimes it can be difficult to just turn it back on, and they kind of feel like they've gone back towards the attitude from those first few rounds there. Like, yeah, we're just going to repel into white. There's one lumber, one washroom, one through in cocktail. Like, you're asking for trouble there. You're going to be pushed in numbers, and that's exactly what Joel have done. So it looks likely that Joel probably find themselves another round here. 2 versus 5 for Uno and Blaz is not going to be easy, especially with Uno on half health as well. He's just going to create himself a little rotate through to pillars potentially, but yeah, a lot of work to be done from the two of them here.
Not one I think they can get done, being honest. I know we've seen 1v5. I know that's happened. I don't anticipate it happening here. I think Joel have really actually held themselves down well. Not given much room for G2 to make, well, anything happen in this round. So that means we're going into round 11, Tim, and then you start asking that question of, does overtime become a possibility? It's a lot to ask for Joel, I think, to get 3 rounds in a row. But crazier things have happened.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. You know, there is a world where Joel have locked in here, and for every round that they get, there you go.
Can I just remark, Tim? Someone in chat has said, "Fust caster." It's not just me. I'm not losing my marbles.
Everybody's worrying about it too much.
It's just funny. Fust. I don't know why it started this week, because I've never heard you do it before.
I definitely haven't changed the way that I say that word.
I think you have, though.
I haven't. You've just... Why would I? I'm nearly 40 years old.
Tim,
At what point am I changing anything now?
When you hit 40 years old, you're getting ready of hitting that age.
I'm locked in at this point.
No, see, for me, the thing that does it is I can think of a number of times in my head where you've gone, he's got the first kill. You've said it as first.
I think it depends where I'm saying it. If I say it now, I would say first kill.
When you said where there, you're going to say where?
I would say first kill. So I think when it's a prominent part of a sentence, like first kill, then I pronounce it properly. When it's just part of a stream of a sentence, then that's probably when it slips to being like that.
Well, when I hear you say first like a normal, functional human being, I'll let you know.
I personally think it's endearing.
Endearing, honestly.
No, look, the point that I was making about Joel is they're getting rounds back to back now. They're starting to pick up a little bit of pace, and that's a problem for G2 because whilst, yes, there is likely, you know, it's fair to say a gulf between the two teams, and, you know, we saw G2 come out with a really strong start. As I said, Joel is a team that is full of capable players, experienced players, and they are being allowed to get their foot in the door here. And believe me, any Siege player, any competitive player of any sport will love nothing more than to spoil somebody else's party. And they're starting to be given an opportunity to do that. And Joel will gleefully take it if it continues to be offered. So things like swinging in through the windows into White Corridor, thinking you're just going to get a couple of it is still a big risk for G2. And they need to just get it stopped and get this closed out.
Well, we saw the superior use of the Zofia at the end of that last round. Forget about destroying utility. It's for taking yourself out of a horrific 1v5 situation. There's 2 rounds to go, potentially. We'll see if we get to that point. But now, G2 have got to get things closed out. We can't say it enough. Has been saying now for the last 5-6 rounds. It's time to shut up shop. Cannot be letting this one go the way of Joel. Every point that you drop is valuable. And if you win the series 2-1, you only get 3 points. You don't get to walk away with full 4. So every map does matter. You can't afford to be dropping even a single one. Joel making it hard for them. G2. Nice sort of idea. One holding around in coat check, I imagine, at this point. You see him up on the side there, just waiting to see what's going to happen next. Joel just waiting to see where G2 come pushing in first. So that's one of my favourite additions to the game is the bulletproof EMP.
I think it's great.
Great little addition.
It is a great addition. I think it's
brilliant. It's been a while now.
It has been a good while, but we don't see it used that often, I think, is the point. You know, the teams do use it plenty. We just don't always catch it. We don't always see it. But yeah, good stuff. Just to disable that drone, it will have allowed it to be taken out as well.
Noodle is full sending this boss G, by the way.
He really is. He's sticking
he hasn't backed away from it at all.
No, not one bit. I mean, he's backing himself, essentially. You know, he knows Noodle's a absolutely fantastic gunner. He knows that he'll get kills on it, given the opportunity. Just a missed opportunity there as Hoven had the chance to take down Alamo. This is likely it now. Alamo manages to find Reaps 5 versus 3, but Mentalist says, hang on a minute there. I'm going to have something to say. Takes down Loira. We're going to see Uno down but not out as well. Alamo low health. Joel could pick this one up, but no, Blaz once again, as he has done so far, so consistently over the last few days. I mean, we'd love to see it. We'd definitely be here for it, but I very much doubt it. His auto canister goes out. He knows he's going to be pushed, and that is that. Alamo manages to pick up the final kill, and G2 do eventually get this one locked down, and they take the win on Cafe.
I'd like to say it was easy, and it was for the first 5 rounds, but they did make a bit of a meal of it throughout the rest of that game. I think, like we said, Tim, they got a bit into the flow of mucking around, not taking it too seriously, and then Joel, when they switched sides, got a little bit of heat behind them again. 7-4. I think probably quite complimentary to Joel overall, but for G2, you want to see us thinking things a little bit more seriously going into Consulate, and I expect that'll be the conversation going into this break. Speaking of, we're going to a break ourselves. Back in a few.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to, answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade.
Oh! Shuts down his brother!
Into red time we go. Where's the response? The tap was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover, Jane. I know it's not a back room, it's killed 4!
This is it, you look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Des, make it a third, it's a 3K.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best Consulate that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes in. Shocker.
And he swings on to Dodes. Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees. Information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nath is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Reaps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Reaps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
And Rams with Buck. They will get the flanked out leader. Again, taking another 1v1. He knows the plan is close and he gets the headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Force sprinting up. He doesn't know. The 1v2.
Cozy first game for G2. Tim, it started out with a 5-0 on the defense. Looks surely like they're going for a 7-0 or a 7-1 win. But let's say they took things a little bit too casually and started to pay the price. Joel giving them a few scares throughout the game. G2 managed to recompose themselves and get the job done, taking Cafe in quite comfortable fashion. Now we have Consulate coming up where hopefully Tim coming here ready to roll from round 1.
Yeah, G2 won't really care what the score is, 7-0, 7-1, 7-4, it's all worth the same at the end of the day. But they just need to be careful. You know, I said it towards the end of that one. I think Joel got 3 out of 4 rounds at one point. And when that starts happening, these guys are very, very capable players. We know this over the years. And so they need to be careful that they're not allowing them that opportunity to get in, because as we've said, every point counts. You drop a map, you drop a point, that could come back to bite you later on.
We ran into G2 outside during the break as well, where they were saying, you know, these are good players. They're not at it today. Yes, we were kind of messing around a little bit there, and they needed that kind of head wobble to get themselves back on track. And hopefully now we see more of that starting to build. It was a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, it was, and I think I genuinely think coming into Consulate, I think the break between games is going to be that reset. It is going to be that big moment to say, right, you know, this is now clean slate, back into it, and yeah, I think we see something a little bit different out of them. Like I say, it wasn't a bad performance from G2. I don't want to, you know, stand here being critical of them. At the end of the day, they got the job done. There was just moments where you thought, you know, you maybe just letting them in a little bit here. We can see the stats there: 12-6, 12-8 for Doki and Alamau. Big game for the two of those. Blaz and Loira very quiet. I was going to say Loira was very quiet. I barely used his name throughout that one. 27% cost as well. Struggled to get running and been a great player so far at SI. So, you know, maybe one to watch on console to see if he can get himself in on the action a little bit more.
Doki did say to me he's feeling a little bit under the weather. I won't be surprised if there's a few across the team that are feeling that way, and their opponents in Joel will be more than aware of what it feels like to feel a bit under the weather. Many of their players being quite ill throughout the week. But just a reminder, if we get through Consulate, Border does await at the end of things. For Consulate, Tim, I would expect to see G2 here taking the win, even if they're starting on the attacking side. Yeah,
absolutely. For me, G2 were one of the Consulate pioneers. When it had its update, when it had its refresh, you know, we saw G2 get hold of it very, very quickly. They came out with some, you know, now what we would class as like default sort of hold areas, particularly around vending and admin. All the hold over that side of things were things that G2 very quickly sort of cottoned onto and were using. So yeah, I think we expect to see something very quick and very good coming out of G2 here on Consulate.
I want to check on the Jazz, by the way. I've seen a growing tide of people being willing to defend it. Someone comes in and goes, what the hell is this music? And everyone's like, don't you dare fat talk the smooth jazz. We are in Boston. It's a big jazz city. In fact, I was saying on Friday, I want to go and check out a jazz bar in the city to go and see what it's all about. Soak in the local atmosphere. Maybe we'll get to that stage. Once everything has been wrapped up and we know who our teams that are going home for go home, it's worth reminding you at the end of this week. On Friday, we'll know who those 4 teams are confirmed. And we'll know who gets the bye through to the upper bracket, who gets the second round upper bracket, and who starts life off in the lower bracket. G2 has mentioned they want all 4 points from here because they are in contention with Unwanted for the top spot in this group. They play each other tomorrow. It's going to be a very, very spicy affair when that one kicks off. But here we go. Consulate's ready. We're straight into things, and Joel kicking us off with the first attacker ban.
Oh, I have to mention in the Jazz there, we just zoomed straight in onto Piano. That was pretty good.
Hell yeah. That could be the first one being taken away by Joel. A lot of our top teams, we speak about this a lot, Tim, they love playing Dokkaebi. I think between BDS and W7M, 3 of their players have got it in their top 3 operators, making great use of the operator to punish any would-be roamers, but also support and execute. Very, very versatile and very, very powerful. Blitz, also surprising. No one really. Everyone loves playing Blitz, except for apparently anyone on the side of Joel. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is someone in there somewhere who's a little bit of a merchant, Tim.
Yeah, we're going to have the first defender ban coming in. It's going to be a castle ban from G2. So again, one that we don't see too often.
Blitz ban is to stop Halamar, apparently. Castle definitely an interesting one. Probably also looking to stop a little bit of trolling with that castle. And Joel banning away the Vigil. Noodle is going to be livid.
They've done it to themselves.
They have, doing themselves no big favours. Well, here we go then. Let's get ourselves through this game and see how things shape up. G2 starting life on the attack, Joel on the defense. I'm going to get things off Tim up on that top floor.
Let's get on into things. It's like you say, up on the top floor, we've got the Scorpos, we've got the Valkyrie. Couple of interesting ones to keep an eye on. Particularly, I love the Scorpos. I genuinely love the different ways that we see it used. The little teleportation from one shell to the other is always interesting when it happens. We saw it utilised fantastically, of course, by Hot and Cold back on day 1 from Unwanted. Absolutely beautiful stuff against Team Liquid. But, you know, we quite often see it used just as a shield, as a bulletproof cam. We've even seen it used in the Brazil League to cover a plant fantastically well, and that was utilising the switch of shells as well. They just kind of ran in front of where the diffuser was down, switched out to the other shell, so effectively put a shield in front of the down diffuser, and then went in behind it and started getting, you know, on the disable of the diffuser. It was absolutely great stuff, but it was unsuccessful by about half a second, I think, on that occasion. But it just shows the versatility of the operator and the fun and interesting ways it can be used.
Sure, and I imagine for him it's more well, you're taking Vigil away from me, boys. I'm on the Scorpos the entirety of this half. We'll see if it comes to be the thing that shapes up and defines the game. Now, the Nomad is back available for G2. It was banned away from them on the last map. Doki normally the go-to player of that operator, but it's Uno rocking it this time around. still showing a degree of respect, I'd say, with the Thatcher on side. The main concern, Tim, is there is no hard breach to go with it. Admittedly, on this top floor, you don't need much of that. You're leaning instead in towards being able to get a default plant in through the window, but relying on those EMPs to keep the other team away. Probably also the same use of, well, keep C4s away in this case, and the Nomad and the Grim to do the exact opposite. Get in with the players rather than any gadgetry. Free kill coming in as Noodle's been figured out in the basement down here. Good pinch by G2.
Nice play on the book as well. It's a little skill that's often underrated, and we did see somebody fail with it yesterday. I'll go into it in a little bit. Uno's taking a lot of damage, but he'll get this down. He manages to escape as well. Really well done from Uno there. So that's the sort of textbook plant on the CEO window. They've got that one done successfully, and it's good stuff. It's even with a kill from leader onto Uno there, it's going to be very, very difficult. G2 are on the windows. They're on the rappel. They'll have several of them there. It's going to be very, very tricky. I think they've got one underneath as well, potentially. Alamau manages to find a double. Hoban and Leader get taken down. It is all up to Mentalist, and very little he can do as Lawyer closes it out. But the skill was picking up on for Lawyer. It's going to sound like, again, a simple one, but it's not something that we always seen done that well. And that is the flex from the skeleton key back to the rifle to get the kill. You've got to be prepped for it. You've got to be thinking, this is what I'm going to do. So he opens the hatch with the skeleton key and then flips straight to the rifle and gets the kill. And we've seen players already struggle to do that.
I need to know what happened. There was clearly some... Don't endorse gambling, but there's clearly some kind of bet going on where Alamau had bet $200 with his coach that something would happen. And whatever happened came through. So Alamau now owes cameraman $200 apparently. And I really want to know what it's for. I'll have to find out after this game, but it looks like a lot of fun.
Going to be down into the basement for round 2. Joel needs to be getting as many rounds on the defense as they can, I think. Given that it's G2's map pick, you put them on the defense Consulate, you are really going to struggle. You're going to be coming up against a brick wall. So it's really important that Joel managed to lock out as many as they can. Going down to basement it's a bit of a call, really, because we've seen teams really struggle to hold on to this site over the last couple of days.
Well, the stats of the day showed it was the most successful attacking site on this map.
It's a tough one for defenders to keep hold of, because you've really got to keep hold of Piano and Exhibition particularly, because once teams go in and start ripping that up, you've got no access to the car garage side of this site, and then it's pretty much open the wall, walk on in and plant near the bomb chassis, and there's very little you can do to stop it. Your smokes potentially can do something about it, but otherwise you're really going to struggle. So they need to be keeping hold of the area above this time.
I thought I might see some kind of C4 denial or impact coming over the top from that, but nope, nothing to be seen. Reap's taken down, Laura finding his man. Tim, I think he heard you speaking about him after that pretty dismal first map performance.
Yeah, maybe.
But 3-0 to start things off here on Consulate.
I'm glad to have perked him up then. Noodle's going to be the one to watch. He's up in exposition at the minute. G2 are going to need to clear Noodle out realistically before they can start walking in through the breach and trying to put the diffuser down. That's going to be the big one. Get that done, and then get opening a few things up. They don't really have too much soft destruction. They do have the Ash Chargers, of course. Hoven's going to get taken down. Leader manages to find parts. That's the important kill. Uno onto Noodle. They managed to get it from underneath, and Uno's actually just walked in like hello. The last one is bottom spiral, taken out by Alamau. G2 looking like a slightly different beast than they did on the attack of Cafe.
You'd hope so. But it was around this time on Cafe when things started to get a little bit silly. And we remarked that actually during the break you'd hope to see them being a bit more composed. Timeout coming in nice and early here as well from Joel. Obviously can't hear much of what they're saying over on this stream. We don't have microphones to pick up everything that is being said. Clearly Corey's got a few words to offer up nice and early on. Not too surprised given they are on the defensive side here. You don't want to let too many rounds slip away, otherwise that second half when you flip to the attack is miserable, as G2 found out back on Cafe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no surprise to see the timeout coming in so soon. G2 have won those 2 rounds very easily with pretty default stuff, and you don't want to get behind on the defense here, because like I say, you're not... In all honesty, they're probably not going to get more than 1 round maybe off G2 when they're attacking, because G2 are going to be very good on the defense here of Consulate. So, yeah, you need to be making sure that you get as many of these as possible. They want a 4-2 half, really. So, once you've already lost those 2 as the first 2 rounds, yeah, get that attack time out and try and change the direction.
obviously, I'm sure you're very aware if you're over here on Bravo, but this was indeed a second stream running today. We've got Dark Zero versus PSG Talon over on the other stream. I won't spoil how that game is going, but it's looking like it's turning into a pretty saucy one. They are still back on the first map, I believe, actually, Tim, playing on Consulate like we are now. But they're more at the tail end of things than they are near the start as we are here with G2. Up to that top floor we go. Clearly Joel thinking they can improve on what happened last time around. We saw the lineup coming in with the Nomad, which it looks like G2 are going to switch back over to again. Got the EMPs once more to stop any C4s, and Nomad to push away any attackers or defenders in this case that would try to disable that diffuser. We've got the buck coming in below to make sure everything is opened up inside of Piano. The Blackbeard being the main addition here though for Doki. I'm keen to see how it's put to use.
See then if Joel can do any better on the hold. It's again much the same as I said on Cafe. Get yourself some entry kills, open things up, get yourself an advantage. That is more when G2 are sort of struggling, whenever, you know, what they try just doesn't work out and they lose a couple of bodies to it, then we haven't seen them always being able to come and turn those rounds over. So going to be Joel looking to get things kicked off. Just inside of the main door there, conscious of a potential push coming in from that direction, but just going to dip away once spotted by the drones. Looking like it's going to be pretty similar here from G2, potentially opening up behind the desk. It's just going to make sure there's nobody there to challenge onto them if they go in through CE or window. They'll, yeah, working through connector as an alternative as well. They know that there's one just on the inside of there. Doki's going to try to take him out as soon as he goes in, but yeah, it's going to be much the same here. Just pressure from the windows for G2.
And why not? Why try and fix what ain't quite broken? I mean, the owner always flips onto the defenders in this case, the ones who lost the last round. They've got 2 kills. Blaz and Doki both stop, make it a third as Reaps also springs into action. The G2 have all moved forward at the same time, but Joel have held firm, bringing down 3 of their opponents and now sit in a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, looking good for Joel here to take their first defensive round, but Laz has something, Lawyer has something to say about that. Goes in with the Skeleton Key, manages to take down Reaps. Also grabs a bit of ground as well on into Bathroom. 2 versus 3, and Joel need to be careful here because this becomes very winnable for G2.
I was going to say if he was on window, it looks plantable, but obviously the problem is he's not. He's got a cross here in front of 2 players.
The thing is, he could very quickly drop the hatch, go out of the window and go to potentially go in. And like you say, Loira can hold the cross and just prevent anybody moving to challenge him. So
the problem is, he'd have to be a real good clay pitching shooter team because there is a C4 in Mentalist back pocket.
Yeah, that's the problem. I say go for it.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't want to drop it in. They want to push and try and fight this by the looks of it. Got the right idea. Oh, nice, gone for it, Tim. Wow! The corner. The size of the balls on this man, he's got away with it, and the plant's going to get stuck. C4 over the top. No! The timing is just not there. They were so close. We did not have an ace clay pitching shooter, I'm afraid. Uno ain't that guy. He's found a kill for himself with 2 more still to pick up here with 30 seconds to play. This one might be cut.
Going to get taken down from the door. We saw it coming.
So close.
It was a fraction of a second. It was very close to that plant going down as well. And then it doesn't matter as much. If the nitro goes in and the plant is already down, it's very winnable for Uno from there, even in the 1v3. But yeah, please don't run across again like that. Just drop the hatch and go out of the window. You'll be there just as quickly. Please don't run across again.
I love how the admins had to step up and put the coffee on the ground because we've had every event someone inevitably knocks a drink all over their setup.
Every single
time. It happens every event. And so I love having someone now basically making sure the coffee is all on the ground. Love to see it.
Moving on then, it's going to be 2-1. Joel managed to get themselves locked into that top 4. This time it's going to be Piano and Exhibition that they try to hold on to. We've got the mirror window out towards main lobby, which is pretty powerful, absolutely fine. Should be dealt with reasonably easily. You can pretty much wander in. You just need to be careful of the peak coming around it. Just go up and smash it. But it is going to give a good bit of intel, at least for Joel. They're going to be trying to hold on to the top floor as well. G2 went back to kind of trying a bit of a rush last time around, and they were punished for it, so I think we need to see more of the first couple of rounds, which was, you know, a little bit more sort of ticking boxes and clearing areas out and gaining control.
Interesting mirror upstairs here as well to help hold down around office. Back in the days of old, you struggled to get anything like this done because of all the windows, but of course, since the rework, office is definitely a little bit more playable. You can sit inside it and hold down a bit more comfortably. And as we've seen on so many sites, again, in case you haven't watched too much Siege before, hold that upstairs floor to defend the one below. Does mean Expo and Piano is going to be the big focus for them, and I'm already looking towards Loira here. Again, he started well so far on this map. Looking to be a bit of an X factor as he works his way up towards those Visa stairs. So in fact, might even find one, but Reaps has got his number. Not quite on fire the same way he was back on Cafe Tim, but still looking like he's got a couple of sharp shots in him. That was going to be really weird. I was like, sharp shooter shots or what? I don't know what words to say. Sharp shots. We'll go with that.
Alamo on the Ash, just trying to hold the angles there, see if anybody wants to give him a little bit of a freebie, but Joel just don't seem to be in a giving mood today, Des. They are definitely locked in and looking to spoil the party as much as they can. Leader's going to be holding his position up there just to, again, try and keep that top floor locked down, prevent any pressure coming in from yellow, whereas G2 are just looking and thinking, we're going to go straight in here. They know that this angle isn't being covered. I think Uno's probably going to get away with this one. Dave goes in to stop him being pushed, and Joel have let that one slip the net. If you're going to hold on to top floor, you've got to hold on to it. You've got to stop the diffuser going down, and now they are going to have to return to site, and this is where G2 are likely going to cut them apart.
It's great use of the nades and the Grim Bees, though, to ensure that they were pushed back and couldn't easily challenge her. To say that, Tim, well, Noodles has gone and fried a whole bunch of them. There's still a lot more to do here as well. Got to win this next one. Finds this one too. Can he spin onto two more and secure the 4K? Shot in the back foot. Nothing he can do. Mentalist will collect his trophy. Joel will take another round, moving things up to 2 apiece.
Really good retake from Joel there. I thought that was very winnable for G2. Once that diffuser goes down and Joel have to push downstairs and kind of retake the site, you feel like G2 likely to sort of cut them to ribbons as they try to do that. But no, they just won gunfight after gunfight. They level things up 2-2, and this is exactly what I've been saying about Joel. They will make a game of this given the opportunity. You better believe it. And they right now are doing just that.
Sad face. Down into the basement we go for round 5. And Mira being brought along in this time around. What we saw before when that was in place was, well, you often see it down in that basement to help defend on towards that main wall. G2 were in there with very little bother last time around. Played downstairs. No C4s went on towards the breach or impacts of the night, getting it opened up. Hope to see at least a little bit of improvement compared to last time around, even without that Mira being on side. Reaps is on the Solus, Tim, and we remarked on this a couple of days ago that we haven't seen a Holt on the Solus, since the nerfs came through. Definitely found a niche that she slots into, and it's more specific for teams. I think it's when we had a Mute band away that we saw her getting paired up with a Mozzie as an alternative. But yeah, those are all available. Reaps still saying, right, out on the roam I go. And look at the number of bulletproofs they've got, by the way. 4 bulletproof cameras. Not a single C4. Not too sure how I feel about that one.
Well, there should be no excuse for not knowing what G2 are doing. I think it's fair to say they should have almost complete coverage of the site as an absolute minimum, and then a little bit on top of that you would expect as well.
Shock drones.
That's going to be the problem. It does get taken out though, but we can see the breach inside of 25 seconds will be opened up by Uno.
They're not even bothered to contest it, I think, and I don't blame them for it either, right? Like, you'd rather try and deny the plant or play for a retake here. Always a risk, admittedly, on this site, but we mentioned earlier on that the attacking side tends to find the most success down on this basement site. Joel surely must have at least some knowledge of that being the case and have a plan in mind. I'm just not quite sure if 4 bulletproofs are the ultimate answer I'd lean towards.
Alamo just spots out the man inside of Tellers there. He's looking to go down and challenge this almost certainly, just conscious that he doesn't want to get shot from the other side, but he knows that there's going to be a gunfight for him to take here. Probably hard left, well aware, but Solus seems to know that he's coming. Who's going to win this one out? Uno manages to pick up leader, and we can see here Reaps has just got himself dug in, and we know he's been winning his gunfights, but unfortunately the round's falling apart whilst he's waiting for the opportunity. And the thing is, G2 can just keep him locked there. That's what Alamo's done, and this is smarter play from G2 rather than just going in and trying to take those gunfights. It's, look, there's 3 of them left. I've got one of them locked in here. Go and get the plant down.
And all 3 committed to punishing Alamo. They've completely ignored side. I'm not quite sure on the game plan there, to be honest with you boys, but G2 managed to make a back plant happen inside the kitchen, and this now feels a little bit miserable. Noodle's got it all to do by himself, and I don't suspect he'll get away with even a single kill. Indeed, he will not. G2 taking us up to 3-2. That one being a very weird round. There was so much focus on Garage, and I think despite having all these bulletproof cams, you could see they didn't know where the plant was going down because smokes are being dropped inside of Garage, despite the plant going down at the back of Kitchen. So G2, fair play, clearly noticed where there was a gap in that setup, exploited it, got the plant down, and there was very little that Joel could do about it.
That, like I say, that play from Alamo there just says to me that G2 have got a slightly different attitude or approach to this, in that I think previously on Cafe, for example, we'd have seen Alamo walking in there and taking the fight, thinking, I'm just going to pre-fire, you know, I want the kill. Whereas now it's, no, there's only 3 of them alive. I've got 1 locked in towers. I'm going to do the smart thing. I'll just keep him held here. You go and get the diffuser down. So, yeah, G2 maybe just a slight sharpening of the focus here on Consulate to get this one done. To be honest with you, a 4-2 attacking half for G2 will be no bad thing whatsoever. Get them onto the defence. They'll be confident then that we'll probably see similar to what we did on the Cafe defence, and they'll just start locking rounds down, I would have expected. So 4-2 half for G2 will be absolutely fine. Joel really need to be winning this one, I think.
They do. Otherwise, I think G2 just find themselves rolling through that second half, as you say, and it's, still not a pretty situation as you come to expect. G2 are trying something a little bit different, though, Tim. They're rolling out with 2 shields here. A blitz is taken away, and G2 declared it an attempt to try and limit what Alamau is going to be playing, and sure enough, he's not one of the shield bearers in this round. That's on Uno and Doki. There's quite a few players on G2 thinking about it, play that Blackbeard over the last few days. We saw Blaz on the last map. We've got Doki playing it now. Like mixing things up.
Doki's going to be just getting aggressive here, trying to use that operate, but how about that Mentalist? How do you deal with the Blackbeard? You headshot him when his shield is down. Mentalist beautifully just peeking around the corner, takes Doki down. Fantastic reaction shot that, and that gives Joel a big advantage in round 6.
It was the slow start to get that drone work done. Sure enough. Trying to chew their way through here, G2. Lots of that utility scattered around. You saw just then from Mentalist there. A Vulcan in front of him as well as a bulletproof camera. You've got the Valkyrie helping out on side too. G2 have got to be respectful here. There's quite a lot that can still work against them if they're not too careful. And yes, Doki's already gone down here. 1 shield's offline. It can get worse. A lot of traps laid for them throughout the map. Joel hoping to get, as we said, that 3-3 half.
The angle from up on the roof, but G2 needs to find a couple of kills here realistically. They're coming up to the halfway mark, clearing out utility and just doing a little bit of droning, just trying to push forward. But the presence of the Monty tells me a little bit about what G2 are looking for as well. Alamo just goes full upside down rappel from the skylight, manages to find 2. That gives G2 a little bit of a glimmer of hope inside of this round. They go 4 versus 3 now. They have the advantage, they have the shield on side. This should be winnable from here.
I want to say I recall G2 doing that once upon a time on Bank, just with the lobby rappel coming down and killing like 2 players from there. And the whole philosophy was, it's so unexpected because no one wants to do it because it feels so stupid that actually it's genius. And Alamau's just pulled off exactly the same on the rappel. Killed 2 players through the spiral spotlight. What else more is there to say? They've got the numbers advantage. They've still got the Monty on side. Alamau is absolutely frying in this round, is now finally put to rest. But G2 have got the numbers, they've got the shield, and Leader is all alone here against 3 in a post-plant situation. G2 should be able to net this one 4-2.
Yeah, it's been a really nice attack from G2. We saw, like I said, bringing along the Monty tells me a little bit about the attitude of, you know, let's get this done, because Uno then just stood inside a site, as we see the Monties do, just feeding that information to his team, shot calling the whole thing. He can see exactly what's going on, and they just dropped in front of him one by one until he had the opportunity to put the diffuser down. So nice play from G2 to secure the 4-2 half on attack, and I think that is going to make them pretty confident coming into this second half that they can just lock this one out now. We're going to be going up to the top floor for their first defense, and for me, absolute must-win round for Joel.
They've really got to get things moving. Otherwise, what? There's that 5-2 gap. It's a 3-round recovery.
With
and
G2 on defense, it's too much.
It starts to feel a bit too unrecoverable at that point, and you're absolutely right. With G2 being on defense, you definitely favor them to come away as the winner. Well, it looks like though Joel are taking a few notes out of G2's book, but also what everyone expects to see really coming into this site. You've got the Ying, you've got the Thatcher, you've got the Grim, and you've got the Glass here. 100% looking to try and play around those windows in the same way that G2 did. I say that. There's a change way to the Flores here, which may suggest that they've got something different in mind.
Potentially. The Grim would normally... Yeah, you've got the Grim on Mentalist instead. So the Grim would normally be used to stop the half-wall swing. You want to get in behind that bookshelf like we saw G2 do and try and get that plant down. So you Grim off the wall next to it and it prevents anybody swinging across. The pass holds to the cover. Ying will go connector window, throw in some Candelas. Would usually be the case. Leader having the diffuser in hand, it might mean that it's slightly different to that. you potentially look for maybe a connector window plant, just dump a load of Candelas in through there and just have a, you know, a little bit of a surprise factor because they're kind of expecting it from CEO window. But yeah, I would expect it to come from at least one of those two angles, unless they've got something funky planned.
Not a bad try.
It was close.
Almost bringing leader down super early into the round. Would have been the yin going offline, all those Candelas, those smokes
it really does
taken
change
away.
things though, because he's got the diffuser and you've got Uno on side with the smoke. He's dead within a breath or two.
Have to give it to someone else to make the plan happen completely. Big thing for me that I'm worried about, Tim, is that lack of that Thatcher. Now, it's not so big a deal now that only C4 and G2 side has been used, but Alamar will be able to hold out through the smoke, of which there is quite a lot to dump in towards site here. They've also got the Yokais. There's still a lot that G2 can work with even without it. That's what I mean, yeah. So the smokes aren't going to be so effective, and that's why I think between those two, this might be a spot of bother for them.
Could be. We're going to see the drone just taken out there as well. So G2 certainly on top of all the fundamentals here of just starving Joel with as much information as they can. The Rotero drone will go in and take out the bulletproof cam. So kind of a shot returned there from the side of Joel, removing intel on the G2 side. Going to get the cubby wall open. That's going to, again, just create a little bit more pressure inside of sight for G2, but they were ready for it. They've got the laser gate over it. That's another bit of utility that Joel are going to have to burn.
Speaking of utility, it's in hand. They're ready to do something. But what is that something, Tim? Look down towards yellow and a push in? Maybe, but there's only one player sat there and it's Doki. If they can clear him out, at least they get a beachhead into towards this top floor, Tim. That's the smoke that's come down there on towards yellow. Indeed, out it comes. Shotgun in hand, ready and waiting. Uno pressed up against this door, expecting someone to come stepping in. Right now looks more like a step coming in through instead in towards Cubby. And here we go. They've changed the whole push over towards to be this east side with the backstab coming in from yellow. Still down without Hoven, of course, when a 4 versus 5. G2 are just holding on for now and letting this wave, this tsunami of utility just wash over them. One Candela left, one set of Grimbees, and a couple of smokes to play behind. Ain't really a lot for Joel to make work.
No, it's like I always say, when you're using utility, I kind of look at it as in you're selling that utility, and what are you getting for it? And right now, Joel haven't got very much for it. They've thrown a lot of that utility in there, but they've not followed it in. They've not had an opportunity to put the diffuser down. They've lost bodies along the way. They haven't got kills, and so, yep, you can use all that utility, you know, as much as you want, but ultimately, they've given it all away for free, when really they should be selling it. A Candela goes in, you should take a bit of map space, you should get a kill, you should have an opportunity to put the diffuser down. You've got to be getting something in return for that utility, and that's what Joel have failed to do there. G2 have just soaked up that pressure and utility fantastically well.
They have. Very, very comfortably. A flawless round to boot. Nothing more that you can really ask for from G2 from that perspective. There is that 5-2 scoreline that we said that Joel desperately needed to avoid, though. There's now a 3-round chasm between them and G2. G2 need just 2 more, and they'll wrap up the series 2-0 and remain the only team to have not lost a map here at the 6th Invitational. Down to the basement we go. See if we get some creative defenses coming out. Seeing that mirror on side that I mentioned before. Didn't see Joel weaponizing it, instead leaning on 4 bulletproofs. Wasn't too sure about that. I feel much happier seeing things like the Kite to try and keep the wall locked up, like the mirror to play behind, the 4 C4s in back pocket. This looks like a much more, air quotes, normal lineup for this site, Tim.
Yep, it absolutely is. We'll see whether it pays dividends. That's going to be the real question. I think, yeah, looking at the side of G2, this is going to be tough for Joel to get this done. They need to make sure they're dealing with those Valkyrie cams. They've no IQ on side. The Twitch drone, of course, you know, can take them out, but they need to make sure that they're finding them, spotting them, because otherwise they're going to get hit by nitros. There's 4 on the side of G2. Quite clear what the plan is there. It's either going to be nitros over the wall to try and stop them breaching, which is one that I love personally. If you're not having too much success with it in ranked, I'm going to hit you with a little tip. Rip it at the beginning of the round, just at the end of the prep phase, so they don't hear it when they come down, because everybody's expecting to hear that nitro rip when they walk up towards the wall, and that's when they think it's going to come out towards them. So get it ripped early. Just hold it in your hand. Honestly, you'll get a kill almost every round with it. But that's not going to be the case for G2 here, as the wall is, I think, going to be breached. They're certainly working on it. That's big. Twitch drone going in and managing to clear out that mirror window really affects how Uno is able to hold on to this breach now. That's really good.
I don't think it'll stop him ripping off a few skulls, though, Tim. I've seen Uno hit some nasty shots this week so far. For a player that many looked at and said, oh, he's past it, he's too old now, he can't hit the shots. He's definitely proved that wrong in a few games. He's been doing some magical work, and I'm sure that he can continue doing so, even here, sat without a mirror window to play in behind. Now, Joel are largely lined up here. They've got the Monty focusing on yellow. They had 2 players outside garage, but Tim, a couple of players starting to move away here. They're going to change tack and try and go elsewhere.
Looks like it could be the case. Maybe try and get a bit of mid-floor control. They don't have too much in terms of being able to open things up. They're reliant on the soft breach charges from Reaps and Leader. If they get in there and try to open the floor up, I guess arguably Mentalist could use some of those Excaros pellets. He's going to want to open the hatch if that's the case. But yeah, they're definitely working towards getting that hatch open and working that floor and just softening sight up. They've obviously had a little bit of a look and just thought, you know what, this isn't immediately possible. The problem they've got is a Halamau up on the top floor.
On the mute, no less, as well. Not only the kind of operator you think about when you think Roamer. So as we look back at the days of old, Tim, you know, the SSG roam on Clubhouse, Mute and Mozzie would often be the ones off roaming up on that top floor because you pop down the gadgets, you've got quite a lot of place down. You may as well stay out there and play your life along with that C4. And they've got enough to play Banal on site if so required. Although Alamo might be very, very slow and very, very loud up there on the mute, it makes sense for him to be the one up on that top floor. Is joined by Loro, though, that's also lurking at the top of this spiral stairs. Now moved his way back downstairs. It's Alamau working his way back through the map, trying to catch out someone maybe towards yellow. But as said, I think if Joel have moved away here to try something else. Smokes are coming in. They're inside sight at this point, Tim. In comes the march down from Leader at the same time, and he's got the cover for his team. Joel now into a 4 versus 2.
Plant is going to be going down as well. Hoban on the Monte. Looks like he's going to be able to stick that. Actually comes off it as the challenge comes in from above, but there's not really much that Alamau is going to be able to do here. He needs the perfect angle in order to stop it. Cannot do so. 4 versus 1. He's going to be challenged on the lateral here as they know exactly where he is, so Noodle's going in, just looking to wait and pick him up, because ultimately he can't win this from above. He has to come back, and that's why it's smart. Noodle doesn't go for the challenge. He just waits there because he knows that at some point Alamau's going to have to come back. There we go. Picks him up as he does. Good stuff from Joel. I like that it was kind of almost like the third idea that worked there. It was like, right, we'll just go straight through breach. Actually, no, there's a bit much stacked up against us. Right, let's get above and just soften that up a bit. Right, that's not, we need to be careful because Alamau's there. Let's get down the backside and get, you know, it was just all sort of different things coming together and it worked out for them. Really good stuff.
Came full circle towards the yellow plant in the end. The G2 just were not ready for, because I think as they realized as well, Blaz was out towards server. As we noted, Alamau was up roaming, so with sight being relatively light on bodies, it was a good call to make the push in and make the plant happen when they did. 5-3 to G2, still in the lead by at least a couple of rounds. Bit of padding here to play behind, and Joel starting maybe a little bit of a resurgence. Got to see, of course, more than one round get put on the board here, though. Still proved to be a very, very miserable half. And now we go into the most defender-sided site on this map of all the sites that we have. Be that Expo and Piano site.
Again, top floor presence will be there for G2. If we have a look at the minute, 4 out of 5 are up above. There's only Dorky in and around site, and saying that, he's on spiral and goes upstairs as well, but Loira will drop back. But yeah, the majority of this is going to be a top floor hold. But to be honest, it's a little bit risky because we have seen teams been able to find that space, go in and get the diffuser down. G2 did it. They weren't able to hold the post plant, but they can go in there and get that plant down even when the top floor is fully manned as it is at the minute. So something that G2 need to be aware of, that they don't just leave a bit too much space inside a site.
I think it was in between Unwanted and Liquid in this same group, actually. We saw quite a few cheeky plants coming inside of Expo, trying to tuck away in the corner, and like you say, getting away with it on a couple of occasions too. So it's a case of caution for G2. I can't imagine the kind of team, knowing the caliber of this team and how they did really love playing Consulate a lot when it was first reworked, to let something like that slip and let Joel in without so much as a gunshot being fired. Looking towards things like the mirror up on the top floor alongside the Azami, they've really fortified this upstairs position. Joel have got a lot of work cut out for them if they want to break it apart, which then starts to incentivize that direct towards site play. Yeah, absolutely. And see the Deimos just looking to get in through copy potentially. Again, we've not really seen sort of too much use of the Deimos in this game. Super powerful, as we know, but just not too much of sort of the vertical angles that we often see. Get the track and then challenge from above or below, usually being able to take free damage or a kill even in those circumstances. But Joel just still trying to build a picture here of exactly what they're facing on the top floor before they look to move across. Reaps, I think, just waiting for that last little bit of drone information before here he goes. Looks to make that challenge, just misses the opportunity to tag Dorky there, who
Gets the keeper barricade out, but then drops himself back to long desk.
At least. I mean, look, over half the round has been worn away here, and still at least half setting themselves up towards the ground floor, but also a lot of work going on up on this top floor to get any kind of clearance through. Bit of a struggle. They've got some of the utility gone, but there's also a G2 player tucked in towards his left here. These could be in a hot bother unless he manages to get a kill. No, he does not, and Blaz takes the opportunity to spring out of Cubby and bring his man down. One more tucked in, waiting for the push to come forward. Who wins it out? It's a C4! Just when you think it might be the 1v1, guess what? No, Loira snags it away. Doki with 2 more. G2 got all the kills they need to close this out and move us up to match and series point. And a reminder, Tim, next round could be the last round that Joel play here at SI 25.
Certainly could be, as it's extremely unlikely that this one gets done. It's going to be Blaz that finds the final kill. G2 move on to series point. And they will be looking to get this locked down here and now. Defense on Consulate, you really don't see them faltering.
Doki's been like laughing and joking after every single... It doesn't matter what happens in the round. He's laughing in some way.
Something to laugh about with it.
He's either like, they're really bad, or what the hell happened there? Or, oh, $200. Like, it doesn't matter. There's always something after each round, which is good knowing that it's a little bit under the weather. Still in high spirits.
We're moving to the top floor, I think, for G2's final hold. Or potential final hold. I might be calling that a little bit too soon. We will see. Joel might have something to say about it. The Amaru's going to be switched away for the Buck. And we're going to have the Ursa moved away for the Ash. So it kind of, initially when you look at that attacking lineup, you think, yeah, it's super clear what's going to go on here. But given those changes, maybe just a little bit less so. Buck to Nomad. We've got all sorts of changes coming on here now that they've had a look at the defense. Nomad, Twitch, Grim, Flores. So I think we're going to see more of a try and get into the building and push from within, if I had to guess.
Hopefully so. They need it. Because everything they've tried so far, only bar the one round in the downstairs where things look pretty good, but admittedly G2 were quite aggressive with their own play there, and Joel spotted an opportunity. I think G2 are going to make that same mistake again. They can get this closed up there and get on with their day. It's not even midday yet, Tim, as well. It'll be nice and wrapped up in quick fashion.
Yeah, that's it. It gives them plenty of time to look towards the games, you know, the last remaining game, and maybe just get a little bit of rest as well. You know, it's as important as it is to scrim and be prepared and everything else. It's, you know, of course, always important to have that little bit of downtime and just to be able to relax and step away from things a little bit. Otherwise, it can all get a bit intense. So, like you say, it just gives G2 that opportunity. If they get it locked out here, it buys them an extra hour to, you know, maybe have a bit of free time as well.
Never a bad thing. The reason why I say, by the way, this could be the last round for Joel is tomorrow is their, air quotes, rest day. A rest day in which they've already been eliminated. So this game to them, as we said, didn't really mean an awful lot. It still means quite a lot to G2. They're in a bit of a battle with Unwanted for the top spot in this group. They play each other tomorrow, which could be a really exciting game. Second game over on the A stream, I believe it's going to be, to close out this group and see how things settle. I think the game prior to that is Liquid versus M80, the other game in this group, which could also be the determinant for who starts in 4th place and goes to the lower bracket and who gets to start in the upper bracket. Moira taking Noodle straight off the window there. That's him over and done for the round. The start for G2, and already, Tim, half that time is gone.
Not an easy challenge to win out that one against the upside down rappel as well. You're going into the warden, the flashes are going to do absolutely nothing. I think they're kind of aware of that, but again, it's about you're selling that utility for free. You're giving it away. The flashes are going in. You're not following them. I'm not saying you can because it's a warden, but why throw the flash in then? It's not really going to do you, you know, any great benefit. 5 versus 3 now as G2 surely cruising towards that 2-map win that I think we all expected coming into today.
We're a bit worried about Loira on that first map with that 27% cost and a pretty dismal performance.
I stepped it up now, Loira.
Hasn't he just? 11-3. He is laughing, as are the majority of G2. 2 more kills and this is done. Need to maybe have something to say about it, but I think for him and Mentalist to get this one over the line is a very tall order, especially given how well G2 have played. 45 seconds or so to play out here, and then this one is done.
Yep, just trying to get anything going that they can here. Leader and Mentalist maybe leave the tournament with a flourish, as you say, if they can maybe have one of those special moments. But G2 know where they're coming from. Leader's going to take a little bit of damage there. Going to play behind the Toxic Veto. Uno knows there's one on the other side, but Mentalist sprays him down. Hang on just a minute. This one might not be over quite just yet. 20 seconds left to go. Joel, they're going to still have to do something very special. I think it's looking less and less likely here. They do have Diffuser in hand. They managed to find Blaz. Can they get in and just plant in the default spot? No, it's Loira holding them at bay. Manages to find a double, and that is the big finish for G2. They lock it out 2-0.
It was all a ruse, Tim. Loira just wanted the 4K in the round to close things out and cementing a really good second map from him. Glimmers of moments there, especially on Cafe, I thought, where we might see something coming out of the other side, but G2, I think it was inevitable from the minute go. They were going to win this 2-0, Tim, and they carry on that undefeated streak. 6 maps in a row. They've dropped nothing so far this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's the key takeaway for G2 here, is that they continue without losing a map. Sends a message to everybody else. They're the only team in the tournament at the moment, and you know, they're likely to continue if they manage to win out their 4th game tomorrow. It's quite an achievement, really, to be the only one to manage to do that.
It is. It puts you in good stead, although, of course, you have that worry about going into the next stage. What happens? Do you start dropping things then? Hopefully not, and the party can continue for G2, but for Joel, it is over. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a bit more of a chat about this game.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding Wando on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding 3!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive, that's the presser show. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god!
Good for one here, and should be onto Bowen.
Getting that plant down, Alan out to the bottom, to the yellow pick as well!
Yikes for Alan! The Psycho kill as well, they're just pushing for the fight, he's on the back end! But 1 versus 1 with a
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give them the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in.
Do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
2 people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal.
But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide.
run back down? No, he can run back up on it. Skipsy isn't alive any longer.
Pretty predictable conclusion to this game, Tim. A 2-0 to G2. They carry on their unbeaten streak here at SI25, the only team to have not dropped a single map. And for Joel, I think going into this game already being eliminated, many would expect they wouldn't put up as much of a fight as you'd hope. But let's say on a few rounds, they did show a little bit of spark, but not enough to be able to bring down G2.
Yeah, I think it wasn't a bad showing from Joel, really. They had their moments. Definitely, they showed us, that capability that we know that they've got. Ultimately, like I said, we have to take account of the circumstances. It was always going to be a tough tournament for them. They've come in, and they've performed admirably, really. But G2 ultimately just a better team on the day. 6-0 they stand now in terms of maps. Only unbeaten team remaining in the tournament, and just another great performance, really. There was moments where I thought, come on, focus in. But as we said, they're not going to want to come in and show absolutely everything. If they think that they can get the wins without doing, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Some stats for you as well. We looked at that last map and said, oof, Loira, he's down there at 27% cost, had 3 kills to his name. It looked a little bit rough. But well, he turned that around in pretty spectacular fashion here on Consulate, going 13-3. And over on the other side, sadly, Tim, it isn't a very pretty picture. No real big scores to outline or jump to. Not a single player going positive across the series, whereas for G2 overall, solid performance. Alamau once again with a chart-topping performance. I think he's going to sit up there now as one of our top 3 players in the whole tournament.
Tell you what, removing that RGL role, it really has done him wonders, hasn't it? He was still putting up very good stats before when he was doing it, but I say it's just been like breath of fresh air for him. He can just go in there, play his game, and he's doing brilliantly well.
Takes the chains off, right? It's probably one way to look at it. Really got him flying, and his team as well, just to kind of put in front of you exactly what this means for G2. As said, only undefeated team. They sit up there on 12 points, but unwanted Tim, they're hot on their heels. They've got a game coming up very shortly against M80. If they win that, they go to 11 points. And then it's a straight showdown against G2 tomorrow to see who gets that top spot. Coming up next is that game that I just mentioned, M80 versus Unwanted. Then later on today, Scars versus VP and SSG versus W7M. A day of brilliant action once again. Can't wait to sit down and watch some of these games, to be honest with you, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some huge games, and you and I get to sit down and watch M80 versus Unwanted, which is going to be a real treat, of course. There's some belters on here as well.
There are, yes. And of course, it's day 4, which means tomorrow there's even more of those to come as well. It's far from over yet. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of jostling for those spots, as we mentioned. It does matter where you finish. First place, you get that top round bye. Second, you go straight into upper bracket. Same with third. And in fourth, you start off in the lower bracket. You do not get a second chance. And that's quite a rare thing. Normally at tournaments, you see yourself losing those down and you're out. Here, that double elim does give you that second life, but you have to perform to earn it in the first place.
Yeah, like you say, that's what the teams over the next couple of days are fighting for. We're starting to see it shape up where we know a couple who are going to be eliminated now. It is all about jostling for position.
Well, Unwanted versus M80 awaits. It is going to be an absolute slobber knocker of a series, so let's go to a break, and when we come back, that one will be underway. See you soon.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils médisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble. Et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu. J'suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. J'suis on fire, choqué.
Echo drone for support to tell him exactly where to aim.
Oh, this is wonderful. They bait it with the drone to just try and take away the idea that he can come out on the backside. Bolo has to reposition. He knows he's out in the open to take the fight. Kobe elsewhere finds 2 kills. So crucial for Dark Zero. Misa has to just take this fight. You've got to push, and he does. Gets the headshot onto Bolo. So a battle won for DZ elsewhere on the map, but a battle won there from Misa towards bot white as Kobe makes his way in towards bar. Flash deep in towards bar stock. 40 seconds left in the round. Playing behind the long bar. One in towards Cocktail. The swing from Ryder. He has owned that position so far on Cafe. Cocktail is his, but shut down by Nafe. A rather dramatic round now comes down to a 2 versus 2.
That's it. Pamba's chasing Misa. It's 2 1 versus 1s right now, and wherever they can stack first is going to be the most important play. Nafe and Pamba trying to get together, but there's the tuck player caught out. And now doubled up, and Pamba has the important cover, but to be honest, the person I think that's of most importance that round is Kobe, because whilst they were losing people out on the windows, caught in a battle, Bolo couldn't watch on towards white. They had a loss. Kobe, wherever he was dropping in, I'm going to assume top red, assume that cigar shot position, gets those 2 kills, gets the pressure onto the site most importantly, because that is the lifeblood of it all. That is the place where the defenders need to focus.
Let him die, and then we play together the 2-on-2 in late rounds. They've shown now the strats that they're going to play. They will play the same way again. But remember, the 3+1+1. The 3 guys will come somewhere else now. If we go downstairs, probably they will go for a freezer drop and go for plants. So if you want to play the same again, it will probably work out that way. And if they don't come for that side, if they go bakery, we take top floor and take the vertical. And then we go 4 guys top floor, because let them be 3 guys on bakery. Who gives a shit? We take top floor. And if they do the same shit that they did last round on top floor, try to flank it again. Use C4s. Come on, boys.
우리 좀 머리 굳어 있으니까 머리 좀
3 in a row for Dark Zero, though. They've got all of the momentum, certainly, here in the first half of Cafe. Fabian, of course, trying to give instructions for Talon. I thought this play was actually really well executed. Soldier sends out the yokai, and so that takes away, Yukan is holding a different angle to where Misa's, popping out from. He ended up getting 2 kills. This is the second one. Look, this was a little bit delayed, but it's still job done, and it's a 3v3 at that point. Just credit to DZ, though. Just a little bit better on site, and Pampazoo hitting some really nice shots. But you mentioned it before, Emmy. It was Kobe Lax who opened up the floodgates for Dark Zero. Double kill entry for him inside of the building. Bar control. That's where the damage is really done in this round. Misa gets 2 kills. Those are great kills, don't get me wrong. But they're 2 players on a rappel. Kobe's getting 2 kills deep in towards the site. So there's a higher impact on those kills, higher pressure on someone like Kobe to go in and get those kills. And he's been probably their best for DZ throughout the series so far. They take a 3-1 lead. Now it's up to PSG Talent to respond out of the timeout. They must get this to 3-3 scoreline at the half.
At this point, missing a few of the guns from the side of PSG. Talon, obviously, Riders had some big moments, but a lot of that came from a single sort of last stand. Misa is still in the position of power they were before, but doesn't take these hero moments. Soldier, with a Maestro run out, almost got in a fight with NJR, but he was in a position where it wasn't the biggest test. At this point, just sort of making them feel uncomfortable, putting the pressure in. They've had the conversation about where the stack up is likely to go, where the pressure, where the plant, what are they going to want to try and take over? And then they obviously don't go towards the site where they're on the basement. They had the discussion about maybe freezer drop, maybe bakery, and they've instead gone towards fireplace mining room. So the players have a plan here, and let's see if they can get the shut down. The blinds come out, the fire towards the top of lumber that will allow Bolo to just get a little bit of play space here. And well, I was going to say, if they're not aware, they might get a strike towards it. And Pamba gets Soldier, who goes for the run out again. Christmas door, same place, similar result. Going outside the building so far. There's been a very brutal back and forth between these 2 teams, but Soldier's already made that motion once throughout this round. They might be expecting it, they might not, but they're definitely prepared for it. On that eastern wall of this building, and now you have the man disadvantage. Don't have the Maestro.
Starting to really see Dark Zero get a stranglehold on this game. Yes. The push up red stairs needs to come a little bit quicker here. 1-for-1 trade between Bolo, Misa, and Kobe. Ends up still though with that player advantage for Dark Zero heading into the final minute. They've got themselves into a really solid position to find a fourth attacking round in this half. They're playing a lot better here on Cafe than they did on Consulate. Far more consistent. They look far more dangerous on their attacks as well. Consulate, plenty of times they stalled themselves out. Double stack in towards Reading, still a Nitrocell available in the hands of Gotti. Trying to take the battle on the top floor. Ryder loses that one. Nitrocell from Gotti does at least have an impact. Has a say in the round. 3v2, final 20 seconds.
They're going for the plant though. Behind the chassis, they're not quite able to stop it at this point. The back and forth cover isn't netting anything, but there goes Gotti onto Nafe. Does find the narrow angle, and now Bolo holding onto the kit, waiting and wanting Pamba to offer some support, but Pamba is underneath. He's caught out by Yas, who's getting the spray across. Yas!
Come on, boys. Good job. One more defense. One more. Because they are dumb. Come on.
Why are they pushing there? Because they're dumb, says Fabian. I mean, that is a big round. Coming out of the timeout, things were starting to really go the way of Dark Zero. 3 rounds in a row. You could really feel as if they had the most say on this match, and the way that they were playing was dictating the game. Drop down from Pampas, who is incredibly clean to get the kill onto Soldier, but it's that denial there, Emmy, right there. As soon as that plant does not go down, the rest of the round is in disarray for Dark Zero, and they just do not have a way to bring it back. Total capitulation towards the end of it. Really, really good credit goes the way of PSG Talon for the way they did not panic towards the end. When that push was coming through, they were able to just hold themselves steady. They understood what they needed to do. Good kill from Gotti to stop the plant. 3-2 scoreline's not awful here. If they can get to 3-3, with the way that statistically Cafe is playing so far at our side, it's about right. It's not awful for PSG Talon. The only issue is they're not going to go attack, and I'm not too sure how their attacks are going to be on Cafe.
This is what I'm super curious about though, right? Because the play and the adaptation here from PSG Talon, the win condition, as heard from the mouth of the coach, you couldn't get it more direct, is the 3 defenses. I think they're playing this as a counter-strat. That's the reason it's found its way into this pool. They know. They sort of laid the bait and prepared to play against Dark Zero's defenses more than play themselves onto their strength of Cafe. You know, they'll still obviously have a game here, but the counter-strat approach is starting to feel like the reasoning behind this. And if they get themselves on towards the 3, if that's their line of good enough, I know Fabian's line of good enough. The man who once said that if you lose a single drone in the prep phase, you've lost the prep phase. At this point, angling up to try and put this pressure onto Dark Zero. Now, Gotti has to pull their way back. They are not holding onto Bakery with the same aggression they did before. They talked about it. Dark Zero's 3-1-1, and those 4 of them are at least trying to find their way immediately into Bakery. Very quick, rested control. Will they keep this drive going?
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Dark Zero just go for a bit of a fast hit. Open up Bakery wall, station Kobe on the glass if possible. But I think eventually DC, once they get this wall opened up, will rotate, try and get themselves trained in mining control. But this is where Talon are opting to defend. Think back to the timeout we heard from Fabian earlier, Emmy, which is if they're going to go for a Bakery hit, we can hold up above, play the vert angles, and he even said, who cares if there's 3 in Bakery? That's exactly what he said. And Ryder finds the kill onto NJR. But he does so from Kochek. You've still got pressure towards train and mining. So I'd love the positioning here for Talon. They've really listened to Fabian's call here. We'll see if they can execute it.
Well, now there's one less on this side, but when will Pamba activate? Obviously, he could be the cover, the aggression, just to draw the player away. There's the call. There's the aggressive fight. He needs to sort of win it out, but he's got Ryder. And there it is, as Kobe does get one inside the side as well, or I think that might have even been above. Yas is gone. Will they watch this from the vertical? They are not opting to lean in towards the smoke at this point, but there's the cover, the pings, there's the fight with the class, and it's scrappy, but it's one out by Misa, a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, just as Gas died, Misa immediately rotated, got on the move, wanted to retake that train position. Again, listening to Fabian, they want to have that hold. If there's a Bakery push coming, Misa listens perfectly, rotates, gets into the same spot as Gas, gets the kill, 4v2, 30 seconds left.
Soldier on the echo, he's up to the roof and back down. They tried to plant just behind the bomb chassis, but he knows that if he can keep this drone alive long enough, it is a win condition, but so is Ryder, checking everybody out of Kochek, leaving leaving Josh Bolo in a 1 versus 3. Seti is an important figure for any roster that he's on, but right now, he could be the difference of keeping them off the even half. It is pretty much impossible, though, with the Echo and the Watch. PSG Talon, they've been able to pull themselves back to an even from what felt like it was starting to roll away from Drain.
Yeah, tremendous couple of rounds there from PSG Talon. Just at the moment, at 3-1, things feel like it's slipping away. What does Fabian do? Calls a timeout, 2 rounds in a row to PSG Talon, and they listen to him, and they understand what they need to do from him. Really well executed. 3-3 half, couldn't be closer if you're a DZ fan. I feel sorry for you right now. The heart and mouth kind of stuff, because you know full well, if PSG win this map, the ability for DZ to finish at a high point in this group is diminished greatly.
I know we've all talked about it a bit, but obviously there's the context of how important first to fourth is, even if you survive. Being able to get yourself a bye, I think it separates you from the live stage by like 2 series.
Yeah, and even worse is DZ don't play tomorrow.
Yep.
Like they're done. After this, they have to just sit and watch and see. And the fact is, as I said, if they lose this map, there is a probably low probability, but there is a mathematical probability that they could get grouped. That is still something that can be out there. They'll probably know by the end of today. Of course, there's the other game in the group to play, which will determine all of those things. But even still, if you do lose this map, you are stuck on 7 points. You are automatically then not able to get into first because they're already not in first. So you would only be more likely to drop from second to either third or fourth, which is not ideal.
Even half, even setup. We go even longer here. I don't think anybody would have predicted this series at the start of the day to go the full sort of 45 potentially, but maybe Dark Zero fans, because as you said before, their routes are never clean. Whether they get the win or the loss, they seem to take every single stop and step and double check every corner and get every fight that they can possibly, and then it's another OT, another 7-5 game. And here we're routing ourselves towards that location again. Now, I said before how curious I am to see if it's a counter-strat play, to see if we are here for good reason. And even if you do counter-strat, it doesn't mean that it's going to come together. It doesn't mean it's as easy as it feels or looks. Doubling up on the fight here. Pamba takes a lot of damage, but it's Nafe that gets Ryder. Soldier does get Pamba, removes the mirror window, but traded positions, and you've now lost your Hibana.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to matter too much. I think at least it's 1-for-1. I don't think PSG will be sweating the loss of the Hibana at this point in the round. They've cleared out washrooms. Ultracell in hand here from Nafe, maybe expecting Soldier or Misa on the rappel close by to the white hallway. Yes, on the butt. Top floor, and PSG Talon clearly want the pressure. Getting it into the face of DZ, and NJR caught in the cross, loses his life as Soldier made his way in towards mining, unsuspected. And with that kill, PSG Talon up 4v3. An early attacking round could be so crucial for them.
It's a great close down there, but obviously, you know, they sent 3 players to try and get that sorted, 2 of them in the machine room, and then one of them going above with the buck, forced the pressure, but it leaves them not a lot of time. And they've obviously still, you know, not got the vertical control, so I think they're just going to have to try and get themselves in. Close breach on towards dining table. Wow. Yes, able to find Kobe. If they can get Nafe here on a quick direct fight, which they do, yes! Gets Nafe, leaves just Bolo again. It's like we're back in the last round, but this time, he is the one locked down, caught by bees. They know where he is. He's using the smokes to buy himself a second. He's in the only position he can try and stop both sides, but he can't stop the flood of PSG.
Fucking great! Come on! You guys are playing good!
This is the most excited I've seen a PSG Talon team at the tournament so far. You know, sometimes when you're losing and you're losing every single map, prior to the series, they had not won a single map this entire tournament. So it's easy to then be, well, I kind of want to listen to Kenny here, but I'll continue it after this.
Let's get the vibes up, let's get the energy up, okay? Very flat, very timid. Obviously, we have a certain reaction defense-wise against these guys.
not to overmove. I think that round was fine. No stress. Let's just bring the vibes up, bring the energy up, and start playing our game, having a bit more fun. Back to the BDS game, you know? Even if we're losing rounds, it's still fine. Like, we're still in the game. The game isn't lost till it's lost. We play to win every single round. Team play, comms, communication, what are our gaps, who's helping who's holding out for who. That's how we win the game.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong. I think the vibes are down, and certainly that was the point I was about to make for PSG Talent, is the vibes are up for the first time this tournament. You could see just how excited they were, especially after winning that round in particular. But if I'm going to be completely honest, you think back to the timeout from Fabian. What was it? Oh, NJR is incredibly tilted so far. I think at the conclusion of Consulate now here on Cafe, Fabian called strats. He gave them set plays, he told them how to play, and they executed it. Whereas for Kenny, he doesn't feel in this moment that strats are going to make a big difference. You're on defense Cafe as it is anyway. He brings up the more approachable angle, which is your vibes are down, you guys are timid, pick things up, have some fun, and he also then used a callback, which was to the BDS game, which is a good positive reinforcement of what we can do, and by saying that in that fashion, he's done it so almost subconsciously. So now it's like for DZ, they're going to come into this round, listening to Kenny saying, all right, yeah, you know what, yeah, we're not having fun, their vibes are down, their vibes are up.
I think a very good, precise bit of that as well was when he talked about the BDS game, because he was like, even in BDS, when we were losing rounds, we were still having fun with it.
Yep.
And I think that is the barometer of when you think you should be winning a game and when you think you should be losing a game. Even if you admit it, you know, when you are being beaten by the team that people expect you to beat, it hurts more. And you just have to put all of that sort of subconscious ego to a side. You're playing a game of Siege ahead of you. You're playing a competition against some of the best in the world. If it helps, pretend you're shooting Shaiko and pretend you're getting into that mindset of being up against the best, but having fun with it and taking these moments. And, you know, as you said, the right speech by the right coach at the right time could be the right medicine for whatever is ailing them, and ailing them right now is that mindset. It is a wide hold on the ground floor, as it was often before, and well, there's been a quick approach here on towards the top floors as well, not sitting around, making sure that they can get the jobs done.
I like Ryder's positioning earlier to pill up, get the Boogie Auto Breacher out, get that in towards the hallway, train, mining. The fact that he's done so at a pretty reasonable time and by himself, at least up until this point, you know, he got in there by himself early, didn't worry too much about pressure from DZ. As you said, full first floor hold. It's a pretty much default hold. Kobe playing on the bar side, Pampazoo holding out in towards VIP. You could swap Pampazoo and Bolo. You can play the Warden here as well, but the smoke is good at delaying, and of course can get the gas babes in towards Freezer if that's a drop that PSG Talent eventually do want to make. And then NJR towards Small Bakery. So opting to kind of give up Bakery itself along with Prep to have better positioning elsewhere on the first floor.
Getting rid of the claw with the grenade from underneath, but they'll just have to try and keep rolling with it. It's tucked in a very unfortunate position. They just cannot get it.
Oh, this is bad though. This is actually now where PSG Talent need to make sure they don't panic. There's still 50 seconds. Okay, the hatch is not getting opened up. We can find other avenues. And you know what? I don't think dropping into Freezer with the setup that DZ have is honestly a good thing. I think this might still could be a positive for PSG Talent. The fact they couldn't get that hatch opened up, the fact they can't get into Freezer, they have to take the fight more directly rather than falling into that trap.
The problem right now as well is they haven't really opened up anything on Bakery's side as well, so there's no pressure. NJR can put his back on towards Wedding, watch down the corridor. Nath, he's happy to focus. The entire team, as you said, is positioned to this position. And there's nothing that's drawing their attention away. He slips his way down on towards the side of Red. The fight on towards Wedding, as I said, he was ready for it. NJR gets one, gets two. Locked it down here with a bit of a trade out on the bar side. And it leaves 5 seconds. And an attempt at a plant, not entirely sure where he's going, but he has to hold the key. Somebody, you assume it'll just be NJR moving in and moving them back out.
Fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
I think we got a bit of shouting from the other game at the same time.
Timed perfectly. No, honestly, a better round from DZ, but yeah, unfortunately for PSG Talent, it just comes down to a mechanical mishap. They couldn't get the hatch opened up into Freezer.
Yep.
And even though I still believe that them dropping into Freezer probably wasn't going to be a good thing anyway, it's the time delay. They wasted 30, 40 seconds to do something that I probably didn't think they should do anyway. And then, so that's still 30, 40 seconds that has been wasted, and you're then pushing in what, 15, 20 seconds left in the clock. You've still got to clear out a lot of positions like VIP, Bar, Small Bake, all being held. It's a very difficult prospect to clear all of that with no utility. You're basically wide swinging, solo peeking. Even if you double stack red stairs, they both still died anyway to NJR. He got both of them. So then you had no red stairs pressure by the end of it. Everyone just had to kind of run around and hope for the best. And systematically, that was probably the worst round mechanically for PSG Talon that we've seen here on Cafe.
Yeah.
Which the good news is it's still a 4-4 scoreline, but they cannot allow that to happen too many times because Dark Zero is going to punish that.
And now there's the option, obviously, we've got to try and make success elsewhere. They've been able to find themselves locked in down in the bathroom. They're going to go back over towards the reading room, where obviously it got a little bit heated, a little bit back and forth before, but it was a very good systematic breakdown from PSG Talon's attack. So, Dark Zero, what are they going to change in terms of their approach on towards the hold itself? Statistically, not actually a huge amount, apart from Kobe getting on the Mozzie, trying to get themselves a little bit more of a read of the approaching intel, take that out of them, don't limit them via, how they were doing the catch on grenades, catch on the pressure there. Instead, they want to remove and add their own levels of doubt and their own levels of information. And this, to be fair, something that will slow PSG Talon down, who are focused on looking to counterplay, looking to counter-strat. There's NJR. Getting himself in control of White Stairs, and obviously, we've seen the high level he keeps himself to. We've seen the frustrations throughout the series, but he is currently the best performer on his team this map as well. So if he starts getting himself a bit more heat into the gun side, might be a bit of a turn of force. Another fight here, the destruction of the mirror window, and Pamba isn't going to lose his life this time. Just forces the player out, but that's the difference right now. They did also lose Ryder by this point as well, so trades either side are being learnt and leaned against, but the time ticking is only going to work in Dark Zero's favor.
Don't mind a bit of a slowdown approach though for PSG Talon. Sometimes they can get a little bit ahead of steam, and with that then they start to panic, and if they panic they start to fall back into bad habits. As long as they still have 5 players up, they feel in control, they're doing things they want to do, but NJR, well, he's right now wanting to be the one to get Dark Zero over this line of PSG. Another Nitro kill, courtesy of Nafe, as the push comes through from Ryder in towards Cocktail, where Bolo is sitting and waiting, stands up, meets his demise, and with that all tied up, heading into the final minute of this 9th round, still a huge opportunity presents now for PSG Talon. These attacking rounds are not going to be easy to come by, and when you get into this kind of position, but look at this double stack White Stairs. Nathan and NJR maybe feeling like they could put a dent into this round by flanking in towards those still in Cocktail.
With 30 seconds, with the verticality opened all above reading, they're setting themselves up for the attempt on the default. The procs will scream it out, and maybe that's when they want to go and put the pressure on, but with that gone now,
they're up, they're going.
That's it, they're going to make the motion happen. They're going to see if they put the pressure on. They're back down, they're trying to rotate. They don't have a C4 to stop it, but they got to do something here. Nafe is just going to swing on and pre-fire onto Gotti. NJR gets a double, and there just wasn't anyone watching for Nafe there at that point. He walks through the site.
I mean, I think there was maybe either a miscommunication or a last-second communication, but instead of a double stack push-up, they ended up kind of splitting a little bit. So one went back down, one then went back up, and they actually both got a kill each. It worked out perfectly. Really nicely done from Dark Zero. They understood full well.
A quick one leads us to this point where we're already on our 2nd series of the day, Jesse. It was a pretty easy first match for G2 to start off our matches today. We're in day 4, by the way, and G2 toppled Team Joel. Team Joel, the first team eliminated yesterday from competition, so they're not really playing for anything at this point. But as for G2, they locked in their spot already into the upper brackets. They want that first overall to get the bye That sets us up for quite the grudge match here. M80 versus Unwanted.
It absolutely does, Parker. The history between these two teams is spicy. Of course, Unwanted, that former Cloud9 Beast Coast roster, they should be looking for some revenge against the organization that bought out their previous organization. The standings are also very important. Unwanted have yet to lose a game through 2 matches here in the 6th Invitational. M80, for their point, are at the bottom of the standings. They still have an opportunity to jump up. That lower bracket is avoidable. And they definitely won't be going home because Team Joel obviously having a bit of a rough one here at SI. So, plenty to play for both of these teams. It's going to be an extremely important game and should set up us nicely for tomorrow where the positions will be locked in.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of these teams can breathe a sigh of relief. You don't obviously want to end up towards the bottom of the group right now. Team Liquid and M80 inhabit those 2 positions. M80 with that opportunity to move up depending on what happens today. Team Liquid is the one squad that is off today, so you're not going to be seeing them in action. M80's roster got quite the overhaul, Jesse, and you might recognize some faces on the screen, but not necessarily in the M80 jerseys.
No, only one player from M80's last SI run returning. That is, of course, Spoit. And right before the 6th Invitational, they really shaked up their roster by buying out 2 of the players that formerly ran with that Unwanted roster, Gunner and Diffuser, swapping over from that Cloud9 Beast Coast team over to M80 right before the 6th Invitational started. Definitely caused some drama within the scene. Obviously, Gunner, the MVP from the Manchester Major, he played fantastic the first stage. He's the guy closest to your screen right now, and sitting right next to him, Diffuser, one of only 3 people to win a major in their rookie stage. He's been phenomenal since coming into the scene this year, and both of them have been really trying to perform for the new organization here in Boston. To some success. Again, M80 1-1 right now. Gunner in particular has not had the greatest of events, but plenty of room still to pop off and get those points.
I like that you referenced that he was one of the few rookies who have won a major, because there's another one of those players on this team.
There is.
Spoit won a major with that Rogue, Koi, etc. core in Berlin, and there's Spoit on your screen right now. So 2 very strong rookies who look to continue to build off of that success. Spoit has become a bit of a household name since then, to say the least.
Yeah.
But you've got Diffuser still trying to make up for lost time. Unwanted play by that name because they had an esports organization that was carrying them forward. It was originally Beast Coast. Then they partnered up with Cloud9 to become Cloud9 Beast Coast right after they won that Manchester Major. But unfortunately, they could not replicate that same success. They failed to qualify for the Montreal Major, and then Cloud9 ended their partnership with Beast Coast, and Beast Coast as an organization merged into M80. So not only did they lose 2 players to M80, they also lost their org and are now competing, as you can see, in black shirts. They do not have any jerseys or any sponsor.
Yeah, and the captain on your screen right now, hot and cold, he kind of took to Twitter to explain some of his frustrations with the situation. They were left really in a tough position a few days before the roster locked ahead of SI. They had to scramble, ended up picking up, of course, Adam and Dream, who have joined this roster, as well as Mint, who is now standing behind them as a coach, the former coach of Dark Zero. They've really put together quite a squad, despite the situations that they've been put into. These players have all been performing. Adam's had a great tournament so far. Dream is so dependable on this team as a support player, and as I mentioned earlier, they have yet to drop a game. Let's get into the maps, because we want to get this game started as soon as possible. We're going to start with the clubhouse picked up by M80. It makes sense. These 2 teams have played each other twice on this map in recent memory. That was back in Stage 2. M80 won both of them in both regular season NAL and the playoffs. Of course, slightly different lineups for both. Unwanted go for Nighthaven Labs. This has not been a common map for them historically, but it has been an awful map for M80. They're on a 4-game losing streak. Most recently, some horrible scores to Luminosity, SSG, and Oxygen. And then we go Consulate for our decider. The stats suggest that will lean a little bit towards M80. They won it 2 days ago. That was against Joel, so put the stock into that as you wish, but they did get a decisive win on Consulate not too long ago. Unwanted, for their part, lost 7-5 to Liquid on the exact same day. So if we get to that 3rd map, you got to imagine maybe there's a little bit of bias lean towards M80, but you also got to look at the strength of their opponents. A bit of a different matchup for these 2 teams, for sure. So anybody's game if we get to that decider map.
I feel like so much oxygen is expended focusing on Group B. That's the FaZe Clan, CAG, Furia, Team Secret, Shopify, Rebellion group, that nobody really looks over here at Group A. Now, with the exception of Team Joel, you've got 4 extremely good teams all smashing their skulls into one another and hoping for the best. Team Liquid and M80 have been a little bit behind just in terms of success, but I mean, that could change today. M80 could very easily win either in 2 maps or 3 maps, and they would jump up the standings. Obviously, Liquid is off today, so they're just going to sit around and watch. They'll be back in action tomorrow. Good teams on both of these benches, and the NA Masterclass will unfold in front of our very eyes. You, the people, seem to think that M80 has the advantage. 2/3 of all respondents saying that they will prevail. Do you agree with them, Jesse, or do you think Unwanted has a better shot than the people?
I mean, Unwanted got a chip on their shoulder, and they've had some better results so far. We'll get into the operator ban phase. I'm expecting a Monty to be banned out first, and it will be a Monty banned by M80. Don't believe the words on your screen. It's just a little HUD bug. So this will now be Unwanted who banned the next 2 operators. Easy read. I agree, hot and cold. This could be answered with a Blitz for Unwanted. It will be a Maverick instead. Unwanted typically ban Blitz on this site, but M80 aren't a huge shield team, so I think that's a fine ban to come out from them. The Zombie would be the next one. Hot and cold. Already chatting to his former teammates. Expect more of that to come through this map. Always exciting when 2 former teams go up against each other with a bit of history. Predicted ban from M80 to finish this off would be Tubarao. That's their most common ban on Clubhouse over the last 6 months. We'd expect that to be taken off the board finally here. Easy reads left, right, and center. Very standard ban phase. Parker, no surprises. The Maverick, maybe a tiny bit of a curveball, but I think there's a lot of logic behind it, so neither of these teams should be too surprised. And in general, when you've got so much overlap in previous teams from these 10 players, really, you're going to be able to read your opponents decently well. And so M80 and Unwanted both should have a pretty strong grasp on what the other team wants to do on a map like Clubhouse, which already can be quite default when it gets played at a professional level. I'm really excited to see what kind of pocket strategies have been saved up just for this moment. Being the map pick of M80, you've got to imagine there's going to be a few things up their sleeves.
Well, they've got a scope host for a basement defense, which means that there's going to be some extension upwards onto that first floor, maybe even onto the top floor. I think it was our match yesterday where we discussed in the secret Shopify Rebellion game what a scope host does on a map like Consulate. Well, the big thing for Scopos is your ability to flex between the 2 operators. And I mean operators, even though it's technically 1. You've got 2 robots. What do? You put 1 upstairs, maybe 1 on the main floor in a more hidden spot. You put 1 down in the basement. Now, the map like Clubhouse, it's quite big. It's going to take you about half of the round to competently drone and find where everybody sits. Where's Spoy going with it? Is he
going to go rat inside a strip, I believe. And I mean, you're not wrong, Parker. It takes a long time to drone this map. However, you don't really have to drone if you've got 2 shields. You can start face checking through the entire map. Spoy's going to try to disrupt that as soon as possible. I don't see anybody spawning over here, so he might not be successful. I'm not seeing any outlines. There's a couple that are over by Garage. Gold is already rushing in through Dirt Tunnel. There's some Goyo canisters that'll be popped, so that slows him down a little bit. What is the pace that Unwanted want to set for this very first round? You often see pro teams try to go fast for the first round to catch their opponents off guard. If they do, they might be able to catch off Spoit, but of course, on the scope host, he can teleport right back, so that is the strength of that operator. I think with the Goyo canisters in Dirt, they've kind of reined in a little bit on the side of Unwanted and will slow things down for the first round. Deciding the rush is unlikely to be successful. Uh-oh. Not round 1.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Panic. Panic! There we go. It's back.
Wonderful.
All thanks to Packer. He did it all himself.
Spoit's already rotated back towards the site. If his second body, as he switches back to it now, doesn't get droned out, he could go for a late round flank. If they start to push around the Moto hatch, that could be very, very dangerous. Although the site's looking a little tasty for Spirits.
They've droned out Blue quite extensively. They know that there's somebody playing back by the rotate. The idea is that those Bs will provide some coverage. Gunners had to peel off of this position. As Adam gets on the board first, that's Diffuser, the smoke, and the former player on this team. Uh-oh. Spirits is looking for you. Packer dies as he tries to escape. Excellent start by Unwanted as now Spoit goes down. Gavin on the board. Adam will die. This is not ideal. all up to the Goyo of Gunner, who's right now trapped inside a church. One shield still on the board. That's the Blackbeard. Hot and Cold getting Diffuser down. Gavin and Dream still upright. Firing away at the Blackbeard. You're not going to have much success there. Dream is on Diffuser, by the way. Or sorry, he's on Drone, upstairs, standing over top of the Diffuser, so good coverage by Unwanted as they're all spread around, and unfortunately, you can feel Gunner's frustration as no damage can be done to that Blackbeard. Gavin spots him inside of Blue, gets the final kill, and Unwanted, very methodical with their entry point, taking control, Dirt Tunnel, Kitchen, and Blue was the biggest issue for this M80 defense. What a first round.
Because of those shields. We're losing to these guys. If we're not losing to these guys. That's the simple point.
Packers hit the nail on the head. The shields are so important for Unwanted. Back at the Manchester Major, they were really one of the first teams to realize the strength of the Monty and the Blitz. Certainly, at that event, we saw a couple teams that were starting to run those shields, but it really wasn't until the offseason in Stage 2 when the rest of the world's kind of caught up to it. That was a big reason why, at the time, Beast Coast were able to win that major. Hot and Cold played so good on the Monty, and of course, Spirit's one of the best Blitz players in the entire world. Monty banned out, so it's Blackbeard and Blitz today from Hot and Cold and Spirits. But, I mean, you saw how effective that was in taking the space. They went direct into sight. You saw the Dirt Tunnel push coming through from Hot and Cold, and then Spirits was that guy focused around Blue, got that opening pick on a Packer to really open things up for Unwanted, and then put pressure onto Gunner as well. Spirits is, again, been a long time Blitz player. The only Blitz player to ever make Jinxie do a backflip. Fun fact. There's a ridiculous clip. I don't know if the people know it, but 1v1 on Oregon top floor, which was a hell of a Blitz clip, I gotta say. So Spirits has a lot of history on this operator. He loves to bring it. He's gonna run the Blackbeard today, but obviously we'll see him switching back and forth. This team love their shield, so it's gonna be a constant throughout this series. And I think it's good to hear it from M80, to hear it from their young captain, Packer. Talk about that early, address that issue, because even in the first round, it's become apparent that that will be the game plan for Unwanted, and they need to find answers on the side of M80.
Been enjoying the chatter online amongst the NA pros when dissecting both of these teams. I mean, there's a lot of negativity on this M80 roster for a variety of reasons. The key one that tends to come out quite often is that M80 always spends an awful lot of money to assemble these teams.
Yeah.
Especially importing players, and they've never really had the success that they've wanted, and in fact, they've had less success than their contemporaries in North America. You find that with teams like G2, like Falcons, like M80, teams that like to spend an awful lot of money to get big-name players, the moment that they fail to succeed, people come out of the woodwork to put them down. And so you have to go through any criticism of a team like that through that lens, because there's going to be more hate than is necessary. Unwanted, on the other hand, is the plucky underdog at this point in time. People sympathize with the fact they lost their team. People sympathize with the fact that, that they lost some players, and well, despite misgivings when they were on that Beast Coast team, they've become very popular. Hot and Cold with the very first kill. It's the second time Unwanted has drawn first blood. Down goes Spoit. Packer dies shortly thereafter. Another two-player advantage for Unwanted, just as we saw in round number 1.
Great
two
start.
Former Beast Coast players, and Kino remain.
Great start by Adam. On the last cast, if you were watching the Joel G2 game, the casters talked about how good Adam has been on this Deimos. Ace and Dez have been covering a lot of these Unwanted games, and Adam has really taken a liking to this operator. Full 2K to start the round here, and there's only 45 seconds left for M80 to hold on to, but this man disadvantage, it is going to be tough. What is the response? Obviously going to be a con-side push. Nobody really in a position to flank on the side of M80. They have one Nitro in the pocket of Kino. They're going to have to play rat spots, and that's exactly why Kino is laying down on this side of this breach. If he's not checked, this could be their chance.
Oh! He'll manage to get it done. Time to pull out the shotgun. He almost botches it. 100% of that shotgun went into the shield originally. The two-tap does work out. Gunner and Diffuser, last two alive. Gunner caught in a compromising position over by the bathroom. Diffuser snapping onto one. Lots of bullets still remain in that Scorpion, and he's doing a great job, but he gets caught as he stands back up, and it's 2 in a row for Unwanted. The brawl inside of the bomb site working out for the attackers.
Let's make plays here.
They got to make some kind of play. They got to make some kind of opening. Both rounds now have been pretty dominant for Unwanted, I got to say. Struggling to see what Kino was doing with the shotgun on the wrap play there. He got the first pick, which was great, and then he tried to just finish off the down rather than focusing for the second play. This is a worthwhile attack timeout coming through from Bodega. Obviously, this is a team that wants to see themselves off to a strong start. This is their map pick. They are on the favorable side of defense. Unwanted chose to start attack. I think they know that defense is the stronger side, and I'd expect them to be better on defense. Maybe they think they're a better attacking team on club than they are on defense. But to me, this just seems like a situation where they want to get the hard part out of the way first. Might be able to ask them about it in the interview post-game if they happen to... Well, there's no interview. We're on B-Stream. Never mind. We'll never know.
Doesn't even know where he is.
The point is, M80 gotta turn things around right now. This is really not an acceptable start, especially for an organization who spent a lot of money on players who have high expectations for these guys. This is one of those series where if you lose, question marks start coming up, right? Like, did we get the right players? What's going on? Like, we had our pick of the litter when it came to these guys. And to lose to them now after choosing exactly who you wanted would be embarrassing.
It would be bad.
Embarrassing, to be honest. I don't want to use the word, but I think it's appropriate here. But it's early to start ringing the doomsday bell, too, you know? We're 2 rounds in.
Yeah, I don't love the fact that you had to call a timeout this early on. It's not great, but, I mean, you don't really have a lot of options if you think your team is in danger of mentally falling behind. M80's fallen behind in terms of just raw numbers, but keep in mind, the coaches can hear things that we can't. We don't really hear the comms inside of the server. We don't hear how teams are talking to each other or how players are handling things. It's tough. You know, it's hard for us to speak with authority on a timeout being called when you don't know why it's being called in the first place.
Bodega, an experienced coach, has obviously been with M80 for the majority of his career, but he's been around the block. Actually was helping to coach that CL for Life roster that Packer was the leader of. You might remember Packer from the Montreal Major.
I remember Packer.
I'm glad that you do. We casted all of his games, I think, in Montreal. On CL. There weren't many, no. No, they went out 2-0, unfortunately. They didn't manage to win a game. But still, I mean, M80 saw some promise, whether that was Bodega from the coaching position or whether that was somebody else. They clearly saw the vision that Packer brings. He's the youngest team captain at this event at only 20 years old, leading such a team with names like Spoit and Gunner. There's a lot of pressure on him, and obviously didn't get off to the greatest start here at the 6th Invitational, but he's looking for a bounce back, and I know he's capable of that.
Every time now I see that smoke on the stairs, I always think of that Shopify Rebellion defense where they were able to put the Clash up there and wait it out with the toxic canisters, if you recall. Other teams are not so keen to replicate that.
Diffuser's here with the smoke, if nothing else. I've seen this a lot with smoke play on main stairs.
Clubhouse got a lot of play yesterday, by the way. Almost a 50-50 map, so Unwanted springing out to a 2-0 lead is... I mean, it's not abnormal. I can understand now why, just based on those numbers. M80 would call their timeout. Spoit another early casualty. Hot and Cold dies not far after, so whatever was gained by that first kill will not gain much more. A Nitro Cell goes out, but it's ripped a bit too early. Kino finds no success with that as Diffuser is taken down on those stairs. Spoit yet to find a kill. Packer still alive. He's yet to find a kill too. Dream right now rocking the perfect 0-0. 0 kills, 0 deaths. This man is just very consistent in what he needs to do. Thing is, the Diffuser has been dropped. Need to be retrieved by one of the attackers. Not the player, the actual kit.
It's in Moto, by the way. Dropped by Hot and Cold, who went for a very aggressive early drop from Moto. Easily picked up if somebody else drops that hatch. Of course, we've got to commit to that. Very little time.
Yeah. You gotta hope that most of those Goyo canisters have been taken down. Kino falters. The Spirits finds one, Dream another, and it's just a single player left on M80. It's Gunner inside of blue with 1 kill. Gavin dies, but his teammates catch him on the run. And just like that, it's 3-0. Timeout that was called by M80, not immediately helping this team.
It's all smiles for the Orgless team right now. 3-0 up against one of the biggest orgs in Rainbow Six Siege. And I mean, what a great push that was. Hot and Cold very early dropped into the Moto room in the basement. That gave them a pinch on main stairs, which meant that Diffuser's life was very much a foregone conclusion.
We're losing pick by pick.
They're losing a lot of early round picks inside of M80. They need something to go right in the early rounds. There's a full anchor strat coming out from them, hoping to just slow down Unwanted and win in the late round, but it just didn't end up coming through. But a shield play coming out with the Osa last time from Unwanted too, so they're getting value no matter how it happens. They're always managing to find this man advantage and then pushing the site with some kind of barrier in front of them. Been a consistent trend so far for Unwanted. Hot and Cold, obviously, getting the entry in that last round, even if it wasn't the main stairs player. One of only 2 players at this 6 Invitational who played all the way back in Year 1, Season 1. Hot and Cold and Canadian, of course, are the 2 players who have stuck around since all the way back then. He's played 10 Pro League seasons, 3 Pro League finals, 7 majors, 4 Invitationals. This will be his 5th. And he's a CCS champion.
Well, now that you mentioned the last one, I understand the success. Canadian is the only player who's made it to every Invitational, by the way. This has been talked about a few times on the broadcast. Quite the staying power from Captain Canada, but Hot and Cold's legacy tends to be ignored for a number of reasons. Unfortunately, it's taken him a long time to become a major champion. He finally found that success in Manchester. Incomprehensible victory over BDS when all hope looked lost after that 4th map. But Hutton has been very, very consistent. And he's become a bit of a journeyman, jumping around from team to team, very rarely because he wants to move teams.
Yes.
Been a lot of discussion about him being cut originally from DZ and then also from SSG and how he didn't necessarily want this. What a shot by Adam as he walks up the stairs. And now Spoit needs to move out of his position. 4 rounds in a row where Unwanted has got the very first kill. M80 is constantly fighting from behind. It is so challenging to do this. And when we talk about mental resiliency, it's hard to be resilient mentally when you are constantly having your teammates losing those entry duels. And a lot of times, frankly, losing them without being able to return much gunfire.
I mean, the entries of Unwanted have been absolutely fantastic so far. Gavin, of course, started this game 4-0. Adam as well has been very strong here for Unwanted. So these 2 players as the primary and secondary entry have been doing an excellent job against a team that many would say are favored when it comes to the raw individual gun skill. Here comes the wall. Can they do any sort of a trick with this mirror window? Doesn't look like it. They won't even go for the pop.
Kino's just very patient in this position. The mirror window does stay intact, albeit broken in its position. Here's a fiber light.
Honestly, didn't read it. Good to get your fiber in, though.
Gotta stay regular, Jesse.
Yeah.
Really helps with gut fauna. That mirror of Spoit still looking for kill number 1. Same with Packer. 2 very highly touted players, and Spoit will have to wait another round as he's gunned down. Now it's Adam looking for another kill. Kino manages to get, no, it's actually Packer who gets it, but Kino still dropped over towards Red. Spirits hunting this bandit, keeping himself alive, but the bandit trying to guard break. Diffuser's last alive. The other 2 players from Unwanted have their work cut out for them. Somehow Diffuser is winning this duel, and it's on to Gavin now. Where is Unwanted with the defuse kit? They are desperately running out of time. Gavin goes for the revive to bait out Diffuser, and it's the right play.
No bullets. Just hide, oh my god.
Mint says what we're all thinking. Just hide, man.
Your shield blocked my bullets. No, man. Is that, what is wrong with that guy?
What is wrong with that guy? Well, that's your former teammate, by the way. Up for contention for Rookie of the Season, too, but makes a fatal blunder in round number 4. Could have just hid down below. The time would have gone their way, but unfortunately, chose to take the gunfight, and you never want to take a gunfight up against Gavin. My God, fantastic clutch in the 1v1, and it was getting a little shaky there. It was a 1v3 that was almost tossed out, maybe could have been tossed out. 2 big picks from Diffuser, but it wasn't enough in the end. And Unwanted, I mean, I love that pushing through sight. You saw how the coordination was coming through. Spirits on the Blackbeard and Adam on the Deimos working in tandem to push through construction, push through cash, put themselves into that 3v1 situation. Gavin's so consistent as well. Often an overlooked player He's played on many top teams. On Dark Zero, he was often overlooked in favor of Pambazoo, their primary entry fragger. Then on Beast Coast, I would say he was also a bit overlooked as a lot of people focused on the two players that left the team, Gunner and Diffuser. Gavin is incredibly talented, though. It is insane how underrated he is as an individual. I imagine he's going to keep putting up these numbers throughout the tournament. And a 4-0 start, attacking on your opponent's map pick for Unwanted. It genuinely doesn't get more devastating than this for M80.
Again, because this is a 51 to 49% map, with 51% of all rounds won by the defenders up to this point, Clubhouse is in the bottom 3 in terms of rounds played at the moment. So we still could see those numbers shift as there are more reps on Clubhouse. It was largely ignored on the first day. Yesterday we saw 3-4 teams play it, if memory serves correctly.
It was popular.
It was very, very popular, but yeah, no, I'm just a bit strange to see such an even Clubhouse at this point, Jesse. With those numbers being what they are, though, every single round is winnable just based on statistics. And you could have a 6-0 first half for the attackers, and it wouldn't be that abnormal. It's just M80 have looked lifeless on so many of these rounds. There's no tooth in their roam, if they're roaming at all. They're playing off very limited intel. They're losing gunfights quite often without doing much damage back to Unwanted. Spoit has been irrelevant up to this point. Spoit is usually the most talked about player on this team, for crying out loud. Gavin is just taking no prisoners inside the bomb site. By the way, he's not the only one. Spirits is immediately there for follow-up, but finally M80 is hitting their shots. Kino and Packer with 2 very quick answers back. It's all up to Adam now through Dirt Tunnel. He's lingering in the fire. He doesn't seem to care much about it. And it's the highest rated player heading into this matchup on M80, Kino, who ultimately has the most impactful round for his team. Relief sweeps through the bench of M80 as they finally win a round.
They're on the board, Parker, and that's the first step to getting your feet underneath you in a game like this where the pressure is going to be highest. Such an important game against your former teammates. Kino, some fantastic smoke play down inside of the basement. Often known as one of the best SAS players in the entire world. He was the one that I feel initially started believing in that shotgun more than anybody else. There was a talk on Twitter about how Kino gets shotgun kills on smoke that nobody else would get away with. But he believes in that shotgun more than anybody, and it pays off for him. Great smoke play down in the basement. Of course, 3 big picks to stop that rush from Unwanted. They saw that there were a couple of roamers. They saw that, you know, Spoit was playing top floor off on a roam. Even Packer was roaming a bit inside of Kitchen. I want to give Packer some credit for making it back to site so quickly. He found one important pick early in that rush, which started to slow things down for Unwanted. Given how Spoit's been playing, it might have been the better call to fight that roam head on. Might have walked away with it, but it didn't end up happening. Instead, they went straight for the site, and that's going to be a bit of a cheese play from Unwanted that does not pay off. If they reset things and play a more standard game of Siege here now on CCTV Cash, I'd expect this to go a bit better for them. A 5-1-half would be devastating, but as you mentioned, the momentum might be starting. Here comes a bandit trick attempt.
Dream obviously worried about a run out from Garage. No Claymores brought on the board for Unwanted, and no anti-flank operators like a Gridlock or a Nomad for you to deal with, so just got to keep an eye on it yourself, or maybe have somebody sit on a drone for the time being. While Unwanted waits to open up the main wall into CCTV, it's Jacuzzi that will be focus number 1. Less contention there from the defenders, one of whom, Gunner, is posted up very close to that Jacuzzi breach. Diffuser dies at the hands of Hot and Cold. And every single round, we have seen First Blood now get drawn by this Unwanted team, except for the last round. That's the only one. M80 did draw First Blood in the last round, though. It was a very quick trade, so nothing was really gained for it, but everybody in the server died within the same 20 seconds.
Yeah, and those opening picks are really important. M80 currently lead the tournament in opening pick conversions. They have an 80% win rate when they get that opening pick for the first 2 games, so obviously for M80 to give those up to Unwanted, that's a devastating blunder, and they've done it again here in round number 6.
Gavin's been dropped and gets finished off by Kino. That's focus really on the Blackbeard of Spirits to not be close enough. Almost blows himself up with his own grenade as well as it got stuck on some of the debris. Now it's Packer to retake Red Stairs. Spirits taken out by Kino. This is a much better take from M80. Though I gotta say, Unwanted did just storm the bomb site. Good attempt by Hot and Cold, but he's kind of left hat in hand inside of construction. Spoit with a 2K to seal the deal. You said a comeback might be brewing. Well, it's 2 rounds in a row now for M80.
Yeah, and good from Kino again on the anchor position, getting 2 really important picks up against that. Again, it's like a site-focused rush from Unwanted. Last 2 rounds, they tried that style of a push, and it didn't really work out for them. 4-2 half, I would still say favors the Orgless team, but at least there's some life in M80. Managed to stop that rush attempt. And finally, they deny a conversion, too. It's 5 opening picks, and they converted 4 of them, so that's actually right in line with the 80% conversion rate that they've had so far. So they're nothing if not consistent on the side of Unwanted. Kino's been fantastic throughout all this tournament. He is the oldest player on this young team at just 22 years old. At the last 6 Invitational, Kino was signed to M80, but he was benched. And I remember I was on the desk for that 6 Invitational. Kino was often out in the viewing area for the group stage games, where the analysts, myself included, would often watch the game. So I got to watch a lot of the games kind of beside Kino and with Kino, and obviously he would much rather have been playing, but right after that event, obviously M80 lost every game. They took him off the bench, and I think that was a pretty good decision given how he's played for them all season long, and especially at this event.
No, I mean, there was talk during our storyline meeting that we did before a single game was played about this M80 team, because they are a bit of an enigma, right? I mean, you've got Diffuser and Gunner who looked exceptional at that Manchester Major, but then beyond that, I think it's fair to say that Gunner's actually had a very average career. When he was on Sonics, he tended to be towards the bottom of the team. Now, I think there was an argument about how he was deployed as a player. Sure enough, but the results are that Gunner was an average player. He found a lot of success in Manchester. Diffuser obviously making his debut. People were quite high on him as well. But this C9 Beast Coast team were unable to replicate that same success, and both Gunner and Diffuser kind of came back down to earth. When they were picked up by this M80 team, people thought, okay, well, now they're going to be unleashed. Now we're going to see their full potential. And I mean, it's still entirely possible. But the one player that always seems to get overlooked is Kino, because he got dogged on for his shield play on M80, and honestly, rightfully so. He was not a very good Monty, and there was a lot of ink spilt about how he could improve. Kino's playing with more confidence. He's back to his old ways, especially as a defender. He is excelling, and it is good to see him flourishing in his role, and came in, actually, as the 5th highest-rated player at this event. Spoit's having a really rough game. Both of his kills, Jesse, came in the previous round. He now dies early. Not the only hard breacher, so you don't have to worry about that. Still have on the board of Packer, as Kino manages to leap through that gas. Look at all this fighting going on around Strip. They're all trying to hunt down Hot and Cold.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a kill if they commit all the resources, but it's like, how long is it going to take? And will he take one more with him? Already took down Spoit, the entry fragger of M80. Can he do even more damage? Captain of Unwanted.
Like, look at all this time that they're wasting.
Yep, exactly.
Excellently done by Hot and Cold. At that position, you know you're effectively playing to die. If you can take one person down and escape from Strip, then that's good. But if you die, you die. That's a sacrifice Unwanted is willing to make. There go Candelas. Kino only used 1 earlier, so there's 3 that can be dumped inside the bomb site. They will go out a flash as well, as Packer's looking for a drop into the oh-so-familiar spot. Down goes Gavin as Packer finally hits the dirt. Spirits with 1. Adam dies. Packer catches Dream coming out of Dirt Tunnel. It's all up to Spirits to clutch. He manages to drop Diffuser. Now it's Kino in hot pursuit over by Church. A secure onto this kill. Kino now taking some damage. Packer also very hurt. This is winnable for Spirits. He might actually be able to find Packer, but Kino saves the round. 3 in a row for M80. The side swap not slowing down their momentum one bit. And they're a single round away from tying the game.
It was a good start from Hot and Cold. He did waste a ton of time over by Strip, and he stopped the entry from Spoit. I should say, by the way, Spoit, prior to this game, was undefeated on attacking entry fights. He had not lost a single opening gunfight on the offensive side. That will change, of course, with this previous round, but it didn't matter. The execute was so good from M80. They had those Candelas coming in from Kino from blue. That was a huge distraction play that came down, and then just a classic defuse kit drop inside a kitchen, down into the armory. The players of Unwanted just a little bit caught off guard, a little bit distracted in that chaos, and they weren't able to keep their eyes on the prize. Dirt Tunnel player going down to the defuse kit drop from Packer was massive, too.
I mean, you couldn't keep your eyes on that drop, right? M80 were so synchronized with the way that they went about that.
They were.
Usually, if Dream is inside a dirt tunnel, the way for him to get out is to kill Packer so that you can then immediately pivot out of dirt tunnel and maybe put somebody else in that position. But obviously, that was not something that could happen. Gavin died, and then immediately there was pressure also put on blue, which paralyzed this Unwanted defense. M80 working in lockstep. And I say all this because in a regular round, that would be impressive. But after spending a minute and a half with hot and cold flitting around in the strip, it's even more impressive that M80 were able to then pivot, link up, and pull off their execute in stride. And honestly, that's the type of thing that we expect from a team with the skill that M80 has. A couple more rounds like that, they can very easily regain some momentum here. I think at this point they've got momentum. They've yet to lead. Gunner's looking for...
What are we doing?
Gunner's looking for a lineup.
I don't know what the purpose of that was.
It
didn't even go off.
Are we stupid?
I mean, he can on sends now, activate that to go up and down as he pleases.
Yep.
Oh well, here's the rush.
There we go. That was the idea. Okay. Spoit is in, Blackbeard is in, Kino dies. Spoit is not far removed with the shotgun chaos inside of the bomb site. Diffuser with a kill on the hot and cold. Unwanted now, fighting from behind. A very attacker-sided clubhouse. Right now, the defenders have their work cut out for them. Deimos Deathmark to go on to Gavin as somebody's outside. Gunner's there, prepared and ready. M80 slaughtering Unwanted. 4 rounds in a row by Unwanted to start this map. M80 does the exact same thing.
Come on, Parker.
When do you call your time out of your Unwanted? Well,
right now.
Apparently right now.
Right now.
Apparently right now.
Well, they'll have a talk through because they've lost 4 rounds in a row now, from 4-0 to 4-4. And finally, we get some life out of William. Spoit's had a bit of a rough start this game, but he comes in for a 2K on the Amaru shotgun play. Honestly, still don't really know what was going on with that initial sends wall, but the second sends wall that came out into the site was perfect to come through. I believe that was from Gunner. Spoit then was a distraction, or was a real surprise play up through the gym hatch too. It's really one of those pocket strats that M80 came up with. And I would imagine a strat that was not devised on that Unwanted squad before Gunner and Diffuser made the swap over, because it really did feel like they got caught off guard by it. Need to lock in a little bit here for Unwanted. This really has become a game. It feels like every round that M80 have won has been more and more impressive. Like the first 2 rounds they won on their defenses, I felt like Unwanted went for kind of very direct, not gimmicky, but shortcut style pushes. And M80 just had good anchor play, specifically from Kino. Then round 3 was very impressive on that execute, despite the early round fumbles. And then round 4 was flawless. You know, pocket strap for sure. It's going to be hard to get away with that one twice, but regardless, no issues from M80 on that most recent round. So they are heating up, and this is getting better and better for the guys in green. 3 rounds are all that separate both teams now from that 7-X scoreline. But if Unwanted can get their heads together after that tack timeout, I mean, you got to imagine we're headed close to an overtime.
We're careening towards M80 winning the whole thing.
Yeah, if they can't stop this momentum, for sure.
Timeout, mind you, that M80 took did not immediately work. It took 2 more rounds after that. Called it very early on, tail end of that second round, that, hey, something is seriously wrong. We need to sort this one out. Gunner's already in strip on Nook. Could he manage to catch these players off guard? That is the question. Is that a great operator to do it?
Hunting hot and cold at the moment. His former captain.
They're worried about a play from strip, though, and they barricaded the door on pools, so... Oh, no. Oh, no, Houghton.
Careful.
Oh, no, Houghton. I would love to see that reaction. And he takes time to type in chat. Of course. Hun's not a very emotive man. Very subdued, very low-key. I can imagine it would go like this. Oh, come on, man. This is my hot and cold reaction.
That was good. That was a good impression.
Thank you. I've been working on it. Big first blood, though, for M80. As I mentioned earlier, Unwanted has drawn first blood in every round except for round number 5, and that was amidst the chaos where there were multiple trades back and forth. So technically, only Unwanted has been able to get that first blood and use it to their advantage. This is the first time all game that M80 will have some breathing room in terms of player count. It's very important. EMPs will go off on the wall. No bandit tricking to be had. Adam has been pushed out of that position. Not just because the wall was opened up, but there was gunfire from below that he had to worry about.
You need these Selmas to open the main wall. Obviously, Packers here waiting for that. There are Electric Claws and Bandit batteries. There could be a trick attempt here, as I believe Adam is in position to go for a trick. Of course, these Thatcher EMPs, they won't be enough. They'll choose the left wall first, so I think they will get that left wall if nothing else open. And Adam, yeah, don't try that. No time.
Adam, no. Get yourself out of harm's way. Dream eliminates Kino. Packer swings through and takes care of Dream. Now there's Spoit inside the site, swatted down by Adam, who's then immediately traded out by Diffuser. Neither of these teams are escaping with their lives intact. Spirits on the wrong side of those trades, though, and will now give up the ghost. He picks away at the nook of Gunner, giving Diffuser time to get into position, and now it's 5 in a row for M80.
Yes! Every fucking rock out, let's go!
Nothing is slowing down this M80 team at the moment. Nothing.
We can hear our coach.
Listen, that was a great push. Obviously not a flawless. They did lose bodies. But the trade game was perfect from M80. Every single time someone died, there was an immediate answer. They worked together coming in through that con side of things. Obviously, Gunner getting a second big pick down below was hugely impactful. We saw Kino was kind of the front man getting to the bomb site, but immediately after he died, the fuse kit was picked up and his body was traded out as Dream died top red. And continuation of that trade game just went on and on and on, and M80 always held that man advantage, of course, coming off of that opening pick down inside a strip, too. Perfectly played on that execute, and that's now 5 in a row as M80 are looking better and better. Impressive coordination in that last round, and that was kind of the one point where you're looking at this team like, are they going to have that team play? Are they going to have that coordination? Because yes, Spoit and Kino have teamed together for a long time. Yes, Gunner and Diffuser have teamed together for a long time, but there's not been much overlap other than that. This team was assembled just a couple of months ago to make the run at the biggest tournament of the year, and nobody was doubting if they had talent. Nobody was doubting that Gunner, Spoit, Diffuser were all talented. Spoit? Is he trying to shoot a default cam and he stepped right in front of him? That's your Blackbeard that you just took out, Spoit. He's laughing about it, but that's a hindrance.
I have an idea here.
Yeah?
So during operator pick, Packer, Spoit, and Kino all have the M80 background. Gunner and Diffuser do not. Is this just a ploy from Unwanted for Gunner and Diffuser to be secret agents activated to doom M80 and make it a 3v7?
That would be a scandal.
Spoit knows now. How funny would it be if that was Gunner dying? Gunner does die. It's a hot cold. Not to his own teammate, though. The advantage goes for Unwanted, not by really any of their own efforts. That team kill is quite unfortunate for M80. I mean,
Packer. There you go.
Shoot at that one.
No.
No way. What a terrible round for M80.
Yeah.
Just about everything that could go wrong has gone wrong up to this point. Spirits died. He must be sitting on the sidelines enjoying the show. We have half the round still left to play. You know, you can't do anything about those X-Kairos, my friend. Like, why can't you just pick up the launcher and just do it yourself?
You know, just entered the building as his final teammate died, by the way.
He's got tons of time.
Yeah, he's got the fuse kit, but I'm still going to call this an impossible 1v4, even if for his Scandelas, there's a Warden on the board.
Would you say that M80 got first kill there because Sport team killed? Diffuser. Do you think that's entirely possible?
I count that as an opening pick for Unwanted in my stats because they got the first advantage. They were in the 5v4. Nobody gets credit for the opening pick, though.
We know what to do for Jim. We know what to do.
On our stats, it actually updated as the opening kill is actually for Spoit, which is very funny.
All right, well, technically correct. We'll give him the opening pick.
Not really correct, but technically correct.
The impact wasn't the same as a normal opening pick, but technically he did grab that. So congratulations to Spoit, patting those stats as we want to see him doing. Yeah, disaster round, as you said, Parker. Everything that could go wrong.
Pretty horrible round. And think about it. You've just won 5 rounds in a row. You've forced Unwanted to take a timeout.
Yep.
And then you give them the easiest round of the game.
Yeah, that's nice to see. It came at an important time, too. That guarantees that we'll have at least 12 rounds in this matchup. We will get, at minimum, full regulation. At maximum, overtime is looking more and more likely. All Unwanted have to do is force one more win. We heard Gunner say it in between rounds. They know what to do on Jim. They won't be doing the same thing on Jim. I'm not seeing an Amaru in the hands of Spoit. I'm not seeing the Sens, so it's not going to be the classic rush play that we saw the last time that worked so well. Despite it being a good push, you generally don't see teams going for gimmick strats like that more than once because it will get read into. It will be expected by Unwanted. Instead, it's a standard, classic cash extension clear. Eno's going to get the main wall. Somebody might come in through rafters. That could be Spoit. He gets a good angle on the ace when he does this. And they will attempt to clear these extended players. It's going to be Gavin playing inside of cash. And then Adam not too far away in con as well.
Gunner and Diffuser, by the way, are playing very high-value ops here on this team. And I mean, that's the role that they play on, but M80 obviously feels confident in having those operators in their hands. Right now, Diffuser and Gunner are combined 19 kills. That's quite the tally through 11 rounds, and Diffuser didn't even get to play the previous round, if you recall. M80 looking for a good bounce back here after fumbling the ball on their own 5-yard line.
They've given up con control really fast on the side of Unwanted. I thought maybe Gavin was going to stick around, take some gunfights. Maybe Adam could support, but they both said, nah, we see a Blackbeard. We'll let you have it. Could come back to bite them late rounds. Uncold was hiding as well in the prep phase too, trying to avoid the drone, so they may not know that there's a Valkyrie lurking down below. Keep an eye out for that as we get towards the end of this round.
Time we saw Unwanted deal with this bomb site, it was kind of chaotic, kind of messy. As for the way that M80 is going to approach this, I suspect we'll see one person over towards construction. Spoit's already cleared through cash, so he'll be able to move up.
Yep.
Packer's hunting down below just in case somebody is playing beneath the bomb site, which is the right read. Uncold has favored this bar portion of the map. He did so playing just a few rounds ago when it was Gunner killed him when he wasn't expecting it over towards the pool table. Uncold on that Valkyrie means he will have a nitro cell, so he can upend the plant as it comes alive. Spoit dies early yet again. Down goes Houghton and Gavin, and the Diffuser gets planted underneath the noses of Unwanted. Winner of this round goes to Map Point. Now, if you're Unwanted, you got to fight yourselves out of this position. And because you've been a little bit slow, you've allowed M80 to vacate the bomb site. They're far enough back where you are going to be wandering into their lines of sight. They are the ones with the established hold at the moment. Packer and Gunner, 2 swift kills. Spirit's looking for at least one. He hops out, takes care of Diffuser, but that's all she wrote. Imagine what would have happened if in the previous round, M80 had not committed that error themselves. Imagine what would have happened. This map could be over. You kick yourself for it. It's good that both Diffuser and Spoit laughed it off.
Yeah.
They've been able to maintain good mental momentum. Can't say the same for this Unwanted team. There's some long faces on all 5 of these player cams.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, other than that round, not the one we just watched, but you know what I mean when I say that round, M80 been perfect on these attacks. They've been looking really well coordinated, and they've not been relying on the standard players to just pop off. It's not like it's Spoit who's just running the show and carrying M80. No, it's everybody else who's really coming together and making these executes look so easy. Unwanted, there's no reaction to that plant going down. The game plan was, okay, we're going to stop a plant by having Hot and Cold go down below, but that was red. Packer, the IGL on that bottom floor, had the read on Hot and Cold, and as you mentioned, Hotten's been playing below quite often in and around bar. Gunner got the read on it earlier. It's not really been working for Hot and Cold, so you again think back, maybe the players on Unwanted know some of the, or the players on M80 know some of the tendencies of Hot and Cold and the other former teammates. That's going to be read into every single time from M80, and they've done a really good job of countering that when they've seen it, when they've seen those opportunities. So a good gym-focused plant, and now we will go to the final round in regulation. Kino's jumping on the glass. In my opinion, Parker, Kino is the best sniper player in the world. He plays a ton of Collie. He plays a ton of Glaz. They have been his most played operators. He actually has played more rounds on Glaz than any other op at the event so far. He's got a great win rate of like 60% with it too, yes. Watch out for this.
Quite the huck, by the way, of the EMP. Adam only has one opportunity. 2 bandit trick. A single Selma will go off. So you lose if you're the attackers. One of those can openers. You lose a single Selma. Another EMP is primed and ready from Packer. Way downtown, not getting himself anywhere near close to this bomb site. The Selma will go off. At that point, Adam would not want to bandit trick in the slightest. So he peels off at this position. Is Kino going to fall victim to something that we've seen through a lot of players, which is that you move too much as Glaz and you lose the ability to see through the smoke?
Kino's too good at Glaz. He knows what he's doing. He's moving a little bit, but he could still see the outlines if he pops his head up.
I think Kino's one of the best sniper players in the world.
Yeah.
Diffuser takes down Spirits. M80 have been held off of the first blood sheet an awful lot. And unless it's killing their own player, they haven't been able to get one in a number of minutes. Gunner's lost a bit of HP, but right now the advantage is for M80 on their own map. Unwanted have won 4 of their 5 rounds in the first 15 to 20 minutes of this map. Since then, it's basically been M80 in the driver's seat, even the lone round after that. That Unwanted won, it was because M80 committed a team kill right at the beginning. And honestly, just seemed to throw in the towel at that point. You lose your Blackbeard, so much of your offense, so much of your strategy is just gone. They filtered in one by one, got picked off. It was a terrible round for M80, but again, it was their own fault. Now, with just under a minute to go, what is M80 to do? They've lost Kino. Hot and Cold's got one. He's now down in Oil Pit, and he could surprise Diffuser as well. But Diffuser's attention is on the bomb site and not the flank. Hotton could pick up a second kill. Diffuser making an awful racket, and now Hotton moves over towards Lounge. Dream on the board this round, with Gunner falling. Gavin also on the board. All 3 kills from Unwanted coming from different players. But hold on a second. M80's now made it into the bomb site. Diffuser and Packer with 2 very fast kills. Hot and Cold isolated off site. Where is Dream? Down below with a nitro cell to try and stop this plant in its tracks. It does some damage to Diffuser, but M80 stays alive. Now the retake. From the bottom floor, up to the middle floor, up to the top. Diffuser catches Hot and Cold. Dream? A dream to be had? Now a nightmare in that round. Packer with the final kill. What a tremendous bounce back from M80. 7-5. They don't even need overtime to win Clubhouse. Started off scary. On their own map, they had to call a timeout. After round number 2, they found their groove. They win.
Pop off like they just won the 6th Invitational. This is an important game for them, not only for the grudge match, but also given how they started 0-4 down, proving not just to themselves, but to the world that they are not out at any point in these matches. We're going to have a series on our hand, Parker.
We absolutely are. At least one more map remains, but maybe we go all the way. We'll find out in a few minutes.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding Wando on the J1 a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding three!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That's the presser, Shom. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Bowen. Getting that plant down. Alamel to the bottom. To the yellow pig as well! Yay for
The
Alamel!
Psycho Kid as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with a demon!
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give them the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. You do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
Two people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
Like Unwanted had everything they wanted in the matchup until a turn took place at the tail end of the first half. And then it was M80's game from there on out. After Unwanted screamed out to a 4-0 start, it was 7-1 in round count over the next 8 rounds, and M80 takes it. And that only round that was won by Unwanted, Jesse, you could argue was a major gift from M80 after a terrible team kill onto one of the most important operators on the side of M80. What a match for a team that took some time to find their groove.
Yeah, good that we saw M80 getting back into it after those first 4 disastrous rounds from them. Managed to bring this one back, win it 7-5, as you said, and especially important because that was their map pick. You need to see M80 going off to a strong start on Clubhouse when they went forward and chose this map. That is the 3rd time in a row over the last 6 months that M80 have beaten this Unwanted team on that map. The previous 2 times, of course, coming with slightly different rosters back in the NAL Stage 2. But still, the trend remains where M80 are dominant on Clubhouse, and Gunnar will be our MVP for that matchup. Really did start lighting it up towards that second half. You saw his plays on Nook down on that bottom floor were hugely impactful. Diffuser as well. Maybe there's something to the fact that they're playing their old teams, but they are both fired up and ready for this matchup. They certainly showed it on the scoreboard today.
I mean, obviously the results tell you that one team's going to be happy and one team's not. There's not much to gain for this, but when the matchup ends, the teams tend to end up by our door where we cast.
Yeah.
And just going off of energy, vibes, etc., Unwanted seemed quite frustrated. Understandably so. You're up 4-0. Mentally, you're thinking, okay, this is a cakewalk. We've got this one locked down. M80 are jovial. They're in great spirits. They're laughing. They're joking around, etc. You know, not a single bad thing was said by that M80 team. Based on the scoreline, that's pretty normal. But if Unwanted cannot shake that negativity out of their head, you risk going into the second map. And if things blow up in the first or second round, it's real tough for you to gain that mental ground back if you're already going in a little bit flustered. Nighthaven Labs will play out differently from Clubhouse, but there are a lot of similarities between these maps. Number one, attacking some of the bomb sites on Clubhouse, very standardized, very similar to Nighthaven Labs. Nighthaven Labs also has that entire portion of the garage and catwalk that is almost as if it was just plucked out of Clubhouse and put into Nighthaven Labs. And with the way teams approach it, it's very similar. It really will depend on which operators are banned. If a zombie squeaks through the operator ban phase, then Labs will be played completely different than if she doesn't. But there are similarities here. Even though it's Unwanted's map, it's a little bit worrisome with the way that they played on Clubhouse.
Yeah, you're not wrong. These are maps that play quite similar. They're both very util focused, some really important walls on both maps, so it should be interesting to see how that plays out. Unwanted chose this map, not because they are aficionados at Nighthaven Labs, but because M80 have a horrible record on this map. They're on a 4-game losing streak on Nighthaven, most recently losing to Luminosity 7-3, losing to SSG 7-2, losing to Oxygen 7-2s. Those aren't just losses to middling teams, frankly, especially with Luminosity not making it to this event, but those are really dominant scorelines for their opponents, and so Unwanted are going to be wanting to read into that. I will say the only time that Unwanted have played this map recently was at the Montreal Major, where they had Montreal Major qualifiers, where they had an 8.
Did they make it there?
They didn't. They had an 8-7 loss to CL for Life, whose captain now plays for M80. And we talk a lot about how, Gunnar and Diffuser are the former teammates of Hot and Cold Spirits and Gaveni, but at the same time, Adam is the former teammate of Packer. And so on that first map, maybe we saw these teams read into each other a little bit for the star players with Gunnar and Diffuser. We might see a bit more of a read where Adam is starting to read into Packer, Packer's starting to read into Adam. We could see these players start to have really hot games on Nighthaven.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like M80 needed some time to wake up and gel as a roster. It happened, then they started playing their own game. That was great. Obviously, side swap made a huge difference on it too, Jesse.
Yeah.
What happens on Nighthaven Labs? M80 will be banning first. Ignore the screen. It is M80 with first and last bans. Defenders always ban first.
Correct.
But right now there's currently a bug, which shows the orange team always banning first. M80 take care of the blitz.
Yeah.
Not really a surprise.
No, they typically ban Dokkaebi on this map, but again, against Unwanted, they're going to be perma-banning shields all stage long, all series long, so there goes the blitz. Thinking maybe a Ying. It's going to be Maverick again. They really don't like this operator. Banned it on map number 1, and honestly, it's really powerful on this map for the basement. expecting maybe a Valk here. It's really hard to predict unwanted bans because they just haven't played this map in forever. They will take Tubarão, which is often been M80's ban actually on this map. I would expect an Azami to follow this up. It could be a Valkyrie as well, but you talked about how strong that op was on the rafters. But she'll be left up, so will Valkyrie. Kaid instead taken off the board. It's going to be really easy to get walls open with both Kaid and Tubarão banned out. The only thing you've really got to worry about now are those bandit tricks. So with 2 electricity kind of wall denial operators taken off the board, that should be a little bit simpler. Mute can deny walls too, and we'll see both Mute and Bandit being brought for the first round of this series. But typically that is Bandit's domain, stopping those walls from getting opened. We're going to be able to get any tricks off of. That's going to be the main question through this first round.
There's very limited bandit tricking that we saw on Clubhouse, by the way.
Yeah.
And I mean, that goes down to a couple things. Number one, certain teams don't set up their defenses so that they can bandit trick. Sometimes they set them down just as passive gadgets and then play farther back. Other times, it might be pressure from the attackers down below. You might get shot at if there's a Zofia on the board, if there's an Ashe on the board, if there's explosives. Obviously, it used to be grenades. You can't cook the grenades any longer. So if you're worried about being damaged from below, then you can fall off even if the attempt is there to go for a bandit trick. Some particular reason we have a rehost. I'm not sure why, when not a single player had moved. Hearing that it's a drone bug, actually, as the culprit. There it is.
Drone bug. It would have been an unwanted drone bug. They start on attack, so it's not an M80 drone bug. For those keeping count. That's okay, though. It should be pretty quick to reset the server. That's the nice thing about being on LAN, right? You can very quickly get the players back in, so I wouldn't expect a long delay at the moment. Is there anything exciting going on the A stream, Parker? Because here on the group stage of 6 Invitational, we do have 2 games going on at once.
Simultaneously, some would say, if that's the word that we want to use here. Yes, there is. On the other stream, it is PSG Talon versus Dark Zero. That group has been all over the place. And Dark Zero has had some very pronounced struggles. All of North America, in fact, had quite a lot of struggles on day 1. Then they had a very good day on day 2. They split the difference yesterday, and now today, well, it's anybody's game. OXG is going to be playing later in the day. Shopify Rebellion is going to be playing later in the day, and despite having 5 representatives at this event, they have not been the most dominant region. Obviously, one of these 2 NA teams will need to win. M80 and Unwanted will at least give the region 1 victory today.
Yep.
But over on the A stream, Dark Zero and PSG Talon are currently doing battle with one another. Dark Zero had a bad first map. Took them quite some time to find their footing, just as we saw with M80. The difference is that M80 was able to catch themselves before map 1 ended. Dark Zero were not quite so successful. Significantly better performance on map number 2. That means we're in map 3.
Ooh.
Spoilers ahead for the next 10 seconds. PSG Talon is currently sitting on series point.
Really?
So, if PSG Talon win this next round, or the round after, because it is currently 6-4, meaning that DZ will need to win 2 rounds in order to provoke overtime, PSG Talon will win. PSG Talon desperately need to get out of the basement of their group. The only real movement to do that is going to come in this game for them. They were off yesterday, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah.
It's been a rough go for some of these teams. Dark Zero, I think, failing a lot of people's expectations.
Yeah, they've been all over the place, though, right? I mean, they had some big wins early in the tournament, too. Dark Zero seemingly kind of crazy. They have 2 wins at the moment. This is their last game. Dark Zero are off tomorrow. They beat Falcons. They beat BDS, which surprised a lot of people, but they lost their opening game against Raza Company Academy, which you and I casted.
Which game? Because we've casted all of them.
We have casted every single Raza game.
Every Raza Company Academy.
They're off tomorrow. They'll play the Falcons. I don't think we're casting them tomorrow. I'm pretty sure we're not. So
I mean, they're off today.
Yes, they're off today. Raza Company are. So they've been fantastic. A lot of people didn't really have high expectations for them. A lot of people didn't have high expectations for Unwanted either, who have also been fantastic. A lot of the Orgless teams here at the 6 Invitational, people didn't have high expectations for, and I think that's reasonable, given that they do not have an organization. But 2 of the 3 Orgless teams that we've had have performed very well. Raza Company topping the group in the moment. Unwanted in a position where they could top their group as well. And Team Joel, I'm hearing some commotion.
I think based on the sounds I just heard, I know what happened in the other game, but we will await the call.
Sounds like someone might have just toppled Dark Zero.
I'm not sure if it's live. No, and we are getting confirmation. Spoilers. PSG Talon have defeated Dark Zero in their matchup. What exactly does that mean for the standings in their group? Well, we will have the desk on the A stream actually go over that, because here we are on the B stream, still waiting to get back into the match.
Professional Fama, two of our top European analysts going over that. And you can see the two players, obviously, they're the 4 teams playing at the same time, are all in the same room. So after a game, some congratulations going out, the 2 underdogs, Unwanted, giving some congratulations to PSG Talon.
I mean, M80 is going to have to speedrun this map if they want to continue to be so far ahead of the A stream. The A stream's first game just ended. We are a second map into our second game. Why is that, you might ask? Well, if you didn't tune into the map before this, it was a longer drawn-out affair between M80 and Unwanted, and even though it went the distance, all 12 rounds, they got a serious boost by the fact that G2 slaughtered Team Joel. Team Joel is one of those lack of organization teams that we talked about, unaffiliated, no org. They used to be Bleed. Raza Company Academy used to be Team E1, for those that have not been following along. Raza Company Academy's been doing very well.
They're good.
I think they're a good team.
For sure.
Curious to see what happens in Brazil after SI, because I believe it was Vivo Keedstars just announced they dropped the entire roster except for STEM.
Okay. Interesting.
There's going to be some good players available, even though Vivo Keedstars has not exactly had the same success as some of the other top teams in Brazil. The thing with Brazil is that there's usually always at least one good player on every single team.
Yeah.
Brings about the fans to turn around and say, well, you know, free so-and-so, get so-and-so some help. Yeah. See if any of the players on that Vivo Keedstars roster will be desirable enough to get picked up. Whether Raza Company Academy will find themselves a proper organization. And I say this because while Raza is great, he is ultimately a streamer. It's not a proper organization.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nice that he's been able to support the players here. I know Raza was helping out them with their jerseys and with their visas, and they all got here on time, so that is thankful. We do have the return of our All-American matchup, of course. M80 Unwanted. Top floor is going to be our goal, and I talked about how important it would be for Gunnar to get some bandit tricks on. That'll be impossible with Hot and Cold down below on the Zofia. At least it should be, and it will be, as Gunnar is forced back thanks to that Zo.
Gunnar was thinking about it.
He was.
But the logic bombs and the Zofia from down below is enough to scare most people. Speaking of scaring, oh my. Gunnar gets almost pancaked by Spirits as the Blackbeard charges through the wall. Gunnar gets the last laugh on that one. Hot and Cold trades off one player on his own. That's Kino. Heading into this series, Kino the top-rated player on this M80 squad. Kino was towards the bottom of map number 1, despite M80's success. The only player, funny enough, that dropped below Kino was Spoit, which is very odd, given what we've seen of Spoit. Spoit is extraordinarily good, very mechanically gifted, very talented. For him to go 4-8, I think was the ending scoreline, if memory serves correctly, is unusual. If Kino, or if Spoit rather, is unable to have that success on this map as well, I think that's a worrying sign for M80. They are playing on Unwanted's territory at the moment. Spoit will guard that upstairs rafters. We talked about Azami being unbanned.
Yeah.
What that would look like, and well, you literally see a visual representation of it. Lots of coverage for this Rafters player.
Yeah, Spoit's built a fortress up here, top Rafters. That's going to be very tough for them to try to break through. Dream's got that goal, though. He's coming up to the garage window. They've got players over by IT as well. Got drones on it, too. Here comes the air jab. Could be a free pick, but Spoit should hear that, so he won't be pushing out. And actually, okay, triggers, but nothing off of it. Here comes the push. It is going to be focused around Rafters.
Spoit still has some Kiba barriers in back pocket because he hasn't been tested up on that spot, so he'll give himself a bit of a safer place to play inside of the site. Huge from Spoit, collecting one. Hot and Cold outduels him. Adam is there as well. It's a 2v2 with very little time left. Gunnar surprising them, coming back to the site, and now Adam has to find 2 kills. Won't even find one. M80 seemingly hasn't lost any of their energy or their enthusiasm. From the previous map, they take their very first round here on Nighthaven Labs.
And let me tell you, man, Gunnar is a playmaker. That's the thing. We saw it back during the Manchester Major when Gunnar was playing. Particularly, there's a moment that stands out against FaZe Clan where he was a rat player inside of reading. He's really, really good at identifying opportunities, finding moments, finding weaknesses on the other team, and really exploiting it, especially on the defense. You saw it there. While he was forced off the bandit trick, he immediately dropped the hatch and then I think was going to try to disrupt maybe the Zofia that was down below. He ended up finding the Blackbeard of Spirits instead. Had a fantastic read on that, answered with a Nitro Cell. There was no help for Spirits, and Spirits knew that if he pulled down that shield, he'd get shot in the head by Gunnar with that slow ADS time on Blackbeard. So there was really nothing Spirits could have done there. Out-dueled by Gunnar, and then, of course, going for that late round flank around Raptors, too. Got to give credit to Spoit for slowing down that push, being such a nuisance to deal with on that Azami, but it was Gunnar that kind of put the final nail in the coffin. And in that 2v2, you know, I often am not a fan of those straight-up IT garage pushes because there's really hard to find a plant spot. Oftentimes, you won't have cleared out the back of both bomb sites, and so you've got to travel quite a ways to get the defuse kit on the ground. Unwanted couldn't find a plant spot, and of course, that flank, just the final nail in the coffin. So good start from Gunnar. He was, I believe, the MVP in the last map, continuing that streak here on map number 2.
Yeah, almost losing the duel to the Blackbeard. That's a scary sight, a tough predicament to find yourself in, and I think you wrapped up exactly why he was so formidable. And when you run at a time, as Unwanted did on their execute, you pay no attention to those players that are off-site looking to come back and do some damage. Gunnar is just that player. And I mean, like I said, while his stats on Sonics were quite average, sometimes skewing towards the bottom, we saw what his potential could be. He was the MVP of the Manchester Major when they won that major championship. Gunnar's got a good team around him. He can do some big damage. And honestly, I do wonder if we're going to see less reliance on Spoit for the remainder of this event because they have more offensive tools. Kino is going through a renaissance. It looks like he's playing a freer style. He can actually engage in fights.
Yeah.
He's not sequestered into that role that he seemed quite uncomfortable on. Packer is capable of getting kills if need be. And then, of course, you got Diffuser and Gunnar. It's not just going to fall onto the shoulders of Spoit as it did a few times on previous iterations of MAD. That's going to lower Spoit's numbers. Uncold taking care of Packer. One thing that they were able to do very successfully in map number 1 on the side of Unwanted was strike first. This round, in keeping with the pattern established previously, Packer was on a roam as well, holding that middle floor. Gishmat mines, if they're all put down, though, are passive gadgets, and they'll still be able to affect Unwanted.
Yeah, without much sight util on the side of M80, they really want to work another pick, and that's why Gunnar's currently running up to the top floor. Here's a gunfight from Spirits that takes out the Future, so a 2-man advantage now, and the Blackbeard hunting for more. For the top of Raptors, though, it's Spoit and Gunnar, who both find a pick, equalizing at 3.
More will fall onto Gunnar, though, who's 4-0, but on a single point of HP, as he and Kino are now the last 2 alive. 3 still stand for Unwanted. You've got the Dokkaebi up, no calls, though. You've got Blackbeard on the shield. Twitch still has a drone as well, so there's utility here with 2 smokes in pocket, 2 EMPs, 2 grenades as your secondary gadgets. Lots that Unwanted can use. Eno's tucked into the default corner. Is he gonna get smoked or naded? That's the question. Oh my! Of all the operators to see first, a Blackbeard is the worst one. It leaves Gunnar above, hunting through the holes made earlier. Diffuser in the hands of Hot and Cold as he's successful. Now the clock will run against Gunnar. He was tremendous in the previous round, getting back to the bomb site. He won't have that same success here. He's picked apart as he attempts to get down to the main floor. At that point, Unwanted had locked out the bomb site. And a very close start. Both of these teams taking 1 round apiece.
Talk about the good shield play at the start of map number 1, and I think it comes out again here from Spirits, who, with his blitz band out, will take to the Blackbeard more so than any other operator. Got some really good value when he's not immediately dying to Gunnar. Found that entry point into storage that denies the vertical play. And then aware of those players that were up inside our Raptors, they got a good trade onto Spoit halfway through that round. It's that roam clear, really, that gives them that early advantage. Then they work in through sight with that man advantage too. Now tied the game 1-1. It was unfortunate the Packer went down so early playing on that Ella. A lot of times you'll hear community members criticize support-focused players for dying early and playing in aggressive positions as Packer does, but a lot of IGLs prefer to play aggressive on the defense because if they die out in that extended position, if they're playing a death spot and they do go down early, Now all of a sudden, they can just focus on calling. They can focus on IGLing. They can sit on cams. They can sit where their teammates can cover them. Or they can, direct their teammates from the grave. And so that tends to be something you see quite a lot from IGL these days. For the last couple of years, that's kind of been the play, more so than an IGL who sits into the bomb site and tries to anchor. You just have less information when you're playing that sort of a position.
It's hard, too, when you've got not a new IGL, but you've got a new team built around that IGL as well.
Yes.
A lot of these teams are getting their very first game day reps with their rosters here at SI, right? We have gone months without competition. Unless you've played in one of the smaller leagues, you're not really getting the experience that you would get normally were a regular season to be had. Scrims are just scrims. At the end of the day, game day reps are something that you cannot replace. There is really no surrogate to it. So, not just new IGLs, not just new rosters, but acclimating to the game, the meta, and your team is always a tough position to be in. 1 minute off of the clock now in round number 3. That was an EE1D from Hot and Cold. Used, maybe to effect from Unwanted, but it's hard to tell. This is the Triforce that we see with the Selmas. On the wall, the grenade will get the mute jammer. It will open up quite well. Actually, they got it perfectly here.
Yeah, nice.
Beautifully done.
So all you really need is the angle once again. The goal of opening this wall is denying a vertical denial. So you're stopping the defense from stopping the plant from going down above. You want to jump in the storage window and go for a play. Adam is holding down below. You've got the ace of Gaveni holding down up above. So let's go and plant in the bomb site.
Hun's in. And it seems like he's managing to evade that smoke for the time being. All of M80 will try to scramble. Gavin, Hutton, and Spirits all die. My goodness, what a sweep by M80. And a jump out from Diffuser. Works out very well. In the blink of an eye, Unwanted have been dropped down just to Adam. As now he takes some damage on the stairs from that barbed wire. His position given away. 2 separate players from M80 wanting this. He gets one, but that's it. Diffuser dies so that Kino can get the final kill.
I heard something.
It was a big gamble from Unwanted, and it looked like it was about a second away from paying off.
I'm down.
It did not. Did not come to pass. Great pounce on the attackers by M80, and it's called Unwanted. In a position where, rather, Unwanted's had to call a timeout.
Bit early coming out, but Mintz is an experienced coach. He knows what he's doing here. I'm sure he's got some words of wisdom for the players of Unwanted. That last round, I don't hate the fact that they went for their execute as early as they did. They had the control they needed. They had below, they had above. I believe it was a retake from M80 top floor, where they were able to swing out across the IT room, kill the player that was on the cover, then get a vertical pick with 2 guys up above. That was really good work to deny that plant. Hot and Cold seconds away from getting it down. Nice from M80 to recognize that they needed to make a play like that too, because we saw Kino toss out those Toxic Babes, and you would have thought maybe that's going to be enough to deny this plant, but it missed. Just barely, didn't quite hit the plant that was going down inside of storage, so they needed to make some other kind of a play. If that post plant goes down, it's very strong for the attackers who can sit outside the storage window, who can sit outside the IT breach, even sit down below where the buck was. So smart from M80 to make a play like that. Important to be able to recognize those situations and capitalize on them, and that's really the shot calling from Packer as well, coming into value in that round. They saw a gap, they were able to exploit it. Now M80 take the lead 2-1 defending on Nighthaven Labs. This is Unwanted's pick, but they're starting on the less favorable side, so if this goes 3-3 or even a 4-2, I wouldn't be too concerned. Often we talk about Nighthaven as a map with 2 really strong sites, the top floor and the basement, an okay site in storage that we just witnessed, and then kitchen and dining, which really does not see play in competitive. Now and again, you'll see a pocket strat come out for it, but most teams tend to stay away from it. So with a 2-1 first quarter, I think you're going to be pretty happy if you're M80. Standard stuff going on throughout the first half. Adam going to be Nook, by the way. I love this operator on this bomb site. There's some sneaky ways you can creep to the bottom floor, try to make a late round pinch up above, whether that's through rafters avoiding the default cam, whether that's through Aqua. Just start on the roof, but no telling where this journey will take him.
A suppressed Nook. Ooh.
Even quieter.
No opportunity for Gunnar to even begin a bandit trick. That's IT wall opened up very early. Bit of a traffic jam inside of Connector with Kino and Gunnar stuck on the same door frame. Door stuck, some could even say. But with a clash shield. Maybe a bit different. I don't know if you get that reference.
I don't know what a door stuck is.
You don't know the door stuck reference?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Is this another one of your, like, 85-year-old references? Like, what was it before? Bullwinkle and... What's his name? Woody?
Woody. Rocky.
Rocky
and Bullwinkle.
That's pretty close.
Should look it up. Either way, Gunnar was in a position now where he actually hasn't moved very much. You let Kino go away, he'll get some protection back from the shield through this soft wall. Right now in front of Connector, Gunnar can actually bandit trick the interior wall. This is an excellent strategy by M80. It's kept that wall completely closed. There's a delayed response from Hot and Cold Zofia, but still doesn't undo the damage that was done by Gunnar to your equipment. Finally, that wall gets opened up. Dream still has one Selma remaining. As Gunnar preps a Nitro cell to slow down the advance of Unwanted. All while this sight is happening, Adam is just slowly creeping up through Garage. Spotted by Spoit, though, and completely destroyed! My God, Spoit! He gets 2, can't outduel the Blackbeard. He was in a terrible spot. A grenade dropped in his lap as well. And there was no way for him to tussle with the Shield of Spirits. Unwanted only at 1 kill so far. That number is not increasing. It will for but a moment for Spirits, but Gunnar seals the round with a Nitro cell, and M80 are in full control of this map.
Nice, bro. I like that shit, bro.
You know, it only took every single round for Spoit to get 4 kills on map number 1. Through 4 rounds now, he has beaten his kill total from Clubhouse. He's put up 5 here, and I think that Azami being available in such a strong position as that Raptors has really been a big reason why. He is so good at playing up there with the Azami. Brilliant to catch out Adam. I believe there was no install on that because the default cam wouldn't have been able to see him. Gonna flick over to IT, of course, beautifully done. Started off with a big advantage for Spoit. And then it was Diffuser inside the site who grabbed the last couple of kills. We saw him popping off after the round ended. Big stuff coming out from the rookie for M80. Diffuser grew up just about 3 hours south of here in Westchester, New York. I know they're hoping to make a main stage run so that he can see his family and they can watch him play on the big stage.
Why do you know where everybody lives?
I think it's interesting. I like to dox players. Is that such a crime?
I don't think that's doxing if it's public information.
Players,
the act of doxing is when you take confidential information as to somebody's whereabouts, whether it be immediate whereabouts or where they live, and then spreading it online. If they publicly say, like, I'm from Toronto, you're from Edmonton, it's not doxing to be like, hey, Taro's from Toronto.
Players were asked their hometown before the event started, and if they wanted, they had the choice to not say.
Where's Marion?
No idea. No idea.
Yaga just said Marion. There are 9 Marions in the United States.
9 was an exaggeration, but there's a couple, and one is in... Yeah, I did. One is in Massachusetts, where we are right now. So it's possible Yaga's a bit of a hometown hero. If he's not, then I think Diffuser would be the closest thing to a hometown hero. I don't think anybody else... Well, Kobe's from the Bronx, actually, so that's not too far. Westchester's a little closer.
You know this because of all your expertise on GeoGuessr.
I am a fiend on the GeoGuessr, that is true. I know my lamp poles, my bollards. Real ones know.
How confident are you on the shadow of the car when you look down?
Car shadows. I'm not like Rainbolt level where I can just smell the grass.
What you just...
Sorry.
Where's Nighthaven Labs located?
I think it's off the coast of Singapore, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, now we know.
In the lore?
I'm not a lore guy. Halfway through this round, and there's plenty to talk about the lore. There's actually a new game mode that's actually been added as well. It was announced earlier today. It looks quite exciting, even though I'm not a lore guy. You can check it out just if you update your game. It takes place on Hereford Base. I think it's a secure area, bomb, and hostage all in one. It's 3 separate stages.
Wow.
Looks quite exciting. We're vamping at the current point in time because Unwanted are in danger of stalling out at the moment.
Yeah, they've done nothing on this roam clear. Exploit smells some opportunity.
Oh, just as you say that, Spirits runs into Gunner. Kino dies now as well. They will bulldoze their way down EXO. Hot and Cold, the first casualty for Unwanted. That's in the hands of Packer. Numbers right now favoring Unwanted for a moment. Packer picks up a second. You've got just less than a minute to go. Unwanted still have time to pull this off. And, I mean, the timer's going to run. Gavin yet to find a kill, but excellent job. When it comes to the objective play, Diffuser caught out by Dream, as Spoit will need to retake the bottom floor, catches Dream off guard before hopping on down. Gavin and Adam remain. They're hunkered down inside the bomb site, sitting on the Diffuser, watching what they've done. Adam's outdueled, so is Spoit. Packer and Gavin in a 1v1, a collision course inside of the site. A flash goes out, and Gavin has a terrific round. Shepherding in the Diffuser, watching over top of it, buying time, getting the final kills. Well, Gavin might have gone unnoticed for the first 4 rounds, 5 rounds maybe.
Let's run the fucking, the other, like the one.
That's a statement play by him. Unwanted now in a position where they can tie it up, depending on what happens here in the final round of the first half. This is Unwanted's map. They cannot let M80 run away with this game.
Packer, nearly the hero that M80 needed in that round. Some excellent sight play, a lot of it off cam, but you saw it in the kill feed. He got 2 picks while that push was going down, had another, nearly won the 1v1. He had a 50-50. Which way is he going to swing past this pillar? He chose left, Gavin swung right. Way she goes sometimes, and I mean, people have talked about Packer quite a bit this event. All right, he got 2 kills in his first game. That's a full BO3, and people had a lot to say about that. He 5x'd those that number of kills, getting 10 in his second series. Based on the linear projection, then we can expect 50 kills this series, Parker, from Packer. Stats don't lie.
Numbers don't lie. Stats can lie, though.
What? Now, stats are numbers. Statisticians can lie.
What did they say? They're stats,
did.
damn stats, and lies?
Yeah.
You, a numbers boy, should know that more than anybody else.
Yeah. Maybe there's some context needed to that 5x return that they got from games 1 to 2, but regardless, a 50-kill performance would be applauded. I think that would erase the 2-kill performance from first game of the day. First game of the tournament, I should say.
Spoit is very quietly top fragging. Well, he's tied with Gunner, but they both share 6 kills apiece. Gunner's survivability has been much higher. As we noted, Kino had the highest rating on M80 coming into this match, but admittedly, M80 has not played a ton of games, so it's still possible, like most teams, that those numbers will change.
For sure.
First map, though, by Spoit, well below his potential. I don't think it needs to be said that Spoit has been widely considered by many to be one of the best to touch this game, at least for the time being. The statement that he made on Rogue and Koi set a very high bar that he's frankly struggled to replicate, but that's not all on him. That's on the teams he's played on. The right supporting cast is absolutely capable of winning another major. M80 are hoping that this one is it. They do look a bit rejuvenated with these 3 new players. Utega behind the bench as well. Players like him. Players trust him. You hope that his coaching ability pays off.
Hot and Cold getting deep on that top floor. Managed to work his way all the way up rafters. Adam, of course, working around this top floor rafters point as well. Diffuser, who strikes first. He finds Dream at some point. Down below.
M80 have done a much better job of being competitive in opening segments. They were a little bit listless on Clubhouse. Diffuser gets maybe a bit too cute. He was in a tough, very tough position. Now the grenade will go out as Spirits hunts down the Warden. Kino escapes. Diffuser is going down, not the player. The case being planted by Hot and Cold. Excellent coverage right now from Unwanted. Adam in particular tearing strips through his defenders. Nitro Cell will go off and do some damage, but not claim any souls. It's Kino and Gunner's last 2 standing. Now it's just all up to Gunner as Kino dies. Gunner on a terrific run at the moment. Him and Spirits in a 1v1. Nitro Cell tossed out. Onto the Diffuser, he will go. If Spirits vaults in, he knows he'll be blown open, and Gunner gets him with the bait. 500 IQ play coming to a ranked game near you.
Yo, you suck at the guy who just got a 3K top floor, is that correct?
Yeah.
Impactless 3K, they didn't win the round. My God.
Hey, you take your wins when they come.
Dude, what did I tell you about Gunnar? He sees the opportunities. He sees the game at a different level. He's such a smart player.
Someone to place a drone in the very basement. Do you know? Does anyone know the drone for that?
He's even given his teammates some calls here for this next round where he wants the drones for the setup. Might be telling that he wants to enter through that bottom floor, but you combine round number 1 and round number 6, right? 2 rounds where Gunnar made game-defining plays. And that's the difference, right? 4-2 for M80. They've won 2 extra rounds on Unwanted, and that really does come off of Gunnar's plays, the way he sees the game, the decisions he makes. First dropping off, both Nitrocell plays, actually. The first one taking down Spirits on the Blackbeard, and actually the last one taking down Spirits on the Blackbeard, too. A lot of parity coming out from the way that Gunnar plays this game, but, you know, it's not a coincidence. That's raw talent. There's a reason why this guy's a major MVP. And he sits at the top of the scoreboard now, 9-2.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Gunnar also broke the kill record in that best of 5, surpassing the total that had been set by Cyber at the Yavla Major.
That is correct.
Here's a fun fact for you. Every single team to get first blood has gone on to win the round. M80 did it in rounds 1, 3, 4, and 6, and they won those rounds. Unwanted did it in rounds 2 and 5, and guess what?
They won those rounds.
You are so right.
When Unwanted were Beast Coast, that was their biggest strength. They actually had the best conversion rate in the NAL for Stage 2.
And who were 2 very important parts of that Beast Coast?
Well, 2 very important parts were Gunnar and Diffuser.
That's correct. And now they're doing the same thing on M80. Though Spoit has 2 of those 4 first bloods. Gunnar and Diffuser have the other 2.
Spoit's great with those opening picks as well. Not surprising to see him getting involved there. Sometimes it relies on the rest of the team to convert those opening picks. But every kill just as important. This top floor now, it looks like the focus is going to be on Pillar and Connector for M80. They are also running the shields. That's more been Unwanted's MO, but they are plenty capable of using these shields themselves. Going to take their time to open this wall, but as soon as they clear out that bandit battery, there should be no problems, as there's no tricking being attempted here from Unwanted.
Before we even got into a single round, we talked about how that IT wall would be protected.
Yeah.
And we said, you know, a lot of teams will go about it. Maybe they'll trick, maybe they won't.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of these teams have attempted to hold that IT wall at all.
Well, it's tough with Tubrau and Kaid banned out, right? I mean, that was kind of the point.
You also said that in the operator. You literally said that word for word. Oh, my. Guess who it is?
It's Gunnar.
Are you gonna guess, or are you just going to leave me hanging?
I thought it was a rhetorical question, Parker.
No.
We saw it.
Hot and Cold dies, and now a Nitro Cell sails over top of Packer. You have done an excellent job, if you're Unwanted, of slowing down the shields on attack. There's only one to be had. No Blackbeard. Played at the moment by M80. Gunnar lost most of his HP in that tussle with Houghton as well. Actually puts Unwanted in a very good spot. They will need to claw back this matchup as they use their timeout early. M80 sprung off to a lead. Diffuser in the ground now as well, as M80 have lost 2 players. That's bad angle for Dream. Adam on the board, though. He's got 2. Down goes Gavin Nakino. Brazilian phenom. Spirits and Adam, last 2 standing. Adam drops. It's all Spirits. Gunnar is so low that you could blow a kiss at him and he would fall. Kino taking some damage. A nice shot by Kino. On to Spirits. It's Gunnar now to hunt this one down. He's got to hurry. Only 1 second left. And Spirits plays keep away.
You're the fucking goal!
What did Min say back on Clubhouse? Why don't you just hide? And guess what Spirits does? He learns from his coach, and he does exactly what needs to be done when there is 3 seconds on the clock. And you are playing Rainbow Six Siege, and you are a defender, and it is a 1v1. Do you challenge the last person alive? No, you don't. What you try to do is you hide, because you getting the kill will win you the round. And you surviving the next 3 seconds will also win you the round So long as they're not planting the diffuser.
Yes.
And if they are planting the diffuser, guess what? You have a few seconds to stop them before they pull off the plant. Because the clock starts running. If you start planting that diffuser at 1 second, you can go 6 seconds past the clock. Because the round is not over until you either die or you fail to get the diffuser down. So, Spirits plays that absolutely correct. A lot of people will say, oh, cowardly. Shut up and become a winner. And you become a winner.
And Spirits, I mean, he does this so consistently. He's currently the most clutch player in the entire tournament, winning 75% of his attempted clutches through the tournament before this game, including a vitally important 1v2 clutch to beat Liquid. They posted a clip of that insane clutch on Twitter with comms. They just created a Twitter account, so you might not have seen it, but Unwanted have an account where they're posting a lot of clips, including in-game comms that you should go check out because it's been very exciting, very insightful. Spirits has been absolutely fantastic in these late rounds for Unwanted, and of course, the impact that he's had was enough to help him win a major not too long ago. One of the most underrated players in the world, in my opinion. Spirits is so good.
I just think the early consistency issues from his career are what dog him. That's it.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he would go 0-12 and then go 21-5 the next game. When we have conversations about the best players, usually we focus on people who are so consistently good. Spirits is consistently okay, and then he has amazing games.
I think he's gotten a lot better at that fact,
I agree.
too. You know, I think he's really improved as a player over the last
I
year.
agree. That's why I said those early consistency issues dog him. I also think the fact that his entry to pro play came through the Canadian division hurts him quite a lot because a lot of people saw that when it was around very briefly as a less serious league. First kill of this round, by the way, is Adam onto Gunner, and then he types sit. I have enjoyed the banter between these teams.
Bold to be typing to the guy putting up 10 and 3, but again, you take him when you can.
Adam is keeping pace. He's at 8 kills himself.
You're right, you're right.
This is also Adam as a much less experienced LAN player.
Yes.
I got to talk to Hat actually the other day, who's playing here for OXG. He made his LAN debut, and I said, what is it like actually playing on LAN at an international event? And he goes, it's like a whole other game.
Yeah.
It's like nothing I played. He goes, it's so different.
Mm-hmm.
And there is an adjustment period for some of these players. You know, ask Packer at Montreal how much of an adjustment it is. Two players that need no introduction are Kino and Hot and Cold. They square off. Right now, Unwanted is just batting away this harmless entry from M80. And they look poised to tie things up. Adam breaches 10 kills, could find 11, depending on who's lucky enough to take down Spoit, if they are at all.
Where is Diffuser?
He was dead.
No, I meant the kit.
Oh.
Didn't matter in the end.
Spoit dies in the 1v3 as he was deep inside the site with no objective play. Hot and trying to temper expectations as we have a tie game.
Yeah, nice little roam game coming out from Unwanted. That will prompt a tack timeout from Budega as he chooses this to talk with the team. Obviously, this is one of those moments where M80 needs to slow things down. They don't want this game to slip away from them. I think in that last round, the drone game maybe wasn't quite up to snuff. When they got into that last kind of 60 seconds of the round, they only had 3 drones alive, and they didn't seem to be aware of the position of all of the players of Unwanted that were roaming around that top floor. Most importantly, Adam. He broke double digits that round, as you noted, tying Gunner for top frag of the server.
Yep.
We need to go.
I do appreciate that we're actually able to hear the teams speak at this point in time.
It's less on the B stream, right? It's kind of variable on the B stream. A stream, we hear it very well, which is quite nice.
Oh, I mean, B stream is currently being run by Ferme, who does most of the NAL stuff with his team.
My king, my goat.
You worked with him directly in Philadelphia.
I did.
When you were an analyst actually going there. You know, fun fact, I as a caster have never been to Philly for that actual production. I'm hoping at some point that we can actually visit the studio as casters. But I will say, I mean, the B stream doesn't have the desk the same way the A stream does.
Right.
We are effectively hosts and analysts, and, you know, I've hosted before. You've been an analyst. We are, you and I are very uniquely suited for this. But yeah, I mean, we obviously don't have all the same bells and whistles that the A stream has, but changes are being made every day. And one of those changes is that now the coaches are a little bit more audible, and we can enrich the stream just as A stream does by hearing what the two teams talk about.
Well, Adam hoping to enrich himself even further. He finds a drone. After the 3K last round, he's hoping for one more to breach the sole top fragger, but I mean, he's kind of in a tough spot at the moment. He's very isolated from the rest of his team. Drones are coming out to find his position, and he's not on a Vigil, he's not on a Mozzie, he's on Castle, which is an operator who's already put his util down, which is nice, but doesn't give any actual advantages to the roam game. He will be the focus late round for M8, or early round, I should say, for M8 to clear. And then afterwards, they'll look towards the site. Always some good util work to happen on this IT wall, too. With simple EMPs, this shouldn't be a problem. There's no tricking being attempted by Gavin. He is sitting in sight, nice and pretty.
Gavin, who after a great game in map number 1 is really falling below expectations.
There he
Adam
goes.
was the superstar between the in the previous round.
Deserved.
Gunner outduels him and gives a sit right back to him. This battle's not just happening in the server. It's happening in the minds of these players. Mental warfare, some would say. Look at this! M80 are just storming the bomb site at this point, or rather, above the bomb site, as they wanted to translate very quickly to an execute, sweep through these defenders on Unwanted. They lost one player, but M80 strikes right back. Spoit looking now to get close to double digits. Ooh. Nice play from Gavin. He's doubled his kill tally since we spoke of him. Through the soft wall, isolated, and caught in a crossfire. Spoit collects his second kill. 3 for M80, 2 for Unwanted, and still over a minute to go. Maybe a soft reset here between the teams after half of the server was engaged in that first brawl.
And you would be forgiven for thinking that was the bomb site top floor, but no, it is down here inside of storage and control. The fact they have full top floor control now on the side of M80 means that they could go for a plant in the control room rather than going for the classic storage window plant that you typically see on this bomb site. These pests will keep the drones out for now on M80, but they do still manage to find the Mozzie of Hot and Cold. He's going to be sitting down bottom garage, slightly repositions, but not much with 35 seconds on the clock. Dream hunting for the first.
He doesn't find, or rather find it. He finds it in the wrong direction. Gunner will punish him. M80 allowed Unwanted to close this game up. It's Unwanted's map. You expect them to do well, but M80 has been maybe a cut above so far from all the rounds that we have seen. Playing a very shrewd angle, but it's a huge round from Gunner in particular, getting the final kill, securing 5 rounds for his team.
Oh my god, you're so good. Holy fuck. Okay, back above. Let's just commit to the Raptors. We have Montaigne.
The retake. I could go to Clash. I just don't play under.
That works.
Potential clash coming out.
Yeah, I like that. You hear Gunner say, let's commit to the Montaigne, we're going to get Raptors, and Hot and Cold immediately on the other team says, I could bring Clash. A classic Monty counter.
Hey, get my drones below, guys. Get drones below.
They're reading each other really nicely, and of course that clash will come into effect. He's probably going to hide throughout this prep phase. There he goes, just inside of IT, peeking below the advertisement. Making sure that he can stay undroned is vital, because if M80 find out that there's going to be a clash on the defense, they might choose to swap away from the Montaigne. They might choose to bring in maybe a Capitao. They're already bringing a Capitao, so maybe they suspect it, but there are a lot of those clash-specific counters that you probably wouldn't bring if you didn't know that there was going to be a clash, so hiding is really important in this prep phase.
Is hiding illegal?
Hiding is not illegal, Parker.
Do you think any of these operators used to be cops?
I'm pretty sure Clash used to be a police officer in London.
Really, we had this conversation for London, Ontario?
No.
Second best London in the world, 397 years in a row.
And nobody can take that away from them.
There's going to be one person in the chat being like, London mentioned! There's dozens of us! Dozens of us! From London, Ontario, of course.
Yeah.
I do like the Clash play, and I will be very eager to see this deployment from Hot and Cold. Hot and Cold made a joke many, many years ago when he was on that old DZ roster that the moment he turned 21, he got put on hard breach duty because that is basically the retirement age of Rainbow Six players. But then Han got freed, if you remember, on that Mirage team where he was tearing everybody apart and proving that he's a very gifted player himself mechanically. Clash is not exactly known as a mechanically intensive operator. So That's more game sense than anything. We don't really talk a lot about Hot and Cold's game sense. But I mean, he's a veteran presence at this point and a leader on his team.
You tend to develop a bit of game sense when you're playing the game since year 1, season 1.
That is true.
And trick, nice attempts. Almost punished. Dream takes about 50 HP as he gets behind that protection of his Clash.
I think only the second bandit trick on the IT wall we've seen all game.
It's tough with no Tuber out, no Kaid.
Let's say that again.
It's really difficult if you don't have like Kaid or like a Tuber, you know?
I could see it being a challenge.
Walking the Monty of Raptors now. Diffuser with this Cap Cowboy could be some problems.
Good reaction time from Gavin to do some damage to Diffuser. Side of Unwanted, you've had to scamper off of Rafters. Fire will burn out in the corner. Ultimately not net what M80 wanted, but still does enough damage to the defensive structure.
Look at this pivot. They're going over towards Aqua.
Almost everybody on M80's taken some damage as well. Not a lot, but it's definitely been done. Spoit, he's the first to die. This has happened a few times on his roll. You come to expect it. Diffuser gets one almost a second. M80 very close to pushing it on his bomb site. Great read from Gavin, lighting up these attackers. Now it's the shield out to drop the Azami of Gavin. 3 still stand from Unwanted. Diffuser and Gunner, the last 2 for M80, almost looking like we will need all 12 rounds. If Unwanted prevail here, just like map number 1, we'll either need OT or 12 in regulation. M80 scramble to retrieve the case. Final 15. Diffuser unlimited HP. Gunner also very hurt. They're looking for that Clash. They found it. Diffuser right now trying to battle the Clash, watching for the distraction. Gunner taken out, and he just loses on the engagement. Dream and Adam are too good. Too many bodies on the side of Unwanted. And we talk about that game sense from Hot and Cold. He played very conservatively with that Clash, hiding inside the site, only taking very safe engagements. I mean, with a Clash, a lot of those engagements are going to be safe because of the shield in front of you. But a masterclass by those defenders to keep M80 from crushing the defense on site.
You heard the initial call from M80. They were going to go for Garage. They were going to go for Raptors with that Monty. At some point, they made the decision to pivot. They said, no, you know what? This isn't working. Let's go towards Aqua instead. Let's try to make this play happen. But no matter where they pushed, Gavin was standing tall on that Azami, being a huge problem for them, and ended up getting 2 massively impactful picks at the start of that round, setting up Unwanted in the man advantage to close things out at the end. Gavin's one of those players that we really talk about as one of the best on this team. The coach of Shopify Rebellion, Super, put out a poll to all the NAL players where he had the players of the NAL rank each other. And he made a list of the top 25, I believe, players in the North American League. And Gavin was placed, I think, like 11th or something, a little bit low on the list. And Hot and Cold made a comment on that saying, and I quote, "Gav outside the top 5 is insanity." And I think he's absolutely correct because Gav has been so good. And through the Boston Invitational so far, he is within the top 5 when it comes to kill-death ratio of NAL players. So the stats backing up the claims by Gavin's captain.
I tried to find the list, but I realized I'm not logged into Twitter, so it was a small problem.
Servers were struggling for you there, I saw.
Yeah, it would have been a different. Diffuser playing off of intel that is not present, opening up the unprotected IT wall. M80 very swiftly taking control above. Packer nades out Gavini. Spirits, I think he hit Packer's shield. I don't think he actually hit an active player. That Boss G would have done some serious damage. Death marks keep failing. Why? You jammers.
Spirits was like the original Boss G player in North America.
Same with Finka.
Yes.
He loved Finka ahead of the game. He loved Blitz ahead of the game. He loved Vigil. These at the time off-meta picks. Then we got to a period of time where both Blitz and Finka were mainstays in every region. Give Spirits credit, actually. Most of that credit goes to APAC, with them running those Finka strats. FaZe Clan, back when they had Yuna on the squad, also loved Monty and the Finka. That was something that was a bit abnormal that set them apart. FaZe has always kind of marched to the beat of their own drum. This current iteration of the roster that was 1 round away from being world champions is no different. FaZe are just such a damn good team.
And look at this. They're going for a double kind of flank. Spirits and Adam on the top floor. They know they don't have enough util in sight, so they've got to make an aggressive play. Doesn't seem like M80 have a read on this. They're already starting their plan.
9 players alive and the diffuser going down. Packer gets to the safe point, and there it goes. Not a single scratch done to M80 until a Nitro cell finds itself on the Packer as he gets off of the case. Unwanted still got players up on this main floor. They're going to need to get some kills in a hurry. They just tied the game up. They do not want to be staring down the wrong side of match point on their own pick. Spoit with 1. Adam gets 1 as well from above. Spoit is waiting for the reemergence on the stairs. M80 good enough to take care of these unwanted players off site. Dream missing most of his shots. He'll have another opportunity, but Spoit is just too good. He nets the final kill, and it's series point for M80.
That flank from Adam and Spirits just a little too late. The defuse kit went down before they could really have any kind of an impact. And then the boss G didn't land. Spirits did his best up on that roam. Adam was able to catch 1, but in the end it wasn't enough. They were already in a low man count situation. They wanted to take control of the pace of that round, bring it into their own hands, dictate what was happening, but they couldn't. They weren't fast enough. And M80 made that move before they had the chance. Now, as you say, it is series points. 1 round separates M80 from toppling their former teammates. They'd be in a much safer spot in the standings as well. I should mention, Parker, M80 aren't in a huge danger of the lower bracket. They obviously can't get grouped. Shout out to Joel. But I
don't think you should be shouting at a team for being so bad they got eliminated faster than any other team. No other team, by the way, has been eliminated from this event. Team Joel got eliminated yesterday. Shout out to them for losing. That's what Jesse said.
The point is, lower bracket is still a threat for M80.
You were a generational hater.
Someone said that about me. M80 could still be in the lower bracket if they stumble in this game, if they don't find more success in the group stage. Unwanted have mostly avoided that fate based on the odds. I know our friend Sprabunny has been putting up the percentages for all of the possibilities up on Twitter. You should go check that out because he's been doing an excellent job keeping the community up to date on stuff like that. But it was really M80 who were concerned about lower bracket. If they win this game, especially in a 2-0 where you get 4 points instead of 3, that would be a big difference maker.
Yeah, they don't actually jump all the way up to 2nd place.
Wow.
So there's a log jam at the moment. Unwanted sits at 7 points. Team Liquid on 5. M80 on 4. So if you can 2-0 it, you gain 4 more points. You go all the way up.
Nice.
G2, who's at the top of this group, is untouchable at the moment. Even if Unwanted 2-0'd this, they still wouldn't be able to catch G2.
Yeah, tomorrow I think Unwanted and G2 play, I believe. So there might be a chance if Unwanted win this to also then vault over.
Chance is still very possible.
I'd take it 1 game at a time, of course.
One team has secured their spot in the 2nd phase of this event in all 4 of the groups. As you noted, Team Joel being the first team and only team so far eliminated means that the remainder of this group is good to go. Shopify Rebellion locked in their spot in Group B. Dark Zero, despite their loss to PSG Talon earlier today, was able to secure a spot, so they cannot go home. And over in Group D, it's Virtus Pro. Group D is actually quite fascinating if you look at those points. Scar is at 0 points at the moment, but W7M, Space Station, and Oxygen all tied up.
M80, they've got a task to do it here too. Avoid that lower bracket spot themselves. It's 5v5, but I mean, this is a good position to be in.
Oh my! Blackbeard and Valkyrie coming blow to blow. Huncold actually wins the first engagement. Diffuser trades it right back. He had an opportunity to go for a play, and he still does. Trust in your teammates, son. Adam out-duel. Down goes Spoit. Diffuser has to hop off, taking care of Gavin. It's Dream as the last one standing. His Nitro cell connects. At this point, he
Let's go!
But what a play by M80 at the end to pick up a 2-0 victory.
Nobody knows everything I do, bro. I was getting away with everything. Everything.
My jaw is on the floor. A 7-5 victory on map 1, a 7-5 victory on map 2. They allowed Unwanted to get close to overtime both times, but close does not count. A huge win for M80.
Boys with a paycheck get it done in 2. You see the respect being paid now, the fist bumps. A lot of love between these players, despite the circumstance. It was a close game. It was 2-0, M80 walking away with all the points in this series, but shouldn't feel bad if you're Unwanted. That's going to be their first loss of the tournament, and they played well despite going down 0-2.
Team Liquid now falls to the bottom of the standings. What will happen for the rest of the group? We'll find out tomorrow. As for this matchup, let's break it down after the break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns the answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother. Into red time we go. Where's the response? The cup was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Daz. It is, and look at the cover chain. I know it's not a bathroom, it's killed 4. This is it, you look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Daz. Make it a third. It's a 3K.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best Consulate that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes deep. Shotgun.
And he swings on to Dodes. Vintage Breede showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees. Information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nafe is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Reaps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Reaps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
He and Rams with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill.
When he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know! The 1v2!
Well, it wasn't the prettiest game of Siege that we've seen so far, but the teams learned and adjusted on the fly. M80 naturally coming out ahead, as you can see from the scoreline, or at least you might have seen from the scoreline previously. How did Nighthaven Labs play out differently for you from Clubhouse, Jesse?
I mean, I really do think Sploit was more active for sure. Obviously, being able to play that zombie top floor was a big impact moment. Gunner also got away with everything across both maps, but especially in that second. You heard him even say it after the game ended. How do they know everything I'm going to do and still let me get away with so many plays?
Yeah.
Rounds 1 and 6 in particular, this was one of them. Brilliant plays coming out, setting up the Nitro Cell. There were some really key moments to come through that I think made the difference between M80 and Beast Coast. We saw some great play coming out from, I call them Beast Coast. All game I avoided it, Parker, and now
I mean, it's going to happen at least at some point. I called EG Continuum once. I called Rogue different names. It happens.
Well, in any case, there were some great plays from Unwanted. Obviously, we saw some great stuff from Gaveni. We saw some cool stuff from Hot and Cold Spirits, obviously. All had good moments. Adam and Dream, too. Don't want to say anything bad about the new players on this roster. Adam, in particular, map 1, had some really important rounds. But end of the day, M80 were better. They proved they did buy out the correct players, and they will get a 2-0 over their former teammates.
I saw some people a little unhappy about my comment earlier with these orgs, and my point was, in case you missed it, I don't care how much these esports orgs pay players or how much they pay to take players over.
Yeah.
My point was that when you spend a lot of money to build a team, and we're not just talking about Rainbow Six, criticism is going to be a little bit louder when you lose. That's it. I don't care how much the payroll for M80 is. I hope all these players are getting paid very well. M80 seems to have found a roster that they like a little bit more than previous iterations. And M80's been a team that's had a lot of different identities over the last 3-4 years or so. All the way back when they were known as XSET, and then M80 became the spiritual successor to that brand. So good to see M80 succeeding. The problem with this matchup for Unwanted was that they got so close and they get nothing for it.
Yeah, that's 7-5, 7-5. That hurts so bad if you're Unwanted because that is 0 extra points on the standings. And now it's going to be a bit of a fight. There's 3 teams at the moment, M80, Unwanted, and Liquid, who will be battling tomorrow. One of those 3 teams will have to start in the lower bracket, meaning that there is a lot to play for still for those 3 squads. With that result as well, G2 are mathematically locked into first seed in Group A, meaning they will get a bye through the first round of playoffs. Technically, M80 could tie them on points, but the first tiebreaker is head-to-head, and G2 beat M80 earlier in the group stage, meaning there is no way for G2 to fall out of first.
And this will be the first group where results are quote-unquote locked in. Now, obviously, there's still movement for that second seed because the way that you go to the next phase of this event will differ. G2 will get a bye by being first overall. That means M80, Unwanted, and Liquid are going to get thrown into the meat grinder. Team Joel, as we talked about yesterday and we talked about through the match today, are mathematically eliminated. They are the only team so far to go home.
Shout out.
Stop it.
I'm sorry.
You are such a hater. I don't get it. Where does this come from?
Well, you know what I don't hate? Getting to watch great Siege, and we've got Virtus Pro versus Scars coming up next, which may not on paper produce a great match, but I think Scars could be cooking something good. With Virtus Pro having a lot to play for too, trying to get first in their own group, could have an opportunity to make some noise and put up some fantastic gameplay for us, but that'll be after we end up saying goodbye.
Yeah, we're about to say goodbye, but also a reminder, while you wait the next 20, 30 minutes until we see that matchup on this channel, know that over on the A-Stream, BDS and Falcons are going head-to-head. There's a lot on the line with that matchup. Falcons, a team that continue to impress. BDS had some stumbles, but they looked terrifying the other day. Whose match is it? It's anybody's guess. We're quite a bit ahead of schedule because of the 2 quickos that we had, but we want some Siege. We know you want some Siege. So a short break and we'll be back with our 3rd matchup.
Strategically, they won the round, they had numbers advantage, they had way more health on their health bars, and they had a mirror window on the side till the very end. They shouldn't have lost that. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them. And because BDS got that 3-0 lead, this isn't gonna mean anything in the bigger picture. But if rounds start slipping away like this, we can see that mental tilt set in again that we saw against Dark Zero.
Harsham was instrumental that round. Losing blue control ended up being the linchpin moment for BDS. Credit to Harsham. He's always been a highlight player on GK in the past. He was the star fragger for the most part. Now on Falcons. But he has been pretty quiet this tournament, and even in Montreal, he wasn't the one that we were constantly talking about. It was Robbie, obviously MVP of the whole tournament, despite being knocked out in quarters. Dove, in the match that we casted recently, he was the playmaker. He was the instrumental one for Falcons. It's nice to see Harsham, who's often in that lurk role, having a little bit of impact, especially against a team as strong as BDS that you wouldn't expect to let lurkers have a big impact.
Oh, you're right. Seems like Harsham, he has good stats, but he's often outside the building, holding ankles and such these days. And again, there has been a small change-up in the roles of this team with what we assume is the communication go from English to more of an Arabic-oriented calling communication style. Which again, puts into question, Robbie, is he that 4+1 player playing on his own? Does he know what's happening around him? For BDS right now, they're feeling the pressure. Windows getting opened up, doors. Twitch going against those default cameras, but who C4 this time lands. Robbie, nice leaky fac, because he jumped out the window. Okay, fair enough. So they were trying to make this mini play to get users out alive, right? He jumped out the same second user was getting fired by the Capital. He gets a C4 kill, leaky fac dies, they trade 1-for-1, uses lives. Not the end of all, but I think Falcons, they take that trade happily.
Good information on Solotov's position here for Falcons. A drone well hidden on top of one of the cabinets in mezzanine, and you can see these yellow pings continuing to come out. But how do they intend to deliver the killing blow onto that player? I see one frag grenade on Dove, he's nowhere nearby. Flashes around, perhaps to be used by J-Lad. Falcons haven't clearly telegraphed how they're going to clear this position.
No, they're playing very spread. One library balcony, one fireplace door, one side of office. These are very individual positions for Falcons. We're going for just a 3-2-1 chaos in the server. Strike from all angles. There is no clear execute. Lion shots goes out, flashbangs follow. They gotta make this push happen.
Still one player lurking in that top floor in the library box. It's users. His teammate has fallen off. Shaiko coming back up the stairs. The crossfire enabled onto J-Lad. Seemingly asleep at the wheel, unaware of users' positions. Shaiko finds it onto Harsham as well. Falcons, it's gone from a solid winnable position to now devastation. BDS solid in their positions, but Shaiko goes down. A big 2K from Dove, as he's now left with 2 more to find, and all alone approaching the site here on bar door. Time to work with, but no util to speak of. Solotov hiding behind the bar, and he will pop up, find his head, and win the round for BDS. Back in form, 4-1.
Want to see a bit more structure from Falcons here. They got such good gun skill, but the individual players right now are making all the work happen. There was no solidified push, there was no clear picture, there was no countdown 3-2-1. Let's work together. It's Dokubi in, dies, Twitch in, dies, one by one. If Falcons can find the same wavelength of operation, just work together as one unit, they'll have a much better chance of picking the partner Chalet. Oh, look at this.
Not every day you see that.
Oh, it really isn't. Yeah, I like BDS here. Shaiko regressing up the staircase. They're doing a good job at, I think, just rotating around the map, trying to figure out, okay, what are Falcons going to do? The Fenrir mounts will be activated on, like, the bar door, dining hallway. That means Shaiko, don't hold those angles with your gun. Run upstairs instead and get that crossfire with your teammate inside of library. They're trying to basically say some parts are covered by utility, some parts are covered by gunplay, but everything is covered. They leave no gaps because they know Falcons. They love to try and brute force it by lurking around.
First half hasn't looked good for Falcons. One more opportunity now to salvage their attack. A 2-4 split, still not ideal, let's be real. BDS looking very comfortable here on Chalet. A reprisal of form after losing this map just the other day. There's a reason why this is one of their favorite maps in the pool, why they picked it here against Falcons, and despite Falcons winning it just 2 days ago, BDS are getting the better of them here in the first half.
We see Falcons, the final attacking round in the first half, and they've played, what, maybe 7 or 8 different attacking operators. It's not a whole lot by my account. And again, I don't think you have to flex around a ton. But I do feel like they're not super willing to really change things around and say, okay, this isn't working, let's blow up our lineup and just try something else. But again, if it works, it works. So far, it hasn't. The Monty, the Dokkaebi, the Lion, trying to catch roamers off guard, stop them from moving around too much. What we gotta see, though, is Falcons entering the building with players alive and up well, use those drones to make their way through. They keep burning them, droning the building, not taking map space, and losing those drones for free.
Oh. Solotov is daring, contesting these angles. A player jumps into Trophy.
Injure.
It's a potato fest between the two, but the injure not confirmed. Leakafak, meanwhile, does find one. Oh no, what are you doing, Leakafak? He bites off far more than he can chew. And Robbie finds a second on the round. Numbers are even again. Shaiko misses his opportunity to put down that Montaigne. And now Falcons know full well where he is. Upstairs, a C4 flows on over. Guard break onto guards, but no kill confirmed onto that Montaigne as of yet.
Second C4 from Brede. If they want to try for it, they can go for it. C4 confirms it. Huge value there. It does take both C4s, so I think that's a valuable trade. Used with another onto Robbie. Last guy has shown him outside the building, so far away on the roof, can't help his team at all.
A valiant effort from Falcons that round, but so proactive from BDS. 2 C4s to whittle away damage at that Montaigne. And Shaiko is going to hold on to the jump in as well. 5-1 in the first half. And the Europeans are looking pretty untouchable on Chalet. There's nothing in it for Falcons as of yet.
Let's see if things will change on the side of things. Of course, Chalet attack and defense plays out very differently, but if BDS keeps setting the pace and controlling Falcons, I don't think the scoreline will be all that different. Because that's what it comes down to right now in the current meta. A lot of teams are going to try and set the tone, control the speed of things. It's why we see something like Tubrok Hype being brought out on defense, slow things down. Meanwhile, attackers try and rush, say, hey, we want to go fast. We saw a rush from Falcons, it got shut down. We saw BDS turtling downstairs, winning out. 6 rounds. Okay.
Well, they say we've done this in scrims, 6 rounds on defense.
Yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it, Falcons. I'm ready to be proven wrong.
Hey, there was actually an instance where EUL Finals 2020, it was T2 against BDS. It was my last tournament. We played the Labs bomb site on Theme Park, which wasn't super common.
I remember that.
And it was like a 1v4. And I remember Citizen was like, you won this 1v4 in scrims, just win it again. And then I ended up winning because the frost mat was in the window. And I was like, okay, sometimes scrims reflect into real games. It can happen.
Such a good call.
That's the way the POC mat was invented by.
Yeah. POC mat. Dude, if you can do it in practice, who's to say you can't do it on game day?
That's it.
The only barrier is your mental.
If you play scrims like you're playing pro games, like the discipline, the decisions that you want to make, the gunfights that you take, you will be able to transition a lot more or translate a lot more effectively. Whereas if you run around in scrims and you spawn people and you do crazy stuff, and then you're timid in pro league, it's like, why are you practicing so ineffectively? You should practice the way that you want to play.
Yeah. And if you want to play jumping out every window and spawn picking, sure, go for it. But actually have the guts to do that on game day.
Exactly.
And Falcons as the desk, well, the analysts, I suppose, the standing analysts mentioned. Falcons love that aggressive play style. They're on that defensive side. In theory, they can dictate the pace, but it's BDS teasing out something, perhaps baiting Falcons.
Baiting.
To pushing.
And we see Diffuser and Solera and Repel with the Grim and the Shaiko and the Demo. So they're trying to make, force Falcons to make an error, to move around too much, but they're not. They're playing disciplined. They join Solarium, they see the staircase is clear. Next set of Green Candelas or Candelas and Grim Beast can maybe make BDS advance in towards the building, rappel on in, because right now what they're missing is a foothold, a place to start inside the building. With half the round burned, it's time to start entering soon. Shaiko and Brede, of course, Diffuser in hand, they should be going in first.
Guards, a run out. Where was that from? Perhaps lobby? Oh, it was the balcony. That's a good pick, though. BDS going for an execute-heavy strategy, losing their Ying. That's the danger.
Still outside. I mean, what's the theory here? They're gonna get some red pinks, maybe. Yeah, they see one player. A little bit of floor bang coming out onto Jayla, but nothing really gets done from this. There they go. Now there's a Solarium. Robbie finds one.
Still no pressure from the double window since Users was taken down. Nobody from BDS has to resume that position. Shaiko makes his way forward, takes down Robbie. Hashom looking for a peek. Leaguefac has made this winnable. Still red pings on those players in Solarium. Hashom wants to go for the peek. He's going to sacrifice the peek as advantage if he waits and holds an angle, but he finds Solotov looking for a re-peek now, and Leaguefac finds him, but not before he takes down Shaiko. The trade from Guards and Falcons have locked in their first defense. Round by round, one by one. I'm not sure what that conversation's about. Dude, I wish I could understand what they were saying.
He looks so concerned and surprised at the same time, grabbing his shirt. I'm like, huh?
Robbie's like, yeah, haha, I know.
Yeah, good joke, guys. Yeah, well. BDS falls a little bit flat there. The first time, you know, it's a fake execute, try and force an error from Falcons. Nothing really happens from that. And then BDS kind of sit around for a good 30 seconds or so. Falcons, they stay active with a run out, they get a pick. And from that moment forward, they were in full control. They controlled the pacing. BDS struggling to enter the building. I mean, when you got such good players in terms of gun mechanics, do you really want to have 5 players on rappel? I don't want to go in the building and take a gunfight, if you're asking me.
Yeah, well, that's the risk of going for one of those heavy execute strategies, is as soon as one of the dominoes falls, the push can't really work out. Like, it's such a crafted execute. As soon as you lose your double window player, you've lost your ability to cut the sights in two, you've lost your pressure, you've lost your crossfire, and you also lost your ying. So a really good read from Falcons to get aggressive and try and isolate one player, take them down. And with that, I mean, the rest of BDS's push was so fragile.
Yeah, it was very lackluster. Was indeed. All they had was the Grim at that point. Breedy actually died the second he entered the building to Robbie as well, so you lose the Bees. Deimos was great, but there are mute jammers all across the bomb site, so you can't really track anybody. Master Bedroom start, actually, from the Falcons was a big surprise to me. It's a very controversial bomb site. It's been great in the past. It's been terrible recently. It's kind of making a resurgence back into tier 1 level. It's just one of those, if you're a team that likes to play it and have a good understanding for it, it can totally work. It just feels like you have 2 ways to attack it. You go Library, or you go Solarium, like BDS did. And it's such an expected outcome for where defenders will be playing and where attackers are attacking from, so it just feels iffy to me. Then again, you got 6 rounds to play with. You're likely going to go through all 4 bomb sets eventually, unless BDS just win out in the first 2 rounds, of course. But a great start, a bit of momentum in their sails. Getting loud, getting excited. There's nothing worse than saying, guys, let's go, 6 straight. You lose the first round, and it's like,
Yeah, well, that would be 5 match points they'd be staring down. So a good start here for Falcons on the defense. Give themselves confidence, especially with how that round panned out. Like, it was convincing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a really good read onto that BDS push. They didn't expose themselves. Solid start to the half for Falcons. And the start of a comeback, perhaps. 5-2 lead for BDS, though, leaves very little room for error for this defense of Falcons. And they go down to bar and games. The question is BDS going to go for more of a direct library take or a map sweep? And I think the answer to that, seemingly at the moment, is from Solarium across.
Yeah, the map sweep for sure, and they got the right operators right. When you got like a Twitch and a Brava, in my mind, you're going to try to work the map as much as possible because the default cameras on Chalet have immense value. They see so much. Like the fireplace default cameras at the stubble to your left, the blue staircase camera as well, the basement, the west main. You see all the flanks and the main areas of the map, essentially. Also stuff like this, hacking the Banshee, means that now you can lurk in fireplace stairs. So much value to be had.
Yeah,
but if you're going for direct attack, all of this gets wasted.
That's a ton of value, even though he wasn't able to get the lobby default, which is very hard to get with the Brava, because the ranges, you have to get really close and often jump. Okay, Robbie exposed the piano window, not wary of his angles, allows an early lead for BDS. Doesn't matter how many cameras you hack, if you're going to have players falling for free from outside, then you're not going to have much of a good look in. Nade to dispatch with that BPC. BDS are looking very solid.
Yeah. Might want to slow down though, because when you got Brava and Twitch as well as a Flowers, you needed to like respect the fact that these gadgets, they take time to activate. That's why we're seeing now hold angles, users getting active, Solotov as well, setting up those flank cameras, clearing so much utility around the bomb site.
Is that all 3 Banshees?
Yeah, there might be a 4th. Yeah, there it is.
There you go.
But that's 3 Banshees so far by my count as well. Default cameras, funny enough, haven't been hacked or shot by the Twitch drones, which is like, yeah, well, the cameras aren't going to shoot back, but they are going to give Falcons continuous intel that you're not pushing right now. Last 60 seconds of the round, BDS slowly got to start ramping up the speed now and approach either the bomb site or library clear first. Let's see what they do.
One thing that BDS are yet to deal with are the mirror windows. I don't believe the Twitch was able to find either. As I say that, there's the Twitch taking down one of those mirror windows. However, the Mute Jammer is going to protect against Shaiko's Deimos. Good coverage there from Solotov. Dove goes down. However, BDS are not finding it easy to take control of that top floor. Bride's on the floor. This is a dangerous play from Hashom to lie down. Solotov puts him in the dirt. BDS have this top floor control. They can pick up Bride and look to poise for an execute. 25 seconds to play. An off position from guards on side, deep inside. There's information seemingly. I saw yellow pings on the site. BDS have the numbers. A C4, an air ball, and a spray through the wall. JLad to find Bride, but traded back. Guards up against 3. The first one found to Prone. Will not find Haven.
Let's go. Perfect.
And a nice spray down. BDS can mop up the pieces and get themselves on map point.
I love that from League of Fact. He's eyes closed, he says, perfect. And it's like 4 seconds left. Players are dying. It's completely chaotic in the server. Perfect, guys. Don't worry about it. I mean, I think from what they wanted from that round, it was perfect. They got the first step done, the utility. They got opening pick. They got the execute. And because they had numbers advantage, we saw them just kind of swarm the bomb set at the very end there. And I want to say, 3 of the first kills that they got, or the first 3 kills they got, was all from drone work, red pings, yellow pings, or intel game. This right here, there was a red ping. There was information on this position of the map. This right here, red ping, information on the map as well. And then they knew there's a player on the blue staircase because Shaiko died or Brady got injured from this player right before this kill happened. So there's so much information game from BDS that gives them these openings. Combine that with hacking on the Banshees and getting rid of the bulletproof cameras, Falcons were very much in the dark. Whereas when Falcons were attacking, they kept getting hit by Finrear mines nearest them and giving away their positioning.
Yeah, perhaps it does come down to operator selection here for Falcons. It feels like the operators that were brought to the table had very little impact. The Moisey, for example. And that's mostly credit to BDS for finding the adequate counters. Lickety-split, quick as you like.
Oh, this is a rare one. We get to see a League Effect on Monty, by the way.
Damn.
So, League Effect, for people who might not know, is a very, what we call like a gap-finding IGL. He's a player who calls the shots for his team, but from the front lines. He likes to get active on the battle, on the fighting, but he's a phenomenal mastermind when it comes to just picking things apart strategically. When you put him on Monty, it gives me like Troy Canadian vibes. He can sit back, no stress, no pressure. Guys, go over here, hold this angle, breach this wall, set this up. I'm gonna go plant now. And I expect this to be a more slower-paced round from BDS, where it's going to be very objective-based. Step 1, take this room. Step 2, go over here. Step by step, round by round, try and keep their players alive.
So we get to see if BDS have listened to their captain and IGL for what he said the other day. Everyone has to go with him, and they do. Users might go down quick, but Solotov's looking for a second now. Guards in kitchen. JLad comes in for support. Leakafak is seemingly alone here in Master as he spots out the mute downstairs. Guards caught completely off guard. And no refrag from Monty. Robbie just around the corner from him. Leakafak's about to have the information, but he is now trapped. Zoto canister to put him in position. D4 comes out. Leakafak is down. A good trade though from Shaiko. Him and Bride now together in the 2v2. Map point within their grasp, but they have 2 more players to find a Falcons.
The new one guy was upstairs, double C4 and 2 players. Can't do that from a single person, so Hashom somewhere top floor, but where is JLad? He's a vigil, can't quite get spotted. These drones won't help them. Only 2 on the ground so far right now, so BDS with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. There's so much time, but no intel game. This is one of the last drones that they can use right now. Do you put it to flank? Do you try and drone the bomb site? Do you try and find Hashom? A lot of decisions to be made. Got 1 finger boost, got 1 Grimbees, but no nades, no flashbangs. Once they reach that bomb site, it's all guns blazing, no util.
Thankfully, time is on BDS's side because information certainly isn't, as you said, just 2 drones up. Falcons still have that lobby default. Hashom also seemingly aware he snuck deep up into Piano. And I don't think that Bride will have any idea. He's still on cameras just around the corner. Shaiko's going to expose himself. Hashom takes him down. Bride now has to look for a frag, but waiting is Hashom. Bride takes him down. J-Lad still now on site. It's all up to him to clutch up against Bride, the clutch king himself. Time still on his side, a little bit to work with. And he's trying to play this passively, trying to play this patiently. As the Bs go out, restrict the mobility now from J-Lad. Listen up, can you hear the footsteps? J-Lad's got the read. Bride's got to land the shots. SMG-12 in hand. Bride with the commando on the other side, ran in the corner, but J-Lad's got him dead to rights. And Falcons will keep this game chugging along.
Perfect timing. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but the second Hashom got the kill into Shaiko, Brady Strong got shot by J-Lad downstairs. So they were spending all that time using one single drone to clear the entirety of the map. And the second said, oh, here's the vigil. It dies. Shaiko falls as well. Brady takes the 1v1, or forces it down to 1v1 rather, upstairs. And that's it. And I thought it was gonna be a slow pace round for BDS because League Effect was on Monty. It was a rush. I like sending League Effect Monty upstairs alone, but he got a little bit overzealous, pushing deep into Piano, got caught by surprise with the play out of Office and the Piano hallway, the double C4. That was the turning point in my mind for Falcons, where they got the control back into their side because BDS spent almost everything in the early parts of that round. So taking down the Monty, that was like the ace up the sleeve, the holy grail, the saving grace, if you will, for BDS.
Hashom really did fluff that up as well. Thankfully, J-Lad stood tall in the 1v1. Bride almost clutched up for BDS. He's not going to beat himself up too much about that.
That's a hard one. You have no time, half health, no clue where the vigil is.
And the big thing, like you said, was not having spare flank watch drones there. You've got 3 players dead for BDS in that 2v2 while they're trying to hunt down where these last 2 players are. Had there been a drone in the display hallway, it would have been a very different story. Hashom would never have been allowed to sneak into Piano. BDS would have got that information. It would have changed the scenario completely.
I also think BDS didn't expect the flank to happen because it's a bad play on paper. Hashom doesn't know there's a drone watching him. If there is, he's as good as dead. And when you play a 2v2 like that, you're always thinking, defenders play together by the bomb set, that's smart, they got crossfire, we don't have any drones to find them. He just flanks out of nowhere. Yeah. It's one of those, you gotta play your opponent. Falcons are not gonna play conventional passive siege, they're gonna take the fights. The effect wins this time onto Hashom that's leashing off the board.
Very early lurk inside, a lot of damage done onto Robbie though. He can always switch shells. He still wants to keep contesting Leakafak, and now all of these players are looking down below. Keep in mind, we've got Shaiko on top of Leakafak as a vertical player. Shaiko with that Deimos, he's so good with it, he's infamous. And yeah, not a missed drone. If Shaiko can get in underneath the bomb site, surely he can wreak some havoc.
I see the injuries. Vegas right there. He hears them. They hear each other.
He's about to get targeted by Shaiko as well. His guard's going to win this fight with the UMP. Spots Leakafak. SMG-12 wins that every day of the week.
Wrong gun, my friend Gus. I'm so sorry for you. With any other weapon, maybe you win that. Get another kill. You stabilize the round. But right now, Falcons, they have one, I think, way to win this. They got to keep swinging. Because if you play this out 3 versus 5, you're going to fall apart eventually with this much time left on the clock.
No need to rush it here. Oh, look at this. They're just going hunting of Falcons. But their wings have been clipped by BDS. Here comes the hack as well by the Dokkaebi, which is going to make it all kinds of painful here. Dove wins his fight. Finally, something is coming up for Falcons. Information, no, and Shaiko goes down. So uncharacteristic of the Deimos to make such a critical error. Maybe winnable now. We've seen moments of greatness from Dove. To keep Falcons in this map, it will require something massive. He does!
1v1.
Traded back again. Robbie now. On the Scopos against Bride. We've already seen Bride fail to clutch up a 1v1 for the map. But rounding the corner, Robbie just around. He does spray his direction. Now Bride's got information. Who wins the fight? Robbie finds it! Back-to-back 1v1s. Falcons, they will not go down just yet. BDS cannot finish him off.
You cannot let go of the pressure for BDS right now.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Okay. Damn. So this is a League effect taking a more calm approach, saying, let's not give them 1v1s constantly, but it's okay. The round was perfect. And again, we gotta look at what happened from a top-down perspective from what BDS's plan there was, and then what happened in reality. They got the early kills, they got the roam clear, they got right by the bomb site, then it fell apart. So strategically speaking, BDS, they won the round, then they threw it. And when you are a competitive player, this is a big thing to think about. Because if they had, gotten picked apart before they entered the building, it would have been a terrible round, winning or losing.
It's a 2v5, by the way.
It was a 2v5. It's terrible to lose this kind of round. But again, BDS, they're not expecting or
Welcome back to the B stream here at the 6th Invitational 2025 live in Boston. I'm Des, this is Tim. Tim, we are going into our second game of, third game for the stream, second game for us, VP versus Scars. But before we jump into that, let's take a quick look at how things currently stand over here in Group D. So you can see how things are set, and also we'll take a look at our schedule shortly after. VP at the top, Scars at the bottom. And that should be a good indication, Tim, for what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, Virtus.pro have been playing pretty well so far. Of course, having that one tricky game thrown in, but otherwise 2 wins. Sitting pretty up at the top on 8 points. Decent round difference as well. Like you say, Scars, they've been off the pace realistically. They were a little bit better yesterday. We've covered both of their games, and we did see some improvement, but probably not enough to challenge a team like Virtus.pro is probably the honest assessment.
We've cast both of their games so far. It has been flat. Hopefully they can step it up another gear today, but against VP, it could be a hard task before them. Just as a reminder, here's the schedule for the B stream today. Scars versus Virtus.pro coming up next, and then SSG versus W7M. It's been quick so far, Tim, with 2 2-0s on this stream. Will that curse get broken? Will we have a 2-1 come out? Is this the series to see it? I'm not too sure, but I bloody hope so. Here's the Scars lineup in case you weren't familiar with who these players are. We've seen them at a lot of international events, but only once have they made it past this first phase of the tournament and got to play on stage. That was back at the quarterfinals in Copenhagen. So there is some work to be done here, Tim, and we remarked back on day one. It looked a little bit flat, not a lot of energy there. Yesterday was much better. I hate to say it, but even now things look a little bit too chill for me.
I mean, in part, it's how they are.
Asleep there in his chair. What's going on there?
It's how they are. They're always, they're a pretty chill team. But like you said, they need a fire under them if they're gonna come out and beat a team like Virtus.pro. They need something to just give them, a bit of spark and a bit of movement, because, these guys. I'm not gonna go as far as to say, they're up there necessarily with the favourites for the tournament, but they're certainly looking good for a long run in this one.
They're certainly punching, that's fair to say. And I know a lot of teams that I spoke to coming into the competition were saying that VP were one of their top 3 teams to win everything. So, a lot of expectation on them. We're seeing also some of the talent team begin to get behind them as well. This should be, for them, just another day at the office. An easy 2-0, a chance to breeze on through. But let's take a look and see what maps we're stepping into first and foremost. I looked at this first one, Tim. Okay, Cafe coming up for Virtus.pro. No big surprise at all. Yeah, Bank was always going to get banned away by Scars against them. We've seen what Virtus.pro are capable of on that map and wanted it gone. I'm still scared of Cafe. And Tim, I think they start on the defense here, and Scars therefore are picked to start on the attack, which I don't really understand, I won't lie. That is not a good idea to start attack on Cafe against Virtus.pro. Not sure what's going on there, to be honest.
Oh, it's an interesting choice. We're going to go to Clubhouse after that. That was Scars' pick, and I think, fair enough, no problem. If you want to play Clubhouse, play Clubhouse. It's going to be tough against a team like Virtus.pro, though. Again, historically, these players are very good on this map, but also Clubhouse, we always say the same. It's a map that everybody should be good on, essentially. So you're not taking somewhere where you may be, going to find a bit of an advantage in the map pick.
Charlotte taken away as well, which means Consulate or Border remain in the pool, and we'll see where we go to. Border, if it takes us getting there, will be where things head to. Scars will start on the attack over on that map. So that's assuming we even get there, Tim. I think Cafe and Clubhouse, some golden rules of many, many years of Siege. Don't take a Russian team to Clubhouse. And where are we going, Tim? We're going to Cafe, and then we're going to Clubhouse. Does not feel like the best situation to be a Scars team coming into this. However, we've seen crazier things happen. In fact, we've already witnessed a bit of an upturn today when PSG managed to bring down Dark Zero. Now, fingers crossed, we see this one stay nice and close, but we've been hoping for that from Scars from the last couple of series. Big one that I've turned to as a really interesting stat, and I say interesting, it's certainly putting one player in the limelight here, and for all the wrong reasons. Tayo currently has 9 kills across the entire tournament. Meanwhile, over on .0, NGR has crossed over 100. You've really got to see some of these players that aren't delivering. Rex not far ahead, it's worth stating, at 14 kills. Both of those players really need to wake up here, because the only way you're bringing down Virtus Pro is as a team.
And even then.
Great teams have fell to the wayside by Virtus Pro many a time.
The reality is that might not be enough, even coming out and playing fantastically as a team. But kind of like we said yesterday, really, step one is you've got to play against yourself, i.e. you've got to come out and give your best and make sure that you're covering those bases, hitting those fundamentals and doing things well, and then you can worry about playing the other team. And I still feel like Scars are kind of in that position at the minute, that they need to come out and, you know, deal with their own fundamentals, worry about their own game, and then worry about everybody else. But we're going to get the double shield ban coming in. The bans will be correct because Scars are starting on attack. So Monty and Blackbeard come through. Scars will now take out our first defender for Cafe. I'm not expecting anything too wild. Probably your armies. There you go. Maybe a Valkyrie, a Mirror, something like that. Nothing too tricky.
Yeah, all target bans really here, as well, as much as they might look like standard ones. The Monty coming out against Tayo. The Blackbeard is coming out against Dan. He's most played operator at this tournament by quite a way. He's played Blackbeard 16 times. Deimos, his second most played, just 8. So they know that Virtus Pro are quite enjoying being able to run around on this. And it's quite funny because I think back to history, and they aren't really a massive shield team, Virtus Pro, when I think about how they've approached the game. So even during the heights of the shield meta, you didn't see them running it every single round. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely in their wheelhouse and they can do it, but it's just not a common thing for this team at all. Monty and Operator, they tend not to touch much themselves. So very happy to have this one banned away. Here we go. Virtus Pro starting on defense, and they kick things off in Fireplace and Mining in round number 1. The Scars on the attack, as mentioned. Not quite sure why we chose to start an attack here, guys. I really thought we'd have seen them starting on the defense, because there's nothing to demotivate you, Tim, like getting absolutely battered by good defenders on Cafe, which is exactly what Virtus Pro are.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe we get to the half, it's 6-0 Scars, and it's a master stroke test. Okay. I don't think that's going to... I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to get to the half and we're going to be asking questions. We're going to be saying, why on earth did Scars choose to start on the attack? Which is kind of what we're saying now, but I don't think it's going to play out any differently to that.
I was just looking at the numbers as well and how things are shaped up for Virtus Pro on this map. A 75% defensive win rate on Cafe over the last few months.
I mean, at least... Look,
and a 5-1 map record.
This way, not going to get any harder, is it?
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of like you're starting on like top tier difficulty, and then maybe it's all downhill after that. Maybe that's the game plan.
Yeah, that's assuming you can get up that hill in the first place, so to enjoy the ride down the other side. For Scars, we won't count them out yet. We've seen Fishlight, for example, have a wonderful tournament. Nina's been a bit hot and cold, I think, throughout as well. But as mentioned, for me, it's seeing Tayo and Rek come up big. We've got to see those two players really contributing here, because 3 players alone can't get it done against Virtus Pro.
Scars are moving pretty quickly here. They've got themselves inside of the building already, taking top red control. They're attacking onto mining, so they're going to want piano control. Use some verticals. Got one on reading door as well. And so they're certainly cutting down the rotation potential for Virtus Pro. They can, oh, look at this, they're going straight in here, not messing about. And they're going to find the opening kill. It's that man Tayo, he certainly gets himself going quicker than he has previously. Joystick taken down. Look at this, what's going on? There's 3 kills come in. Nina and Rek as well. Pasha and Shepard taken out. And there's an opportunity to get the diffuser down. Tayo sticks it. And all of a sudden, Virtus Pro, they're left reeling here, Des.
Really good set-piece play. They've also got a player sat in the fireplace window watching for any crosses coming down from White Stairs. It's looking good. Virtus Pro just didn't have those verticals above to be able to bring down the diffuser as it was going down on the ground. I won't say Scars to smash and grab one here as well, but it's been a really good set-piece play. Virtus Pro looking, frankly, Tim, extremely lost right now. A 1v3 for Dan. Tayo gets the close.
Let's go!
There's the energy I was looking for,
That's
Tim.
what we're looking for.
That was far louder than I anticipated. My ears hurt.
Turns out, you know, we just need to win a few rounds and the energy will be up. The thing is...
Good, very good.
Let's not get carried away. They've rushed into sight. They've got away with it. I don't think they're going to get away with that again. The problem is, from this round onwards, they're going to have to play more of sort of VP's game, whereby they're going to have to play into the defense. They're going to have to clear them out. They're going to have to gain map control, clear utility, and do all of those things that we would normally expect attackers to need to do. And that's where it's you know, probably going to become a little bit more tricky. They are not going to get away with every single round like that.
I feel like I just stepped into an anime, honestly. It's like a sports one now. They're all going nuts. Excellent. Good start. I imagine probably part of this comes from the counter-analysis they've done from Virtus Pro's game against Space Station. A few days ago, back on the first day of the siege that we had here at the 6th Invitational. It was a decider map, and Virtus Pro did win 7-3, so there's a few things they can learn from that, and maybe, Tim, that's why they've started on the attacking side, is they've done the counter prep, they know how Virtus Pro like to set up some of these sites, and they want to batter them about, and thinking about it, that's exactly what criticism has always been against what was formerly Team Empire, but obviously will somewhat carry over to Virtus Pro, is they'll do the same things. They've got a lot more flexible lately, it's worth stressing. But historically, there used to be a team that you'd say, well, they play the same thing every single round, and they're so convinced that they can play it that well that it doesn't matter if you counter it, they'll be able to beat you. It's just shown there that there is a way through those setups they've got, and they will have to be adaptive in this game if they want to be able to stop Scars bringing counter after counter in this first half.
Scars just racing through there. Fishlight doing a great job, but with the Twitch drone, kind of just leaves it to die afterwards because he's got his job done. He took out Goyo canisters, bulletproof calm. Absolutely fantastic stuff to at least provide a little bit of a pathway for Scars to work in through later on in the round. I think the first major step here is going to be looking to, or one of them is going to be looking to clear Pasha out of that position in VIP. Need to clear that shield, push in, take that ground, and then that's going to really open up that lower floor of the map for them.
You know exactly where Pasha is here as well. They've seen him on that drone, sat in the corners, even a ping coming in. The question is, well, sure he wants it? Yes, he does. Pushes in. It doesn't matter that the Yokai's there, the prox alarm's going off. He still finds his man. Good for the team play from Scars, and they convert it into big. 2. They make it into 3. Even Tayo's fragging out. Tim, what the hell is going on?
I don't know. This is a different Scars to the one we've seen the last couple of days. Always manages to take down Tayo. That's going to take the blitz off the board, but what does it matter when Mushoi's going to walk in and kill one Nina fans the other? And all of a sudden, on the attack, we were asking questions, Des. I jokingly said maybe they come in and go 6-0 on the half. Well, we're 2 rounds in, and they're on the road. Scars are flying.
You're pretty good at speaking things into existence over the last 24 hours, too. It was that
So
1v5
true.
yesterday. It's Scars starting off strong here. 2 rounds in a row, and again, to me, it looked like they just knew what was coming out of Virtus Pro. Drones in the right places, anticipating when players would push, knowing when to break through into Bakery with that blitz and collect a couple of kills off the back of Tayo and Nina's push. It's looking really good. Scars have got the answers, and Virtus Pro, I imagine, a little bit bewildered right now. Tim, like, what is going on? They've got us countered. Everything has got an answer.
Love it.
Love the passion.
Absolutely love it. Well, Virtus Pro have got some thinking to do. Some very quick thinking and adapting to do, because right now Scars are well on top of this. Let's be honest, that's not just 2 rounds that, you know, have come down to 1v1s or anything. That hasn't been close. Scars have completely dominated both of those rounds realistically. And what I like from Scars in that last round was the recognition that Dan and Pasha were the particularly important defenders in that area. They were locking down Restaurant and VIP, and they've just gone in there, cleared both of them out, and that's just, as I said, it might opened up the map for them. So great stuff coming in from Scars. We'll see whether they can continue that momentum or not, but Virtus Pro right now seriously on the back foot.
It's going to make this group super spicy if Scars can hold on at this point. We mentioned they were down at the bottom on 0 points, that we had Virtus Pro sat at the top on 8. Not forgetting though, Space Station and Oxygen are only sat on 5 points. It is plausible that Scars can catch them if they go on to play well in their game tomorrow as well. It's far from over, and you can certainly see that they're playing with that spirit in this game. The gadget's being taken away here by the Brava. I was excited to see for a moment when the fuse was hovered over during that attacking repick phase during the drone phase at the start of this round, but Scars opted not to stick it, instead moving away to having the Doka be on side, which Tim, as I've said a lot, in love with. I think she's a fantastic operator, as do many people and many teams around the world, but more than anything, really good teams know how to use her together to make plays like this happen. The call goes through, they make their push, and Nina gets the entry.
Not only an entry, but a kill onto Dan, which takes the Warden off the board. Again, could be a big loss as things continue. We know that shotgun particularly powerful in those close range encounters when people are trying to push into sight. Joystick going to be holding up at top white, aware that there is somebody up there with him, and decides, you know what, enough is enough for me. I'm going over the top rope. Down the stairs he goes. That's going to get him back towards sight. But again, less than halfway through the round, just reaching the halfway mark now, Scars have got that control that they need and can start using the verticals.
Yeah, forcing 2 players back is good stuff here as well. Like you say, the vertical's in their control. 2 players from Virtus Pro have dropped right down to the ground floor, mind you, which I'm slightly conscious of. They can play spoiler up the white stairs if they want to. You've got Pasha currently hovering around there. Also got Joystick moving his way across towards red, so completely relocating away. The calls will have been that he was playing around Cocktail, and therefore you'd assume he'd be in that area. He could be the kind of unaccounted for X factor in this round if Scars aren't careful.
Going to be looking into those key and common areas inside of the site there, hoping to catch somebody out, but not really going to be the case as Virtus Pro have pretty much vacated now and going to be playing it from externally. But the position is held now to get this diffuser down potentially. Are they aware of Joystick though moving his way back up onto that top floor, just waiting for this utility to dissipate? But no, Joystick goes big. He's been left unchecked. Tayu, Rek. It was almost too good to be true for Scars in the first couple of rounds. They were absolutely on top of this, but they have let it slip in round 3, and Joystick has done the damage.
Oh, we're sure he's pushing in deep here. I'm not too...
we're shy. Hello?
You got to move, bro. He's made the move in a 1 versus 3. The clock running down. This one is done. We said Joystick might be that X factor. He was unaccounted for, managed to work his way along that ground floor, was not picked up on a flank drone, and they paid the price for it. Still, I would say, Tim, not a bad quarter overall for Scars to have 2 of 3 rounds on the attacking side of Cafe. Really good.
It's good. I think it's kind of a minimum for the attackers, but going up against Virtus Pro, it's, you know, maybe something that we wouldn't have expected Scars to get, and they're there already. If they can come away with even a 4-2 half, they start looking on the defense and thinking, yeah, you know, maybe overtime could be on here, or, you know, we can at least make a game of this. But there is definitely the potential over the next couple of rounds that they pick up another. Virtus Pro are going to have to do something differently to what they did previously. I mean, looking at the lineup for Scars, it certainly seems they're going to be looking for more of a vertical approach this time. Although, that being said, they have switched away from the fuse. They've put the sledge in, so it kind of suggests the same
Nina
thing.
just hovers fuse every round.
Yeah, but we've got the Ying on board. That's the big change for me. Switching over to the Ying suggests maybe a slightly more direct approach with Finker as well. So we'll see exactly what the plan is, but sure they wouldn't go for it again, would they?
Would they?
Would they?
Right? Right? You never know, although they have got a bit of a counter set up for it. There's double frost mats going onto the mining window. Just have anticipation that there might be something a little bit cheeky coming in. No shield to lead the charge, no blitz picked up here for Scars. Maybe a little bit slower as part of the game plan. However, when you see that Ying on side, Tim, although you can use those candelas to help clear certain routes on your entry into the map or as you work through it, you mainly want it to be alive for the execute itself. When you've got those 2 smokes, those candelas that can flash out a whole room. It causes a lot of chaos, creates a lot of noise, and does let the attackers get away with a lot of things that you otherwise wouldn't really be able to do. For me, it feels like it's going to be a more composed and established execute, making use of that sledge on the vertical, and they've paid the price to always here, completely unchecked, up in bar.
I feel like the honeymoon period might have worn off a little bit here. Scars certainly had a great start to this map, but Virtus Pro were maybe just a little bit slow out of the gate. They've definitely knuckled down now and are starting to find some kills. Rek does pick up Dan, but they are still 3 versus 4.
Ooh,
advantage
nice.
was in the favour of Virtus Pro, but Rek finds himself another beauty onto Always. Always kind of just caught in no man's land, really. He wasn't ready for the attack from underneath. They didn't really respond and was taken out just a little bit too easily there.
Let's respond when Rek's coming in with a pre-fire, to be fair. Very little time to react to that swing coming in. They managed to like equalize things here, Scars, back at 3 apiece. They've of course got half a round still to play. Lots of time and lots of opportunity before them. I think getting rid of Joystick is going to be crucial because he's the player that is dug in deep on sight. The other 2, more holding out here towards White Stairs. Yes, the second one of Pasha is inside of sight and can contend on that side. They get rid of Joystick though, and mining is theirs.
Just going to be holding that tight angle from underneath. They need to be careful here. If Rek strays, if Washoy strays too far across, he's going to end up losing his feet there. Fishlight now just going to be pushing down, potentially towards dining door, I think is... Nope, they're going to walk it, and they're going to lose their lives if they're not careful. Spray through the soft wall from Joystick. He's just waiting for the push onto him in trade now. He knows that they can't really do anything whilst he's still there, but Fishlight manages to pick up Shepard. Very low health after doing so, though. 40 seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. Virtus Pro need to make a move.
Got the one. Can he get the second? No, he can't quite do it. Fishlight going to complete here. Could come up and win the gunfight. Yes, he can! Excellent pullback by Scars. And it felt like the round early on was crumbling away from them. And Virtus.pro battled back in. The composure. Pull things back out and win it. I was really nervous when we saw one of the two players run upstairs, and I thought, there is now no cover in mine, and they get him from the red hole or pushing him from train. He's screwed. He's got nowhere safe to plant. But that drop came in at the perfect time from that bar balcony. Clearly, surprise Virtus.pro found what they needed. A close round, and it's becoming a very, very tight affair, Tim.
Yeah, they always got one bullet away, I think. That was it. And then he was taken down. But the thing is, Scars didn't necessarily control the whole map. They just controlled what they needed to. They just took what was required and then went in and got that diffuser down. There's, you know, many rounds, I think, if you replayed that, I'd expect a Virtus.pro win to come out, given the positions that they held. But Scars found a way. A couple of big kills coming out of Fishlight at the end as well. Just great stuff all round, really. And it leaves them now 3-1 up, and Virtus.pro scrambling to try and rescue something out of this first half.
If they manage to pull this back to a 3-3, and you told them at the start of this game, we'll give you 3 rounds of defense right now, they'd be like, absolutely not. We think we can get 5.
Yeah.
Scars, as I mentioned, it looked to me in those first 2 rounds, Tim, like they came in prepared to counter those setups from Virtus.pro. They had answers. Probably a shout out to the backroom staff of this team that have clearly done their homework and were ready for this opponent, have come in with answers ready and written down. Virtus.pro are the ones who are now playing catch-up. A great story to be in, and hopefully indicative of the series that we have waiting before us. Here we go, those Scars chewing their way through. A much more dug-in defense this time around coming out of Virtus.pro. Like, everything is about denial and starving utility away from the other side. The single C4 in hand from Always is ready and prepped, looking for this bakery door, which right now no one is stepping towards. On the Scars side, I'm looking towards the Capitale. I never see a Capitale, I've explained this to you so many times before, but one of my favorite operators in the game. I think he just brings so much. The fact he's got those micro EMPs, looking at the hard breach gadgets, that he's got the fire, that he's got the smoke, a 3-speed decent gun. Really is kind of a do-it-all style operator. Maybe he'll take up a slot in the team that you might want something a little bit more pointy, a little bit more sharp in terms of a gadget, but certainly no complaints when there's area denial as well as smoke that can really set things up for an execute.
Not managed to move joystick out of bakery yet. Going to open up that prep wall, which is just going to give them a little bit of freedom to move in, because it means that they know there's nobody going to be springing out from prep. Pasha does manage to take down Rex, so Virtus.pro certainly trying to take the fight to Scars here, but once again they have an answer. Fishlight finds a headshot onto joystick. That's going to give a bit of clearance in terms of bakery, so they can try to move in, but Always a step forward here. Really important movement from Always there. Needed to retake that ground, could not with the rotation there allow Scars to get in there and take control of bakery so soon in the round. Always key replacement of that lost man.
Oh, it's a shame Nina's died with the phone call in back pocket there as well. Would have been so crucial for that last push in. That means the Echo, if required, is much more capable of making use of those drones without any kind of disruption. Not that it matters, because Virtus.pro are playing well for the trades. By finding Pasha, an instant response from Shepard. Now Fishlight's got it all to do against 3.
Very unlikely. Yellow ping comes out, and then we
trade again.
It's a double peak. Was it? No, Always died and Dan killed him.
Exactly, yeah, trade. It's really good stuff.
Good stuff. Much better from Virtus.pro, but still not out of the woods. Lots of work for them to do. They want to, as a minimum, want to level this up at 3-3. And that's going to be a real key point. And then I'm very fascinated to see how this goes when we move on to the other side. We're seeing much better siege coming out of Scars, and I think get them onto the defense where they can set up their own defenses. They can play the game to their pace. I think this is potentially a difficult day coming up for Virtus.pro.
Fingers crossed. We like a tight series, Tim. Well, sometimes having a nice quick few 2-0s in a row can be a lovely thing. Here, I'd rather see Scars really giving a better challenge to Virtus.pro and making this group extra spicy coming into tomorrow. Not likely when it's all decided on day 4, otherwise it feels like there's not a whole lot to play for on day 5. We'll keep it tight and make every team be in contention. That is what you want to see coming at the back end of this group. Last defense then for Virtus.pro is going to start up on this top floor. Bar and cocktail, and we're seeing Amira being rolled out by Pasha. Looking more towards changes then that might come from Scars to deal with that. Things like the Hibana can be completely fine. see teams turning sometimes towards things like Ash, more on maps where you wouldn't want to play things like the Hibana. So they've got answers here that they can use to help deal with that. For Meet Him, it's the 4 sets of flashes they've got in back pocket here. That's a lot that they can work with. Of course, no Ying on side this time around, but a bit of a flash spam with a phone call coming out and an E1D at the same time. It's going to feel pretty good and very, very impressive if you're on the Virtus Pro side.
I love that Frost mat in behind the cigar shop Penta. An absolute beauty. It honestly catches so many more than you might think, because whenever you're moving around that area, you're so conscious of being challenged from bar or potentially piano double door that you kind of just moving as quickly as you can, usually ADS, then it really does do a job sometimes. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if anybody gets caught out on the side of Scars. For the time being, Rec is already up at the top of Red Stairs. 40 seconds into the round and no mucking about here. Getting on in there, and again, just looking to keep Virtus Pro on their toes. Give them no space whatsoever. This could be a big mistake, though. I don't think they're aware of that. That was far too easy, and that looked like the diffuser going down to me as well.
Be careful. Oh, you get pinched off. That's in the white window at the same time, but no, gets away with nothing. Bishlike being challenged a bit on that window, had to drop away, could not find the angle that was required to stop Dan pulling off that absolute massacre on Pixel inside Piano. To Meet Him, it looks like that 3-3 half will come about. I said earlier on that if you offered that to VP at the start of this map, they'd have been like, absolutely not. We're convinced we can get more. So although Scars will lose this one, you certainly cannot ignore that this has been a really successful half for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, if you'd have asked Scars the same question, 3-3 on attack, Cafe, yeah, they'd have, you know, bitten your hands off. You'd have quite happily taken that before moving on to the defensive side of this. Virtus Pro have definitely got their work cut out. If either of them have to go on and, you know, what we would describe as have to go on and win the map, it's Virtus Pro that have to go on and win this, really. If things just go, you know, quote-unquote, as they should, sort of default, then Scars probably come away with a 7-5 win, potentially. So Virtus Pro really have something to do now. It was a nice round from them, Dan in particular. I'm not really sure what the plan was from Washoy on that window. I know the Grim Bees came in, but there wasn't ever really a proper check onto Pixel. There wasn't Grim Bees there to stop him moving. I don't really know what the plan was there. That was always going to be a big risk, and it was a very easy kill. He came in kind of looking that way.
So unfortunate.
Sorry, it was Tayu, wasn't it? I thought it was Washoy, but he came in kind of looking in that direction. So I don't know, maybe he was hoping to be able to make a challenge and, you know, go in guns up, but it just didn't really work, and then Dan got fed 2 more, so...
Dan was the man in that round. Now we get the side swap. Scars move on to the defense, and Virtus Pro are on the attack. I gave you that great stat earlier about them to a 75% defensive win rate. Their attack isn't exactly slouching either. 46% they have. If you're looking by the numbers, you would expect them to have a pretty successful half here as well, especially against weaker opposition than what they might otherwise play on this map over in their regional leagues, or of course back at the Montreal Major. We'll see what they bring along to the table. No blitz being brought along, so no craziness with shields. Quite nice to have that as a bit of a reprieve, to be fair. You've seen so much shields over the last few days.
Yeah.
Having a break for it where it's just straight up heads-up gunfights is great.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro, you know, they lined up to make life difficult for for Scars here. They've got the IQ on side, they've got the Brava, so they're just going to be removing an absolute ton of utility from them. They're going to prevent the flanks heavily with Nomad and Gridlock. They've got Shepard to lock people in place with the Grim. It's potentially going to be a difficult couple of minutes coming up for Scars, depending on how they choose to position and set themselves up. The mirror window might help them a bit, because it's of course going to leave them sort of playing behind some sort of safety at least.
Oh, Nina lurking down here at the bottom of red. I saw it in one of the games earlier today, actually. It was on Consulate on yellow stairs. There was 2 sets of tracks chucked down. There was a Legion literally stood in the middle of all the tracks. Couldn't really move without obviously making himself known through the noise that gets made through treading on them or shooting them out. So just stood there and waited the whole time, just waiting for this hit to come down yellow. And I just thought about it then when I was seeing everything be deployed around red. For Nina, there was a dance around there for now. Probably even pick off a few of those if wanted. If nothing else is waiting with the C4 at the ready if required to try and pick off a freebie. And sure enough, it's a little bit late there to react to Dan's drop. Will not even get a bullet into him to take any health away.
Yeah, it was worth a try. It was worth a little look. Didn't overcommit to it. I like that from Scars. You know, sometimes it'd be too easy to just go in there and, you know, really full force try and get that kill when you feel that it's there to be taken, and you end up just losing a man for not really very much gain at all. So, are they aware of who just roaming around? Yes, they are. Dan cuts him down. Going to be Dan versus Tayu once again, same as last round, and it's Dan who comes out on top again and manages to take down Fishlight with a beautiful headshot down long bar. That leaves us now 5 versus 3. Is Nina going out of this window or not? It's time to make up your mind. It looks like it will be not, but who knows? Back they go.
Oh, Dan finally shut down, turning into a little bit of a Terminator throughout this game. It feels like with the multi-kills he's been stacking up across these rounds. Moves up to 9 for himself in total. A C4 onto the window as Shepard falls by the wayside. Now a 1v3 for Nina, who missed that golden opportunity very early in the round to get a kill onto Red Hatch. Don't imagine Virtus Pro are going to let him get away with this one. One more kill for him, mind you. Now the plant's going down, dropping underneath. And with the red pings coming out, Tim, he can place a couple of C4s around here. They've got to be careful of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Still has Nitro in hand. Nina could deal with this from below. To be honest, all they need to do is pick the plant spot here. There's 2 sets of stairs, so they can effectively monitor one direction each once it's done. But they're just going to get rid of that bulletproof cam. I don't think Nina manages to hit it there. Pasha does find the final kill on White Stairs. This is the problem with Cafe. Once you drop down from top floor, there's only 2 ways back up. So you watch one, they don't come there, you know they're coming from the other. So it's usually pretty easily dealt with. Nina taken down, and Virtus Pro are going to be successful on their first attack and head into the lead for the first time.
Almost get away with it. The C4 went off and I think did put joystick down to what, about 15 HP or so? Couldn't quite. There you go, joystick, sorry, down to about 10 HP in fact, even closer than that. So if he got the kill there and can afford to then sit underneath the diffuser, different outcome potentially coming out of that round. But I think for Virtus Pro Team, the confidence it builds here is they've won that first attacking round. Sign that it isn't just Scars that can attack quite effectively on towards this map. It may have been close, it may have relied on Dan picking up another 2K in this game, but it does put them ahead and in the lead. Scars now got to scramble down to the basement and see if they can get that round on the board here to bring things all square to 4-4.
I think it's a really key round for them here. If Virtus Pro get another attack and another successful site lockdown and go 5-3, you start feeling like it's heading in that direction. And maybe it's just opposites day on Cafe, whereby we'd normally expect the defenders to be coming out on top, but maybe it's just a day for the attackers here. This round will tell us an awful lot about that. It's down in Kitchen is the site. Dan actually taking a little bit of damage right off the rip there. Not sure what caused that. It might have been a little bit of a peek out of a window, I think. It looks like Rek just doing that little bit of damage there. So it all counts. You know, at the end of the day, if Dan goes into a gunfight with somebody and they come away with 5 HP and he's dead, then effectively Rek's probably won it minutes before.
I'll say Dan did a good job of getting rid of some utility there, but the shot drone was spotted out at that last second. Still think it's a camera and a Vulcan canister removed away from the Scars utility lineup, so can't complain about that one all too much. Most important thing, I think, Tim, is keeping all these players alive. They want the vertical angles being opened up. They want to make sure they can lock down the flanks. It's why they've got Gridlock and the Nomad coming along, but more than anything else, it's Shepard on that sense we were speaking about. It's a lot of it the last few days. Actually really enjoying the fact that the operator feels not overly oppressive. You're not seeing them every single round, but far more than we were used to seeing historically.
They know that Rek was out on red stairs there. Just got a glimpse of him as he moved past that window, so he's going to have to drop away. They've got top floor now of Virtus Pro, moving around fairly freely. It's going to be a case of drop down and try and take over the next one. Air jabs go out to prevent the movement up round stairs. Crack stingers, so everything's being done that needs to be, and it's going to allow Always to get in and start opening that floor up. At the minute, still outside of the map, so need to be aware and get him on in there so he can start his work. Probably going to go in through White Stairs window, I would imagine, and then ultimately, once they've got that verticality done and they think that they've forced Scars away from sight, it'll be a case of get Shepard down, probably towards Freezer, and start sending in those sense gadgets to create a space to put the diffuser down.
Does it start swinging away at this floor now? Back in the old days of Siege, Tim used to refer to a benchmark of about the 130 mark for the floor to start getting opened up was a sign of a pretty good team. Anything later than that and you were starting to scramble and run out of time to get everything done that you need to. Virtus Pro are now racing around that second floor to get everything done, opening up the wall inside a museum to be able to expose onto the double door from Red Hall. Of course, getting the sledge busy upstairs at the same time and looking towards Shepard with that diffuser in back pocket. Also, no doubt, considering what does this execute look like, because they've also, Tim, got to deal with these yokais that are still running around.
Yeah, the yokais could definitely be a problem, because once Shepard gets into Freezer, it should be pretty easy for him to put that diffuser down, because he's just going to send up the light screen ascends across from the door, straight across. It'll create a barrier for him to plant behind. Shouldn't be a massive problem. You can see there, he's just dropped one in, and that's going to be preparing it. So everything's ready for him. Oh, he's maybe going to go in through the half window. But either way, there's 2 spaces there that you can create quite easily. So it's going to be down to the Yokai drones to know what's going on. Pasharan always managed to get one apiece. Tayu is still alive, but he's just... Yeah, that's it. He doesn't have the drones left. They've dealt with it brilliantly well. He's going to be taken out as well by Dan, leaving it 2 versus 1. Air jab doing its job, but no. The Warden manages to find the first. However, Joystick is up above. This is going to be very difficult for him to do anything realistically. This Joystick. There you go. Just going to pick up that final kill. 5-3. And Virtus Pro certainly looking a lot better on attack than they did on defense.
Yeah, to give it to Scars, they kept that second Yokai alive by stashing it inside a VIP. Most teams would hide both somewhere on site. Problem then is, of course, you're exposed to things like the nades or Twitch drones hunting them down or anything else, any other manner of things that can destroy them, EMPs, you name it. So I think by taking it away, it was quite smart. But when they tried to roll the second one forward as everything else was going off, it was getting caught up in a lot of the firefights and didn't really have a chance to become too effective. It's a little bit of a shame for them. They call in the tack timeout here. Virtus Pro are now up 5-3. One of your favorite rounds in the game at this point in round 9. Either you move it to 6-3 and it feels like you are far out of sight, or if things go to 5-4, it's a little bit too close for comfort. You never really feel like you've got full control of the game at that point.
Yeah, the last round and this one, I think, are going to be particularly, crucial for Scars. They're very indicative of whether Virtus Pro are going to come away with that first map win or not. It's kind of feeling like Virtus Pro have just found another gear now, and they're taking themselves out of touch from Scars. Earlier in the game, when Scars were winning those attacks initially, you thought, maybe, they would certainly have taken a step up again from yesterday. They were certainly playing better again than we saw before, but is it going to be enough? I think, we're starting to look now. I'm feeling like the answer is probably no, because Virtus Pro seem to have found another gear, seem to have really woken up now. And while Scars are, in general terms, playing better, I feel like Virtus Pro is still too far ahead.
All right, well, let's see if after attack timeout, anything comes off the back of it. We spoke about this a few times, but the psychology or the mental warfare, which is a much more exciting term that takes place around attack timeouts. Attackers can be in a spot where if defenders are trying to recalibrate themselves, get a bit more coordinated, a rush can completely unsettle them in the next round. Think back to W7M on day 1 of this phase of 6 Invitational 25, and they were very quickly going between fast rounds and slow rounds and really trying to keep their opponent on edge the whole time. Attack timeouts tend to see or invite that kind of play from the attackers, but knowing Virtus Pro and looking at their lineup, it's going to be another pretty slow and chill one. Why change it too much when what you're doing so far is working spectacularly?
Again, I think just an attempt at a spawn peek there, coming out from Pillar's window this time. So, good game, been paid by Virtus Pro. They were ready for it. They didn't lose any damage this time. Dan did have a little bit of chip damage done to him by Rec last time, but that won't be the case now. Claymore goes out as well as air jabs, so they are obviously particularly conscious of the potential of any jump outs coming from Scars, which wouldn't wildly surprise me. They are the sort of team that will bring the unexpected occasionally. We've got Joystick on the IQ once again, just working through, recognising that we need to locate those gadgets all around. We've got plenty of Wamai Magnets and Jaeger ADSs and FNATs, all that need to be taken care of.
I haven't seen much Brava this tournament overall. There's been a few times where I've seen like Maestro pulled out. I've been like, it'd be really great to see a Brava getting brought along here, but teams didn't always opt to try and hack away those evil eyes, instead preferring to destroy them. Whereas here, well, a lot of stuff being taken away by Dan so far, with the one Brava drone that's come out, used all 3 of those charges. Still one more in back pocket that you can make use of if desired. Of course, the ADS is not being stolen away. It's everything else in front of Dan that has been taken away. So for now, he can hold on. Scars do need to make him move, though, Tim. It's been half a round, and he ain't moving. Why not? He's got a 3K from that exact spot last time.
An interesting one that we've just seen there, you don't see very often at all. So the Wamai Magnet was stolen by the Brava drone and then sucked in the next Wamai Magnet that was thrown, because it's a throwable. So quite an interesting one. We don't always see that that little interaction. But yes, Pixel Spot is still definitely a bit of an issue here at this point. Joystick just taking the long fight with the player in Cocktail. Pasha does manage to take down Rex, so Virtus Pro can maybe start building a little bit of momentum here. I didn't know if the rappel was going to come in, but Dan has gone big there. Tayo and Fishlike taken out of the round. It's time for Always to get on in through this window very, very shortly. I would have thought the action's going to be over if he doesn't go very soon. Pasha manages to take one. It is Always who gets the last. Virtus Pro 6-3, and I would say cruising at this point.
3 attacking rounds in a row, even through a tack timeout from Scars. It does feel like it might have started strong for them. They came with the counters and the right ideas, but now you're stacking up again against a tournament favourite who many consider to be one of our top few teams that could make it through to those live stages and really battle to lift that hammer at the end. Looking composed, one more round. This one's then done, and then we move through into our second map, which is Clubhouse.
Seems like the...
we cast Club yet?
No, we've not seen a club.
We've not done that. We haven't done Labs. We haven't done Sky.
I feel like, and maybe I'm literally just talking from kind of the top of my head here, not from any actual stats, but I think of like particularly Montreal, Invitational, maybe a bit of Stage 2, Clubhouse has really dropped off in the amount that it's actually being played.
We're going to find out.
Certainly in the games we've covered, I really don't feel like we've covered very much Clubhouse at all. It's, don't get me wrong, it's still a popular map. It just feels like it's taken a little bit of a dip, perhaps. I may be completely wrong. Maybe it's getting played loads and we're just not casting it, but it doesn't seem like we're seeing too much of it.
There is actually a very scary even balance of all the maps except for Scott. I haven't got the exact number of maps that have been played, but rounds played by map I've got. Most popular ones are Cafe, where we are now, in Chalet. There's a lot that sit around the 200 mark, including Club. That currently sits at 201 rounds played. Skyscraper is down at 103. So it's half as popular as even our least popular maps outside of that.
We've seen it as a decider a couple of times that's not been played. Skyscraper seems to be falling into that kind of territory at the minute. Nearly Fishlike losing his life there as we get a spray in through the White Stairs window. And Virtus Pro would love nothing more than to start this round off with a nice quick entry to get things going.
Club and Sky are the 2 maps we haven't yet. Well, you and I haven't cast it. We have seen it here at SI. In fact, both of those maps have been played as far as I remember. I think I watched Sky for the first time yesterday, maybe earlier today. Can't entirely remember, but I know that it has been played. So we have seen all maps, which is a nice start. Nina feeling a little bit cheeky. Of course, here's the repel, and there's 2 potential kills waiting out that window for him. If he's got the gonads to make it happen, but I think just quite conscious.
Potentially Claymores are down.
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 down, and that's why having things like Fishlike on the Solus can help, but if he gets away with this could be magic.
Oh, it could be, absolutely. And Scars are a dangerous team when they're facing map point like this, because they are the sort of team that will take that risk, that will say, right, we'll have a look out of a window, we'll get a double kill from it. It's not wildly unusual. Nina's missed his chance, though, as Dan is going to take him down. I think they knew about his movement. There was a Claymore there as well. We can see it. So Nina making the right choice, but still not really working out as he loses his life. And that's now 5 versus 4. Virtus Pro just need that little bit more control, and they can start thinking about pushing towards side.
C4 through the floor, but no one to be found. Pasha a little bit too quick on. I won't say it's on his feet, I guess. It's just not on his feet. It's on the ground. It was on the side of the building.
Oh, they didn't know about Rek.
Nope, he's got 1 and makes it 2 as well. One of those players I was speaking about that we really got to see step up, and I was excited back in that first half. He did get himself up to 4 kills across a couple of rounds very, very quickly, and here he's found a 3. Is he going to strong-arm his team over the line here and get it up to a 4-6? Still a long way for his team to go, but this is certainly helping them get closer, dragging Virtus Pro to overtime.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Virtus Pro there, I think. Certainly the first kill, they had absolutely no idea that Rek was stationed underneath Square Skylight, and that's, it's one of the places you need to be checking, is making sure that Skylight area is clear, because it's super popular. You've got the peek down into pillars then, you can monitor Cocktail, you can watch into Cigar, a very powerful position, and Virtus Pro have been caught out massively by it here. The 2 that are left alive are going to try to start working from above, but look at the time, there's 20 seconds left to go. I don't think they get this done.
And they got 1 stashed inside a train. They know about it. You can see the yellow pings that have been coming out, indicating where these players are. Sees the man, gets the kill too. Fishlike falls down. But Tim, the time, as you say, you might not be able to hear it through the sound of that round going off. We sure can't. But it is down to the last few seconds here. Something tells you, Tim, they've got no chance in hell of getting this one down. Shepard will try his very best, but the kills are collected and the round is over. 6-4 to VP. 2 more. And Scars would send us through to overtime, though, Tim.
Rex won the round for Scars there with that great play from underneath Skylight. Got a triple and really did some damage to Virtus Pro. Like I say, they were just unaware of his position. Maybe a lack of droning. I don't know what it was. The Scars must have kept the drones away from him, but it was definitely a surprise for them. It was the second peak as well. It was just so slow and kind of measured and telegraphed. It was obvious it was coming, and Rek just said, open arms, yes, please. I'll take a second kill from that position and cut them down. And from there on, it just kind of spiraled into a round loss for Virtus Pro. So 6-4 up, they find themselves coming into round 11, and they're going to be attacking into Kitchen.
All right then, I was going to say for Virtus Pro, on the defense early down here, we see them, well, I think about history really. They are the team that I think of defending down here, and they just play super, super dug in. I'm talking Goyo, I'm talking about things like the Echo that you're seeing here, the Capcan that's also being brought out, Smoke, even Chanka on occasion has made an appearance. But for me, they've always been that team that lock away the Echo. Hopefully here, Scars have got some of their own ideas. We saw some quite nice attempted use of it earlier on, keeping the one out in VIP to make sure it didn't go down too early on. Sure, Virtus Pro, though, given they've already dealt with it once, will fancy their chances of doing so again. There is no Sens on side this time around, so a change in tactic coming out of Virtus Pro. It's playing the same thing again, you're just inviting the other side to counter you. I remember actually once asking, I think it was Super when he was doing a VOD review of a team, and I said to him, how often do you see a strat before you say, yep, that's a strat that they've got in their wheelhouse? And he said to me, I see it once, and I assume it's a strat that they know. And I was like, interesting, why not 2 or 3 times? He's like, well, why would they play it in an official if it's not a strat they've practiced? You don't just test things there, you do that in scrims. And I was like, okay, yeah, very good point. One of those things to think about, that sometimes you only got to see something once, it can be enough. So each team really should have multiple strats they can roll out on a site, I imagine. Scars are playing differently here, and Virtus Pro will be attacking it differently.
Rec on red stairs once again. We've seen him there a few times. Maybe something that Scars need to be cautious of. The footprints are going to give him away. Maybe don't even scan these from joystick, because at the end of the day it's going to scare Rec away, whereas he knows he's there. The footprints are red. He's, now that they're dropping off and the age is disappearing a bit, he is going to take the scan, and that's going to flush Rec back down into sight. So it starts giving Virtus Pro a little bit of room there, but I like that from joystick. Just that initial, you know what? While those footprints are still bright red and he's probably still in the area, I'm just going to go and have a look. Always Will managed to pick up Nina on white door. I think he was probably coming down the stairs there, but that just gives a little bit of freedom for Virtus Pro as well. They can move into the bottom of white stairs area and start challenging on towards VIP.
I love these bulletproofs that you see on the floor sometimes like this. When they're in a spot where you can't easily get that sort of horizontal view onto them as well, it's absolutely horrible to try and take them away. I forget which the common one is that I had in mind a second ago. It's completely evaded me, but if I remember it, I'll shout it out as a good place that you can try and take into your rank games. Well, for Virtus Pro, I think with this comp, what I love about it, Tim, as we've seen against Nina, is it is super oppressive against anyone that is not playing tight on site. You want to remove risks from roamers or potential damage? You don't just bring along the old faithful holy trinity of Jackal, Dokkaebi, and Lion. You add the Deimos into the mix as well. Absolute terror. No one gets to live. It's even more oppressive when you start the execute, when a phone call comes out like you're seeing now. Virtus Pro want to go, but do they know about the player in Harry Potter? I don't think they do. In comes the swing, and we're sure he's finding with a shotgun. Always gets one back the other way. So neck and neck between the two at this point. But Virtus Pro start to eke out the advantage. A 4v2. One more hit in the deck, and look at that. It's Rec again. Someone's got to stop this man. Fishlight, top player for Scars throughout the tournament so far, has got to win a 1v2. One of those against Dan, who has got a tracker in back pocket.
And is 14-7, always 11-8, 25 kills between the two of them. They have been deadly on Cafe, and Fishlight, as you say, really up against it now. They know his exact location. This is going to be a tough one. There's no mute jammers or anything that he can stroll into to try and take himself off the radar. Surely a matter of time. Dan will peek around the corner, find the kill with the Vendetta, and Virtus Pro, they close it out. But let's not take it away from Scars there. That was the best performance we've actually seen from them to date.
I agree, and as a team is the most important part for me. It's not just one or two players. Like, yes, there were moments where Rhett looked to be that guy, to be him for the team, but I do agree, Tim, overall, as a team, best performance we've seen so far. Tayo, he's got more than half the kills that he's got all tournament long in a single map there as well. Massive improvement, and I really hope it continues into map 2. But Virtus Pro, they want to unlock in that top spot at the top of their group, and they're well on the way to doing it.
Yeah, I think a 2-map win here, 4 points, is going to go a massive way towards securing that. Virtus Pro are aware of it, and they certainly woke up in the second half of that. And as you can see, I think they'll probably dominate a lot of the highlights, but Rec and Scars certainly had their moments.
Makes me very excited to see Clubhouse, and guess when that comes up? After a short break. See you in a few.
Welcome back in. We have a few replays playing out for you whilst we catch up on Virtus Pro and Scars Map 1 Cafe that Virtus Pro were able to take the win. After a great start from Scars, they found themselves 3-1 up on the attack, but Virtus Pro then kind of locked in, turned it on and just found that extra gear. But the good news for all the Scars fans out there is they were looking much better than they have so far.
What's really encouraging is we saw Scars actually warm into the game there, right? They not even warm in, they came in hot. They were ready to go from minute one. The problem is, Tim, as much as they came in with some clearly, and again, I'll praise the backroom staff, it was very clear they came in with counters to what Virtus Pro have been seen doing throughout the tournament on Cafe so far. Problem is, once that sort of wore off and we got back to the status quo, standard siege, that is when Virtus Pro really started to pull ahead. But I will also praise the team. I spoke about the numbers, Tayu, bless his heart and soul, at least he's got now. He got 5 kills in one map and 9 across the rest of the competition so far, but he's warming into it too. Rek, for me, was that standout player. A good few multi-kills in the mix of things as well. But when you're up against the Russian juggernaut, Dan, there's not a lot that you can be said. He had a real good map there.
The stats kind of show the story there. You know, we know Fishlike's been a great player so far. We're saying Rex had a great day today. He's got himself going. Still 9 kills apiece. When you look across to the other side, 15, 12, 10. And that's the difference. You know, you've just got those playmakers on the side of Virtus Pro that are going to come in and are going to be able to just find that extra yard every time, that extra couple of kills that are going to be the difference maker. So on to the second map we will go. It's going to be Clubhouse, and I'm not sure things are going to get much easier for Scars here. It is their map pick, so that is something, but Clubhouse, as always, it's the default Siege map. If you don't play Clubhouse, you don't win tournaments. It's as simple as that, and I think we're going to see a very difficult Virtus Pro for them to beat here.
Do you think it's the map that's like most synonymous with Siege?
I think at this point it is. I don't think it always has been.
Is any map like not in the ranked pool or in the competitive pool that you point at and say, because I mean House is always
I think
one of
House
those.
is probably
old
like,
school Hereford based,
yeah,
where you do a lot of learning in the game as
yeah,
well.
I think like House and Hereford base probably, if you're just talking in general terms, like anybody who's touched the game that is going to know a map, then yeah, it's, you know, I think they're
Hereford
probably
based, I
definitely up there.
yeah,
they're definitely up there. But
or playing back
Clubhouse,
in the old days.
I mean, yeah, Blaine's got it. Blaine's got its spot in a lot of people's hearts. I think.
I think I remember playing like way back in the beta. It's one of the maps that I hated and
standing
loathed.
on the wing with Glaz.
Oh,
shooting through
horrible.
the windows that you
Horrible.
couldn't be shot back at.
Yeah, good times. Good times.
Me.
Just shooting people that can't shoot back. Is that what you're after, really, the whole time?
Yeah.
Get freebies. Well, sadly, no freebies here today. Virtus Pro, I think, now know that they're against serious opposition, a team that are ready to roll. Scars do start on the attacking side. Again, it's worth stressing. I was a bit confused as to why they'd picked to choose to start an attack on Cafe, but as we noted throughout it, those first 2-3 rounds, they had counters prepared to what Virtus Pro was showing, so it makes total sense that's where they wanted to go. Here on Club, they don't get the choice. They pick the map, and it's the other team that gets to choose where they start. And Virtus Pro said, we quite like the defense. Thank you very much. And back in the days of old, we'd always say you never take a Russian team to Clubhouse, Tim. We're adding Cafe and we're adding Bank to that list now because VP are a very difficult team to beat, especially on Bank at the moment. And I think their record now on Cafe is 6-1, so equally that's another map that's building up.
It often seems like the path to beating Virtus Pro is to get them on different maps. The map pool isn't always that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
good
not
luck.
as deep as others, and it's like if you can get them onto other maps, if you can get them playing elsewhere, get them on like Native or something, then you've got a much better chance of winning.
Many people forget that last year at SI, this exact same tournament, they were a round away from being in the grand final.
Yeah.
They often go, I think, probably because some of the teams speak English, but not a lot of it. You don't see them a lot on socials, for example. They're not kind of carrying the same sort of public regard or held in the high regard they are by the public. People know they're a good team, but you don't anticipate and understand that this can be a team that can go on and win everything. They've won multiple stages over in EU. They're a solid team and probably are a contender for this tournament as well. But enough glazing of them. Let's get into Clubhouse and see how this goes down. Virtus Pro starting things off on the defense. Scars are on the attack. Let's take a look at what operators will be taken away this time around. We had the double shield ban on our last map. Monty and the Blackbeard being taken away. And the good news is, Tim, because Scars are blue and on the attack, these are normal bans. So this is VP's ban, not the reverse. And that Monty is going to follow, once again, a target ban against Tayo.
Yeah, and I feel like we'll probably get a Blitz or a Blackbeard as our second. I could be wrong, we will see, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest being so quick. There you go. It's as if I've seen this play out before.
Target ban against Dan. I know they look like very standard bans, but they are targeted against specific players who know how to play those two operators very well. Where there is more flexibility is on the defensive side. So, Clash. All shield
it's an
so far.
all-out shield.
What are we looking for here, though? You can't really follow this through now towards the end, though, can you?
No, it's going to...
At the best, you ban someone who's got a deployable shield, but that doesn't really count.
It's going to be his army.
Surely. For this map, completely agree. Catwalk, down in the basement.
Down in the basement, in armory in the corner.
Yeah, also making Bedroom far more defendable on Gym and Bedroom. A really good operator to ban away. It's going to be the Tuberau from Virtus Pro. Saucy.
It is something a little bit different there. Maybe help get the hatches open. Of course, Tuberau can be particularly powerful for keeping those hatches closed. Also, important breaches like CCTV breach. You've got Jacuzzi breach, even construction wall, you could argue, if you're trying to hold on to cash on a Gym and Bedroom hold. So, yeah, lots of uses for the Tuberau that will not be available this time around. It does mean that Azami is playable and is immediately taken by Virtus Pro or CCTV, where Azami will almost certainly be used to hold on to the catwalk.
To go to Scars, they have got a really good record on this map as well. 5-1 in total. Yeah, their attacking win percentage is the most impressive, up at 70%. They really know how to work their way through this map, so they're probably feeling quite confident. I was checking it because I was quite curious if they have Tuberau, one of their most played operators. The answer is no. There's obviously a lot of Mirror, a lot of Castle, and a lot of Fenrir that we'll, of course, get to see when we switch over to that side. Now, immediately, quite a spicy lineup. They normally play quite standard on this map. You see things like the Thatcher, the Thermite, the Bucker, their three most played operators stepping into the halls of Clubhouse. So maybe there's something cooking here for them. They've got a plan in mind. Again, more counter prep potentially being done, Tim. We'll find out if they've got the answer to Virtus Pro's setup.
Okay, then what are we going to see from Scars? The absolute default attack here would be get that main breach open into CCTV, open lower garage, get yourself in there, take over catwalk, have somebody down in lounge to control that area, and then work your way in and get the plant down behind the server stacks. We will see how viable that is for them. No denial on the wall, so absolutely right in getting that open very, very quickly. That also does affect catwalk as well. Because arguably if you've got somebody to the right of that breach as you look at it, you get a nice angle through onto the catwalk. So that's something that Shepard's going to have to be careful. It's always that's playing out there actually on the Scorpos. Something that he's going to have to be aware of.
think they saw Joystick up on red as well. He's been laid down for the longest time because he sat playing on the bulletproof, so he doesn't want to get swung on, of course. But in that spot, if they don't know he's there, it could be a little bit difficult if they swing in, try and take the one, and there's immediately a trade available to them. Potentially having someone working up from below could be another good shout for them. Nina in a pretty cheeky spot underneath here, hoping to try and catch out this catwalk player. They are digging by that back wall, so won't be able to find the angle directly from here, but I think it's more the pressure that can build up, and maybe there was actually a chance.
They need to be careful because they've nothing to stop the nades. There's no Jaeger, there's no Wamai, so nades can go in quite freely onto that balcony. Nina can throw 2 up there. Absolutely no problem. One has gone, second one as well. Damage has been done to Shepard, but not to Always, who was the player that was in that position. But he's rotated back out. Yeah, he's used that. So not sure exactly the state of affairs on Catwalk at the minute, but I think this is good progress from Scars. They're going to just run in, kill red stairs, and that gives them a lot of space here.
They've got a couple of kills. They need to open things up. I'm pretty sure Catwalk is clear at this point, and they've got rid of the one on red. They're not in a bad spot to make a plan happen. Always starting to balance things back. Tayo's gone down as well. This is not so ideal. It looked like it was going so well, but Dan once again remains the Terminator. Hard to bring him down. Nina on for a 3K here in round 1. Shepard still with 2 to bring down as the plant now begins. Looking to try and get underneath maybe here. That Deagle, not really the one you want to turn to for death from below, but it can start doing some work for you. Plant is going in. Have they got a ping? Yes, they have, but he's in the wrong spot. It has scared him away from planting for a second though, Tim, and now wants to work his way up red. Has the 1 versus 1. Nina ready and waiting, and the diffuser is down. It's a 2v1 again. Nina's got to be so careful, and Shepard's found it. Rek had a great last map, but can he win the 1v1?
You really can't allow Shepard to be winning that fight there. If you're Nina, you've got every advantage. You've got the heart. You know he's coming up red. And now you've left Rek in a really difficult position. Should be winnable with the low health of Shepard. But 1v1, there was always an opportunity for Virtus Pro. But I like the way that Scars have played that first attack. It was good. Nina working in there, forcing the player away from the catwalk. I don't think Virtus Pro really brought enough utility or used it correctly to keep a hold of that catwalk. I would rather have seen something to prevent the throwables, the Wamai or the Jaeger, play the Azami out there with the Kiba barricades. I just don't think they did enough to hold on to it, and they were punished because as soon as Always has left there, that's when the flood comes in from Breach and they start getting the kills top red and are in a position suddenly to put the diffuser down. So for me, I think a couple of mistakes there from Virtus Pro.
I don't hate the strategy of, being willing to concede catwalk but not losing a player for it. And if you're saying, well, we don't want to hard hold it because we're not going to put loads of magnets or ADSs in there alongside the Kiba barriers, then okay. But it's more, I think, that walk through red just really started to cost them. Scars getting into a spot VP weren't expecting, and they chew through a couple of players on their way in. Down to the base we go for round 2. Scars, I imagine, filled with a bit of hope. Thing is, Tim, I'll always be a little bit, I'm not going to say cynical because I'm not being cynical, maybe a little bit wary of getting overexcited for them. We saw how Cafe started. They had all the right ideas. They had counters in mind. They looked fantastic, as they did in that first round. Extremely sure of themselves. And yes, it's the best they've looked in the tournament so far. But can that sustain across the entire half? And does it hold on when you switch over to the other side? I mentioned they're really good attacking win rate on this map. Got a solid record overall on Clubhouse. VP, not so much. I was going to say they're 4-9 on maps, but the joystick's definitely helping them win this round with Nina, who was the shining star of that first round, taken out on a simple swing onto that pull window.
Yeah, I think they maybe need to be careful there, Scars, of not getting overconfident. They've had a good first round, but they're not often going to be getting away with just diving in through a window in the first 5 seconds like that. Joystick quite ready for that fight, takes him down. Low health now, but his job is done. And how about that from Always? As simple as that. It's such a common C4 as well. Up from the oil pit, manages to find his kill. And that's the book gone. A lot of verticality has just been lost there. This round just got 2, 3, 4 times more difficult for Scars. Because Virtus Pro, they're going to be quite safe in a lot of positions around site now.
A terrible spot to be in. Rek carries on. Traded out, though. Good from Virtus Pro. Something we've kept a close eye on throughout this tournament has been the trading capabilities. A good shot. I love that. I always love seeing that angle played out. I think back to when Shaiko used to come pushing down there and challenge at long range onto what would normally be a bandit actually sat back on that far wall. Always very exciting to see, and, well, absolutely deleted across what's basically half the width, if not more, of the map at that point.
Really nice shot from Fishlike as well. Just really good reactions. Always manages to find him, though. Takes him down in what was an extremely late trade, I think you could call it that. 3 versus 1 now. Diffuser will be recovered by Tayu. And as we've said, a little bit of a slow tournament from him so far. Definitely a better day today, but he's going to have to go bigger than he almost has. 5 kills in the last map. He's going to need to find 3 right now.
A lot to do. And it would be, I think it would actually put him up in this series to the same kill count he's had across the last 2 series, if he could get it done. But Virtus Pro are no slouches to him. They're not going to open the door to him. They slam it shut in his face and bring things up to 1 apiece.
That round feels a little bit more like what we were expecting from Virtus Pro on Clubhouse. Very, very solid. Managed to take out that potential early threat from Nina, and
I think it's like
locked him out 1 by 1. Really,
Scars probably didn't imagine to have joystick swinging onto pool window the second they open it. What's really funny is Scars should be used to that, because over in the Japan League, it's how a lot of teams play. They love that high progressive style. They love trying to disrupt you before you can even get inside the building and basically decide a round before you're even 60 seconds in. It was nice work from joystick to cause a bit of bother there, really start to upset the apple cart, as it were, and not let Scars get into their groove, because where they looked really good in round 1 was having all the necessary pieces to pull off a really solid execute. But I think if Virtus Pro can keep playing that disruptive game and not letting Scars get ready for what they probably believe to be a counter to what Virtus Pro has set up, it's the best way to stop them getting any kind of hold here on Clubhouse.
We're going over to gym and bedroom then, just having a look at the lineup. Scoyo canisters being brought along by Pasha. We've got basically everything is screaming, slow them down here. I think Virtus Pro recognising that early round aggression could be successful, but could also be potentially the undoing of Scars. So we've got the F-Nats, we've got the Vulcan canisters, we've got the Banshees, we've got the Goo Mines, we've got a lot of things there intended to make it difficult for Scars to progress, and particularly for them to progress quickly. We've also got the Azami being brought along. So Brava might have been of some use. Those F-Nats and Banshees particularly could have been dealt with, but not been brought along. Gridlock is there to potentially stop any flank coming through, which would suggest to me that Scar's going to be looking to try and take control of CCTV side and move across potentially, but they're also going to be opening that jacuzzi breach as well.
Their way through to the, I don't know, what the hell is the after there on the other side of it? Did I miss it?
There's no denial, so...
No, there's something waiting on the other side? I don't think there was. Maybe a little bit of the wall that was soft was left on the other side and it had already had otherwise everything taken out. Hasn't fully got this wall opened up yet. I was going to say there a little bit more would have done the trick. Sure enough, he's found it. That has now been made soft. Good old Maverick tricking Tim.
Just going to open up a few, I was going to say a few sight holes there, but then goes back to work. They want that to be walkable, I would imagine, at least. And here we go. This is what I was talking about. Going to get the track stingers out, just prevent any flank coming across. Interestingly, looking to potentially move up main stairs rather than going in through CCTV and cash side. So a little bit of a different attack coming in from Scars here, and it's something Virtus Pro seriously need to be aware of, because they might not expect the pressure coming up. Rek is just at the top of main stairs, but there you go, they were. Joystick just holding his position, gets an important double. Yes, they lose him to Fishlight, but Dan is there for the trade, and this one's falling apart for Scars. 4 versus 1, and Dan is just having a day.
He is, and Nina's going to dive potentially here to the Goo Mine. It's forced to pull it out of the feet and always comes in for the close. I think what that round really shows more than anything, Tim, is just how tight things are at this pro level. Because look at how the play played out there. 2 kills from Joystick up on the bed, gets traded out about a second later. So Scars are doing the right thing. They're playing as a team. They're looking to trade each other. Completely fine. But they lose 2 players in the process because they're not completely in sync. They could have avoided that second death coming up the top of main if they managed to get inside the gym that little bit quicker. A matter of milliseconds can be the difference maker at this kind of level. The Scars have just shown there that a second or 2 desync is what's cost them on that first push in. Good hold by Virtus Pro, up turn 1 after the first quarter. Now we rotate back over to where things started, out here on Cash and CC.
And I think we're probably going to see a better hold from Virtus Pro this time around. I am immediately seeing Wamai and Jaeger. Noah's Army this time, so kind of still... I kind of want a bit more for Catwalk, just getting his army out there, but it's not the end of the world. If you've got the utility out there to at least prevent the throwables coming up, it stops you being easily cleared out, and I think that Scars are going to have a more difficult time of taking Garage this time. And that's going to be a big factor, because like I say, it was really the key. Obviously the kills coming from the push on red were, you know, the nail in the coffin, but they weren't able to do that without clearing Catwalk. So yeah, Virtus.pro recognising that and just looking to hold it a bit more strongly this time.
Rec back on that Brava. Spoke about this quite a bit back on Cafe. Haven't seen tons of it picked up throughout the week in response to comps that I normally would assume you'd see one picked up. But I think identifying that there are FNATs around, there's laser gates to chew through, there's a lot of anti-nade utility, and there's 2 bulletproofs. Well, there's a lot of utility you can nick away, even the wee-woos. The prox alarms are available if you also want those gone. Plenty, call it a target-rich environment if you want for the Brava here. Rec can certainly get busy, not quite collecting the kills that maybe he's used to, instead nicking away gadgets. That's not so ideal.
That is not really the plan. They'd already lost one Brava drone from trying to get in through the construction side and then just throw the second into a laser gate, which will no doubt be reactivated in the near future. How about that, though? Shepard's not going to be reactivated as Rec manages to pick him up, just casually running through construction. And I think Virtus.pro are going to be well aware now they need to be a little bit more careful.
They do. Close eye on that one. Scars, though, with all the opportunity in the world, with 5 still up to capitalise. They've got a bunch of flashes to play behind, a couple of smokes in back pocket if they want it. Whilst they can still get done, just need to be careful not to lose 2 or 3 members here in this mid-round. It's where they've often fell short, is where they try and push onto a spot. Normally, Dan's been holding that spot, Tim. And they've lost themselves 2 or 3 players on the way through. It's certainly not ideal. Always still dug in here up on Catwalk in the fashion that you mentioned last time, making sure those ADSs and 1-mine magnets are there to hold onto it that little bit longer. They don't want to concede it away to Scars too soon, which is why their push is really looking to come in from this east side.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that they're keeping a hold of that Virtus.pro. Even, there you go.
No,
Fantastic
that's it. They can't open it.
There's no more exothermic. They're going to have to just try and push on aggressively, looking to challenge top red. You can see they've kind of swarmed and they've got all of sight now, but always manages to take Washoy on a run out. And Virtus.pro kind of need to do something here, but kind of don't. They can just play this from underneath, play it from the angles around the site, and as you can see, they're being cut down 2v2 in an absolute flurry of kills there. Dan with the latest onto Nina, but that leaves Scars in a difficult position. Fishlike is going to go for the plant, but if they can get it right here, he's got very little health. However, they don't find the right spot. He manages to secure it, and now 35 seconds for Scars to hold on.
They must have got rid of those bulletproofs once they pushed them towards site because they missed them with the Brava drones. The main reason you brought them along was to get rid of that, to make this plan possible. It's a good game plan from Virtus.pro, but not going to be able to pull it off. Rec on for a 3K, make it a 4. They'll bring things all square. They are so loud when they scream.
They certainly are in our ears.
Oh, yeah. Nice, nice, nice.
Nah, good stuff from Scars there. I think it was a very strange round. It was Virtus.pro kind of gave them the sight, but just then couldn't collapse back in on it and certainly couldn't get the kills on the way in.
The thing is, they've done all the right things as well because they kept this wall closed up, this west wall that comes in towards Cash. Stay closed because of the player downstairs. It was all the right stuff, and the fact that Scars managed to make that work by pushing in through that bottleneck of construction door in towards site itself is crazy. It comes down, at least in this case, to Rec getting a 4K in the round to drag them over the line. I'm not going to say that suddenly diminishes away from everything else, and a bit of a disconnect there on the far left, so we'll get a player back into the lobby so we can crack on. But again, for me, relying on like a hero play, would you call it a hero play? Maybe not, but he has walked a couple of kills there that have really got the team going. Nina also can't be ignored, made a lot of chaos down in stock below, just when Virtus.pro were getting set up down there to play hard denial. A lot of reliance on that vertical denial without any intel inside of site itself is always going to be a tough ask.
It is. And like I said, you know, there is a world there where Virtus.pro can win it without being inside of the site, but it was always going to rely particularly on a couple of things, and one was stopping Fishlike putting that diffuser down. As soon as that happens, very difficult to get back into that site from the position they were in, especially with no real breaches there, because, you know what, you come garage catwalk, it's kind of a single window or a rotation. You come red stairs, it's a very narrow entrance. You come construction door, it's a single door. So always going to be very, very tricky for Virtus.pro to make any sort of challenge back onto Scars there. And it hinged on Scars taking that opportunity to get the diffuser down. But it was good from them. You know, they took what was given to them. There was sort of 4 of them inside a site, and I think they were a little bit surprised at first to find themselves in there with not a single Virtus.pro player.
Yeah, a bit bonkers. And then you realise then, oh, crap, it means they're all below. Oh, this will be rough. They managed to pull it off again, thanks to a lot of the detraction work coming in from Nina and a big Rec 4K. So I'll be getting put back together on our other screen, so just bear with us while that gets reassembled and we're back into things. It was crazy, Tim, to see that we're already 4 days through the tournament, actually, after today's done and concluded. I always say, but
SI
events
always goes so quickly.
It's weird for us because you finish the first week like phase 1, and then we have a couple more days of casting, then like 1 or 2 days maybe in the final phase, and it's like, that's it. Like, this is probably just halfway through our tournament already.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of work, obviously a big portion of our work comes at the beginning because like this week we've done we'll do 5 days in a row. You know, the long days generally, I know we only do 2 best of 3s. 2 best of 3s can be quite a lot in itself, but we do 2 best of 3s a day. But realistically, like today, we're here from 9 in the morning. You know, if we watch all the games, you're there till, you know, you're active with it till sort of 9, 10 o'clock at night quite often.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie, I am absolutely cream cracker today.
It's really
so
full on.
tired.
It's really full on for the first week, and then, like you say, it kind of just drops off a bit, and it's like phase 2, day 1 of phase 2 is always really busy. Day 1 of phase 2 is always really, really busy, and then as teams start going home in greater numbers, it kind of just like tails off until you've only got a couple of games left to do.
We have, is it 2 streams running all the way through phase 2 as well?
I believe
it is, because we have so many games to get through. Looking at it now, actually, yeah, the first 2 days, I believe, we have 8 games on the 9th, 8 games on the 10th, and then 4 on the 11th, and that's when it really starts to come down to the sharp end of things. And, of course, we get into the weekend, and there's 3 games on the Friday, there's 2 on the Saturday, and 1 on the Sunday.
Just the one on the Sunday.
Final. As well as, of course, things like new season reveals and show matches and all the other good stuff that comes with Grand Final Sunday. And Ian Chambers, of course.
Does it get better than that? You know, you've got to ask yourself.
Honestly, every tournament, I just live for hearing him scream, make some noise. That's what it's all about.
It is. You know, obviously, I think we have a great team here on the talent side of things. Who, you know, we have a great team throughout the event, to be fair, production and everybody else. But Ian's always one of those where, when he comes in, it's always like a really good boost. It's like it's usually been a long time. He doesn't come in until like towards the end, till the live stages. So, like you say, you know, we've been through the group phase, and like we're all kind of tired, and it's, you know, we've seen a lot of Siege, and it's, you get to that point, and it's like Ian comes in, and it's like right, bang, and he's just like a really good character to come in and like give everybody a boost.
It's like another event starts in a way, isn't it? We arrive for this and phase 2, and it's all done obviously away from an arena, and then we get into the live arena, and everything kicks off then as well, and all the audience starts arriving, and it just gets to another gear. It's always amazing. I'm really looking forward to next weekend already.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be over, though. This weekend's still got to come. We're going to a hockey game on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, like I always say, I love this bit. I love all of the events for different reasons. It's like I love this bit of the event for the chaos, you know, the upsets. We've had PSG beating Dark Zero today, and it sort of throws the group into chaos and what's going to happen, what's going to be the outcome. So I love all that sort of stuff now, you know, and we're very fortunate that we're able to be here firsthand, you know, watching it all and seeing it all play out and everything else. And then you move on to the later stages where, you know, obviously the matches just grow massively in importance when you get into those live stages. Particularly we get the audience here, which is one of our favourite bits. You know, getting to meet everybody from the community who comes along as well is always a real highlight. So yeah, we're very fortunate to be at these events.
I thought while we were in a bit more downtime, I'll go and check out what's cracking in the Bravo stream. I always like, because it's always a bit quieter, there's not many viewers in here, we get to see what's going off, interact, ask a few questions as we go through, but you're all spamming, so I can't say anything to any of you. I'll let you crack on because we're about to get back into game here. I think, no, we're not. We've just had another crash. The lobby was reconstructed. We were back in, and we've had another crash. That's unfortunate. So, chat, if you've got any questions or you want to throw anything in, now's your time to do so. We're going to have a bit of a laugh while we wait here for the lobby to come back up again. Not quite sure what's happened. We've just had 2 crashes, Tim. Can't really give much more insight than that, I'm afraid.
I think it might have been. I don't know if it was the same player or not, so I think it was the same. I think we just got a...
Changing PCs out.
Yeah, I think we've just got a little bit of a crash issue or something. So we'll get that sorted. We've got a few replays that you can have a look at while you listen to me and Des waffle on about the life of the tournament. We can see some of the peak performance that we've had so far on Clubhouse.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, like, how are you, Des, from Gelation? I'm good, thank you. Enjoying a pretty good game. Honestly, we were a bit nervous coming into this series that Scars would not deliver. And let's be honest, when you know it's going to be a stomp, when you can see that a team hasn't really got any fight in them, it makes the series really quite dull and hard to cast. But I am pleasantly surprised by Scars, so actually quite enjoying it so far. Just throw a question at you, mate. Why are you so sexy?
What, me?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been described as that.
Woozy Blueberry says, why are you guys so sexy? So you can answer this question.
I don't know.
It's the bald head.
I don't know why we are. Yeah, maybe it's the bald head and glasses. You know, they're obviously the international symbols for sexiness.
Ooh, I've got a great question for you. Tim, Chad, icon of beauty.
Bald head and glasses, you know, it sells itself, really, doesn't it?
I've got a good one for you because you'll love this and you'll know far more about it than I do. Who's winning the Super Bowl?
Who's winning the Super Bowl? Oh, that's a tough one. So obviously we've got the Chiefs and the Eagles. The Chiefs can essentially make history by winning another one. And I think teams that are in that position to set a record like that are always going to be very, very difficult to beat. So, you know, personally, I think probably the Chiefs, but the Eagles have got Saquon Barkley who'll run all over you. So, I don't know. It's going to be a good game, I think.
Hello, Sandra. Given you said hi. What else is there? You want to join for a soccer game after the Saturday game's over? The team near Boston has a gym. Honestly, I've not played football in about 15 years, and I'm not about to restart my career.
Come on, die after about 4 minutes. I used to
play as a kid.
I used to play a lot of football, even through you know, adult years. I've always, you know, whatever workplace I've been in, if there's been like a team that plays five-a-side or, you know, I've always sort of got involved, and I've played a lot of football. Obviously, it's huge in the UK. It's just like a standard thing to do, but I feel like I hung up. I played in a charity match. I don't know how many years ago. It was just before casting, so it'll be about just before I went full-time casting, so it'll probably be about 6 years ago. And it was a full-on 11-a-side charity match on grass, and I got my foot stomped on as well. By mistake, but it made a real mess of it. And it was at that point that I thought, I think I'm happy enough with that being the last match that I've ever played. I hung my boots up at that point.
Very fair. Tyler Barker, pineapple on pizza, yes. No
Absolutely
debate required.
Not. Absolutely not.
No
Absolutely
debate
not.
required. No debate.
Absolutely not.
Demush, ask how many shirts did I buy for this event? None actually for this event. I've kept all the same shirts I had before.
I bought one shirt for the event. I do have a new floral shirt, so keep your eyes out in Phase 2. That will be coming along for that. I did bring along a classic floral for Phase 2 as well.
So not a new shirt, though?
It's not a new shirt.
Yeah.
It's one that has been seen before, but it's not been seen for a good couple of years, I don't think. So I've got a classic brought along as well. But I
synchronized outfits planned as well?
We do.
Keep an eye out for that.
I did get a new jacket, and I did get a couple of new outfits that I've worn this week. My unbranded baseball shirt is one today, so I was quite keen to possibly get a baseball shirt, because obviously the you know, in Boston baseball is huge, but it's a little bit difficult when you've got. It's a little bit difficult when you've got like sponsors and stuff on, because obviously we're not allowed to have certain things on camera. So it was a little bit difficult to potentially wear something like that. But then when I was shopping, I saw like a completely unbranded baseball shirt. So I thought, that's really cool. It's like a little nod towards baseball in Boston. So I grabbed it. So that's why I'm wearing this one today.
Fair enough. Tom J. Sherlock, can we go for a pint on Wednesday? Sure,
Absolutely,
we can. Always down for that, mate. 100%. How's casting as a whole? I guess that's a real big question from Vlerby, to be fair. Is it like at the event?
Are we talking at the event, just in general? Or?
At the event's been good. Like
I've really enjoyed the event.
Our G2 Liquid Cash yesterday was, I think, a really solid one. We really enjoyed that game.
I think we've had a good opportunity to have a good bit of fun as well, like this, like interacting with the chat, or just like the laughs we've had and the stories that we tell and stuff like that. We've had quite a lot of fun at this one.
Yeah, let's pick one mechanical skill or game sense. Well, we don't have mechanical skills, so we're going to have to say game sense.
The Siege, I think game sense. I think it was a discussion, and I think Pengu weighed in on it on Twitter and said, you know, a lot of the time in Siege, the time to kill is so low. If you find somebody and you shoot them in the back, you shoot them in the side, you're winning that fight every single time. And I think generally, don't get me wrong, both are, at this sort of level, both are extremely important, but I think game sense probably wins out.
Chat moves too fast, and now the game's back on, so we'll come back to that. If we have another tech pause, we'll go back to a little bit of Q&A. It'll be a good fun. But now we can focus on the Siege, because that's what lots of people in chat end up saying is, why casters not talk about game, talk about Siege? Well, now we'll talk about Siege again, because it's back on. In the basement, Tim, or round 5, Virtus Pro on the defense.
It is, and we're going to see them try to hold on because they need a 4-2, really.
I will answer Jane go real quickly. Tim is a Liverpool fan. Manchester United and Chelsea are not welcome here. Sorry. Even our producer's now weighing in.
Our producer's now weighing in. He's having absolutely none of this.
He's French. What's he on about? He doesn't have a say in this. That's the English Premier League, right? He's at Chelsea. Oh, he supports Chelsea. Oh, that's a problem. Bruno, rubbing words after we're done here today. Let's crack on, though. See how things shape up in this round, then. As mentioned, it's Virtus Pro down in the basement. Scars have got to work their way through. They have got Nina over on that blitz team. So despite our 2 shield bans that we spoke about earlier, you can still see a shield being wielded. There's just far too many of them in the game. You can't keep them out forever.
No, you can't. You're going to get them at some point. You certainly can't ban them all. And on the attacking side, like I say, if you include Fuse Shield, I guess you've got a good 4 to go out there. So we will see what Nina does with Blitz. I'll keep an eye on exactly where that's being positioned. But for the time being, it's all about getting that control, which they've pretty much got now. Nina's actually ahead of us there. We can see on main stairs, so it's maybe going to be a little bit of a push down main stairs, try and get Mortar or something like that with the Blitz, try and push into Church. We'll see as it progresses, of course. But this is really good work from Scars. So just over a minute into the round, they're getting the verticals done, they're opening the hatches, they've got a lot of confidence that things ahead of them are clear. Still got 7 drones on the table, so that kind of tells you that the map is clear as well, because if you're droning around the top floor, you're droning around the mid floor, and you're not losing any drones, the chances are there's nobody there. So it's just going to give them that bit of freedom now to work on softening sight up.
On both hatches being opened up almost at the same time here. Kitchen about to get done with half a round still to play. That Kite Electroclaw chewed away. I almost missed the days, Tim, and all we'd see is Impact tricking onto this hatch and the constant rotation to waste more and more time. Fishlight's got the one done out and towards Bar, and now this one has been opened up as well, even with the Kaid in play. The Scars not looking too bad in terms of time. They've got themselves somewhat prepped. Of course, there's a lot more droning to actually do on the site itself here. Now, also considering their way down dirt, very common to stick a shield inside of here and start the march on down. And Fishlight just going to brace his blitz player to start the run down. I'm glad that it's Nina playing on shield, and I don't mean to be real harsh to Tayo here, but back when he charged into Kitchen on the last map, I was a bit like, bro, you got to crouch here. Your feet are exposed, and he just died to having his feet sprayed out by Shepard, I believe it was. Hopefully Nina doesn't expose himself in the same way, and now we're going to start the rotation of these smokes. That's going to waste about 35 seconds here, Tim. So it's going to be a real bloody end to the round.
Yeah, there's almost a world where Nina maybe just needs to sort of bite the bullet here and just charge through this smoke, take a little bit of damage and try and rush through, because otherwise time is going to become a serious factor. Pasha manages to take down Rek. 4 versus 4. Always and Pasha are both quite low here, so that's something to consider as Scars continue the march forward, but there's only 10 seconds left to go. Nina's just going to have to rush in with Blitz. This is going to be absolute chaos. Washoy manages to get one. There's your answer. It's Joystick standing up to them, but he can't continue as Fishlight manages to find the kill, and Scars come back from the tech pause looking strong. They get themselves another round, and the fight is on. 3-2 Scars.
That's what you need a coach for.
Cool you down. He's overheating. He's overheating.
Nina went a little bit nuclear towards the end there. Good stuff. I mean, again, for Scars, it's another one of those moments, Tim, where I've seen it across the start of the map as well, start of the first few rounds. They look good when they move forward as a team. There was a little desync in Gym and Bedroom in terms of timing, but overwhelmingly, Scars are massively transformed. If you go back and watch a couple of rounds from their first day at the tournament, the first game they played, they were really out of sync. It was very one-dimensional. They looked slow. No one was hitting shots. It was frankly terrible, and it's a real shame in a way that they've woken up so late in the tournament, because it's almost a bit too late to do anything about your situation now. You need, I think it's the sort of barometer is 5 points makes you safe. They have to get 4 points by winning a series 2-0. They can't do that here. Assuming they win this map and the next one, at best, they walk away with 3 points, which means they need to go and do the same again tomorrow and win a 2-1.
Okay, up to Gym and Bedroom we go. Virtus Pro, just looking back at what has happened previously. Round 3, they were able to get this one won. They're going to be looking to replicate that and at least take an even split on the half. Again, this is, certainly closer than we might have expected it to be. Scars definitely outperforming what they have already shown us so far at the tournament today. Wouldn't surprise me at this point to see them take a map off Virtus Pro. And it's certainly not making life easy for them. That much is for sure. They've done a very good job of dealing with utility, clearing out sort of, what Virtus Pro want to play behind. Things like the Banshees, things like the goo mines. They've made life quite difficult for them.
Let's keep hold of that. I think did it get EMP'd out by a friendly or something? I'm just really missing out here on how the hell it's... Oh, so it's disabled by one of the bulletproofs. Sorry, 3 of those scattered around. So. Yeah, must have been the one that was up on the wall on the desk at the back of CC. It was nice to tag out. Nina! honestly, there's a world here where Nino can go Nino and still feel like I'm saying the name correctly, like the days of old, Tim. Well, like back earlier on, we see a bit of a rush forward. Of course, this isn't the site that we're pushing into here, but it is helping them get inside the map. And now they've got the cuts on towards that construction door. Kind of means that Always and Shepard in this case are left dead to right. So a little bit sandwiched in, but there is support coming on construction side as well. If they push out here and go aggressive, it could be fantastic. But no, thought Shepard would miss it out, but they've managed to find 2 kills here, Tim. That extended hold coming out of Virtus.pro has been punished, but now down to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, this isn't actually the end of the world for them, though, I don't think. As long as Dan manages to escape his way back to site, they can pretty much hold this with 3. It's not a huge site to try and hold on to. Ash has opened the rotation through into Bathroom as well. So right now it's on Scars to do something here. They're just going to try and work from the windows. They can be confident that they're not going to get hit on a flank here now that Virtus.pro are down to 3. Very unlikely that they send somebody below.
Oh, now they know.
Pasha needs to be careful just about transferring across there. And like you say, they're fully aware of his position. But the question is, can the others from Virtus.pro keep him covered?
Well, they've got no nades or anything of the sort to force him out of that spot, so they need to be mindful of this and find a way to punish him. That wall, they've got no Selma's left, for example, so can't easily move him. In fact, they've managed to make him move, I think, by sheer virtue of flashes flying on through, down into a double. Now the last 2 boys have got to make something happen. Tayu gets rid of 1. Rek has already popped off before. Can he do it again?
A little bit low health on the side of Rek, and with 30 seconds left to go, risks are going to have to be taken here in the very near future by Scars. The question is, if they roll the dice, are they going to get the numbers that they're looking for? Just going to push into Shower here. It's Rek trying to move through, trying to find anybody that he can. Virtus.pro are playing this smart at the minute. They're keeping themselves out of the engagements for the time being. Try and force the plant to play, but Rek managing to find 1, leaves it 2v1. Dan, however, is there to rescue Virtus.pro again. No, he's not. As Tayu manages to do the heavy lifting out of Jim, finds the kill, and Scars continue a great half, 4-2.
On the attack of Cafe, no less as well. In fact, it's quite scary how it's lined up with their stat. I mentioned their attacking win percentage on this map across the history is about 75%. They've looked really good. They've just gone and got themselves very close to that number with 4 attacks on the board against Virtus.pro. Really can't be complaining about that. And I know the whole thing from before, Tim, was don't take a Russian team to Clubhouse. I mentioned earlier, Virtus.pro's record on this map is way down at the moment.
It's not great.
4 wins, 9 losses. They don't look great on here. As much as they like playing it, I do feel like it's kind of a little bit of a lacking foundations to get a comfortable win out of it. They now switch onto the attacking side. Let's not get too excited. There are always 2 halves to a game of Siege. Scars could absolutely fumble the bag here on defense. But you know what, Tim? I'd quite like to see this one go into border, given how we've seen Fishlight playing and Rek's been stepping up and Nina's had a few moments as well. Even Tayu is getting involved. The player that I said coming into this was the only player in the whole tournament below 10 kills still. And NGR had breached 100. Ambi's very close. It wasn't a good look. But he's getting involved in this series. Things are looking up. How many kills have you got in total this series, actually? That's probably about, like, 8 he's on 2 now? Yeah, he'll be on 8. Nice.
I think in terms of, attack defense, we've got to look back to Cafe, where the attacker side was actually the better side for both of the teams. The question is, are we going to see this play out in the same way, where we might expect teams to do, reasonably well on the defense and come away with those 4-2 halves, but just might not be the case. And this is a really important round here, I think. This is a great opportunity for Scars. If you can go 5-2 up and you're on the defensive Clubhouse, it starts really sending a message at that point. In Virtus.pro, have got to be wondering, do they just sort of think GG go next and we continue moving? I love this angle. Absolutely beautiful from both sides. Dan's the one who comes out on top. Rek ripped down, but it's honestly, it can be won from either way. It's just such a small pixel peak, but take that one away, try it at home. It's an absolute beauty. You can actually monitor main stairs from there, so it can be a good way to watch and make sure you don't get hit on the flank.
I love that he had a full read onto it as well, and it's been a while since we've seen like a full 3-floor defense of this site, of this map, of this site actually. Yeah, sorry. I think back to the SSG room. I mentioned it yesterday. The Mute, the Mozzie, the Vigil, the Castle, and then something like a Legion normally playing in basement in case there is a rush coming in. It was a really wonderful strat that a lot of teams struggled for a long time to break. I think SSG went on to like was it a 7-map win streak playing that strat quite a lot that no one could seem to break down. And over the years, we saw a lot of variations of it, but I can't really think back to the last time that I've seen the team commit utility up on that top floor in an attempt to stave off the other side. There is no mute jamming coming out, but there was Rek up there with some castle barricades set up. Just that Virtus.pro have had a bit of a read here and have worked their way through the map and are now looking in a pretty good spot I was going to say, Nini, you've really exposed yourself there. He knows that you can't get back into cover in time. All he's got to do is swing and pre-fire. And Nina falls by the wayside. 3 defenders left here, and Virtus.pro looking in a good position to pull off and execute.
Yeah, they've done some great work there, and there's a minute left, so they can still take their time to clear these hatches out, get a little bit of verticality, and apply even more pressure to the operators that are left inside the site for Scars here, which is exactly what they're going to do. There's the pressure, and there's the result. Always takes Tayu. He managed to find Dan, but it's a direct trade, and Virtus.pro can do that for the rest of the round and win it comfortably, so not a problem for them. 45 seconds, pressure continues to mount, this time from the bottom of main stairs. It's always again, it's always, as he manages to find another, and then it's going to be closed out from Moto, and Virtus.pro take the first attack, and we start to look at that possibility that maybe Clubhouse is just favouring the attackers today.
And he said always, I was like, that's a lyric to a song, and I was like, who sang that? I couldn't remember for the longest time. Rolling back the years for me, Tim, to my youth. Tactical timeout coming in here for Scars, who realise not been the best start. Virtus.pro there really having a bit of getting on a roll and marching through them to some degree. It is an early timeout, but I don't blame them if they can see here that there is something going wrong and the coach wants to step in, have a few words and course correct, then I'm all down for it. I do love at events like these that we get to hear those timeouts as well and hear how coaches approach it. Where back early in the tournament, I think about her Bodega, he was saying, right, these next 2 rounds, I want you to run the mirror, play this, do that. Really kind of guiding the team through an amendment to strategies that are already pre-planned. In other cases, it's you guys aren't talking, the energy's crap, let's lift the vibes up. And someone on Twitter said earlier on, I hate it when a coach steps in and goes, just get the vibes up. Like, well, yeah, duh, that's not a lot of input. But often that is actually the case. If a team aren't communicating well, or the energy is flat.
They won't necessarily recognise that.
If you aren't communicating, that is the biggest
moment.
way to lose a game, I think. And honestly, just being told, guys, look, you're really flat. Like, you know, get it in gear a little bit, wake yourselves up, get talking, get communicating. That can really be the key that leads to victory. And I think about the timeouts that we've seen this week at 3-1 down. Teams have then gone on to win the next 2 rounds. Redeemer did it earlier on today. We watched him. It's exactly the same sort of thing. You just kind of gas the team back up and get them moving. It hasn't got to be super complicated every time you step in and drop that mic down to your face to have a word with the team. It can just be a few little words of wisdom that can get the team back on track.
Absolutely can. Let's see whether they can get Scars back on track or not. Or Virtus.pro, more importantly. 4-3 then, as Scars continue to at least maintain their lead. Virtus.pro trying to reel them back in slowly, 1 round at a time. They did manage to get their first attack there. I think, again, this for me, round 8, important round here. 5-3, 4-4, very different scores. Virtus.pro get this, 2 successful attacks. It leaves Scars thinking, which site can we go to? We've tried basement, we've tried CCTV cache. Obviously, they're going to have to go across the gym bedroom, but they've lost the first 2. So then you're thinking towards, you know, right, if we do win gym bedroom, we've still got to go to the 2 that we've lost again. And it just leaves it really, really difficult for them.
It does. Let's see how things line up with the Glass. We've seen a lot, well, I'd say a lot of Glass. I've probably seen it played half a dozen times throughout the week, which is definitely not a lot in comparison to other operators. But more because when we see it picked up, you expect certain things to happen when there's a Glass on side. You expect to see that glorious solid lineup where the smoke's everywhere and the Glass is bringing down enemies for fun and they can do nothing about it. It's always fun and exciting to see the Phantom of the operator is really strong. But very rarely do you actually see it used for that purpose. So here, keeping an eye on the Capitale, keeping an eye on Always. As always, it's been one of our top fraggers at the tournament. If anyone can make this operator sing, it's going to be him.
Pasha on the Capitale, just in the right position as well to potentially look at challenging the catwalk. Going to be looking to get these fixation bolts up there and move anybody that's playing in that area. How about this though from Rek? He's looking for the aggression, manages to see the Maverick. Somehow Shepard survives. Not only does he survive, he dips back in, finds the kill onto Rek. Great play from the Maverick to remove the castle, and that's advantage Virtus.pro.
So good to get rid of Rek as well. We spoke about sang his praises a lot throughout this series. Warmed into it, had some big plays. Trying to make him move away here. Sure enough, stands up and Always. Look at that. I love the use of the smoke to make sure he's got the cover, and you got to see Tayo just spring up and instantly get a kill on towards the Glass. Smart play. Yes, it's crucial utility use, but it's got to be a kill they need, and now there are only 2 players left standing on Scars. Looks like that timeout might not quite have done enough for them, as much as Nina has tried to make some magic happen by getting outside the map. This light's got it all to do, and Joystick has got his number. Virtus.pro bring us all square. Turns out, Tim, today, Clubhouse is attacker-sided.
It feels like Scars might be in a little bit of trouble here, Des. It is their map pick. We would expect them to be pretty solid on the defense. You know, if you're choosing to go there, it's usually because you're confident of your setup, you're confident of what you're playing on that map. And right now, that energy has dropped out of the Scars team as well. We've seen plenty of celebrations, plenty of cause for, you know, that noise to be up, that vibe to be high. But the last couple of rounds has certainly quietened things.
Do you want to see? I think we're going back down to the basement here for our next round. I want to see them just play things a bit more chill. They had this kind of roam going on upstairs as well. It got punished by Virtus Pro. Dan was really good at getting rid of the player on main stairs at the same time. Keep things simple, stupid. I think it was Fresh who said it was 3 words of the day. It turns out to be 4. Who knew? But just don't feel the need to overcomplicate things here. Like, if they want to play a bit more turtled up and try and play into BP when they come for the execute, play for your crossfires. You've done it pretty well on the attacking side. Give it a go on the defense rather than trying to catch Virtus Pro out and rat onto them a little bit. The Deimos and a Jackal on side, you are certainly not getting away with that.
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty if they do try to roam. Although we do see the Deimos moved away. It's going to be Thatcher instead. So obviously a little bit concerned around the hatches. Given that they've got the Maverick as well, I guess it's just kind of, you know, a let's try and make sure of it kind of approach. Interestingly, we've got Rek on the Capcan. He's been up on that top floor. So that's something that Virtus Pro need to be aware of and alert to. But Rek's maybe just got himself in a tricky spot here. He's on catwalk at the minute, but Ibana of Pasha has immediately opened up towards the bottom of garage. He has moved away himself, which might give Rek the freedom to get back down oil pit and get away from this, or potentially get back in towards... I'm going to say he's just on the side of oil pit at the minute. I was going to say he could potentially get himself back into cash and CCTV, but I don't know how aware Virtus Pro are of his position there, but they need to be, because if not, it could end up hurting them.
Good, but the important thing is no one's gone down too early by trying anything too crazy. Like, yeah, you've got Rek trying to run around the map here. And I don't blame him. Your bulletproof's down. You've got your Capcan traps down. One still left in back pocket if required. This is the best you can be, spot you can be in to give away your life, essentially. To go and play out around the map and try and catch them off guard. If you can slow them down enough, then this is really good for them. I'm just concerned that they won't have enough. It's like holding around to blue stairs at the same time. So I think partly, one, it helps give you cover for your teammates to retreat back towards site. The side of it, of course, if you can catch a player out on the rappel or staring at that window, it's a great spot to be in. Anything to trip Virtus Pro up. Let's just not see ourselves giving our lives away for it. Rek now being tracked as well. They know exactly where he is, and this is the problem, Tim. When you're up against that Jackal, they're going to have your number.
Yep, and they're going to have
it. That's what I mean. I don't know, boys.
They're going to have it more than once. Managing to get through, Joystick finds himself
third?
another.
Come on.
Don't give yourself away with Shoy. Get yourself out of there, but no. Shepard cuts him down. Virtus Pro starting to really hit that accelerator pedal now and just hammer themselves home towards a victory here on Clubhouse. This is looking like it's probably going to be 5-4, 3 rounds in a row for Virtus Pro, and Scars find themselves very suddenly after being ahead. It's kind of like Cafe again, after being ahead for the majority of the match, all of a sudden they are going to be on the back foot massively. Fishlight knows that there's one there. He just doesn't quite want to peek wide enough, but he goes for it, loses a lot of health, taken down by Always, and it's up to Tayu, 1 versus 5.
It's gone down to something on his push through. Not quite sure what it was that he ran into. Not that it matters. It's a flawless round for Virtus Pro. Did that timeout come in a little bit too soon here? I like the idea of correcting what you're seeing if you can see a really obvious error, but things haven't really changed here. Virtus Pro continue dominating. That's 3 rounds in a row, and they're back in the lead once again. 2 more rounds to seal this one up. I'm pretty sure if Scars lose this one, Tim, they're destined to go home. I don't think they can save it tomorrow.
No, I don't think so.
I will check, though.
The 1 win, I guess if it was a 2-0 win and you get 4 points, maybe it might be enough. It depends.
No, Oxford have got 5, so they can't catch up.
I was going to say in groups in general,
yeah,
but it depends what else has gone on in the group, of course, and that's not going to be the case. So, yeah, Scars could be not wrapping things up. They will still play, of course, but in terms of any possibility of progressing in the tournament, they're going to wrap things up here potentially. I don't want to be too harsh to Scars. They're one of the sides that I love coming out of Japan. I enjoy watching them, but the performance over the first 2 days, I think, has pretty much sealed that fate for them, realistically. They've been much better today. I'm pleased that they've at least come out and shown us a better performance, you know, on what they can do. We've seen more out of players like Rek and Tayu particularly, and it has helped to shape the team differently, definitely, and they've had better results out of it. But honestly, I'm not sure that there's another round for them here on Clubhouse with the way Virtus Pro are attacking at the minute.
They would have to go and win this map and win the next. then go on and win tomorrow, and the way that would then work is because Space Station and Oxygen have still got to play each other tomorrow. I think it's Oxygen, because SSG also played W7M. SSG need to lose both games, or Oxygen need to lose tomorrow for Scars to then make the jump over and survive and make it through to our next stage. Looking unlikely, it's looking extremely difficult. Crazier things have happened. We've had those 3 rounds now, but they've seen what Virtus Pro are doing. They know what the game, what the jig is. They know how to react. The question is, if they've got the bottle to them, they've got the capability to be able to respond. I'm not 100% sure they do.
No, I would agree. You can see now Virtus Pro are just starting to move with real purpose, getting themselves straight into the map in 45 seconds. Yep, they've dipped away from there, but what it's done is it's allowed Joystick to get in. Pasha's there with him as well. They're going to look to just drone ahead, take control of Cash, and move through into construction. This breach is going to really help them do that. Rek is probably... He's going to stick around because he's got the Kiba barricades to play behind, but he's certainly playing it a little bit deeper, a little bit safer. So right now, the pressure is mounting on Scars.
It is. Down to about halfway through the round, and no one has gone down, so again, some positive signs being shown. Not overcommitting 3 players to the opposite end of the map here and being caught up in gunfights they simply cannot win. More towards Joystick on the blitz, not keeping an eye on though, Tim, because if he gets himself on towards, say, Jacuzzi Breach here and goes charging in at the right time, they can do some real damage. For now, all the focus is onto the extension, but at some point they will need to move players over. Shepard has already got that exothermic down, so that will mean that they've got themselves some control out towards that side of the map as well. So a lot of the setup work they needed to do has been done. It's just now getting players in the right spot to start thinking about the execute.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take 1 or 2 kills and things will start moving. Keep shooting! Keep shooting, Dan! But no! Rek gets away with it. Manages to pop up from behind the Kiba barricade after it was down and gets killed. 5 versus 4 and a nice opener for Scars. It's exactly what they needed, really. And it takes the player off the window. But the question is, how are they going to deal with this blitz? As soon as those charges go off, I would imagine Joystick is going to be heading through there. Rek taken down by Shepard, 4 versus 4. Things could get a little tense here.
Rek had to know that that was going to happen as soon as he stepped out to try and challenge this blitz. Someone was always going to be watching from Cash side, and he just paid the price there for seemingly no real reason. Smokes are coming out now to stall away Virtus Pro. I think that second one came a little bit too soon, though. The first one was still ticking out. So Joystick held at bay, but they will run out here as well. 20 seconds left. Fishlike finding a second right idea. Will he win this gunfight? Goes in for it, but doesn't quite follow always. Doesn't track him right and always gets the kill at 2 versus 3. But Joystick has to move now. He's got to find a kill. Will not get away with it. Scars will hold on. And Tim, shock horror by digging in that little bit and stalling Virtus Pro out. They found a way to get around on the board. Scars bringing things that little bit closer.
It's the way to play against Virtus Pro. We've known it for the longest time. Get out there on the roam and you're going to get hurt by them. They've got players with insane mechanical skill who are going to end up bringing you down. Frustrate them. Cause them problems to solve. Burn their time. Force them to leave it late in the round. That is how you beat this team. Joystick there, having to just charge through into logistics because he's got 12 seconds left, so the blitz is then easily dealt with. Tayu manages to take him down. Fishlike again with a great kill, just swinging and taking them down on the door to the bedroom when they're having to rush. We just see it there, and it's all the mistakes from Virtus Pro are coming in those last 15-20 seconds when they have to start picking up the pace. So learn something from that, Scars. All you got to do is burn away as much time as possible from Virtus Pro. Don't go out giving them easy kills.
It's never regarded historically as being the fastest team in the world. In fact, often facing difficulties against the clock. I've seen it, I think, over the last 6 months or so that they have started to introduce faster elements to their play. I remember actually in an interview years ago now, Joystick was saying, you know, we'll drone things 2-3 times over. We'll see the clock running down because we aren't 100% sure of ourselves. They don't want to take a risk. But I think now they've accepted that taking risks is what the game is all about. And at some point or another, you've got to make it happen. Speaking of Joystick, Tim, it's on that operator we spoke about a few times. Sen's coming out. Ability to raise and lower those light screens has really added a bit of a dynamic nature to this operator that a good few teams have now started utilizing. Really enjoying seeing them be more present in the meta. You've got the Glaz on side too here to again try and play behind those light walls, but also behind the smokes in back pocket. And the Capital to augment and enhance the capabilities of that Glaz.
2 holding catwalk. I quite like this from Scars, just recognising the importance of that position and looking to really hold on to it. I don't know how aggressively Virtus Pro are going to look to clear that, or whether they're maybe just going to work from the opposite side. We've already got one of those light walls up from Sense inside of sight. It's going to dip away, but just going to be replaced. And right now it's just sort of cutting off.
I thought for a second that was a player jumping in.
Yeah, it's just... I was like, no, don't do that!
What are you doing? They're shooting!
It's just cutting off the ability of those catwalk players to necessarily affect the rest of the site, but now that it's dropped down again, it's just going to mean that Dan can then start peeking on through as that breach is open.
Still 2 more available as well. Plenty to still work with, but 2 players on catwalk are a bit of a bother here. Shoy with the C4, with the swing from his army. Oh, Dan has read Rek like a book, taking him down into a 4 versus 4. Still Tayu dug in here as well. He is on the deck because he knows that this pressure is mounting, but they haven't moved him away, Tim. They've still got 2 firebolts they can work with here in Pasha's back pocket, but he could be the X factor in this round.
How about that from Joystick as well? That's just game sense. Knows exactly the area that Nina's going to be playing in and takes him down with a beautiful headshot through the wall. The next pressure is going to mount onto Tayu. We can see that he's got the Wamai gadgets there. The magnets are going to suck in some of that utility, but they're burning as much as they can so that they can send in.
Interesting.
You can see it's all about just getting the fire arrows in there and forcing him out of position. He manages to get himself led down in the 90 corner, but Dan is waiting. As soon as he moves, he kicks him down. Beautiful teamwork from Virtus.pro, 4 versus 2, and Virtus.pro looking almost certain to get themselves a match point opportunity as the pressure keeps mounting. The drones are going in. They're using every second that they've got here. Look at that. 3rd kill in a row that has just been pinpoint, and it's Shoy this time taken down. Fishlack, he's been the hero so many times. He's trying to get something going, but 1 versus 4, this is going to be so tough, Des.
It was a nice attempt of playing underneath. I mean, if they've got the bulletproof upstairs, then why not try and make use of it? Has been seen on the drones. They might take top red here. He's got to be really careful of that. They're rounding him on all sides. He's gone down for that one. VP move up to match and series point, and if Scars lose this one, Tim, their time here at SI25 is done.
VP's work to clear catwalk there, I absolutely loved it, and it was critical to their win on that round. You know, Dan's ability to sort of bait out the peak from Rek, he's taking down. I was a little bit concerned for him. I'm like, you take it, you know, you're hitting the keeper barricade. I can tell you now, Rek is the sort of player that's going to peek around that corner. He's going to think you're not aiming at me, but Dan was just so ready for it. Shut him down with a beautiful shot, and then this play, the sense gadgets being thrown up just to take out the Wamai magnets, and then in go the asphyxiation bolts. Dan's got the cross covered. It was just beautiful team play, and it was a great example of how you deal with catwalk. Even with 2 players and magnets up there, they still got it done with ease. Didn't lose a player taking it. Good stuff from Virtus.pro.
The key thing in that round was Virtus.pro had 2, I won't call them 3 kills, but those longer range ones where they had the opportunity to catch out a player. They were the ones who fired first and found themselves a couple of kills that really swung the round in their favor. Scars just either not being aware of those angles or not respecting someone could be on them, not quite playing the angles properly in terms of the fire back they were given to try and trade out a Virtus.pro player on the other side. In essence, 2 freebies given over to the aggressors, and now Scars, as mentioned, this could be their last round at SI, that they have a chance to still be here and fight for a spot in Phase 2. They still do get to play tomorrow, don't get me wrong, but I can't imagine it'll be a particularly pleasant game knowing that you're going home and you're facing off against one of the tournament favorites in W7M.
It's certainly not going to be an easy day for them, that much is for sure. We're going to see Virtus.pro stacking up for what could be their last attack of the day. Pasha's took a bunch of damage already, so that's something to be aware of. Bar and stage, interestingly, Scars deciding, you know what? If this is it, then let's go out in style.
Why not?
Let's do something a bit different.
Electrical hacked away, and that'll automatically destroy it, meaning that hatch is now de-electrified. Virtus.pro started on this top floor before and worked their way down back in the earlier rounds of this half. I'm sure they're not too bothered about having to go for a full map clear. Once again, Joystick leaning in towards the Sens. Spoke about this quite a bit earlier on, and they've also got the Brava on side Tim. Not 100% sure what it is they're looking for there outside of getting rid of those electro claws, whether it's a quick and easy way to get rid of them. I'll look towards it and say, would a Twitch maybe have helped a bit more in that case? I guess they're not all that fussed. As long as the electro claws are gone, then who really cares?
Yeah, as long as the job is done. Brava's got a good gun as well, so why not? We're going to see Joystick just moving around this corner, looking to peek on directly into sight. Look at the pressure mounting here from Virtus.pro. This is all very, very quick. I think they're confident that there's nobody actually directly up above in construction at the minute, so they're looking to potentially just put a plant down on stage. I'm not sure whether they're just going to rush in and do that just yet, but
they're dropping
man
the wrong
behind
time.
Bar needs to be holding them back. They've got construction here. This is really important, but hatch is reinforced, so they can't necessarily affect down onto stage. And Pasha's there ready. He knows that the push is coming. It's as easy as that. Almost finds the kill, but Shy interestingly gets the entry. How about that? Virtus Pro have just lost a bunch of kills all at once, and that is going to be the end of the round, almost certainly. I would imagine now that it's gone to 5 versus 1.
We'll guarantee Tim that we get to overtime. Good flurry of kills. I was nervous when they were trying that flank. I thought to myself, we've seen this so many times, and Virtus Pro each and every time have been super disciplined, been aware of what's coming, and responded to the threat, but that did not stop them getting overwhelmed. Virtus Pro could not hold Scars at bay, and Tim, 3 more rounds to see how this closes out with Scars starting on the defense. That's where I start to worry for them, because we have seen most success on the attack, both teams taking 4-2 halves on the attack.
I was a little bit surprised by Virtus Pro on the attack there. I know they did pay some attention towards top floor. I think it was as soon as they recognised that the construction hatch was reinforced, they thought, you know what, we'll just plant on stage. We don't really need to do too much here. We just need to hold the angles across bar so that they can't peek us laterally, because they can't do anything to deny us otherwise. But well, I think it comes down to that fight with Pasha. If Pasha wins that fight up on top floor and can then sort of hold the stem of Scars trying to move across, then maybe things are a little bit different. But losing out on that and losing Joystick at the same time, Scars just leapt on that opportunity as well and just pushed forward, got really aggressive and got all the kills that they needed at that point. So really well played from them. Takes us 6-6, and we're going to head back down to basement. As you said, though, the concern remains, because looking at how things have gone previously, it's been a lot of Virtus Pro. 4 successful attacks from them. They won down in Church and Arsenal, so, you know, it doesn't necessarily bode well for Scars being on the defense.
Doesn't, but maybe they've got something in mind, Tim. And I'm looking at the lineup. Little electrification, got Warden on side, got Goyo. There's a lot of dug-in nature to this setup. Just in case not, though, Virtus Pro once again have got Joystick back on the Jackal. Changed away from the Sens. They had good success with this operator previously when they found Rek lurking around upstairs. Have been punished pretty hard for it, but from what I can see at least, Rek is nowhere to be found on this top floor.
I'm just opening up those verticals again. Don't think he's going to be going for the same angle from Hatch onto main stairs. Just looking for an alternative instead. Down towards kitchen and down towards top main. Prevent again any rotations around. A lot of droning work going on. We can see Always and Joystick still just driving through the map, trying to make sure everything ahead of them is clear, while the hatches do start getting opened within a minute. So again, Virtus Pro making very good time here, very confident movement. Scars did pretty much the same. It's a positive that I would have for both teams, really. They've been more than willing to say, yep, that's clear, let's go in and let's get moving.
Definitely. The acknowledgement that there was no one up on the road very early on, I think, is the key thing. Committedly, you'd see some footsteps somewhere as Joystick if there was anyone out on the road. So that's definitely helped speed things up for them. Got about 2 minutes, really, of starting to get the vertical opened up and prepping themselves for the execute. No real excuse here that they can't have the control that they need, or players moved around on the defensive side into locations that are more favourable towards Virtus Pro's executes. At least towards back Arsenal. They know that's cleared out as well. Good drone here as well. Maybe looking for a hatch drop as an execute, thinking about it. Shepard, the one with the diffusers, keep a close eye on him. He's where everything is going to be starting.
And continues swinging that hammer, just opening up above boxes around that default plant spot. Just try and force those Scars defenders away from holding those positions and allow Shepard to think about the potential drop eventually, which is what he will go for once everything is opened up. But first, they need to be moving away. They could do with getting control of Dirt Tunnel here. Virtus Pro haven't moved towards it just yet. Instead, it looks like maybe a little bit of work bottom stairs instead, and try and open that church wall. Just make things difficult inside of there.
From the upstairs, nothing else. Themselves angling towards the bar in case they get flanked on. But look at this, Tim. Straight in and onto this half wall. Normally done with an Ossa. But they've pulled the trigger, Tim, and they've absolutely rolled over Scars here. Who can say nothing about it? Nina, the only one left in blue. A great synchronized team push coming up from Virtus Pro. Nina's got it all to do against 3 members, with Pasha being on his backside.
The thing is, they're just going to hold it from above. You can see that they've got one inside the kitchen, so it really doesn't matter what happens down inside the site. Joystick does manage to pick the kill up, but even if Nina gets the remaining 2 down there, they've got the one above, and that's how you win post plants on Clubhouse. So good stuff from Virtus Pro. I think Scars were just completely... they had no idea that that was the push that was coming. You know, much like I did, they thought that they were shaping up. It was a really nice rotation from Virtus.pro. They did everything to make it look like they were shaping up for kitchen drop, maybe a little bit of dirt control, just working their way in there. And all of a sudden, I think they've just spotted a gap there and said, we just go for this. Let's just get our way in there. We can just get planted on the Ash Rush spot, and it's worked out perfectly for them. So they take the lead, 7-6.
Tim, how much do I have to pay you per day to stand and fan me like the coaches?
Even you don't have enough money, Des.
Really? I'm sure there's a number you've got in mind. This game's really... Everyone's got a price. That's
Everyone
producer down the comms to us. Everyone's got a price. We'll find out what Tim's is later on. Either way, for Virtus.pro again, back to that point where one round is all they need, and this is done. Scar's back on the attack. It has been a good 7 rounds since they've been in this position. I'd like to think they could just hit this one, hit the ground running, and not have to worry about a warm-up or two. You don't really have time for a warm-up now. You get one more attacking round, then back on the defense, and you're going to have to pull something off somewhere. Do we dare see a return to bar on stage if we get to round 15? Not too sure about that one. And Virtus.pro has said they want the lion's share of points. They want all 4. They want to put themselves very clear at the top of the group, because I believe they're done after this game. They no longer play. Then it all comes down to W7M and their results to see if they knock Virtus.pro off that top spot or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Scars would get away with bar on stage again. It's one of those sites where, you know, you kind of have one plan for it. You go and do it. If it works, it works. If not, you move on. But, you know, they got away with it once. I don't think Virtus.pro allow that to happen again. So... really, for me, I think Scars, you know, they need to get this locked down, and then it is still a difficulty for them when they go on to the defense, because Virtus.pro were so good at attacking everywhere else. We will see, you know, as it progresses, whether we even get there, because right now I've just got a feeling that Scars may well struggle to get this attack done.
I'll give little faith, Tim.
I don't know. I've watched a lot of Siege, Des, and I just feel like it might be up for Scars here. I feel like Virtus.pro, you know, find that extra gear. That's what real tournament-winning teams do. When it's tough, when it's time to win hard, you go in and you get it done. You roll up your sleeves and you find that extra bit. Somebody.
Well, let's not forget they did it in the semi-final last year. They were 1 round away, if you recall, from making it to that grand final.
But that was against the current Furia roster. It's a little bit different.
Was a little bit. That story was just their plot armor, I'm afraid.
One of my favourite games that we've done.
Yeah.
It was absolutely fantastic.
It was. We were saying the other day, it's often overshadowed by that grand final, but it was an absolutely incredible series. Really close as well. You know the VP have got it in the locker. Scars have anything left to give. Done great work in terms of the establishment of the setup for about 2-minute mark onwards. The same as VP in the previous round, to be fair. We're getting a lot of these verticals opened up. They're in a good spot where they've got the intel that they need. They've done a lot of the setup work required. Now it's about trying to massage the Virtus.pro members. And what better way to do that, Tim, than with a Ying? Only the hard breach gadgets in back pocket, so no smokes to use, but a lot of candelas. And when they start rolling, that's when the plant begins.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing those going in, and you would expect to see Scars pushing in behind them. I don't want to see what we've seen previously, and that is a utility just being sold. They've gone straight into a Warden. It's as easy as that. Dan takes down Nina. Surely that breaks the back of the attack. It's kill for kill for kill at the minute, like a rubber band going back and forward, but Joystick manages to take wreck. That's the advantage, but somehow Scars find a way to fight back. We're showing low health though. Surely it's over, and this time it is. Always closes it out, and Virtus.pro, they take the win in 2 maps.
Might not have been as easy as predicted, but they showed Scars the respect they deserve, as we all should, because they've really warmed up as this group stage has gone by. Just unfortunately, too little, too late has come to cost them. Great performance though, and I think Virtus probably very happy with that, Tim. They've taken 12 points from a possible 16. That at least secures them as a top 3 team in their group and means they start life in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, in reality, we'll see what plays out tomorrow, but I think that's going to be enough points to earn them probably a top 2 spot, I'd imagine. Yeah. We will see as things go. But yeah, good stuff from Virtus.pro. Let's be honest, Scars were not an easy team for them to play against today. They've performed much better than they have over the first couple of days. You can see how much it means to the guys there. They know what that means. They know that that means they're going to be out of the tournament. You know, it's not easy for them to take, despite how the performances might have looked. You know, these guys always turn up and give it their all. They're always here to, you know, try and go as far as they can in the tournament, and you can see it on the faces there how much it means to them.
Like I said, it was a slow start. They did start to warm in, and hopefully we see them back and ready to shine in future. And who knows, maybe also a little bit of a flourish tomorrow, Tim, to close out their appearance here in Boston. We'll go to a quick break then. When we come back, we'll talk about the series a little bit more. Not bad, actually. Quite enjoyed that. Close affair at points, but the outcome we all expected. A Virtus Pro 2-0 taking all 4 points and leaving Scars out of the tournament. They'll still play their last series tomorrow, Tim, and I'm glad that this shows some heart coming into especially the second map, going 8-7 or losing 7-8. But I think we all expected to see more from them throughout SI.
If they'd started with that performance 2 days ago, I think they could have had a lot more at this tournament.
I agree.
think, you know, there was probably opportunities. They've had the best performance, unfortunately, probably against the best team that they were going to play, or one of the best teams. And really, you know, you needed to be delivering that sooner. But they've certainly played their part. You know, let's not take it away from them. But Virtus Pro definitely doing a job again today, showing the professionalism, winning more games, and looking good.
Yes.
I was going to say maybe towards tournament favourites, but Maybe not. I don't know.
G2 are your favourite.
They're in the
know
mix.
It.
They're in the mix.
They are. There's a few teams I think that I expect to be obviously in those finals next weekend, and VP are amongst that group. Just in case you want to see how the stats are broken down for that map in particular, Dan once again putting up a massive performance. I think overall he got like 29 odd kills across the series. It was wonderful stuff. We did see a few players on Scar start to warm into things, but too little, too late, I'm afraid. Not a single one of them going positive throughout that series. I know, 30 and 16. The man is an absolute juggernaut, Tim.
Yeah, he really is. He's had a fantastic day today, and always as well. 26 and 16, not far behind him. 3 and 1 on entry. You know, between the two of them, +4 overall on entry. They've just made life very difficult for Scars. And like I said, genuinely, I think, you know, if Scars were playing a different team, there are other teams here that they probably could have beaten today, or at least taken it into 3 maps. It's just that they've been up against Virtus Pro, who, again, a couple of them have had a very good day.
They have, yeah, and that will carry on for Virtus Pro, I'm sure, as well, going into Phase 2. We'll see them keep on fighting through. I believe their games are now done as well. All they can do now is sit back and watch. They've got 12 of potential 16. It's now down to the other teams in their group to show what they can do. And speaking of teams in their group, SSG and W7M are coming up next. That'll be a really interesting game because W7M are in a spot to jump over Virtus Pro and take that first spot if they play well both today and tomorrow. And SSG at risk of potential elimination if Scott, well, it was going to be, sorry, no, they're very, very close at the bottom, but they could end up in 4th place here if they're not careful. They play against OXG tomorrow, who are off today. Whoever wins that game will jump out of 4th place into 2nd or 3rd. It's going to get pretty tight in that group, and it all comes down to tomorr's game.
I'll tell you what, I'm going straight off here to watch that game because it's going to be awesome.
Be a real screamer. Tim, I mean, that's mine and your day's done personally. That's the end of our 3rd game. There's still, of course, that one more coming up, and there are games over on the other stream too. Still plenty more Siege to catch. We'll be back tomorrow for some more Siege here on the B stream. For now, have a good evening, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
And a very successful first half for a roster that has been struggling this tournament. This has been their best showing.
Well, they didn't need the timeout yet, but I guess we'll see how far their win condition goes at this point and how much we're about to get a stress on the other side. As I said, when we saw this map the other day, it was one where they were able to win one of their attacks towards the top floor, to be fair. Console, they got a plant on it. They were able to get another plant, but it was diffused. And it's just one of those things where, what have they learned? And what has FaZe learned from that game, from that showing? Here, the reaction of Vidiking pushing his way in, Handy on the back. As soon as things started to slip away from them on the waiting area, just blow themselves into its site and see if they can make anything stick. It shows that FaZe are playing every single round to win, right? A round is never done for FaZe until you are in the next round. That is something that's going to play into their favor more when they're on their defense. Here, they can stress and stretch. You've got the Fenrir, you've got the Legion, this sort of smoke, the mobility of these operators to deny and sort of defend these areas. Keep them out as far as you can. In the meantime, I'm looking over towards Doom on the Nook and thinking about the potential sneakiness. Is that really going to work against a team like FaZe, who seems so clued in with their intel game? It's a risk, because you could make them start to doubt themselves, but well, let's see if Doom can have some of the success that could start to bring that doubt to the forefront.
Yeah, I mean, the success from the first half really should give Secret all of the hope that they have what it takes here in the second to finish this off. Take this map away from FaZe, break the streak of this map of FaZe. Groupie's performance in this match has been far and away better than what we've seen of him at SI, but Adrian I mean, outside of that first round on the smoke, he's been largely, again, invisible, which is a concern because he did struggle in Montreal as well, Emmy. So hopefully this can be the half where he too gets involved and increases the firepower of this Secret roster. To begin with right now for Secret, it's all about can you just get into the building, get into these little off-angle positions, catch FaZe off guard, and yeah, indeed, good headshot. That's better from Adrian. Patience is an Adrian. I was going to say patience is a virtue, but virtue didn't get killed.
No, but it does pay off. And the payoff here is they can start putting the pressure on towards the site. Now, they obviously have the adaptation on the side of the defense. They've lost Fenrir. His gadgets will probably still be littered around the map itself. But we talk about this as a power position. How are they going to force it? And will they be fed towards Doom, hoping to catch people on the rotate round the back? One of the curious things, the comparison of the lineup here from Secret versus how they played this site twice in their game the other day, entirely different. No one is playing the same operators on either of the rounds. They've entirely lifted themselves up to what is a more direct push. Here's the pressure, the juggle of the intel. Is it going to be something that almost helps blinker them in as Groovy is about to try and find a fight here on the top of the spiral? He needs some of the pressure to come across. If he gets caught early, then suddenly there's not really a direct backline. So, the swing out and the missed moment, but here comes the cavalry. The first is gone, the second is as well. Virtue and Souls and Sandy. Just nobody. Locked in.
That is tremendous from Handy. Double-sided pressure. He finds 2 kills from either side. Oh my goodness, that is a... that's a moment that can really change the course of this map. I mean, that's the FaZe power right there. Someone like Handy, who, if you think back to the SI Grand Final last year, he was almost the only reason why that they almost got that hammer. He was just leading from the front the whole way through. And in this round, he does it again. I mean, it's a wonderful kill from Adrian. Let's watch Handy again. He knows there's pressure from Spiral and from Vending. He gets the double kill. He has help because they've got numbers. FaZe playing together as a team. Just a wonderfully well-played round from FaZe.
It's even sort of more powerful, that moment, when you sort of look at it and go, Secret didn't do anything wrong. In fact, they did everything right. They made sure that there was multiple bodies. They had themselves set up for the trade. Just outplayed. What do you do when a round like that happens? You keep going, you keep moving on, and you sort of scratch it and say, right, we'll get them next time. Instead, round towards a different site, off towards the basement, and, well, I guess I'm curious to see if FaZe try and fully extend themselves over this space, right? As you said there, and as we've always seen, they love to double up on their fights. They love to make sure that there's always a support structure for their engagements, and sometimes on this map it's a little bit awkward to pull together because it's so boxy, there's so many cutoffs. Vitter King isn't a million miles away from a spiral staircase. It's probably his safest return. That is going to get caught out, and that mirror window is going to get popped open. The rejection of anything on that hard wall is going to make an approach here a little bit more awkward, but not impossible.
What's interesting about the lineup for Secret this round is, you know, you don't have a Buck, you don't have a Ram, you know, it's basement Consulate, so if you can get Expo piano control, you can open up the floorboards, push them back into Cafe. They don't really have that. You know, you've got the Dockerby, you've got the Jackal. Yeah, it's an intriguing lineup. I think the hope is that from Secret's perspective is if FaZe are going to be roaming above, we can obviously play into that and try and find those players.
Yeah.
Which we can see Adrian, of course, on the Jackal with the Inox scanner. Logic Bomb rings out from Savage. It helps them get around the map, absolutely. Secret are going to get good map control, but once they get it, what are you going to do with it? You know, you haven't got that Buck there to deal with Expo and Piano, open up the floorboards, put pressure down below. This is going to be pretty comfortable, actually, for FaZe to just run back, play 5 towards site.
Some very fresh footprints, giving Adrian pause for thought. He's just going to sit at the top. To be honest, as I sort of pointed out, FaZe aren't the ones that are going to try and keep leaning themselves up and down the stairs. They'll play positions like this, but if Cyber feels like he's under too much pressure, he falls back 10 paces and suddenly he's got most of his team, if not all of them, ready and waiting and willing. So Secret, they're going to try and snap shut on these slightly loose holds, get themselves the break on the hatch, force them out of the archives, of the server side, and over back towards the garage. How much are you willing to risk it is that moment. The C4 pops off. Groovy is hoping.
It's a good angle.
They drift, but there has to be the pressure on the other side for them to fall into it.
There's not much else he can do right now other than hold this. If he swing peaks and dies, then they've basically lost the round. He just has to be patient, hope that, as you said, someone kind of lingers in towards his position. A shotgun from the Jackal. This is just like a really bad buck right now.
30 seconds left. 30 seconds, and now it's that awkward moment of, well, they hope they've done enough. That was almost bad. I was as worried as you were, but as the spray comes around the corner, Cyber has the lockdown on Adrian. There's the motion, and suddenly Groovy, but he's instantly traded out, and it's sort of traded everywhere. Virtue, the only one still standing, and he doesn't have time to get the res and do anything else, so he's got to try and jiggle peek his way past the door where he's fully aware, and at this point they can just hold left click, but they're going to stack themselves up. FaZe tie us back up.
Well, I already said it at the start of the round in terms of the operator selection from Secret, and I think it ended up just playing out that way, didn't it, Emmy, right? Like, yes, you can force them back down. You've got the Jackal, you've got the Dokkaebi. You can deal with any kind of roam game from FaZe, but once they get back down to site, they can lock down server, they can lock down the actual site because Breach is not opened up. It's a pretty easy round for FaZe, to be honest. Yeah, tactical timeout. Very quiet.
He's not the loudest of the coaches.
So all tied up 4-4. 4 of the last 5 rounds, though, Emmy, have gone the way of FaZe. So they've got that momentum swing now, right? They've got the wood over Secret over the last, 5 rounds. So they've been able to really wrestle back the advantage after Secret got out to a flying 3-0 start.
I'm gonna play the Dokkaebi there. We can do something similar like.
I heard we're going to play the Dokkaebi there and we'll do something similar. I don't know if those are words you should say after you just lost the round convincingly, but of course it will be a different fight.
Well, we don't have the Dokkaebi in the
and there's no Dokkaebi right now.
Lineup yet, so I think that was just bait to us, specifically, and the viewers at home. Yeah, I mean, obviously, as we said there, Twister is a very calm voice, a very sort of cool voice. He's been able to help build the roster over time.
There it is.
All right, Savage wasn't lying to us. But it's also worth always looking at what this roster is, right? The history of this roster. It's Adrian's first SI. Dokkaebi's gone again. Savage, we just said that...
I mean, the Buck is good here. I actually probably prefer the Buck.
But it's also one of, 5 teams here where somebody has lifted the hammer once upon a time. There is a wealth of experience. There is a wealth of sort of history with it all.
It's a very wealthy lobby.
Cash money.
I think for FaZe, they've got into a position now where they look far more comfortable. Very sloppy to begin with, but they've got themselves into this game. This is clearly a map that they're very good on. They've got a lot of experience on. Hello, Handy, free kill. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, Adrian. There goes the Twitch.
Slightly less cash money. I mean, Adrian is,
continuing to struggle, unfortunately. I mean, you don't like to see it, but that is the standout that has to be kind of pointed out. Means you're down a player. Don't have the Twitch, which can deal with, of course, electric claws, the Banshees, bulletproof cameras as well. There is 2 involved. So you do lose a lot of value by having Adrian go out this early into the round. Another thing as well is for Secret is, again, the pacing reminds me a lot of FaZe when they were playing poor in the first half. When FaZe were winning their rounds on attack, it was when they had really good pacing.
This is a worry.
Ooh.
They didn't quite have the angle, but Savage definitely heard them try and flee their way across. They weren't really directly looking for the fight. They were trying to offer the support there towards their players inside, and 2 for 2 of C4.
Well, no one's shot a bullet yet, and 2 players have died.
It's an explosive...
It's very explanatory as to what's happened in this round, which is FaZe just clearly understand what they're doing on this site, and Secret have got no clue as to what they can actually do to counter this.
Well, they have Cyber either side, but I've seen FaZe players in worse situations.
Whoa,
There's one.
Oh,
and it's just almost expected at this point. They're so bloody good, Jake.
Oh, man, that is a wonderful kill. Give them the flawless groupie. No, he's a little selfish. Playing really well. Does get the double, but shut down by KDS. And a well-deserved round win for FaZe. Absolutely dominating from start to what was a very early finish. Double nitro kill, basically set the round alight, and then Cyber just decides to have a solo moment. Oh, this one's getting away from Secret now. The scoreboard's close. This is the thing. If you've just kind of tuned in, you see it's 5-4, you think, oh wow, Secret's playing really well. This is a competitive game. It was a 0-3 start.
I mean, this. Wow. It's like that old war quote where it says, men, we are surrounded by the enemy. We have the greatest opportunity ever presented. We can attack in any direction. That's like FaZe's mantra. It's like, I'm in the middle of all this. I can kill in any direction I want. Yippee! 5-4. It is their map. But as you said, you know, Secret started off very strong. If they're now going into the second map, knowing that the very, very necessary, beautiful, full 4 points is not going to be 4 points, regardless of if they win the next two, regardless if they fight FaZe, they're still staring down the barrel of, you know, elimination regardless of that. They need everything.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need everything, but in fairness for Secret, I think even just one map and then you go and beat CAG tomorrow should be almost enough. But that means you've got to be perfect against a CAG roster that have been pretty competitive. In fact, very, very good in their group so far at SI. I was reading a Reddit thread today actually about how people view teams either as underperforming or, you know, over exceeding expectations. And, and CAG was just in that field because they've just played so well at this event. Even I'm surprised at how well they've been playing. So by no means is that matchup tomorrow against CAG a guaranteed victory for Secret. In fact, I'd probably say many would argue that's just a genuine 50-50 at the moment based on the two teams at this event.
This point, as the floor starts to pop away from Souls, he's happy to take a few steps further back. Doom, though, making his way downtown with the Blackbeard, another C4 kill, and he turns his back. Not entirely clued in onto where the pressure was coming, but there's no instant response.
Virtue's in. The smoke is dead, so he feels as if this could be a plantable situation for Secret.
It doesn't have the cover, though. That's the thing that Adrian and Groovy need to try and get locked in right now, because as soon as he starts planting, you know FaZe players are going to go for the swing, go for the pressure, and go for the lockdown. So he needs Adrian and Groovy putting pressure in, but Cyber cuts the first off. Virtue then follows not long after, and it's just Groovy left, holding on to take the first kill, but just from across the map itself. I mean, come on, FaZe. They are so in control of this map. And as you said, it's not only just that they know their holds, but they seemingly know everything that could potentially cause problems and how to react to it. They're so positional with their responses to things. They're so reactive to how each other is moving around the map and how utility is hitting them. Obviously, the C4 cut here, and then they make plays like this where they get a bit lucky, but...
Well, I think Joom's the big part of the win con inside room, because if he stays alive and can protect that area, it becomes a lot more difficult for people to actually rotate into CO to stop the plant in what is a conventionally default position. But as soon as he turns his back and dies, then you've lost all of that side room pressure. Virtue's in at that moment, and now he can't stick the plant, because as soon as he tries to do that, he's got no one covering. I think you mentioned that. So, yeah, that was just quite scrappy for Secret. 6-4. What a turnaround from FaZe Clan. They have now successfully won 6 of the last 7 rounds. And they've put the pressure right onto Secret. And I think this is a really good indication as to why this is such a strong map for FaZe. I mean, the irony in all of this is their attack side on Consulate is ridiculously good. It is statistically the best attacking map that they have in their pool at 60% attacker win rate. And they only got, what was it, 2 rounds?
2 rounds.
I mean, like, that is a win for Secret.
2 rounds. And now that's all that technically separates Secret. If they can try and, you know, start to get a bit of a lead in here, start to get a bit of a pressure, then maybe they can find a way to apply it. And it's not that they've been a million miles away, but it's just the struggle to crack the holes is that little break. The kill game isn't impossible for any of these players, right? You know, even the ones that have struggled a bit more in this tournament, yes, but you like to see Adrian hitting even going beyond as he does in the EU League. It's a different sort of stress. It's a different pressure onto a player in his role.
And the issue with Adrian now is the EU League was a long time ago. Since then, Montreal, now SI, and it's been poor and poor. So that's just the reality. I think he's an incredibly exceptional player, but it's clearly just he's out of form right now. Ruby's played really well in this particular match, and for Secret, it's really disappointing to see it unfold in this fashion because they played so well in the opening 3 rounds. The evidence is there as to how good this team can be when they are playing well. But FaZe are just on that another level, aren't they? I mean, that's the issue. I mean, FaZe is so good.
Look how even they are as well, and it sort of ties into how they love to play this game, how they love to be there over each other's shoulders. Now, as the calls start to come out, they're trying to force the players off the top floor, which has been done. There is still 2 C4s potentially to be loosed. We did just hear 1 and 2, actually. I think one of them got shot out because the X appeared as I was talking about it. And now that just leaves, well, Handy. So, we're not going to get as many deaths, but Souls maybe overstayed his welcome a bit longer for that engagement. But he's still able to get out of there, and that's maybe the most important part. He hasn't been entirely punished for that. They're still clearing out. It's 50 seconds left, and all the players are still standing. It's just FaZe pulling themselves back, going for this retake moment. They're sort of saying, okay, yeah, you know, they can have the site, but we can then push in the back of them and retake the side of it. There's a player not too far away, deeper and deeper down yellow. They had an awareness in the shield break with Souls getting Adrian on the cover, and Handy getting the shield, 3rd player late to the party, but hey, go join your friends. There's 4 and 5. Oh, he cannot get any more, but it doesn't matter because Souls is there. FaZe, what a clinic.
Man, I love Handy. He's one of my favorite players. He's just so calm. In the clutch, you want a player, and Handy's on the top of your list of want because he just doesn't put a foot wrong. He doesn't make mistakes. He's so clinical. And he basically just put on a clinic here on this map. It's not the kind of clinic where he's dropped like 20 and 5, because as you mentioned it before, Emmy, either the member on FaZe has 8 kills or 9 kills. That's it. Like, that's the separation between the 5 of them. Just a standout team performance from FaZe Clan. After a 3-0 start for Secret, they absolutely capitulate. FaZe 1-0 up.
Well, we're here in our very final matchup of the day on the B stream. A stream is just right next to us, and they're still roaring ahead with that FaZe Team Secret matchup. We've got North America going up against Brazil here. So a Brazilian team will be in action on both streams. What Brazilian team is that?
That'll be W7M on our stream, Parker.
And what North American team is that?
That'll be Space Station Gaming, Parker.
Wow!
Why do you take your headset off like my voice isn't going through your headset?
What?
Yeah, okay. We got a great game coming up for you guys, obviously. Group D, W7M versus SSG. Two teams that I think a lot of people have been excited to see play against each other here in the Six Invitational. Now, we just, with the last game, locked in the fact that Scars will not be advancing to the playoffs. That means that SSG and W7M both will make it into the playoffs here at the Six Invitational, which is great for both of them. But of course, there is still the decider of who makes upper bracket, who makes lower bracket, and I believe it is still possible as well for W7M to get all the way up into that bye. So there's a lot of good stuff coming up here, and you see the day that we had so far. It's been fast, Parker. We've had nothing but 2-0s on the B stream.
Yeah, to your point about the speed, we went live about just a little over 7 hours ago. We've played 6 maps. We've done all the rigmarole. We've done us talking. We've done the breaks. We've done the transitions between maps. We've done the transitions between the actual matchups. And our good friend Larch Tree came up to me while we were waiting to go live here, and he said to me, we have yet to have a single match eclipse 2 hours so far today. So no team has spent more than 2 hours in the server. I don't know if we're going to buck that trend with this matchup. Just like our game yesterday, I think one of two things will happen. I said this. Either I think W7M is going to 2-0 them, or we're going to go all 3 maps and SSG is going to.
Yeah. Listen, I think that both these teams are very capable of taking down each other, but W7M will be the favorites. Obviously, the reigning major champions and kind of the reigning SI champions. The Org won it last year, but it was 5 different players, so we wouldn't really count that. This W7M team, though, is still just as capable as lifting that hammer as the team was last year. These guys have been red hot over the last couple of months, obviously dominating their way through the Montreal Major. They're also undefeated here at the 6th Invitational, beating Oxygen on the first day of play and then take down Virtus Pro yesterday. So they are very much on pace to finish towards the top of that group. Currently sit at 6 points. Both of their games so far have gone the distance all 3 maps. So if trends do continue, W7M could be looking at another 2-1 victory over SSG.
Their opponents wearing the garb of maybe Chapel Roan, the Midwest princess herself, as she has loved the camo look. No, I'm just kidding. Straight from Duck Dynasty, Space Station Gaming will be playing in their camo jerseys. Now, for a team like SSG, where are your expectations here for the matchup? Because you talked about what the expectation is for W7M. They've gone the distance. They're a team that likes best of threes. Hold on a second. Is that new ink on the arm of Forrest?
Ooh, it might be. I don't remember seeing that.
I don't think he had a sleeve before. Maybe I'm just not very observant, or he wears a gamer sleeve on that arm, but that looks quite nice.
Yeah, it's looking fire. I mean, all the SSG guys always looking good. That's kind of their big thing, is they exercise together, they work out together, they got a lot of team bonding stuff. It's actually crazy the difference in some of the players and call out the coach before they join the team and after. They're getting fit. They all look really good.
It's a culture thing, right?
Yes.
I mean, they buy into the system. They're all in on it. It's a team of friendship. Can't help but note the American flag at the end of the bench. They are not a fully American team. They got a Dane in their midst, a Benjamaster.
He's an honorary American. I think they've inducted him.
I don't think that's how it works. Well, SSG, though, as a team, well, they haven't exactly lived up to, I think, the reputation of this organization. This organization has also won a world championship. Both W7M and SSG have seen the hammer get lifted in their jerseys, but nobody on W7M was on that team. One person on SSG was, and that's Fultz.
How are you literally mic'd up and Ashen is still louder than you? That's crazy.
Ashen's a loud boy. Space Station picks Lair as map numero uno. Lair is the newest map that's been added to the map pool. It's quite large.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Let's go, Ashen!
W7M matching the volume. I appreciate that. They're going to go ahead and choose Cafe. For our first map, Alaire, SSG obviously choosing the map that W7M lost a couple of days ago to OXG 7-3, so they're looking for a bit of revenge. Cafe, another one of those maps that we do see W7M finding some recent success on, beating Oxygen a couple days ago with the same scoreline of 7-3, so much the repeat of the map pool that we saw when W7M played the other North American team in this group.
Teams really are not going to Villa this event. Do you notice that?
I made this same joke yesterday, Parker.
Actually, no, I talked about Oregon and Coastline.
Chalet is going to be our decider map if we get there. This is actually the map that these two teams played against each other in Montreal, and W7M ended up winning that matchup 7-5.
Same team?
On Chalet, yeah. In Montreal? Yeah.
Yeah, there was an SI in Montreal. You didn't specify.
The Montreal Major.
There you go. See? Specificity is very important, Jesse. Maybe it was Montreal 2 years ago.
Yeah, maybe it was the first Invitational in Montreal all the way back then.
Well, I think that's unlikely because a lot of the players on Space Station were probably too young to compete. I actually don't know the ages of W7M's players as well, so...
W7M range from about 21 to 24. SSG range from about 19 to 25. A bit more of a variety there on SSG.
Of course, it's Ashen with the American flag.
Hey, he wants to bring it back to NA, and I mean, I can respect that. It's been ages since North America lifted the hammer. It was TSM back in the day that last lifted it for NA. The year after that, OXG came the closest, getting top 3. And since that run from Oxygen, no North American team has even come close. Nobody reaching top 3 from North America since. So, you know, there's a lot to play for these NA teams. There's a replay of the huddle.
As a caster, I am incredibly envious of his ability to yell. I talk too loud on one cast for too long. I'm hoarse for 3 days.
Yeah. Nah, it's crazy. We'll hear some more yelling, I'm sure, from Ashen. It's his favorite thing to do. After a good round, you'll see him lift up the mic so he's not blasting out his teammates' eardrums and then scream across the curtain to the enemy table that's sitting right next to them. believe they are sat so they cannot face each other. They are sat side by side. So SSG are on the other side of that curtain where that man is. Does that?
I don't think it's a curtain. I think it's an actual like real partition.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not a designer. I don't build the sets personally.
I mean, I'm now feeling our backdrop, and it's not. It's
a little fabric-y.
Yeah, it's like kind of like fabric,
like a curtain.
What do you expect on Lair, by the way? Huge map. Lair, Cave, and Skyscraper as the decider?
Yeah, I'm hoping to see some reading into the W7M's game from SSG. Obviously, they have that VOD when they played against Oxygen. Sometimes you think about North American teams as playing the same, so maybe if SSG can kind of replicate that success that Oxygen had, they can go off to the races. That's going to be the reason why they chose this matchup. Both teams have played it 3 times in their lifetime. SSG 2-1 record, W7M 1-2 record. So very much an even side of things for both of these two teams. The newest map, not the deepest pool of results. We'll jump into the operator bans with W7M versus SSG to start off this series as these two teams vie for the upper brackets. To start things off, of course, W7M will get the first ban, and they choose to remove the Blitz off the board. SSG taking off the Deimos. Some interesting choices coming out here. Thought maybe SSG would want to take out a shield, but instead W7M are the ones removing the shields. It'll be in a zombie then coming out from Space Station, and finally W7M, the final ban here. Could be a Tubarão very good on this map. Could be a Valkyrie coming out. We see a lot of different bans from W7M. They're one of the teams that are the most difficult to predict when it comes to operator bans because they ban so many different operators. It's like every single game they're banning something different. So looking at their history, it's hard to tell sometimes. It'll be the Vigil. Yeah, didn't have that in my predictions at all. That's going to be taken out. You know, it's interesting that they take out the Vigil. I've had some conversations with SSG support staff who's talked about how they don't think Vigil is actually that broken of an operator. Ashen's brought it every now and again. Problem with Vigil with that Boss G, of course, is the fact that, like, yes, it's really good for holding an angle and having somebody walk into you and getting that huge down with how much damage it does, but if you find yourself in any other situation, it's really hard to adapt. You've got to pull out that secondary, and sometimes that's not the most reliable, but W7M are fearful, so they'll take it out anyways, and we start our very first round of the top floor of Lair.
It's the Rainbow Room, as everybody talks about it. This is the go-to bomb site for most teams.
Yes.
Lair has had a low amount of play in comparison to a lot of other maps so far through this event. To see if we can get...
You got the numbers? You got the stats loading in?
The numbers I'm looking at don't look correct.
All right, well... They may not be up to date at the moment. That's okay. I know for a fact that Lair historically leans more towards the defenders, but I will say, I think because of the way the map is designed, especially on like the bottom floor and to an extent like the middle floor with Bunk's briefing, the better the teams are, the more attacker side of the map tends to be. That's true for all maps, but Lair especially because it's so new. When you get experienced teams on this map, you do tend to have matchups that lean a little bit more towards the attackers. For their part on W7M, they lost every single defense when they played this game against Oxygen. They only played 4 rounds on defense. They lost all of them.
The data is up to date now.
Oh, good.
Lair's been played 8 times, Jesse. Remember when we talked about how little Clubhouse have been played?
Yes.
Lair now matches that tally.
Wow.
A scary moment as we watch Ashen almost engaging with Lobin's Fenrir. Lair is slightly defender-sided, but it's in 50-50 territory. 53% of these 91 rounds played have been won by the defenders, 47%, then therefore won by the attackers. Not an awful lot to gain from that. Rainbow Six Room, upstairs bomb site that you referenced, is the most friendly to the defenders. Nearing 60%, just a bit shy. So if you're going to start anywhere, why not start at the place where it's easiest for you to defend against? Speaking of defending, running along with Dots. On the Clash, bit of safety and comfort behind that black mirror, but he sees the Monty starting to enter the vicinity and he has to back up.
This is interesting from Forrest, kind of coming in from the back here, going to go through side bridge until he finds his way over to R6 room. Falls with a defuse kit. The question really is, where does he want to go? And he does choose to match up with Forrest, so that pressure over towards operations is actually not going to be the brunt of this push. Most likely they're going for a plant over in towards our 6 room instead. Watching for a flank, none is coming. All W7M players are on that top floor, aiming to repel this setup, and I think we're seeing Dots now on the Clash start to move over as he realizes where this push is most likely coming from, but SSG have a ton of angles set up here. They could really pressure from any direction.
It's a late reinforcement by Dash to buy some more time for these defenders, as these teams have only exchanged pleasantries with one another, Jesse. They haven't exchanged any real gunfire. Though Forest gets a bit of a slowdown from Dots, will now back away from the toxic gas thrown out by the smoke of Volbs. Ashen looking for an entry into the building. His job will get a lot harder as they've lost J90 on attack. That's the very first kill. 15 seconds left in the round. Not a lot of time left for SSG to get towards the bomb site, especially as a second member from SSG has fallen. There's a third to go down too. How about a flawless start to the round for W7M? Fantastic stuff, as SSG stands no chance whatsoever on round 1.
Yeah, good defense coming through from W7M, obviously. Nothing crazy, nothing fancy going on in that defense. Just strong setup, Goyo canisters, Toxic Babes really stalling out on the top floor, maybe more so than SSG were expecting from the Bulls. That attack, it really did take its time on where it wanted to enter. The initial pressure was over by operations. There were obviously a couple of players that were more towards art gallery and the bathroom, and then the brunt of that push came in through the hallway to try to put a plant down inside of our 6 room. W7M simply just holding their angles, getting picks off those Fenrir Dread Mines, which did a ton of damage to SSG. Not literal damage, but damage to that push, and that it made them all blind when they were pushing on in. And of course, just being able to stall up that clock, make SSG panic a little bit towards the end. That was brilliantly done by W7M. Maybe some setups that SSG weren't quite expecting, given what they watched in their matchup against OXG. In any case, they'll get a couple more opportunities to attack on these sites. You've got to imagine the information advantage favors Space Station because they've had that play on W7M, and Space Station, for their own parts, have not yet played it at this event. They most recently lost to the Sonics in Stage 2, 7-4. Prior to that, they were 2-0 on the map, including some off-season tournaments against some Tier 2 teams. So, you know, a bit of a mixed results coming through from SSG. And Benja goes down early to a spawn peek. A run out, looks like, actually, from bottom lobby. Nicely done by Lobin.
You need a team like SSG to be motivated and keeping that momentum high. W7M knocked you off stride in just the second round. Lobin going for the walkout. I mean, Goyo, of all the operators that are right now on the board, he's got the passive gadgets, so he's got the least to lose. Good operator to do it. Vector high rate of fire. I mean, it looked like it was a headshot, so it doesn't really matter for body shots, but Lobin will now be accompanied by Dots down the stairs. Down yellow stairs. Peeking maybe a small bit of safety over towards Missile.
Yeah, they don't have to overextend their welcome here, right? Man advantage already. Going for a Goyo, for a track onto the Goyo, but it is the Fenrir they got to be worried about. He's still lurking all the way in the top floor. Dodez, I don't believe, has been droned out yet, so if that position isn't found quickly, could be a problem. Oh, this is surely a kill.
Yep. Nothing for SSG, as that's Dodez walking down and punishing Forrest, who'd entered alone.
SSG off to a really rough start now. They can't exactly trade that back. There's nobody else in the vicinity to work a pick on a Dodez, so if they just hit the site 3v4, that's a disadvantage.
Still nothing on the board for SSG. Boy, oh boy, what a dreadful start this is. W7M right now not fearing really anything at all. SSG's only done about 200 damage across both of these rounds. Really quite a dreadful predicament to be in. 1 minute for Foltz and J90. Long-time teammates. Looking to make some magic happen. They're entering still, all on their lonesome. You gotta play this one real slow. No time to drone. No time to really use much of that utility, at least at the moment. 2 smokes and 2 flashes in hand for the 2 remaining players from Space Station, so they can make something work. Got a good idea of where Volps is. He gets away! Lobin's been dropped, and finally SSG gets on the board. But Volps is on the hunt. He's got a shotgun. Level him. There it is. W7M off to a very quick start. 2-0 and only a single kill for Space Station.
Parker, I'm not going to say that the B-stream trend of quick 2-0s is going to continue in this game because it's too early to say that. But if we were going to continue the trend of quick 2-0s on the B-stream, this is how it would start. W7M, round after round, holding dominantly up against Space Station on their map pick. The first round and second round worked very differently. Obviously, the sites were different, but in the first round, it felt like they were really slow to get into the action. It was a real bunker strategy by W7M where they stalled out on time. And in the second round, it was much more aggressive. W7M switch up the pace like that. They go for a hyper-aggressive roam. Loban, obviously, 3 big picks. He played fantastic in that round, but even Dodez on that roam, just his timing, going for that flank, being completely undroned, SSG completely unaware. And frankly, that's going to happen when your Dokkaebi gets immediately spawned, right? Maybe Dodez would have been cleared out a lot easier, or they would have had that information if they had a Dokkaebi through that round. But unfortunately, Loban took it away before they really had any other options. So something to watch out for Space Station on that bottom floor. They got to kind of slow things down when they head back to that site, most likely in round number 5. We'll go for a full site rotation as we head to bunks and briefing. W7M going for another spawn peek. Look at Volps. Is he going to find anything? I don't see any bodies. Nah, he backs off.
You got the Electric Claw at least, so getting into the actual site might be a little bit simpler. Both Electric Claws, actually. Not a lot of places for you to hide them. Effectively rendered Dash's gadgetry useless at this point. All he's got in back pocket is that Nitro cell. He took a bit of damage earlier on, too, so bad start to Dash across the board.
Also lost a bulletproof to that Twitch drone, so immediately Benji getting so much more value out of his utility than he did in the round where he got spawn peeked. Could be looking up for SSG. They're not yet clearing the top floor. They're starting off with this Maverick. Benji just making sure that there's not going to be any C4s that come his way. They see the Kaid now, so they're going to know that that is a threat. This is one of the most dangerous things to do in Rainbow Six Siege right now. A Nitro cell through one of those map holes can be deadly. Here he goes.
He's trying to look for the lineup.
Ashen runs so far away. I thought he was just going to back up to try to bait it.
We've watched more than enough Mavericking over the last little while to know how dangerous a Nitro cell is for these attackers. SSG, after suffering to get some kills through the first 2 rounds, get on the board with half of the clock still to go in round number 3. Volps dies, so SSG with the lead pick. Monty of Forest involved in a bit of a tussle. Loban had a little bit quicker reaction time off of that F-mine. He could have possibly scored a pick, especially since the Monty was not full extension. It's a big map, Jesse. There's a lot you need to do, and Space Station have not been particularly quick. This is their map choice, by the way. A very, very lethargic take. Ashen, the first casualty for Space Station. So it's a 4v4, with Dash still having that missing HP from earlier on. They going to be able to read down Loban? Yes, 2 players from Space Station. Tracking down this player. Smoke will go out. Fultz eliminating what remained of Loban. Diffuser going down. Forest. Sight unseen as Benjamaster falls not too far removed from the execute. The advantage for Space Station at the moment in a 3v2. Dots and Dodez. Themselves long-term teammates. Dodez looking for the follow-up as they now split their forces. You got to tussle with a Monty. Doesn't matter if Forrest has 0 kills, Jesse. He's still a huge impediment. Dots will confront him after Dodez fell elsewhere, and there's a cleanup by Fultz on the green stairs. First round by Space Station comes at a time where they desperately need it. Advantage still for W7M, but no perfect rotation for the defenders.
Often you'll see defense teams play like a Warden top floor so they can deny a smoke plant from up above. They had no Solus top floor. They had no Warden top floor. The bulletproofs, I think, were both dealt with. Or at least one was dealt with by that Twitch drone at the very start of the round. They didn't really have the intel to be able to stop that plant, and there was a shield on the back of Forest as that diffuse kit went down. So the top floor, while it was held by W7M the entire round, it wasn't really effective in stopping that plant. And so good on SSG for identifying that there just wasn't that much util top floor, and that they probably could sneak a plant right under the noses of the defenders by working the site heavily, making sure they get that smoke plant down right behind that little pillar on the elevated position. But gets them their first round on the board. And as you mentioned, kind of good value from Forrest, both in the post plant, but also just getting the fuse get down. He may be 0-2 to start, but he's having some impact on the shields. I expect to see a lot of shield play in this matchup as both SSG and W7M like to play these utils.
Yeah, I mean, with Blitz being the only operator banned of those shield operators, you got Blackbeard on the board. He's being run by Forrest. Forrest loves his shields. He has for quite a long time. At this current point in time, in order to be one of the best teams in the world, you often need a shield player. There are some teams that buck that trend. FaZe is the big one. They don't always run shields. Virtus Pro is another one. They don't always run shields. Watch a lot of those Furia games, and they don't often have people on shields either. So some of the best teams in the world decide, you know what, we're going to make our own. Everybody else, pretty standardized here.
Yeah, we see a lot of shields, and I think when both Blitz and Monzy got nerfed not too far back, a lot of people thought, hooray, the shield beta is over, but then Blackbeard showed up and was like, just kidding. We still have strong shields. And even the non-Blackbeard shields. I mean, a lot of teams are still running these operators. I think they got so comfortable playing these ops non-stop when they were first so powerful, and now just second nature to keep on playing them. The teams have good strats built around these shields. That meta almost developed certain players into becoming really strong shield players, and so even though the shields themselves got nerfed, it's still worth playing. Operations is the initial focus here for SSG, but with a lot of pressure being fought backwards. Dots here, of course, getting some intel, and Dotez as well, who was firing some shots back. Makes it a little bit scary. Walls can open now, and the players fall back. Last time they were on this site, Parker, they really, like, weighted down the time. The clock was a huge issue.
I mean, the clock's been a huge issue for SSG in all 3 rounds, even the one they succeeded in most recently. It came down to the wire for them. They pulled it off. Sometimes teams use every second that they have at their disposal, and it might seem like they're stalling out, but that's not the case. I mean, we always go back to Vitality, the team that would wait until the final 15, 20 seconds and then suddenly pounce upon you. Also that 20-second meta as well, where teams seem to thrive in the chaos. Ashen has yet to register a kill. He's on the bench for the next minute as Volps punishes him. Now some damage is done by Dodes to Forrest. Buck sets up shop down below, so Benjamaster will have his hands full, opening up lines of sight to the defenders above him. Problem is that only allows 3 players from SSG to take the engagement. Make that 2 as Forrest dies. W7M had a flawless round in round number 1. Same bomb site as the first time around. Are they able to pull it off? No. Fultz says no flawless round, but still a big advantage for the Brazilian team. The defending major champion squad has looked mighty good here, but like all teams, has shown some weaknesses. Not here on Lair, though. They're really putting in the work as J90 dies. Fultz and Benjamaster are limping along, and with only 10 seconds left, and a clash and smoke en route to the bomb site. I have no idea how SSG pulls this one off. Some damage is done to Benjamaster. He's dropped, and Fultz with Diffuser. It's not going to give them anything. He'll stay alive. Still a very clean round for W7M. SSG are not able to problem solve these defenses in live action. I have to imagine this is a timeout called, as I just saw the headset go down, and yes, Base Station is going to call their timeout within the first 4 rounds.
Dangerous, obviously, for SSG here. Didn't love the way Forrest was playing that Blackbeard in that round, to be honest. Was facing the Mira player on W7M head-to-head, and he chose to ADS at that moment. One of the weaknesses in Blackbeard is that he takes so long to pull out that gun. The ADS time is incredibly slow. So if somebody's directly looking at you while the shield comes down from your head, you're a super easy target for a headshot. Maybe in low-level ranks, you won't get headshot that often, but at this level, you got to imagine you're going to be slammed in the head more times than not. So typically we see Blackbeard players reserving the right click for when they know that somebody's not looking at them. They force them back by threatening a nade, by threatening pushover, by walking up close to them. Unfortunately, we didn't quite see that coming through from SSG. That top floor was a real problem for them on both rounds. It was not quite a flawless the second time, but it may as well have been. I mean, in the 2v4, that was one of the least winnable rounds I've ever seen, with both players stuck on the bottom floor, bottom lobby. Seemed like they had no hope. So for SSG now to come on back, That tactical timeout will most likely be discussing what they need to be doing on both this basement bomb site as well as the middle floor site, and that will almost certainly be where they go for round number 6.
Really liking what I'm seeing at a W7M here, and I mean, I hope that Space Station is able to keep this one close. I expected this to be a relatively tight match, but again, I go back to the comment I made earlier where I don't see Space Station winning this 2-0.
Yeah.
I can see W7M pulling it off. If it goes to 3 maps, it's anybody's game, but I do not see, if this first map goes in favor of W7M, I think the likelihood of Space Station pushing it to a 3rd map gets very, very slim, especially since that'll mean that Space Station has lost their own choice.
Mm-hmm.
FA becomes a real tough shout with how good W7M is on that map.
I should say, though, I mean, after the TAC timeout, Consulate had a chance to talk to his boys a little bit and maybe hopefully reset some things. But decided to move Ashen over to the Blackbeard so that Forrest can continue playing on the Monty shield instead. A lot of pressure over inside of Garage to start here. It might mean that they don't want to go for the roam clear. Benja didn't get spawn peek this time, so they will have the logic bombs if they choose to roam clear. But it looks like it's more of a solo mission rather than a full team commitment to clearing out those guys on the top floor. Maybe a late round hit from Benja, maybe holding some flanks. You see him looking over to his right. He's checking out his teammates' cams to make sure that he has full information. That's one of the benefits on playing on land. You can just see your teammates' cams if you look over to the side of you to get a little bit of extra information. Teams are very strategic as to where they want to sit in that lineup with a 5 computer spread so that they can sit next to the players that typically drone them in. And you're just lurking top floor for now, though, hoping to catch these roamers off guard. On the top floor, it is Loban and Dodez still outside of the basement.
Well, I actually get to feel the impact of that logic bomb, as you pointed out. Regmaster live. But Benja and Ashen combining for 1 kill. Let's throw Forrest in there, too, even though he's on a different role. Having 3 players combining for 1 kill is just not going to cut it, especially when 2 of those players are your main entries. Benja and Ashen should be the ones stacking up well against W7M, and boy, oh boy, are they struggling. Forrest has been good at making space, but there's been no real follow-up around him, and I mean, with him rocking shield ops, there haven't been a ton of opportunities for him to do some damage. Oh my. Ashen on the board, Benja also on the board. All right, here we go. I spoke of them. What do we call it? The opposite of the caster curse. Great shot by J9. Oh! Dots and Dash, last 2 standing. They'll have to work together very effectively, and they've already narrowed the numbers for SSG. 2 players down, Forrest and Ashen gone. Just fishing for kills at this point. 30 seconds remain for Fultz to get the diffuser in. No shields remain. That's quite a devastating loss for Space Station to lose 2 incredibly strong operators, but hey, you've got killing potential. Benja and J90 able to get the kills in time, no problem. SSG gets another round on the board.
The broadcast bless is what we coined the term as, Parker, a couple days ago, as you speak into existence 3 frags for both Benja and Ashen, who stepped up big time in that last round. Able to find some really impactful frags. Obviously, that late round lurk from Benja was super effective at finding some of those picks. Ashen on the Blackbeard clearly made some good space down in the basement. And SSG well on their way for a comeback. If they can get a 3-3 split here on Lair, they're in good shape. Despite how this game started, they are very much in it on that basement. You could see the adaptations too. Benja staying alive was important, and then the impact that he was able to have was massive. Moving around number 6 for W7M SSG. This is going to be Bunk's briefing, as I suspected. Armory Weapon sees a bit of play as a 4th site, but certainly much less common. The gun range just super easy for the attackers to take control of, and then they've got a direct wall straight to site. As long as they can take operations, it ends up being a relatively simple matter to attack on. But SSG were successful here once before, so how are W7M going to stop that smoke plant from going down inside their bomb site? Well, I guess the answer is a clash. Dots is playing on this operator. He is up on the top floor. An early pick could be good too, as Volps and J90. This could be a big run out from Volps if he hears this.
I like their run out in the very first round. Since then, you've noticed SSG's been playing a bit more cautious.
So ready for it. Perfect by J90.
That was a double run out, by the way. Volps and Lobin.
Yeah.
I was just about to say they're playing so cautious. I was about to give some greater credit to Space Station, and oh boy, how wrong I was. Sometimes your predictions go well, and sometimes you get blown up right in the face. Ashen will exit this first half 1-6. Again, on his roll, that's bad. Ashen, as a player, on a normal day, can wrestle with just about anybody inside of the server. Now, the question needs to be asked about why Ashen has not been effective. Is it that he's being droned improperly? Is he just having a bad day in general? Because while W7M is a very good team, and they are deceptively talented mechanically.
For sure.
Ashen should be able to keep pace with them. It's not like he's matched up. You know, it's not like LeBron going up against a bunch of like high school kids here. Smoke gets tossed all the way out. Another player will drop. That's Lobin, so at least he gets one piece of his gadgetry removed from his pocket. Bolts will breathe some of that in. Forrest taking an awful lot of damage as well. Things are not as perfect as they seem on the SSG side, but despite the strong start for W7M, SSG are actually in pretty decent position to tie it up at the tail end of the first half. What might complicate matters is dots on that clash, but hold on. SSG are rising to the occasion. The clash, not a problem. It's all dash. One player standing against four, and he's shot from an angle he doesn't even know. All of these walls and floors that have been opened up by W7M, and they're so effectively used against them. Space Station have not been particularly flashy, but they have been so consistent in the rounds that they've won. And while I still kind of give a bit of a tip of the hat to W7M for that first half, both of these teams emerged with the same scoreline.
Not particularly flashy, but so consistent. Describes J90 to a T. One of those players that doesn't get talked about enough. Talking with Volps a little bit. I think that's the first time we've heard Ashen scream, which is nice to finally hear. But J90 has been one of those players who is so consistent, especially on the attack. 1.57 attacking KDR, playing a lot of kind of support-focused roles. Habana, Blackbeard striker. He's a very versatile player, and I think J90 has really been showing up here in Boston. But as we go from a player who's not that flashy, we can talk about the guy who is flashy right now. Benjamaster, what are we doing here, buddy? Usually it's Forrest who has had some famous Caveira plays for SSG, but Benja says, what if I try my hand at this incredibly deceptive operator? One of the least played ops that we've seen in the entire competitive scene. This might be the first Cav of the 6 Invitational. It's the first one I've seen.
First one I've seen as well, and I haven't heard anybody else mention it.
No. So Benja will now roam up to the top floor where he will try to evade any drones. Ashen's up there as well, playing on the mute currently in the hallway. So Benja and Ashen might be able to play together if they can use some of those mute jammers to deny that information. Maybe Ashen catches a drone and baits someone in. Benja could go for a interrogation. It would be a treat, Parker, to cast the first interrogation with you at the 6 Invitational.
Well, my name is Intero, and a lot of people think that it comes from interrogation, and that could not be farther from the truth. In fact, they have no bearing on each other whatsoever. My name is short for Interrobang, which is a grammatical character, which is just about the lamest thing you could imagine. It'd be like if my name was comma or something along those lines. Yeah, I go by Apo. What's it short for? Apostrophe, you know. But I remember when I first started casting, people thought that an interrobang was a certain act committed during an interrogation. And I'd like to clear the air right now that that is absolutely not the case. Though I am flattered when people think that I am associated with an operator like Caveira, who is so deceptive and sneaky and can be very fun in the right hands.
Well, it would be fitting if you were named after probably the worst operator in R6 history.
That is the nicest thing you've said to me all day. I really appreciate that.
Logic bombs go out. Benja didn't get hit by one. Likely being assisted by that mute jammer. His teammate in the roam, Ashen, will go down, however.
Ashen just really not effective at this current point in time.
No.
Mute jammers will persist, at least. So if you're dealing with logic bombs, you can at least silence them by stepping on one of Ashen's gadgets. That was a nitro cell in the pocket of Ashen, by the way, that will be in use.
Yep.
Depending on the way that this plant goes down, a Nitrocella against a Monty would be awfully nice.
Dude, air jabs and track stingers. This is tough.
It really complicates a flanking operator. It's a good thing that SSG isn't running the best flanking operator.
Here we go.
Creeping on in. The pistol doing so much damage. Ben just sees red. Running up. But they just keep looping away from him. He's not going to get one, Jesse. He's going to get two. Locked in for the interrogation. Oh, my. Does he track himself down? Does he go for another bid? Yes, he does. Two interrogations back-to-back, testing his luck. He's blown this round wide open. Dodez now in a 1v3. The silhouette is outlined, will be given away to Space Station. Benja trusted in himself. Dodez in a very tough spot. Rushing towards that bomb site, but SSG will give him no quarter. I imagine he waits. Why bother ruining your stats?
Save the KD, bro.
Absolutely. Do it for CGG. SSG, you know what they just did? They took the lead on their own map.
That they did, Parker. A beautiful calf play coming out from Space Station. Wonderfully done. Never doubt the Dane to go for those plays. And you see the smile on his face right now. Second closest to the camera on that previous shot. Benja, the youngest player. I'm not quite the youngest player, actually. Older than Ashen, but was picked up on this SSG team halfway through the year when he was let go from G2. A shocking decision for a lot of people after he... Norris, you didn't prep for Cav. Norris, the coach of W7M. Benji got picked up by a Space Station after being dropped from G2. And a lot of people criticized G2 for that move. In the long run, it maybe has worked out for G2. They've had a great tournament so far. Might get to see them and SSG clash at some point in the playoffs, as both are locked into the playoff bracket at this point. Benja also, just in case you didn't know, a world champion MVP, as he was named the most valuable player when G2 won the Hammer 2 years ago back in Montreal. So now with the lead finally on their own map pick, SSG can start to play with a little bit more confidence. They're going to go to this top floor for hopefully a back-to-back defense setup. No shenanigans this time around, I may add. Everybody's sitting top floor. You could call Forrest on a clash some shenanigans, but it's pretty typical for him, and specifically on this site, we see Clash really often. W7M most recently bringing this operator quite a few times.
The beautiful thing about a Chimera is that you get one opportunity, that's it, and then now not that what's going on with that barricade.
Zigzaggy.
Looked like it was folded. Yeah. The accordion barricade. It is a 1 in 6 million chance. Does it do anything? No. It just looks funny. Shout out to the devs for that one.
Again, you can't just say things that are blatantly
Can't wait
fake
to see the new dog operator
on
run
the broadcast.
Cannot wait to see the new dog operator.
Because people are going to believe you when you just lie on the broadcast, Parker. This is an official stream. You got to be careful.
Never do that. That's a bit of bad luck there for the Flores drone.
Yeah.
Dash could have got both the barricade and the barbed wire. He's going to try for a second opportunity, just a little hop, and he engages enough time. That means Fultz won't have the same warning sounds in front of him. Fultz was relying off of both of them to give him some heads up.
I mean, SSG really stalled out when they were attacking this bomb site. W7M kind of in danger of doing the same thing, to be honest. Like, Volps is waiting for a run out. It's not coming. Very cautious at this moment. They're inside of operations. Dots is here with the defuse kit as well, right next to Dodez. So this seems like it's going to be the plant over by Mask, but...
Do those iron sights really do anything? Like, I get it, but, like, come on. I don't think those do much. Grenade goes out either to deal with utility or what they think is a player around the corner. A bit perplexing with how little information has been gained from this W7M execute. They have drones. Why are they not using them? That's the real question. I mean, you still got plenty of time. It's going to be an all-out brawl as they walk in blind, face-checking the corners. W7M want that very first kill. They had a great start to this map. They kind of lost the plot. J9O with the lead-off pick in this round. Dots will answer back. Benja gets one of his own. These teams trading back and forth. Fultz is down. So no toxic babes for coverage. The Clash still very much on board now as Dodes gets picked back up. 3 bodies for W7M that they can throw at the problem. Last bit of concealment will go out as the Sens drops moments later. 2 players from SSG in on the fun. Where does Volps go? Slowed down by the electricity of the Clash. They've got a good read on him, and for the 2nd round in a row, they'll save the KD on side of W7M. SSG winning these rounds due to the clock, not necessarily due to kills.
Are we yelling, Ashton? You yelled something. As you said, I mean, another one where we go quite slowly for W7M. Stalling out, it seems like. Obviously, the Clash stepping up and being a big nuisance for them. The fact that they never opened up the mask wall felt like a huge problem. That's where Benjo was just sitting inside the bomb site, DMR in hand, causing so much havoc. Back-to-back defense rounds where Benja has been the MVP in my mind. Been his better half throughout this tournament. So it's not so surprising to see him stepping up, but he's been good on both offense and defense. W7M now really starting to get concerned. No tack timeout being called still by Norris, the coach at W7M. So we're going to have a little bit more time. Maybe they want to see the full site rotation before they have a discussion about what needs to come next. They know kind of what bomb sites will be run in rounds 10, 11, and 12. They now know the rotation for SSG, so in theory that gives them a bit of an advantage. On this defensive half, it has been SSG dictating the pace of things, whether that's because they're up on a flank, making the moves to win the round, or whether that's because they're just sitting in the site and slowing down W7M, giving up nothing and forcing them to play slow. W7M, they got to find some way to get an opening pick. They've got to be able to work an advantage, and this might be their opportunity. As we go to bunks and briefing, sometimes it becomes a little bit more easy to isolate certain players, get those picks before you have to go for a full clear, before you have to go for a full-on brawl.
Watch me end up eating my words, by the way, where I said that, oh, the only way it was 2-0 was if 7M Space Station wins it, and then, oh my. Things go very well.
It looks like it's going to be tough for W7M to win the first map at this point.
Yeah, this is quite the climb for them. Again, layer skews defender-sided by the tiniest of margins, which usually isn't enough for us to really mention. It's a 50-50 map. Mute Jammer's being used to quiet these calls a little bit earlier. It's W7M right now find almost all their players outside of the building.
Yeah, I mean, they might be going for a smoke plant, much like SSG did, but the difference is that SSG actually have a Warden playing top floor. W7M did not, so the smoke plant worked really well against them. But SSG have that counter. Now, there are ways around that Warden. In theory, you could EMP him, but just pressuring the top floor while you go for that plant can often be enough. So, not saying it won't work, but there are some tools for SSG to maybe stop one of those smoke plants.
Second logic bomb now used. Benjamaster being watched on drone. Out goes the nitro cell, but I don't think he realized how close they were to him. He was waiting to try to bait them in, but he got collapsed upon by 2 separate players. Just like that, Dots has found his way into the bomb site. He thought he had full clearance to get the diffuser down, and he attempted it before being torn to shreds by multiple players on side of SSG. Lucky for Dots, he gets away with his life intact. Loban, great reflexes to punish J9O as he pops up in front of him. W7M look to be bouncing back. The Warden of Ashen encroaching on the space that Loban has set up. Finally, SSG is on the board. Fultz and Forrest with the 2 kills. As yet another attempt with that diffuse case. Comes out for W7M. Different player, though, this time with Volps holding it in hand. Dash taking the position above. 30 seconds left on the clock. Fultz can light up one, but can't secure the kill. They think they know where the case is going down, but they have no idea at the moment. Volps with full HP will now sit on it. Just like a mother hen, keeping the case warm. That's something you don't often expect. Fultz gunned down by Dash. Ashen and Forrest side by side, working their way towards the bomb site, but they are miles from it. They'll be locked out by W7M. Down goes Forrest as Ashen searches for kill number 2. Not in the round, Jesse. In the map. They'll have to wait another round to do that. W7M get into the site. Try the plant. They redo it. They put bodies upstairs. They lock down the entry points back to the bomb site, get the case down. Now, W7M will call their timeout, as they'll be proud of that round, but realize that there's some work that they need to do.
Yeah, I like this tack timeout coming through from Norris because that push was, frankly, all over the place. Trying to plant when you had zero pressure up above and you were exposed to the hatch. Insane that that player didn't immediately get shut down on the Maverick. They know that those first couple of rounds did not go their way on the attack. They need to fix this, and even on that previous one, it was really scrappy to get it down in the end. That late round pressure up above did make all the difference for them, but that likely isn't going to work twice for W7M, so they've got to get back on the horse for this fourth quarter. This is all going to come down to this. Overtime is probably going to be necessary if W7M want to steal their opponent's map pick.
I don't understand what they're saying.
No, I'm sure it was very insightful. I'm sure everything Norris said was super helpful. But unfortunately, I do not speak Portuguese. There's some great reactions by Loban, by the way. Often thought of as one of the most talented individuals. And W7M's got so many talented individuals, but one of the most talented players that we see coming out of Brazil. He's a showman, Loban. Often one to stand up, cheer for the crowd, make a bit of a noise. He always talks about, of course, he's played a couple events inside of North America. He got to the grand finals in Atlanta last year. Of course, won Montreal just 3 months ago. He always talks about how he loves playing in front of an NA crowd. Sometimes they're on his side, sometimes they're not. But he always appreciates the energy. Loban now leading his team with 8 total frags. Trailing still just behind Jano, who, as I said, has been so consistent for SSG, both at this tournament and previously as well.
Here's what's going on the A stream, Jesse, as you compliment Loban very earnestly. And honestly, they, this W7M team deserves their flowers.
Oh, yeah.
When you think of Brazil, for a lot of players, especially the older players, you think of FaZe, you think of Liquid. Maybe you'll throw Nip in there from time to time, though they are nowhere near what they used to be. Furia/W7M as an organization will then jump to mind. This new W7M roster that got picked up really did have to get out of quite a large shadow, because the previous W7M iteration is one of the best teams to ever play this game, period. They're now finding maybe a bit less success over at Furia. This W7M team on this organization did just win a major championship at an event that the old W7M roster didn't even qualify for, but don't often think of W7M, and it's good to highlight how great these players are.
Interesting SSG after the attack timeout have gone for Armory Weapon, and Dots is about to find a surprise. Hello. No follow-up on this Lesion. Benja gets out scot-free by the skin of his teeth, though.
That was scary.
Yeah.
If you're a Space Station, you are very worried about that one. Oh, my. You could give Ashen all the money in the world at the moment, and he wouldn't even be able to buy a kill. He and J90 die. Benja Master falls shortly thereafter, and in the span of 5 seconds, SSG have lost 3 of their 5 players. As a frustrating start, they did manage to take Loban down with them, at least. Volps will join shortly thereafter. Forrest rocking that MP5 suppressed, worried about being assaulted from multiple angles. Another body from W7M will go onto the pile. Volts and Forrest now, making this work. Turning a bad situation into a possible opportunity. It'll all come down onto the shoulders of Forrest now, as he spies Dotas. He uses the Yokai drone for a bit of disorientation. He's got reads on these 2 players, too. One far enough back. Forrest will continue to shoot away, but Dash, what a shot. Tie game between these 2 teams. All 12 rounds needed between the North Americans and the Brazilians.
There were some nice shots by Forrest earlier in that round, but unfortunately in the 1v2, he just can't quite control it, and that is going to be a beautiful shot from Dash to come out to secure that round. There's a reason we don't see a lot of Armory Weapon, and of course that top floor clear was really effective by Dots. Dots talked about as one of the best shield players as well. Coming into this game, he had 12 rounds on shield here at the 6 Invitational with a 6-6 record. Wins and losses, that is. Their play with the shield is a big reason why W7M were able to make it so far in the Montreal Major. They really do thrive in this meta. They like playing on some of these operators, and even though they banned out the blitz in this game, they do still like to flex around from time to time, and we're kind of at a point where you can ban a shield as a shield team because there's so many other shields available for you. So it makes a lot of sense that we've been seeing so much shield out of Dots, not just on the attack, but also on the defense, where he loved running that clash. Usually when people talk about W7M, it's like we talk about Loban, we talk about Volts, we talk about Dotez. But Dots is an incredible shield player, and Dash has actually been really good this event. His KD was -6 in Atlanta when they made the Grand Finals. He was completely even at EWC when they made the Grand Finals. Oh. And it was +1 when they won the major back in Montreal. Coming into this game, he was +14, which is kind of ridiculous. Unfortunately, Ashen continues this trend of not having any impact in this matchup. He goes down early for 1 in 10.
I'm talking an awful lot, but he needs to do some of that speaking for the server because, I mean, the words he says outside of the server are about as effective as his bullets inside it at the moment. A single kill for Ashen that came in round 6, if memory serves correctly. And Ashen plays high-value roles. Anagoyo, though, his gadgets will persist. J9O looking now to do some damage to Dots. Dotez dies to J9O, who's still holding court inside a warehouse at the moment. Being pushed off in this position. Dots inhaling a lot of damage from Foltz's gas. Benjamaster now dies. The 2 main points of SSG's spear have been dulled. As W7M are so swiftly able to do tons of damage to Space Station. Foltz's last man standing. He's hit heroics before. The Dots on that Monty will have a strong supporting cast. Foltz runs right into Loban, does a terrible amount of damage. A clutch here is very possible. You could add all 3 of these players in the server together and they are still short of 1 full HP operator. So, just keep licking a coin. Gas goes out. Dots evading it for now, but he's got the pistol in hand, looking for the kill. And he drops Foltz. He's got him dead to rights. Map point, W7M a few minutes away from stealing Space Station's map.
I told you Dots is good on the shield. My God. Making so much good space for his teammates, dodging Grismots, dodging Toxic Babes, perfectly playing around that utility, finds the final pistol kill as well. J9O did everything he could alongside his anchor buddy of Foltz, but it doesn't matter when they're losing so many early bodies. There's only so much these players can do. And I mean, Foltz, great finish there. Not quite enough. J9O, a really brilliant play on the Ella, but it just doesn't matter when W7M are so together. The trades are so sharp. The intel is always there with the shield play of Dots. Dash hitting the back had some really good impact. Again, kind of the quieter names on W7M have really been showing up this tournament. And now we go to the most important round for SSG. This is a must-win. You got to imagine with Cafe up next, the map pick up W7M. Fans of SSG will remember the earlier match they played on Cafe, a 7-3 loss to Virtus Pro. So you don't imagine that they'll be favored in the second map of the series. They've got to be able to find the win here on Lara Parker.
Yeah, I mean, time's running out. With the way that this map has gone, the ebb and flow, I have no idea what to expect in this very final round of regulation. That might also be the final round in general of this map. We've had a very brisk day today. We said it at the top of the show that when you look at all of the matchups on the B stream, they have been 2-0s down the entire schedule. No matchup has eclipsed the 2-hour mark in-game at the moment. So, quite quick. This one will go the distance in regulation at least. If W7M pulls off the 2-0, like we said, it'll be a 2-0's day. Again, just as we saw at the beginning of yesterday, I want to get the 2-0 matchups out of the way in the group stages. I don't want to see any 2-0s moving forward.
As we know, there is a cap of the maximum amount of 2-0s that we can have at an event. So if the more we have now, it does actually, it means there's less in playoffs.
We feel that you deserve 2-1s moving forward, chat. I hope you'd agree with us. If you are a fan of a team that goes up one map, you say, no, I want a 2-0. Well, too bad. We don't care what you think. We just want the best story possible. And a competitive match is always a better story than a stall.
So far in this one, I mean, we've had a really big problem with stalling out on the top floor, right? Both teams really struggle with this. But the util clear's been solid. Loban on that drone operator, Volps as well, have both been doing a great job of clearing out some utility. Dots with the defuse kit on this Monty once again, his most played operator, of course. Trying to find the space to get into the bomb site. R6 room appears to be the goal for this plant. He's got Dodez behind him. Faltz could be a target they could find, but Faltz has his own shield to play around.
Time is just winding down, as we see with just about every team at top level. When it gets this close, teams start to be a little bit more careful. Dots is the first one to fall. Fultz dies shortly thereafter. Nothing really gained. W7M now lose Dash as well. This clash being a big obstacle. Volps is struggling to tackle it. Out goes the smoke to maybe conceal their movement. Now Dodez, wanting to plant that diffuser, has to pause for a moment due to the goo mine that's afflicting him. Where are the rest of these SSG players? Where have they spread out to? Volps baits one in with the bulletproof camera, looking for another, being watched quite intently. Suddenly the advantage is W7M's, and they are but a few seconds away from putting this one into the history books. It's all up to Ashen with one kill, but one kill is where he will remain. How does W7M pull that off at the tail end of that round? It looked like Space Station was in full control. They lost control at the final second. W7M, 12 rounds. Reveal on layer 7-5.
Volps is one of the greatest players of this generation. And my God, the way he just played around that Twitch DMR, the smoke play was absolutely perfect. That's one I just want to watch over and over and over again. Good God, Volps, the young captain of W7M, the major champion reigning in from Montreal, making sure that they can get it done here on their opponent's pick. That is going to set things up very nicely for W7M to continue the series.
And one more map potentially, too. How many will we need? We'll find out on W7M's map as they're up 1-0.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way, turns the answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy, Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother! Into red time we go. Where's the response? The gap was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round, and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Daz. It is, and look at the cover. J9 is there. Back room, it's killed 4. This is it. You look at both sides, and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Daz.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best Consulate that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
Can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes deep. Shotgun.
And he swings on to Dodes. Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round of the corner, bees. Information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nath is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Creeps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Creeps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
He and Rams with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill.
When you move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind.
A very hard-fought victory for W7M as they take Space Station's map away from them. SSG were asleep at the wheel for the beginning of this map, and despite some exhilarating moments, W7M didn't really play flashy Siege, but it was consistent and strong enough that SSG had no answer for it. Now, the big standout for Space Station was Ashen, the talker, the yapper himself, finishing 1-11. That is dreadfully bad for any player, support or otherwise, but if you're one of the main entry players on the team,
yeah.
Oh boy, that is not good.
Yeah, I mean, the 19-year-old was voted as the second greatest player in the North American League this year.
Nobody asked me.
No, it was a poll of the official players, so you didn't play in the NAL, you didn't get a vote.
Nobody asked me to play.
So Ashen was voted by his peers as the second best player in the North American League, and not only in this game where he had a dreadful 1-10 performance, but all tournament long, he's been below expectations. Currently ahead of this tournament, he was 31-30, which is positive, but is by far the worst stat line that Ashen's had in a hot minute at an international event like this. So all tournament long, he has been a little bit colder than normal, and I think part of that has resulted in SSG struggling a little bit. With any player that's personally going negative, you always got to talk about how there are other factors to it, right? Maybe players aren't droning him in properly. Maybe he's not being able to get trades off his teammates. But at the end of the day, 1-10 is tough to pull back from. So we're hoping to see a bounce back on Cafe. We know how talented he can be as an individual because he's shown it time and time and time again. We're just waiting to see it. And I know everybody back at home cheering for SSG wants to be able to see that out of him.
I don't even see SSG.
Yeah,
when it showed, like, look, there's no, like, I see call-outs.
I see
a cameraman, and that's it.
Well,
I see nothing else.
I don't know. There's some weird orange logos floating in the air. I don't know why.
I see a pair of what appears to be maybe khakis or maybe chinos.
Yeah, I mean, there's some arms. There's a lot of arms.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. I don't quite get where they've gone. By the way, call-out is looking great.
He's been fantastic.
Posting an awful lot about his weight loss journey, and it's not the type of thing that we want to comment on often, but he's been hyping himself up for it, and I think he's very proud of the results, and he looks phenomenal.
And his suit is beautiful, too.
Absolutely.
That's a nicer suit than what we're wearing. We're not even wearing suits.
I was going to say, we are not wearing suits. You look like you're about to go on a little daisy boat cruise, so...
Foxe is staring at me, and he's nodding his head like he agrees Consulate better dressed than we are.
Davide always looks good, though. So,
He does.
like, if there's anybody that I'm going to use as a barometer for style, it's Davide. He knows how good people look. Laxing just walked up behind him and looks very upset at us. Go away. You have work to do. Go back to your analyst area.
Shouldn't you be analyzing the A stream?
Shouldn't you be talking about the things that are happening?
Bunch of hooligans.
FaZe and Team Secret are in a fight for their lives.
Over on the A stream, yeah?
Yes.
How's that game going?
No, FaZe and Secret are on the B stream here, Jesse. We're just not watching them.
Well, if somebody doesn't know that there's an A stream going on, they should know where FaZe and Secret are out for their fight of their lives.
All right, Space Station, how long is this huddle? This is really self-indulgent. Let's get in our chairs.
I was going to say, everybody else is ready.
Chairs. Get over with it.
I mean, we see Aloe as well, the analyst for SSG up in this huddle. They've got the whole squad here having a conversation. And they know how important this game is, right? Obviously, elimination is not on the table anymore.
If you give Callout a soul patch, he could very easily be a bouncer to the Penguin in DC's hit show, The Penguin.
Scars have already been eliminated from this group, so they don't have to worry about going home, but they are desperately fighting for that upper bracket spot. They currently sit at 5 points in the standings. W7M sit at 6. OXG sit at 5. Virtus Pro are a bit far ahead at this point with 12 points, but SSG, I mean, still with, what, if they win this in 3, 7 in hand, SSG could tie VP. Means that first place is maybe a bit out of their hands. Could be some mini league stuff going on there. I'm not 100% sure of. But regardless, this is an important game for SSG. They weren't happy with that first game's results. Not even just individually, but the fact that they lost their own map pick of Lair. They weren't able to lock down a lot of those defenses in a map that should be somewhat defender-sided. Yeah, I mean, they need a bit of a reset here. They've got to lock in, and so they need an extra second to get ready for Cafe. I mean, fair enough. Cafe, of course, the map that we're heading into, one that SSG had a 7-3 loss against Virtus Pro earlier in the group stage. They really stumbled on attack in that matchup. They played 4 total attacking rounds. They only won on the top floor, losing every other bomb site one single time.
Just brutal stuff.
On the opposite side of things, W7M had a 7-3 victory up against OXG 3 days ago, where they dominated on the defense, being able to win every single site except for Fireplace and Mining. Mining and Dining, as it's often called.
Not really sure what the delay is here and why we haven't managed to get into game yet. This does definitely seem like a much longer time between maps than we're accustomed to.
Callout's having a yap session, bro. Man's got a lot to say here.
Oh, of course he does. He's the coach of the team.
As a common yapper myself, I understand. I can also see the in-game screen. SSG players are leaving the server at the moment. No, they're not. They're going to spectate mode. I don't know what they're doing.
So they moved to spectator because the player cams are tied to the pattern at which you join the lobby.
Oh, they're fixing things. Technical behind-the-scenes stuff.
So people often wonder, why do player cams go incorrect from time to time? And it's because each of the observers in the player cams are tied to a certain spot in the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
There are 10 spots in the lobby, so if Ashen were to say to join ahead of Forest, then their player cams would be backwards.
Right.
We will, in just a few moments, have a riveting conclusion on the A stream to the FaZe and Secret matchup. Bless you, Loban. It sounds electric. I think he got a bless you from somebody as well because he started laughing the moment that it happened.
Maybe he heard you. Maybe they have the stream up right now.
W7M seems quite intent on that matchup. I mean, they're obviously cheering for the other Brazilian team. Brazilian squads always show up for their regional counterparts. When they get knocked out, they always hope that another Brazilian team will win. A lot of regions are like that, but there doesn't seem to be as much bad blood in Brazil as there is in, say, North America. Some NA teams get knocked out, and the other NA teams hate you for still being in it.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with Foxy about this actually a while ago, not even at this event, but at a previous tournament. And he said that the bad blood doesn't really exist as much as it used to. I guess back when all the NAL teams were living in Las Vegas, you know, they were kind of in a situation where they would see each other often, and maybe some smack talk would go down on the stage, and then they'd go to national events, and there'd kind of be that chip on your shoulder where it's like, if I don't win, I hope none of the other NA teams win either. I think we're partly past that, though. I don't think it's as dramatic as it once was inside the North American League. Feels like there's a little bit more camaraderie between the North American teams, and that's always good to see. They're going to need it as they head into this next matchup, Parker, against W7M. We're loaded into the lobby of Cafe.
Finally.
Thank you oh so much for your patience. I know we all want to see the conclusion of this BO3. Space Station versus W7M. Those predictions hasn't changed too much, Parker. W7M is still the favorite.
It's widened.
Yeah, it has widened a little bit. We'll see some operator bans coming through now as we get into things on Cafe. SSG will have the first ban. They chose to take out the Grim, which is by far their most common operator banned on Cafe. And W7M, I would assume, will answer with maybe a Brava, maybe an Ash. It'll be a Monty instead. Again, W7M bans are so hard to predict.
While we're here going through operator bans, by the way, I just want to make a quick note about what happened over on the A stream and that involves some spoilers, so cover your ears. FaZe Clan just toppled Team Secret 2-0. So Secret will remain in the basement of that group. Furia and Shopify Rebellion are up next on that stream. That is going to be a hell of a match. Depending on what happens there, keep in mind Shopify Rebellion has secured their spot at the top, or onto the next section, but they have not secured it at the top of the group. If Furia prevails, that would put CAG Osaka and Team Secret, who are playing tomorrow, in a position where even a single point for CAG Osaka will clinch their spot, and Team Secret will be the team to go home. Now, I just wanted to fill everybody in as to what was going on there, as you want to focus on the last two operators that were banned.
Yeah, we banned out the Valkyrie and a Fenrir to end things off. I should note SSG then banning Grim and Fenrir, W7M taking out the Monty and the Valkyrie. On the HUD, it displayed the wrong team names. That's just a little bug in the game right now. Don't worry about it. Bans are attributed to the wrong teams, but in the game, for the player's POV, it all looks normal. So SSG are the ones who banned Grim and Fenrir, W7M, Valk, and Monty. We'll go to Reading to start things off for Space Station Gaming. Starting on the defense, once again, this is the bomb site that they played a little bit. Actually, it's the only bomb site, I'll correct myself, the only bomb site they did not play in their matchup against the Virtus Pro. So hoping to change things up a little bit. Maybe shake off that bad mojo that was afflicting them, as they didn't win very many defenses up against the Russian team in their group. Cafe is often talked about as a very strong 4-site map. It's Cafe and Chalet that you typically see the most variety of bomb sites on, so it's not a surprise that SSG can play all 4 sites, and they'll flex that now, meaning that W7M won't have any VODs, no intel on what SSG like to do on this bomb site.
It's a very defender-sided map. Stats-wise, Cafe is tied with Bank as the second most played map here at the 6 Invitational. 58% of all rounds played have been won by the defenders. 107 rounds in total have been played. Quite the tally. All the bomb sites except for... Did you see the numbers? Do you know?
Nope.
There's one bomb site that's attacker favored. The other 3 are defender favored. Do you want to guess?
The top floor.
You are absolutely correct. Fultz will start off the killing here in round number 1. Diffuser going down. Does nobody know that Dotas is there? No, the jig is up. Ashen already surpassing his kill total in 1 minute of map 2 than he did through all of map 1. This is a real feast or famine style play from W7M. Volps is the last man standing with 150 still to play in the round. This is a winnable situation, especially since they have very limited intel. Maybe not after Volps just gave his position away. He has no idea how close he is to killing what looked to be the silhouette of J90. Volps will have to run up against the black mirrors. That's the greater issue. It was not the Wamai. Maybe it was. These silhouettes, the more they add, my eyes don't get any better, Jesse. Now it's Forrest firing away as they're all looking for this very final kill. Volps is just showing off at this point.
Somehow he scared all of them back to the site. Looked like he was surely dead to rights up here. But he faced the beast and he forced them all back. I mean, still unlikely to win the rest of this rounds. Got time, though. Knows where Diffuse Kit is. It's inside the site. One more logic bomb to work with, too.
No idea what that means.
Ashen speaks his own language sometimes.
I think that's probably just...
We've seen that rush. I wonder if that's something that Callout was telling them about in the pregame when he was chatting with the team, if that was one of the things he reminded them of.
Doesn't matter, I guess.
Well, it kind of mattered. You're losing the round here, presumably.
Great patience now by Space Station as they just wait for Volps to wander in. Forrest will swing the moment he loses his teammate. And, oh, there you go. Where's Forrest gone, by the way? Oh, he's back upstairs. Volps doesn't have Diffuser, so all he's going for is kills. It seems unlikely that these 3 remaining players will even give him one. No! At least he acknowledges it. He has tripled his kill total in the span of 3 minutes. He finished 1 in 10 in the previous map. He's now 3-0.
He's heating up. He's heating up.
He's slow to boil.
He is, but he gets there. And he's absolutely correct. If you let him heat up, Ashen's one of those players that can take over a lobby. W7M going for a rush that maybe they've shown off before. Certainly seems like SSG had a read on that, so good prep work coming in from the coach of SSG and kind of them to let both us and the enemy team know that that rush has been read into, and maybe W7M need to try something else, come up with a new strategy for this Important matchup against the North American squad. We'll head to the bottom floor now from Space Station as they go to Kitchen. This was one of the few bomb sites that they were able to win when they defended this matchup against VP. It was also one of the worst attacking bomb sites for W7M earlier against Oxygen. They were 0 for 2 attacking onto the bottom floor, so we'll have to see if they can finally get some feet underneath them for this push. It is Ashen top floor right now, playing around red stairs. I was about to say could be a full anchor setup, but knowing Ashen, yeah, okay, he does run all the way back to the site. So it will be a full anchor setup with nobody really playing around those top couple of floors. Interesting castle setup going around here too. Jane, I know, was punching that barricade on the VIP door you saw from the top down. Just prepping it so that it's one punch away and that he can burst it down like the Kool-Aid Man at a moment's notice.
I was going to make a one-punch man joke, but you just made the Kool-Aid Man joke, so now we can't do both.
We could do both.
We can save that one for later.
Okay. Yeah, the viewers will forget.
Put that one in your little breast pocket there, in your little daisy shirt.
I thought, given that it's the first day that it snowed here in Boston, it was appropriate to bring out the Hawaiian shirt.
You wore like an alpine ski shirt yesterday.
It's a sweater.
It's still a type of shirt.
Is a sweater a type? A sweater is not a type of shirt. It's its own thing.
It's a garment of some kind. Does know that Ashen is very, very close by.
He certainly knows, but Ashen, he's not going to test this.
Ashen must be looking at the roof holes above. No, he's not. He's actually angled over towards red. Here's the footsteps over towards red, and he knows somebody's there. Benja might have gone for a run out. Maybe he was prepped for something, but he'll just castle off that small big window. Almost seems like it's emulating SSG when they were on attack on layer in terms of speed. W7M have been able to open up all of that dining floor with the boogie drones of Ram. None remain, so Dash has used them all. You saw the last one going off over towards Train. Will make life harder for the defenders down below.
Yeah, it's likely going to be a drop-in through the freezer hatch with that Osa from Dots. Often will be used both to protect yourself from this angle that Janino is holding right now as you drop, but also for the plant, of course. Watch out, though. A Nitro from Faults and 2 impacts from Ashen.
Ashen now on the move over towards red stairs as these two teams are about to collide. 40 seconds remains on the clock, and now Fultz is tucked in upstairs in reading room. 2 players offsite for Space Station could absolutely doom W7M. Dots will now drop with the OSHA shield. As Loban dies upstairs, the Yokai drone will knock Dots out of that position. Fultz finds Dash. A second one is there. And what a world of hurts it is for Dots. As all of a sudden he's lost his shield. He's eaten up some of that gas. Lots of damage is being done to SSG, but none of the players have been taken out just yet. Dots finds a single kill, but J90 and Ashen will clean up. And a much better start to Cafe for SSG.
Nice little flank from Faults. There's nobody watching for that flank as he just walks up the brown stairs. Makes it look so easy. There's no cover at all. No drones catch that. That's sometimes the disadvantage of going 5v5 in for that late round execute. You don't have any dead players to sit and watch those drones, whether they existed or not. There was nobody that was able to recognize Faults' movements, and he goes for that flank. There were also some red pings on that main floor. I'm not sure if it was a default cam or if Force had a Yokai drone up on those top floors that gave Faults the cue in that there could be nobody watching for that brown stairs flank. Whatever it was, Faults clearly had some confidence as he moved his way up to that top floor, found those 2 picks, and from that point, it felt like a regular day at the office for SSG. Yosa plant not able to come down as they finally found a couple of frags to finish off the round. And it's 2-0, Parker. We're seeing a good start from SSG. That good start was enough for W7M to roll into a map win on their opponent's pick. Perhaps SSG could do the same.
Entirely possible, and it wouldn't be that abnormal for teams to win each other's map picks. I feel like we saw this quite a lot in the first play day, if memory serves correctly, but that's not the type of stat that I track. I assume you as numbers boy must be tracking it.
Not offhand, Parker.
What about on hand?
Not on hand either.
No hands.
No hands.
Couldn't catch a ball to save his life.
I was horrible at tossing and catching balls in school.
That's why you turned to numbers.
That's why I turned to numbers.
The math. in this case, checks out. Thanks, I'll be here all week. Actually, I'll be here for 2 weeks.
You're right.
Maybe a little bit less than 2 weeks. I don't know. We're closing in on a week and a half.
Zombie is so annoying here inside of Piano. J90 knows that. That's exactly why he's brought this operator.
Significantly less annoying since the changes to the Kiva barriers.
Sure.
So you don't need to bring the same level of explosives on the side of W7M, but she will be a major hurdle.
Still trying to go for some fights, but does make it back over to Pixel spot. Faltz finds the opening pick instead, though. He's been on a tear these last 2 rounds.
A much more confined map seems to be aiding these SSG players as they're not so spread out and getting overwhelmed by the attack being brought by W7M. They've lost Benjamaster. Can they just have 2 entry fraggers do well at the same time? Is that possible?
All right, we're 2 rounds in, Parker. Give him a moment.
I know. It was more of a joke. Ashen 4-1, though, significantly better than in the previous map. Benja yet to find a kill. Forest with a perfect 0-0-0 scoreline. You don't see all that often. J90 falters. Forest dies now as well, so I might have cursed him a little bit. W7M have the best round here on Cafe since they loaded in. They did lose dots. One of the air jabs went off, so we know that some of that utility was put out before he died. How much remains, and will it catch any of these players from Space Station? Better question, does SSG even bother to go for the roam?
No.
No, they don't. Fultz hiding upstairs inside of Cocktail. He finds 2 kills, and now he's on the move to backbar. He's managed to evade the eyes of both Dash and Dodes, but they've got him trapped inside of Freezer. Dodes knows it. No way you're going to outduel an R4C. No chance in hell. W7M on the board.
Great clear of that top floor, and obviously Faltz existing for a little bit longer than maybe W7M realized, but it is not go fully punished. They managed to clean up that mistake just at the end there, and W7M, as you said, get on the board now. That is nice to see. Yazami wasted a lot of good time, but just didn't have the support, despite the fact that J90 was able to waste quite a bit off the clock. Eventually, he was cleaned up by some good pinch play of W7M, and then he didn't really have any other teammates that were able to move around him and get picks. Yes, there was Faltz, who got a great couple of frags over by Bar, not just at the end there, but at the start of the round too. But it didn't seem to matter. When J90 was facing the pressure, nobody else was able to capitalize off it. So SSG, they will drop their first round in this series, go back to the reading room bomb site. You are right that people, that the top floor bomb site is often one that the attackers have a little bit more success on compared to the defense. And for that reason, it seems like SSG are avoiding playing on the top floor bomb site because while it has been popular, and is especially popular in low-level competitive play and in ranked, it's so easy for the attackers to get into. It's so, once the attackers have control of Red, Cigar, and Piano, it can often be a simple matter to get in and get the defuse kit down. That's tough. Right. We saw this literally happen twice today. This just happened with M80 like a few hours ago.
I suppose he's earned the right to talk at this point. He was very, very quiet in the previous map. Not just quiet in terms of words, but quiet in terms of actions. This time, Ashen feels like 4 kills is enough for him to jump in on the chatter. At least you didn't lose the Blackbeard this time. You lost the Dokkaebi.
Yeah.
So both very important ops that have gadgets that factor a ton into your execute. No logic bombs to be had for Lobin, and well, Blackbeard speaks for himself. In this case, there's no Blackbeard that's been played by W7M. He's unbanned. It's the Grim and the Monty that have been removed. Been a startling lack of shield play. Oh my, Volps went for a walk and almost got sat down as he pulled out the Gon 6 to escape from that middle floor. Volps now on a single point of HP. Another very high value utility op. As W7M are keen to pull off this execute without a dedicated hard breacher, but with 2 sets of the secondary hard breach gadget in hand for both Dots and Volpez.
These Candels are going to start to prompt a clear of that top floor. Can anybody make some space off this? We see some fireballs going out as well. Dotus finds the first one onto Forest. In comes the Ying, but it does get dropped by Faltz. They clean up as Ashen finds another, traded out, and Bulbs kills himself. What's going on with W7M this round?
This is just a dreadful round from W7M, especially when they're in a position to tie up the game. Cannot let this match slip away from you. I mean, it stands to reason that SSG will win more on this first half. They win that round as well. It's a 3-1 scoreline for Space Station. But
let's roam this time. Let's do our. We're just gonna go standby. Let's do Goyo. Brox play Goyo.
It's tough being an IGL of Ashen because you've got to wait for the screams to finish, and then you can start calling for the next round.
It gives you more time to think, though.
I suppose it does. I know for SSG, Ashen's screaming is something that they talk about publicly, and they encourage it. They appreciate his ability to break the mental of the enemy team. They call it a tactic. They call it intentional. It's not like he's actually a hindrance to his IGL and to the rest of his teammates. They are very much on board with his antics.
If they weren't, they would probably stop it.
Callout is not the type of coach who's just going to let things fly if he doesn't agree with them.
I agree with that. If Callout does not like it, he's going to be stepping in and saying, all right, cut this nonsense.
Yeah, Callout would put his foot down, but no, they're very much in favor of the yelling, and I mean, it works for them more often than not. There's a reason why SSG have gotten top 8 at every event they've attended this year, barring the first one. The Manchester Major was a bit of a tough result for them, but they had some tough opponents in the Swiss of Manchester. They lost to BDS, Liquid, I think. Strong teams down to the group stage.
Both semifinalists, BDS going all the way to the finals as well. So, yeah, I mean, I understand that it was W7M who called that timeout, but we can't speak Portuguese. I think we would have actually benefited from hearing what Space Station had to say, because when you call a timeout, both sides get to talk to their teams. It's not just one. So, SSG gets to strategize as well. W7M assessing that some things were seriously wrong. I mean, you knew that before that round even began, but that round really just exemplified how many things can go wrong in the span of 3 minutes. An unfortunate team kill, and then a self-kill. Those are rare.
Yeah.
Maybe they're wondering if Space Station is going to look for an early pick. Some of the windows being open upstairs inside Piano might give you an inkling that they want to fish for something early.
Ninja hunting. SSG play a lot of this Mozzie. Saw this option kind of back into favor. Here we go.
Oh, but Dash is ready for it. Benja the fly out. The distraction onto Dot's bullets. And now an immediate response, but unfortunately for Dots, his way into the site has been flamed off by his own teammate. Another kill to be had for W7M, but then all of a sudden Space Station takes 3 for their trouble. Dots is the last one standing. We are 50 seconds into this matchup, and it's a Space Station sweep. The round goes in their favor. What on earth just happened?
What are we watching? Hey, prompted by the jump out, they got that early pick and then said, let's immediately hit the site. Let's go in for the main floor with our shields. The shenanigans over by Mudroom. Jade, I know, was having a horrible time trying to fight against the Blackbeard, full blind, somehow stays alive through that entire round. Fault comes to the rescue down the brown stairs to be able to salvage that gunfight that was going on. Bit hectic, bit chaotic. But it gets SSG past the halfway point, and it doesn't really matter how it happens. That will be a half win for Space Station. Now, will it be 5-1 or 4-2? That's the only other question to answer. I don't mind that call from W7M, but whatever was going on front door with the Blackbeard was just, that was a mess.
For what it's worth, W7M did get 2 very quick kills, but I actually think the fire arrow missed. I bet you anything they intended to flame off deeper into kitchen to prevent a rotate from bottom red inside of closet back to the bomb site, because the blitz hauled ass to get in through the rotate, but the arrow had landed right there, which meant that at the last second, Dots had to peel off of the avenue that he thought he had and go elsewhere. If your idea was, let's get Dots into the site plant immediately, it's a 5v3. If Dots gets in and immediately starts the plant and you manage to isolate that closet / coat check, you're in great shape. but you can't do that if your way is flamed off. That means Dots has to pivot. That means J9O in that position now has to work double duty, and it allows you time to rotate deeper in kitchen. So ultimately, one misplaced piece of utility might have just derailed an entire execute and given your opponent the round, even with you getting the first 2 kills.
Well, we'll load back in for the final round of the half. SSG once again going to be bringing that a zombie for the top floor. It's Benja this time around. He's actually playing inside of mining.
Good night. Hold on a second. Hold on. That's what Volps is doing right now, by the way.
Volps taking a nap, and Fultz as well, but Fultz needs to wake up because the round is far from over. Picked up by his teammate of Benjamaster to keep playing around that main floor site. Loban is in.
Loban is very in. He's the most in man that ever has been. He's got the attention of J9O. Nobody from deep inside a cocktail can deal with this, so Loban will square himself off. J9O dies. Ashen is not far behind. Think about how that last round could have gone. That's 2 rounds bottled by W7M.
Yeah.
First the team kill round, then the previous round. This time, they went for another rush strat, and it seems to be working out.
I mean, they've got full top control of the side of W7M. They should feel pretty happy about that, despite how it started with Volps going down. But that's an important piece of utility that they did lose. Those Capital bolts were likely super important for this push. With the Deimos track coming out, Volps needs to fall a little bit farther down those stairs so that he can't get cleaned up, as that reinforcement will protect him. 50 seconds, they're already starting to make their way down the white stairs. Can they find any bodies? Forrest might be the first one to fight, but Fultz is rotating to the bottom floor.
It's a very pivotal round for W7M for a couple reasons. Number 1, they have, like I said, dropped the ball in the previous 2 rounds. Number 2, they have an advantage. And number 3, if they fail this round, it's a 5-1 for Space Station. Now, both teams will trade out players, but if you continue to trade, those benefits go towards the Brazilians. Forrest will need to clutch, and I mean, he doesn't really have the benefit of the clock. 15 seconds difference, and Forrest could potentially stop it in its tracks. But he's in a really awful position, and well, it's W7M coming to dinner inside a dining. 2 rounds for W7M. On attack is honestly what you expect the attackers to muster on a defender-sided map like Cafe. But again, if you're W7M, you can't get out of your head how at least one more round probably could have been yours. Shake it off, move on. You used your timeout, so if things go bad on the second half, you've got no recourse. That's when Chalet becomes more of a reality.
When it's all said and done, though, 2 attacks on Cafe is not bad. You know, you can definitely pull this one back for W7M, especially with how dreadful SSG's attacks were against Virtus Pro on this map a couple of days ago. This is absolutely still winnable for W7M. You can't be thinking that you're out of it just yet, because you've really started to pull this one back over the last couple of them. Don't worry about the mistakes. Don't worry about the team kills. Don't worry about the self-kills. Every round is a new day. I believe it was Super who says it's 0-0 after every single round that Shopify were playing the other day.
That is what he says. Here's a little interesting tidbit for you. On layer, of the 12 rounds that were played, W7M got first blood in 8 of those 12 rounds, meaning that 4 rounds were where SSG struck first. So far, through 6 rounds, Space Station has drawn blood 4 official times, 5 unofficial times, because technically 1 round, the first kill was W7M committing a team kill, but SSG got a kill shortly thereafter. That one was a trade, so I mean, you don't need to necessarily count it. But at worst, Space Station has matched their tally for first bloods already. Now, mind you, as defenders, maybe it's a little bit easier to do. We'll see if that number holds up through the second half.
Taking first bloods away from W7M is also really important. Throughout this tournament, they have been the best team at SI at converting those advantages, tied with M80 coming into today at the very least. So we've seen a lot of good converting teams played on the B stream today. It's going to be a direct sight hit now from SSG, as they don't seem interested in full clearing the top couple of floors. Already a lot of util being thrown out. Those Selma charges, getting extra angles into Bakery. Sens walls as well from Ashen being used here on the bottom floor. The Sens was honestly popular on this bomb site even before they got buffed, as it was often being thrown in through the restaurant window so that you could get a clean run straight into VIP, oftentimes with a blitz player. Not going to be the use this time from Space Station, though. A lot of players already stacked up in Bakery, and Volps needs to be able to shut some of them down. Otherwise, they're likely to be able to find a pick here.
W7M favored their rush strats on 3 of the 6 rounds, potentially even a 4th. Again, if you go back to that black hole round that was the team kill round. SSG pull it off! Oh my, it looked like Forrest was about to get both of them. Benjo with 1, Forrest on the board right after. J90 will find nothing so far, as he's got an early death. Now it's W7M from above, trying to stop Forrest from getting this diffuser down. Benja oblivious to the shotgunning going on above him. Both teams will trade, but again, SSG in a very favorable position. Dots found the Blackbeard. Found no success shooting into it. Walk up from Dots, greeted by Fultz, and Ashen's grenade will get the round. It sure seems like they're going to steal each other's maps away, doesn't it?
Yeah, Parker, it's starting to run away with it a little bit. SSG off to a brilliant start on Cafe. Again, shortcut pushes working out this time from SSG. When W7M tried it, weren't so successful, but SSG do manage to get it done. They really gave up Bakery early on the side of W7M. They did not commit very hard to holding on to it. They didn't have it full reinforced either, so SSG were in for that space super early into the round, and then with the Blackbeard as well, able to work a couple of picks as they tried to get a couple of reinforcements too. Nicely played. This shot from Forrest. Didn't find the first, but found the seconds. That late reinforcement, you got to wonder if it had gone through, what difference would it have made? Final nade kill coming out as well.
The final nade kill was objectively very funny.
It was. At that point, you've got to commit to just sprinting through it because, you know, what are you going to do? You can't just be stalled out at that point. So, the post plant, difficult for W7M retreating back from the top floor. They had control of it the whole time, but SSG just did not seem to care. They picked an unorthodox plant spot, and that made it impossible to deny from up above. Now just 2 rounds separate them in Chalet, and if they can get to that final map, I mean, it's anybody's series. We've had a trend here on the B stream of going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. We thought it was 2-0's day, but it might end up being a 2-1 day after all.
Well, I mean, we still had 3 2-0s.
Yeah, but if there's a single 2-1, it's a 2-1 day.
I guess that's the way it goes. The majority does not win here. It would be our first time going to that 3rd map, and we would also break that trend of not spending more than 2 hours in a particular matchup.
Unless it was a really fast Chalet.
They just concede. They lose 2 rounds. All right, you know what? Let's just give it to them.
First to 1.
We are well ahead of the A stream, though, so I would find it very challenging for the A stream to end their broadcast before we do.
We need some serious tech problems, Parker.
Or they can just have 2 7-0s in a row, which, I mean, it's Furia versus Shopify Rebellion, so...
What are you trying to say?
I don't think 2 7-0s will happen, period.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm saying it's unlikely.
I thought you were trying to talk down on one of those great teams.
A lot of these rounds have transpired with very limited drone work. And I say this because A, mute has been a staple op for both of these teams. Obviously, there's no mute on the board right now for W7M. But also because of the brisk pace that we've seen these 2 teams set, they're able to get into the building quickly. They drone once, and that's about it. And then you don't have much to follow up on. Dash, well, he's having a bit of a rough go of it. Now, next in line is Lobin, who manages to escape. He relies on an aid from Dodez, and there's a fadeaway from the Lamai, who gets a kill before Ashen's Claymore takes him out of action. Another follow-up as Forrest is a great focal point, but the attackers of SSG are all over this. W7M's scoreline looking an awful lot like the amount of kills that Ashen got in the last map. Dots is in a 1v4. SSG would have to throw this in the garbage, and they won't. Benjamaster gets the kill, and it's a 6-1 map so far. It was business as usual for Space Station.
Making it look easy as we have a quick tech pause here for some audio issues, but W7M, I mean, stumbling up against Space Station. Now, I criticized Forrest's Blackbeard play on the last map. I thought that his ADSing was a little bit needless at times, but he was fantastic on the Blackbeard on that top floor. Pushing through, making space for his teammates, didn't take any gunfights when he didn't have to, made sure that he was just forcing players back, causing some fear into the hearts of W7M so that his teammates could move around him. And specifically, this time around, the teammate was J90, who did a great job focusing in on getting some of those frags, playing on with the Ash, getting some pistol frags as well. J9O has been ridiculous on attack all throughout the tournament, a 1.57 KDR. As I mentioned, on map number 1, playing mostly kind of support and utility operators. He can absolutely get going on the Ashe too, though. Don't count him out when he brings a strong fragging operator like that. Starts throwing on the Collie to be 6 picked off, I'm sure, to be re-picked off. A lot of the times, teams will choose operators they know they're not going to play before the round starts, just so that they can remind themselves, hey, I've got a re-pick before the round ends. So they make an educated decision and don't just blindly default to an operator that they are familiar with playing a lot of.
Like running a bandit on the top floor of this map where you're just like, what am I doing? What am I doing up here?
Yeah, kind of miserable.
Mind you, the inverse would be true, though, because the defenders don't get to repick, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It also applies to people who they go AFK during the prep phase. Oh, my.
Dude, how many early round kills are we going to get this series?
It was a 2-shot, 3-shot from Loban.
Yeah.
Goodbye to J9O. Benjamaster will join him in the afterlife, and this is probably a GG go next, frankly.
Yeah. It'd be a great way to break the mental of the opponent, though, for map number 3. Clutching back a 3v5 like this. Already, W7M have retreated all of their players down to the main floor. Goyos get popped early, and SSG will take full advantage of the space that was conceded completely for free. They haven't droned the full top 2 floors, but they can be pretty certain, given what they have seen, that nobody's going to be lurking around up here. A smart team, and W7M are a smart team, will give up this ground after getting those early picks, because they don't need to keep contesting up above.
You get a brain lapse about the score as well. It slipped my mind that W7M had actually won 2 rounds instead of just the 1. Volps dies. He's having a really rough game. 2-9. Holy smokes. Ashen destroying 2 players on the side of W7M. Almost gets Dash. He holds little hope as now Forrest flicks on over and Dash is on a rampage. Foltz with 1 over towards Whiskey. He's got 12 kills. Foltz, the world champion. The only one in the lobby at the moment.
Captain of his team, too. He's been in spots like this before.
He's been in much more challenging games. Just like I was thinking. You hear that? I was going to say the same thing. Exactly.
Trying to bait his way to a kill here. Hey, this is very winnable. 1v2 is not that hard. Playing a great gun.
Here's my worry.
Yep.
I was going to say he has very limited info. There's no mute, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Those Evil Eye cams are up. There are bulletproof cams also up. He is going to be running uphill against Information. He has a gun with the smallest magazine of any primary on attack, and he's got to deal with 2 gas canisters with how low his HP is. There is no way he pulls this off, Jesse. I do not believe it. It would need to be the most Herculean effort possible! He saw the smoke at the last second and tried to get off. Drone on time. It very narrowly happened. But a brilliant read by W7M to bring the fight to him. And the clutch that could have been is one that will haunt Foltz for some time, but Space Station are still in great shape to put this one away. That's Furia getting warmed up, by the way.
I believed in it. My God, when he saw him at the last moment, if he just fired a little sooner. Close one. That won't sting too bad, though, Parker. It's still 6-3. It would have to be a monumental throw at this point to not find ourselves on Chalet at the end of the day. Great play from Dash. I think it's a 3K overall playing on the smoke, including that final 1v1 over Vaults. Dash has been phenomenal through this tournament and through the series so far as well. He now sits at 7-6, the highest fragging player on W7M. Despite the low round wins, he has still been able to put up some very consistent numbers, and that's been a trend all tournament long. As I mentioned, coming into this game with 54 kills, just 3 behind Dodez, who is the overall team leader on frags.
We go back to the very first map, by the way. Volps sat middle of the pack. He finished 5-5, which for 12 rounds is actually quite a staggering scoreline.
But the impact he had right towards the end.
Huge.
Insane.
Loban led the way on that team, and despite it being a victory for W7M, very few of these players had great numbers. 5-7 for Dots, 5-5 for Volps, 9-7 for Dash, Dodez 8-5, and Loban 10-9. So it was a real team effort. You get high-value impact kills. Nobody really takes over a game. And the same thing is happening here for W7M. The big difference, obviously, they're not leading the way that they did through Lair. They are trailing. Not the same story for Space Station, where 26 kills are in the hands of two men. Volts and Ashen both sitting on lucky number 13 apiece. Oh my. Volps looking for a jump out of the main window.
Not sure what he's going to go after for this.
I don't think there's anybody... Oh.
I think they might have realized where he's at. The drone might have heard him breaking that window.
I think they just tried to bait him out, though, because they heard the window punch.
Yeah.
There it goes. And J90 is ready for it. Nothing gets past you, Jack. He was going to run out and try to kill the Blackbeard, who was up on that new Balk rappel.
Yep, that makes
and it
sense.
was deliberately planned for that. J90 knew it was coming, and Ashen went up there with no fear. Let me tell you, though, I don't think Ashen's ever been scared of anything in his life.
Probably not. Really does feel like SSG have read W7M like a book this game. In every single chapter. Now they've got 4 more to find until they can head to the last map.
Benjamaster with yet another kill, and, well, the House of Cards for W7M might be crashing down, but they just got 2 very quick kills to equalize. Forrest has not had a lot of opportunity to impact the score sheet. He gets 1. Dodez is left all on his lonesome. This match slipping through the fingers of W7M. They know where the player is. They all hunt for it, and Forrest with a 2-piece to send Cafe away. A significantly better outing for Space Station on Cafe. Both of these teams win each other's maps, and for the first time today on the B stream, we will need a 3rd map. Both teams draw even. Jesse, Space Station get it done.
That they do. Parker, the Astronauts, starting on the upset road, up against the reigning major champions. Not a lot of people thought they could do it, but they are well on their way against the favorites for the whole group.
1 more map remains, so it's a best-of-1 showdown. Do the defending major champs get it done, or does Space Station humble them? We'll be right back.
And greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother. Into red time we go. Where's the response? The couple's through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round, and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Daz. It is, and look at the cover. J90 is there. Back room, it's killed 4. This is it. You look at both sides, and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up. Yes, Slippy finds himself a second, Daz. Make it a 3rd. It's a 3-kill.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best Consulate that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun.
He swings on to Dodez. Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees. Information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nafe is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Reaps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. What a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad. Being rhymes with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reeps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Force printing up. He doesn't know.
It's not unusual for it to happen, but it is always something to note when it does. These teams won each other's map picks. And the first one was a bit of a struggle. I mean, W7M did it in 12 rounds. This time, much quicker for Space Station to steal W7M's map of Cafe away from them. It sets us up for a one-map showdown on Chalet, but why was this a very different SSG team on Cafe?
I mean, it really felt like Ashen was the big difference, right? He put up 2 frags for the first matchup, and then after he got just, 2 kills in the first round, he shouted across the screen, "Do not let me heat up now." And Parker, they let him heat up. He went on fire this matchup, putting up 13 kills, if my math is correct, up on that second map, and was the MVP for Space Station through that second half. If we can continue to see that performance, it's going to be tough. We're going to need to see somebody else on W7M step up and answer the call that Ashen is making, because if they do not shut him down, they're going to get run over once again. It's the problem with Ashen. When he gets going, nobody can stop him. Faults as well, highlighted by our MVP tally, did a fantastic job all the way back in round number 1, going for a huge flank that started things off right for SSG. Felt like the read that they had on W7M from start to finish was phenomenal. They always were expecting what W7M were trying to pull off. They always seemed to know what W7M wanted to do. And with that extra information, it just felt like the whole game was in the palm of their hands. Chalet's up next, Parker, and that might be a bit of a different story because the information advantage is going to lean the way of W7M. SSG have already played Chalet twice here at the 6th Invitational, making it by far their most played map in Boston, but for their part, both of those plays that they've had so far were quite dominant performances. We saw a 7-2 over Virtus Pro and then a 7-3 up against Scars. SSG have loved playing Chalet, and they have yet to lose it here at the World Championship. W7M, for their part, they're very experienced playing against SSG on this map. When these two teams met in Montreal, this was the map pick of W7M. They wanted to come to this map, and they ended up winning that map 7-5 as well. So W7M, a lot of history up against SSG here. They're going to be very familiar with one another, and I expect a lot of that reading of each other is going to continue from map 2 straight into map 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting a blowout either way. I also feel somewhat vindicated with my prediction at the start of this series where I said that it's either going to be a 2-0 victory for W7M or SSG grinds it out in 3 maps. And right now, I mean, there's no momentum. There's no real way to turn around and be like, yeah, you know, SSG's going to be in the driver's seat here. No, I mean, it's going to be a fresh start for both of these teams, but I do feel pretty good about it. And also, I talked to Forrest.
Did you?
In between the maps, and he said it is a full sleeve and it is brand new.
Nice. Well, I'm glad we got to get some insight on that. Thank you very much, Parker.
You're very welcome.
I would say that SSG do have a bit of a momentum advantage, but the thing about W7M is they are a team that you can never count out. When we watched their run back at the Montreal Major, it was incredible how even when they lost the opening pick, they were able to come through and get a recovery on the round. They were able to convert it into a win regardless of how it started. They were always still in it. Even when they went down to a 3v5 or a 2v4, W7M are one of those teams that always commit to winning the round, and they always have a chance because they're so talented across the board, from Dash to Dodez, from Loban to Volps. Every single player on that team can make miracles happen. So if you give them an inch, if you slip up just for a second, they will catch you off guard. Now, that's not to say that SSG don't have that same level of play. They can absolutely perform at that level, but we haven't quite seen it at that same performance level from Space Station. They've not really made it deep in a tournament in quite a long time, the same way W7M have consistently over the last year and a half.
And if I'm looking at anything on W7M in this particular instance, there's one player that I'm throwing maybe a bit of the reasoning for W7M's slower play today on the shoulders of, and that's Volps. Volps is almost always one of the top performing players in this region. You know, you said back at map number 1, he's one of the best players in all of Brazil. Well, Volps is the second lowest rating of all 10 players in this match at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad. It's very bad. On his role, he's going to be governing the team. He's going to be pushing the team forward. He's going to be their main focal point. He's going to be their main leader. So he's got a lot of things to think about. But it doesn't matter because he's still able to frag well at the same time. This match is obviously quite the exception because through both maps, he's sitting at just 7 kills. Quite a poor tally overall and well below what we see of him when he plays up against even better competition. I'm not saying that SSG's bad competition, but Volps on a number of different teams has been able to rise to the occasion, and in this matchup, some things are just unfortunately not clicking for him. We are, again, for some particular reason, on a long delay between these maps. I do not know why we are waiting. I mean, I think we are all Volps' face at this moment for some particular reason. The last 2 maps have taken a long time to get into, and I don't know what the culprit is.
It's been a tough tournament overall from Volps, honestly. When they won the Montreal Major, he finished with a plus 21 KDR overall. Coming into this game, he sat at minus 17. So he really has been having a tough tournament compared to the high highs that he's seen in the past. Now, it hasn't stopped W7M from winning games. I will remind you that every single time W7M have gone into a series at the Six Invitational, they've walked away with a 2-1 victory, winning the final decider map. Will they do it again? The audience doesn't think so. A wild swing in favor of SSG as we load into this final map, the snowy hills of Chalet. Let's get it right underway as we jump into the operator bands to decide which of these 2 teams will walk away with the victory. On Chalet, Space Station will have the very first ban. Do they take out a shield? Do they let one stay? They've been loving the shield so far, despite the fact that we've seen some good play. We'll ban out the Blitz, though. Once again, we have the HUD glitch, so do not pay attention to the names on your screen. SSG ban out the Blitz, and W7M will have the next 2 bans. W7M themselves could choose to take out a shield. I've said that Forest's Blackbeard play on map number 2 was quite spectacular, so that's an option for them. They will choose to take out that Blackbeard, respecting the play that we saw at a Forest in map number 2. I do appreciate that. W7M's most common ban on Chalet will be the Azami on the defense, and they didn't have to think too long about what they're removing this time around. That's because they're following tried and true, taking out that Japanese operator that can be oh so powerful. And our final ban, chosen by Space Station, maybe a Tubarao, could be a lot of different ops on this map. They choose a lot of different choices. And it will be Frost, so they won't have to check their windows as they start hopping in doorways.
You don't look down. Frost is a very strong operator on this map for a number of reasons. She's got a good gun and she's got very good gadgetry around here. But the big thing that a Frost on Chalet brings is that more than a lot of other maps, you have to jump through windows to get into Chalet. One of the biggest pain points for teams is tackling that library by vaulting in through the windows. Now, there's 2 big windows that you're going to look at. There's also a window across from it just at the top of Blue Stairs. And if you look down, there's going to be a frost mat underneath you. a lot of times there will be a player within range of that frost mat so that even while you're temporarily incapacitated, because frost mats are not lethal any longer, you can get yourself back up, albeit with a debuff. You're going to have to pick your poison. Do you shoot the frost mat? Do you go for the player? What are you going to do here? And she's very strong. You can also use frost mats in and around the kitchen and solarium area. You've got the window inside of master bedroom that you have to worry about as well. Lots of opportunities for her. Cause issues that teams just don't want to deal with. It's easier to get rid of her. And that's why we don't see her in action.
SSG will start on the defense here. They've got a 75% win rate defending on Chalet through this event. Again, they've played it twice before their matchup now against W7M. Games and Bar has been their best site, as they have yet to lose it through 3 plays. 100% win rate. The top floor has been their worst. And with an Azami ban, it wouldn't surprise me if we do not see that coming through. Ashen on the Boss G hunting for the first, but it's his teammate of Benja who will instead suffer the opening death.
Not an ideal start, but Boss G, even though it did get a bit of nerfs, is still quite strong here, Jesse. Next one up is the Finka. Missed opportunity, and it's a shootout inside a Solarium. So many players wanted to take care of Benja. Both these teams sit at 3 apiece. You have the logic bombs going off. You've got the adrenal surge on the other side of it. Both teams right now being affected by gadgetry. A big play from Dodez as down goes Fultz. And SSG now is the team that trails in terms of numbers.
Yeah, the objective for Space Station was to walk away from that roam game with a man advantage. They couldn't quite do so. Their util in sight is relatively weak. They've got some mirror windows and, of course, some secondary utility like beepers and deployable shields, but this was a real commitment to the roam game that didn't exactly pay off. Yes, you cleared out the hard breacher of Volps, but there's can openers still being held by Dots. You did eliminate the soft breach of Lobin, which might end up being quite impactful. But that's your primary advantage. Dots alive with these Capital bolts is still going to have a huge amount of value. The logic bombs will come out. This will be the final one just used by Dash as they start to set up towards this push. We're going to see some heroics of the 2 anchors of SSG. This push is coming in from many directions.
Dash is going to have his man in just a second as J90 doesn't want to get involved in that at all. He decides to engage after watching Forrest go down, and J90 has suddenly made it a 1v1. It's him and Dodez with Dodez inside of blue. What a round by Jack! Space Station had no business winning that one, but win it they do, Jesse.
Beautiful play from J90. Of course, 22-year-old flex player coming in from Wisconsin. He has been so phenomenal for SSG. All throughout this tournament, he has been the guy that they've relied on. Yes, Benja's had the flashy plays. Yes, Fultz and Forrest can clutch up when they need to. But it has been J90 who time and time again has been the one to be consistent round after round, game after game. And he steps up so big for his teammates there. You gotta think if you're Dash in that round, finishing off that kill. Yes, you may have gotten a 3K, but that might be the mistake that you've learned to regret. If this game starts to spiral out of control, that might be one that they look back on. And those are advantages you can't be throwing, Parker. They had everything that they could have wanted in that push. They had the extra direction. It was a 1v3. They just had to play together. Plenty of time still on the clock. But they gave the opportunities to Jack, and he took them gladly. Now this is going to be another early lead from SSG. Just 1-0, but that was the way they started on Cafe, and W7M never seems to be able to stop the momentum. There is a real danger, and I know we're only 1 round in, but I'm still going to say this. There's a real danger that the momentum from Map 2 will carry on through Map 3, and things will fall apart for the Brazilians.
It's been a long, long day for these teams. I mean, at least here on the B stream, things have gone by pretty quickly. So, I mean, I don't think fatigue or anything like that sets in. These teams have had an abundance of time to scrim and prepare for this map. The A stream just began their match not too long ago, by the way. That's the Furia Shopify Rebellion game that's going on, so we are well ahead of them, if that's any consolation.
Great games going on.
So much of this matchup has been defined by the very first minute of each round. Last round in particular showed us that. I don't have any reason to believe that Chalet's going to play out differently. W7M suffering right now on their entry, But that's quite the play by Dodez. A 4v4 with just a minute off of the clock, and now Dodez searching around the corner. But the mute of Fultz has managed to avoid the flashbangs. Dodez is losing his teammates. They just continue to trickle down in numbers. Skeleton key out, but he doesn't realize how close SSG is. And the final kill comes in the hands of J90. 2 rounds in a row. And Jack gets the final kill. W7M firing on all cylinders.
They're playing great for SSG. I mean, this has been a clean start to things. W7M, they go slow round number 1. They take their time clearing the roam game. That actually worked for them quite well, but it was the late run execute that didn't pan out their way. This time they say, let's cut right to the chase. Let's get into the execute immediately, and they just weren't able to find any success with it. SSG collapsing towards that site through the backside pretty simply.
It sounds like a baby talk, like goo goo gaga. I could not understand a word he said. Something about Bader, I think, and then I definitely goo goo gaga, and I'm like, that's not what he's saying.
He definitely called Dots a baiter. That's for sure. And Dots on the hard support shield play. I mean, that is kind of his role. Regardless, SSG, they're going to be shouting no matter how the rounds go. If they win, if they think they can get into your heads. I just said it, after round 1, the momentum could start to get away from W7M, and Ashen screaming across the curtain is one of the reasons how that could, one of the things that could affect that. So, important that W7M can keep their cool. Not sure if that direct site rush was really the right call from them. Obviously, it was read pretty easily by SSG. Feels like every time W7M go for these direct, fast rushes, both on Cafe and now on the 3rd map, Space Station are more than ready for it. You can tell their backline support staff have been doing an amazing job.
Both of these teams coached very effectively. Tactical timeouts have not made a huge difference so far, though both teams on both maps have had to call them earlier than expected. I foresee a W7M timeout coming at the end of this round, should SSG prevail.
It's a great drone by Ashen, caught it up inside the rafters. These Mozzie pests can be very, very useful. And he sees the man on rappel, but can't quite hit the shot.
Both maps have started the same way, by the way, which is one team wins 2 rounds, and then the next team wins the one shortly thereafter. But SSG, what did have an advantage, it has evaporated at this point. They trade continuously. Grenade will go in. J90 suffering some misfortune there, and with half of the round to go, Benjamaster's last alive. You can't say this hasn't been an exhilarating matchup. Plenty of time for Benji to win this, but unfortunately for him, a hard wall separates that Nitro cell from Dodez's character. Dodez with 6 kills, and we're not even done the 3rd round. The 7th could be had if he holds the line on blue. Loban will step into Goo Mine. Benjamaster will play off of that intel, but he's going to be back in the recesses of Bar.
They're droning this out. W7 have choked one of these man advantages before. They do not want to do it again.
This is excellent. I love the work that W7M is doing right now, and Loban gets it. A bit of an anticlimactic end. Map 3 begins just the way that the other 2 did, which is that one team goes off to win the first 2 rounds, and then their opponent wins round 3. The only difference is that the team that started off with a 2-round lead has gone on to win the map. W7M did it on Lair. Space Station did it on Cafe. Will the same result happen here? Well, there's a pattern that has emerged. All of these rounds have been so hectic and very, very quick. 2 kills in the first minute of action. Another follow-up right here. A fireworks between these 2 teams, Jesse.
It's like the best round we've seen from Dodez. He's not a player that is often quiet, but through this series, I don't know. He hasn't been the player that's been catching my eye the most. He was the MVP back on their Montreal Major winning run, and he's been their best player this tournament, putting up 57 kills at just 42 deaths prior to this matchup beginning. W7M, I said they need to find some answer to Ashen, somebody else to wake up and respond to the Star Fragger on the side of Space Station. Dodez is just the man to step up and do that. He is the entry fragger for W7M, and despite what Operator is playing right now on the hard breach role, he's often the one to get into those first engagements and make the space for W7M despite doing a bit of hard breach most likely in this round, he'll be doing the same thing. 2 roamers set at the top floor. It's Benja and Ashen, the most common duo that you see on the top floor for SSG. Benja hungry for an early aggressive play on that library window, but I don't think anybody's really within range, unless he hops out, which, oh, he wants to.
Needs the all clear before he can do it, though. Will he get it?
Nope.
No. He fades away through the hatch and a drop down as he doesn't want to engage at all.
W7M know they haven't cleared the top floor. Not a missed drone. They're aware that there could be other players lurking around. Seeing that open kitchen hatch also kind of confirms that there's probably some kind of a roam presence.
Esham's doing a great job here of just wasting time. A lot of time wasting on the side of Space Station. Volps needs to worry about what's above him now, or what's below him rather, is that he loses some of his ceiling. He's holding that long flank downstairs inside a big garage. Ashen keeps trying to play off his teammates to gain information. The best one to do that is going to be Forrest, as the Clash will have tons of info. Playing right now over by that recess in wine, looking at trench door. He gets thrown down, and at some point, that's where the assault is going to come from. Dots drops down. He and Dotus side by side, the 2 hard breachers, both looking in the same direction. Down goes Dash at the hands of Fultz, and SSG draws first blood. This is one of the latest bits of first blood that we have seen. The Clash will continue to waste time, and there's a supporting cast to do some serious damage. J9 making magic happen. 7 kills. Fultz could be next, but he outduels him. The Capital on the board. First kill for W7M comes very late into this round. There's only 2 players to deal with.
Ashen, he's not even flanking anymore.
I don't understand why Benja would do that. They knew that Volps was in the vicinity over there. Now it's Loban far enough back as they're going to let Volps get that diffuser down. No, he peels off to try and deal battle with Fultz. Brief pause now as Loban is trapped in the corner, and Fultz gets the final kill. He couldn't make his way out of trench. He dug himself in far too deep. And a confusing round will come to an end with W7M prevailing in nothing at all. SSG wins the round, and W7M fails across the board.
I didn't know that J90 was a fan of winter sports, but he seems like he is insane down in the snowmobile garage, so clearly an extremely practiced player in this position. That's back-to-back rounds where he's been the MVP for my money down on the basement. He's been so good, hitting shots that just look illegal. There he is on your screen right now. Ashen's flank as well, I think, or lack thereof, impactful in that round. They saw him on the drone. He caused a lot of fear with those impact grenades, but he never actually got caught out. And even in the 2v4, you saw just how worried W7M were that somebody was going to go for a flank. That whole time, Ashen was in the basement. There was no flank to be coming, but it was still lurking in the back of their minds because they knew that Ashen was above previously, and they just didn't know what he was going to do. And that's really the sign of a great aggressive roaming player, right? Good roaming players will get you kills in the roam game. They'll go for swings. They'll find those opening picks. But great roamers will know when to play the mind games, when to fall off, when the value is actually heading back to site and just existing in the minds of your opponents. Ashen treaded that line perfectly in the last round, and it paid off big time. Despite the fact that they didn't even get a kill, I don't believe.
Fultz and J90 have combined for 14 kills in 4 completed rounds. That is absurd. That is absolutely ridiculous. J90 in particular has made some round-saving results. More kills than the entirety of this W7M lineup.
Backyard default's still in, by the way.
Ashen taking some damage. Are any of them on cams, though? That's the question. It looks like guns out for every member of SSG.
Benja was hunting for it. He sat on that cam for a good amount of time, but wasn't finding anything that he could go for.
Fultz with the leadoff pick. Space Station have been doing a mighty good job ever since map number 2 began at getting that first pick. Ashen dies, though, so some gains and some losses here for SSG. Loban reduced to half of his HP. J9O in a position to do some damage as well. They don't spy him, but they've got a good read on him. There's a yellow ping there, and even with all the information, it does not work out. J9O conquering W7M. They are just walking into these players from Space Station. Another person hits the deck. Dotez has 6 kills. Dots, none. Those are the last 2 players standing for the Brazilians as they just continue to hunt for kills. SSG are toying with them at this point. That's a super shorty. No, that's the regular ITA shotgun through the floor. Dots will have to sit out another round killless as Dotez is in a 1v4 with a minute to go. Ashen getting a little mean.
All part of the strategy, Parker. Get in their heads. Make them tilt.
They both had 7 kills apiece at the start of the round. Fultz has picked up 2. J9O has picked up 1. Dotez will probably try to play off of one of these drones here, Jesse. Who will get the final kill, though? Will Forrest break his goose egg? Will it be Fultz to go through 10 as he's tucked in close on this corner? No. Dotez slaughters him in that spot, and now a drop through main lobby as he's under about 30 seconds of this clock. Doesn't hold the diffuser. You gotta hope for kills at this point. Getting ever closer, it's Benjamaster, not one of the 2 players that we had referenced to get that kill, and Space Station now sitting at 4 rounds to W7M's 1. Bad, bad, bad place for the Brazilians.
With some of the shots he's hidden, J9O looks pissed this game. I don't know if they called him J90 before this or if something bad happened that really just tilted him, but it feels like loading into Chalet, he has taken it personal against W7M. Some of the shots he is hitting, not just the amount of kills. Fultz has even more kills than J9O right now, but specifically the gunfights that we are catching on the first-person POV from J9O have been disgusting this game. That's not to talk down to the impact Fultz has had either, though. Of course, the captain of SSG, their IGL and shot caller, has been so phenomenal. Playing on those late round rolls, setting up as the anchor more often than not, but always getting that value. And now it's 4-1. And it was 4-1 on Cafe not too long ago. W7M across 2 straight maps looks like a completely different team from the one that we saw on Lair.
It took them a while to get going, and I mean, honestly, I don't want to point fingers at one player in particular, but Ashen only dropping a single kill. Ashen wasn't even a speed bump if W7M was a vehicle. Ashen was the fear of a potential pothole somewhere down the road to your destination. He was in no way, shape, or form able to slow W7M down. He wasn't even a consideration. And when you've got somebody like him, unable to hit shots, with the way he was roaming as a defender, the way he was entering as an attacker, the utility he was bringing, he's effectively useless for your team. In a 4v5 against the defending major champions, you're not going to win that.
And I mean, he went from map 1 to map 2, turned into a brick wall that the car just smashed into. And now, just the threat of him, the idea that he might get on the roam has been enough to terrify W7M in these rounds.
Dash loses 2 Candelas through that open window, and the smoke will go out as well. Ashen dies early in this round, and now Dots will tuck himself into the bomb site to get the diffuser down. He takes a bit of damage in the process, waiting for Fultz to be able to see through the smoke, but he doesn't let the gadgetry recharge. It's a mad scramble for the final 40 seconds. Benjamaster eliminating Dots. That's the shield off the board. The biggest hindrance towards winning this round should be gone for Space Station. The next obstacle becomes getting outside and dealing with these players who are on rappel. Power positions for W7M. Hold on. J9O manages to get the job done. Good Lord, W7M. How many rounds are you gonna let Jack take from you? 3 clutches from J9O. He does it with over half of the server still alive. A 5-1 first half, and Space Station is spanking W7M.
That's a troll. I gotta say it again. That's a troll. Where's the stopping of that plant denial? We saw him just get on the kit. There was a player on big window that was on the rappel, but whether he didn't have the angle or whether he eventually did get pressured out, there was nobody that was able to stop him. 4 players on W7M alive. Loban tried to make some kind of a play. Dotez did go down. That'd be a great one to go back and watch from a top-down POV because it really did feel like W7M should have been able to stop that disable, but whatever it was, SSG applying that pressure, they knew exactly the game plan. You even saw it when that plant was going down. The way they positioned, they were already playing for the post plant, moving over into bathroom so they could kill the Monty right after he got the defuse kit down, bringing everyone else back to site, throwing a couple players down below so that somebody might be able to jump out and go for a kill onto that repelled player. Whatever the game plan was, SSG were very sure of it, and they were able to stick that disable with full confidence. The reigning major champions look like absolute wet noodles in the hands of SSG.
I've been more scared of confetti cannons.
Those things genuinely can be frightening if you're not ready for them.
They're
when
very
someone
loud.
Lifts a trophy.
Was it? Well, we were on the stage in Montreal where the one confetti cannon just... Okay, so for those of you that didn't see it happen in the venue, one of the confetti cannons shot so hard that it broke free and started careening towards us at full speed. I mean, I guess they're on wheels so you can get them into position, but one of the admins, I think it was, had to come sprinting over to stop this thing from colliding with the side of the stage. Just as Benja collides with W7M, down goes Volps, again having a bit of a rough game. He was 4-4 before this. Forrest finding himself in the site. He'll fully extend. Ashen is there for backup. They managed to trap the Valk in the corner. Ashen making a ton of noise in and out of the server. It's just Dodez left with 1:40. Jesse, they heard us talking about how quick these matches have been, and they said, what if map 3 is also under an hour? Bolts on 10 kills, J90 on 8. These players have been excellent. Forrest dealt with handily by Dodez, who now needs 2 more targets. Ashen sprung into action to open up this round, and he will shut the door on it as well. Space Station up 6-1 on series point.
This team, they just feel special. I don't know. Up against what is arguably the best team in the world, making them look like CL players. Every single member of this SSG roster started on console back in either year 1 or the beta. Slowly, one by one, they transitioned to playing on PC. Now they're here as maybe one of the best teams in the world, dismantling the reigning major champions. This puts them in such a great position for the group as well to end up in that upper bracket to go on a deep run once we get to playoffs next week. I can't wait to see how far this team might go on a run, especially if they can make that main stage in Boston with the crowd behind them. It's going to be something special, Parker. Maybe getting a little ahead of myself, but with the way they're playing, though, I mean, can you blame me?
I think one thing that is fair to say is when you look at the way that all of the groups are shaking out, this event is anybody's game.
True.
Obviously, huge stakes on the other stream right now with the defending world champions of Furia, the former W7M, who hoisted the hammer in Sao Paulo roughly a year ago, going up against the old Sonics roster, now competing under the banner of Shopify Rebellion. G2 is at top of their group. CAG might survive the group stages.
With Secret losing today, they're in a great spot.
It has been a very unpredictable first phase of this event, and unpredictability is a great thing to see.
It would be unpredictable for W7M to mount this comeback. They're going to need a miracle at this point.
No, a miracle just got dropped by Vivo Keatstars.
Which is tragic, may I add. Or a player of Team Secret.
Curious to see where those 4 players who were dropped from the roster will go.
W7M might be looking for more players if this tournament doesn't go out their way.
Dots is 0-7 at the moment, but mind you, Dots is on one of those operators that, or rather one of those rules where he's not really tasked with getting lots of kills. I will say, though, Dots' scoreline today is quite grim. 6-21 is the scoreline for Dots, averaging just 2 kills a map. I get that we don't always harp on the kills for support players, but you gotta be able to fight back, and so far in this map, Dots has not been able to.
To be fair, the other support player on the other side is also not really doing a whole lot. Force is at 1.
It's worth noting that they have the same amount of kills. They are both sitting on 6 kills. The big difference, Forrest has 13 deaths, Dots has 21.
Wow.
So Huge difference. It's also worth noting that Forrest on attack is on shields most of the time and often doesn't even have a gun in his hands. So very different use cases for these two players.
Dots is on the board!
Yay! He seeks out Benjamaster, and again, the opposite of a caster curse, the broadcast boon. The Mike Magic, I suppose.
Hold on.
This might be a winnable round for W7M. Down goes J90. Benjamaster had died shortly before, and now W7M will mag dump into the site. Dots is dropped. Dodez might join shortly thereafter. Ashen is on a one-man mission at this point. You'd have to retrieve Fultz, but Fultz is right now. He's in the lion's den. Out goes the death mark. 2 players remain. The smoke of Lobin will be out of sight, out of mind. Wait a moment. It's a 1v1. Ashen, the miracle play. Fultz crawling to him. Dodez has no insight. Fultz can get picked up in just a second, but you're running out of time. You've got to move. Neither of them have diffusers. They have to bait out Dodez. They rush in towards office. Fultz knows where he is with diffuser in hand. Dodez will creep up. No way Fultz survives this as Dodez gets it done, but a nail-biter of a round. SSG will count their lucky stars, as will W7M. That could have gone either way. And we play on.
Ashen very close, but couldn't play the final kill correctly. Chose to waste so much time as his last player crawled his way to him and then just sprinted in the doorway and lost the fight immediately, putting J90 into an unwinnable position. Awkward, but that wasn't supposed to be his round to begin with, all right? You're not going to be too worried about that if you're SSG. Much similar to when Fultz lost the 1vx on Cafe. That would sting a little bit more if the game wasn't still in a dominating position for the North Americans. Realistically, as long as they can close it out in one of the next 4, that's not going to be one that people will remember. You just got to hope that it's not the starting fuse for W7M to get their momentum back. Dot's got 2 frags in that round, and we were talking about him as somebody who didn't really step up. Again, he's the hard support player, he's the shield player on W7M, but even still, if he comes alive on defense, that could be all the difference that W7M need. 0-0 every single round. Those are the words of the coach of Super. And I think it reigns true in a match like this.
And if Super says it, it must be true. I believe that's what he says. And I believe that's what his emojis say.
Listen, it's wise words. You know, a game of Rainbow Six Siege needs to be taken one round at a time, even when you're in the lead 6-1, 6-2. Nothing is given, especially at this level. Do not forget who you're playing with here. There's a reason these guys lifted a trophy.
This org has come back from the same deficit. Different team, though.
Yep.
And we've seen teams on 6-1 and completely drop the ball. It's possible. There was a side swap in there, too, so who knows if we're just looking at a defensive masterclass. SSG might be battling uphill. Maybe they've mentally broken the spirits of their opponents. Who knows? But so far, over the last 2 maps, there's been very little to suggest that Space Station is the worst team. All comes down to a couple rounds on layer, by the way. This could have been a 2-0, but it's not transpire. We get treated to a 3-map matchup.
And just hunting here. He knows that a couple of players are top floor. He heard them with the logic bomb. Takes his time to drone a little bit. A lot of SSG players kind of working their way in towards the basement. Some West main play late into the round. They're actually just repelling up the solar now. Benja more of a pinch player at this point. Mirror window popped.
Good patience right now from Space Station. As there goes their last logic bomb, and they'll use that to greater effect, I imagine, than the first one. Now they creep up ever so gently. Benja knows there's one tucked into the corner of office, but cannot connect. W7M are not giving an inch to Space Station, and I figure, why bother? Look at what's going on. All you need to do is wait. A minute to go, Space Station needs to crash into your shores. Sit and wait for them to make the mistake. You don't need to seek it out.
I hope this isn't fear I'm seeing from SSG. Just seems a little stalled out, no?
I think it's because they were banking on a first pick, and none of the utility that Space Station has used has really netted anything. They've used Sense very little. What a shot by Dodez. Loban will follow up with a nice shot of his own, and there's no choice at this point. Space Station has to go in, swing for the fences. W7M are a single kill away from a flawless round. I suspect Forrest is going to sit up here and take a timeout. I wouldn't be surprised if W7M calls a timeout, or sorry, SSG calls a timeout after this round in favor of W7M. The round was going in favor of the Brazilians anyway. You might as well give yourself up. Forrest doesn't really care about his KD at all. Microphones are down, so my suspicion was correct. Call out will use his timeout, and I think it's a good time to do that. You haven't lost the plot yet. You're worried about the side swap. You're on the weaker side. You just saw how much W7M struggled with it. Now, after one good round on attack, you're in the exact same predicament. You might as well slow down the pace, slow down the tempo, discuss it, work through it.
Call out an excellent coach in a situation like this. He knows what it takes to go on a deep run. I remember that 6 Invitational run back in 2023 on Astralis when he led 2 of the players on this team to a top 4 finish, eliminating BDS in that tournament run as well, I should mention. A loss that almost forced Liquefact to retire, as he announced in a interview that went out shortly before this event. Since those highs, this core of Call Out, Forrest, and of course J90 that still remain on this team have yet to really hit those highs again, but you know they've always been capable of it. They've only gotten better since that run, back with iconic Shuttle and Spiff on the roster.
Spaceman Spiff himself.
You got to imagine, no offense to Spiff, but Benjamaster's a little bit of an upgrade there.
Spiff found second life on Wildcard.
He did, he did.
Didn't really get to hear what Call Out discussed. But as we were focusing a lot on J90 and Fultz, they have gone quiet since the side swap. Lucky for them, Ashen has woken up. And now Ashen can match the same kill total that J90 is sitting at. And while Volps is still a little asleep at the wheel, Dodez on defense has been spectacular. Different extension upstairs than we see as both Dash and Volp seem to settle in on the roam. This is over Bar Gaming. Nothing really looks that weird inside of Library.
Yeah, Loban might want to go for something aggro just because he's so close to these windows. He's kind of in a vulnerable position. I think with the drone, he falls back to the corner. It's going to be really important. If Dodez is heating up on this defensive half, that could make the difference maker. He is actually negative overall in this tournament on the defense, despite being their best player statistically across both halves combined. He's really been thriving on the offense instead.
Well, a good sign for Space Station, as we might have liftoff. Dash dies, in will come the smokes, caught by the magnets of Loban's Wamai. An upside down repel from Ashen could catch one of these players off guard if the defenders decide to swing with reckless abandon. Forrest also on another shield op. What a shocker there. Will likely have minimal impact in terms of gun skill, but will be prepared and ready to guide his teammates in. SSG has shown that they can be quite explosive. That explosiveness could easily topple Loban and Dodez, who are lines 1 and 2 right now of defense over inside of Library. And now Volps has been called to action as well. That's 3 players stacked up in the same position. Down goes Benjamaster to Dodez, and all the while Loban is just tucked into this corner in Library, doing his homework.
Still 2 firebolts on the side of Fultz, but if those magnets aren't cleared out, that's going to be a problem. The first one did get caught.
And Dodez gets dropped. Now there's the fadeaway from Loban back towards the bomb site. Forrest got a good look at him before he hit the deck. Volps has not relinquished control of top blue. SSG with 4 drones. They have opportunities to pilot those little gadgets around. There's a minute to go. A fall off from the Library execute has occurred from Space Station, and now a more direct attack through the lobby will happen. Loban expending an impact grenade. That was his last one to try and keep Forest at bay through the main lobby door. As now Loban finds some shelter down in the bomb site. SSG having one extra player over W7M makes a huge difference because it increases the power of the Monty. The more that you have around the Monty, the more formidable he becomes. W7M will be on their back foot now. As a jump in through games will happen. Fultz dies to Loban, the Monty attracting the attention of that same Wamai. But Forest is in a bad spot. Volps on a single point of HP. Out goes the Nitro Cell. They miss, but they trade back and forth. Forest trying for the plant, running out of time. Dots on the ground. Volps just needs to hide. Forest attempting the plant. Does Volps have information? Yes, he does. And a great save as SSG misses the return to the site for Volps. Just when you thought this game was in the books for Space Station, W7M have found a new gear. And we've got ourselves a ball game.
That was unbelievable, Parker. They had no utility for that final plant. They brought smoke grenades, they brought a Capitao, but all of it was wasted before they eventually got to that execute. It was panic, it was chaos in the back bars. The player pushing out couldn't quite find the Monty, but in the 1v2, it still got caught. Jane, I know, insane coverage from up above, but does it matter when Volps is creeping through the site like that? You highlighted as low KD, but there is no player who steps up quite like Volps when things matter the most. A failed clutch made it 6-2. A dominant round made it 6-3. And now a failed tack timeout and a 1vx from Volps will make it 6-4. SSG are crumbling when it matters the most. It is game 3, match point. They've just got to find one round, but it has eluded them time and time again. And this is where the mental starts to kick in. If it hadn't kicked in already, that round was a heartbreaker for SSG. 2 more is all that separates from W7M from that overtime, and I mean, they are barreling straight for it.
The timeouts have been used, by the way, so there's nothing that they can do to try and slow this game down. If Space Station is really starting to lose their grip on the match because of the side swap, well, you just saw them call the timeout a couple minutes ago. It might take some time for teams to find their rhythm. And admittedly, you would need to see a 5-1 from W7M, which is quite unlikely. Does SSG have one more round in them? Or do we go to overtime? We know that this map is the end of the road in this best of 3. It will not be a quick affair. That much we know.
SSG have had a big problem of finding opening picks early. They've really stalled out for the last couple of rounds in the early game. W7M are giving up nothing for free. That's a huge part of it. SSG are hungry for these picks, but they're not really bold enough to go get them on their own. W7M aren't offering any mistakes. Here comes a Lion Charge, maybe the Force 1.
No, Forest is looking the wrong way. Not on a shield, so he's far more mortal. Forest killed from behind in W7M with that opening pick. The opening pick conversion in this series has been so important. SSG dropping that first blood to W7M means the likelihood of another round grows by every passing second. Back take now towards Wine as W7M can just settle in, but because they're up in numbers, they can send one player on the roam as well. Loban is already up there, staring at West Main at the moment. I think they're looking at separate windows, by the way.
Yeah, Odez. Well.
What a shot from Loban to keep his team in this. The lead in numbers for W7M will grow. Trouble brewing for Space Station, not just in this round, but in the entire contest. One player trapped inside a connector. Gots, who had been held off the score sheet for so long, tries to back away, but he's been dropped by the nade. There was nowhere to go. Your only option was to step forward, at which case Ashen would manage to kill you dead on. Ashen baited in by Dash. He loses the fight in blue. Fultz is in the bomb site as well, and it's just now a game of keep away for W7M with Volps and Dodez getting the final 2 kills And what was an indomitable lead for Space Station has come down to a single round in regulation. 3 minutes. 3 minutes is all that stands between a Space Station victory and overtime.
I would be so stressed if I was Jinxie right now.
You think he's doing backflips?
I think he's probably having a bad time right now, Parker. But there's still hope. I mean, they're still on series point as they have been for round after round now, but they need some momentum. So consistently, the early game is being owned by W7M. One of these teams has life in the first 30 seconds, in the first minute 30 seconds, and one of them doesn't. One of these teams is standing around, scared as all hell, and the other team is making plays. W7M know what it's like to play under pressure.
Yep.
They have made it to grand final after grand final after grand final, and you know what, Parker? They lost most of those grand finals. But eventually, they figured out how to keep their mental ahead of themselves and lock in for the win. SSG have not experienced such a feat in a very long time with a much different roster.
Mental resiliency is a nebulous concept that we talk about often, but doesn't really have a way to define it. But when we talk about it in the context of Siege, it means the ability to forget about what just happened and immediately turn your focus towards the new day that is upon you. Put the great words of Super into the ether. It's every round is 0-0. Approach every single round as if it's the first and also the last. And if you do that, you can stay with it. Oh my dash. Unfortunately for W7M, this may be the end of an incredible and unfathomable comeback.
Yeah, that's a difference maker. SSG alive in the early game, an opening pick for the first time in what feels like years. They've got Forrest still on this Monty, trying to make the space, trying to get that information, work his way up the fireplace stairs. He's going to be the pinch player, too.
J90 had a phenomenal first half. He went quiet. The team relying on him, and he single-handedly won 3 rounds. He might just do it again. Not with the end kills, but the beginning. Oh, Dash and Lobin on the side of W7M. Felled by one player, and that's J90. Down goes Volps to Benjamaster, and oh my, what an awful ending to this game for W7M if this really is the end. Dodez sees the Monty inside a lobby, walking up those stairs. That complicates the process. Path to the bomb site will likely be littered by goo mines, but Dodez has to watch out on balcony. He has to watch the various walls opened up by his own teammates. And he has to care about where the Monty is coming from because, you know, Forrest isn't coming without an escort.
Time to be a hero. 16 kills. Needs 5 more if Dots can't find one.
Ashen's just waiting for the bait out. Dodez knows what spot he's in, but he fires his way out of it. He also sees the shoulder of Forrest, doing even more damage. Dots compelled into action. Dodez finished off Forrest. Not a lot of kills, high impact value. And Dots tries his best, but he can't get it done. What an improbable comeback from W7M, but they don't make it the whole way. Space Station avoids a crash landing and manages to escape in time. 2-1 for the boys in camo.
Looks like relief on the face of SSG. Little close for comfort. A 6-1 lead melts away, but climbed up the last moment to a 7-5. Respect being shown now between the players. You know they earned it. W7M, they'll never make it easy on you.
Neither of these teams make it easy on you. SSG don't make it easy on their fans. That's for sure. Imagine watching a DZ SSG match. You're just constantly in a state of heartburn. Layer looked bad for Space Station, and it could have gone 2-0 for W7M in a hurry, but the astronauts, well, they learned how to pilot their way out of a bad situation, and they win 2-1. We'll be back in a couple minutes to talk about this 2-0 victory. Oh, apparently we are not going to a break. Never mind. It's a 2-1 victory. Mixed messaging here. That's fine.
I mean, the people don't need a break after all that action. We can break it down right now. Again, 6-1 lead from SSG, tossed away, but thankfully they get it done. They're in a great spot now to achieve an upper bracket finish here in Group D. W7M still in a strong position for their own right. Tomorrow will be very important to decide which of these two teams, as well as their fellow group mates, will end up in that important position. But a win is a win. SSG can rest easy tonight knowing that they got it done. May have taken a little bit longer than they previously thought it would, but at the end of the day, does it matter? I don't think so, Parker. They will be more than happy with a result like this. We'll take a look at the stats right before we get done. Dodez, not for a lack of trying, 17-8. That is a ridiculous performance for the reigning major MVP, but for me, Jane, I know, yeah, he didn't get as many kills as Dodez, but the impacts and the level of shots that he was hitting was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, no, all credit goes to Jack for that performance in that particular map, but it was a team effort from both of these squads.
Yeah.
There was very few poor performers across all three maps. Obviously, on the one side, you're going to have Forrest because that's just the role he plays. You're going to have Dots on the other side because, again, that's the role he plays. But the one person who is probably going to be most frustrated about that series is Volps, going -6 on high-value, impactful roles where, again, we often expect him to get kills.
Especially as a team captain. I know he wears those losses on his sleeve, and that one's going to hurt him. But end of the day, W7M are still in a decent spot in the group. Even just getting one map win here will get them an extra point in the group standings that will continue to launch them farther and farther upwards. And they'll have another game tomorrow to kind of close things out. So W7M, it is not the end of the world. Still plenty to play for here at the Six Invitational. And we've got such a fantastic group ahead of us, Parker.
We do. And right now, we've seen such upheaval in what I think is like conventional Rainbow Six Siege. The good teams are doing well, but some of the teams that came in on the bubble have exceeded our expectations. A lot of people kind of wrote off most of North America after the first day. And yet, here the teams are winning their games. Over on the A stream, by the way, there is another North American team in action against a Brazilian team, just as we just saw with SSG versus W7M. Shopify Rebellion and Furia are colliding in beautiful style, and they are almost finished with map number 1. What are your thoughts on that matchup before we say goodbye to the fine people watching and send us over to the A stream?
I mean, Parker, Fury are an amazing team. There's no doubting that. Obviously, the world champions are world champions for a reason. But Shopify have been looking absolutely insane. I know Ambi's been hitting a lot of nice shots this tournament. Canadian's been leading the charge. Surf has been really, really good. So there's plenty to watch on that A stream. If you're still watching us here, you're missing the show. You better go check that out ASAP because you don't want to miss a great game like that.
Not yet, though, because there's a schedule for tomorrow, apparently. This is what's going to be going on the stream. BDS and PSG Talon. Unfortunately for PSG Talon, they're still in this, so it means they actually have to play. Falcons and Raza Company Academy, they are colliding. Falcons has an opportunity to go home, just as PSG Talon does. CAG and Team Secret will do battle in what might end up being the most important match of tomorrow, depending on what happens with Shopify Rebellion and Furia. And then FaZe and Furia will occur to end the day in what is an SI Grand Final rematch from Brazil last year.
I can't wait to see it. Tomorrow is going to be an amazing day on the B stream, but obviously it's been a great day today as well. We started with a lot of 2-0s, Parker, but I think we got the ending that we all deserved with two amazing teams in both SSG and W7M closing things out. I'm glad it wasn't the day of 2-0s.
I am glad as well, though it was a very quick day. We are very much ahead of schedule here, Jesse. So why don't we say goodbye to the people watching? And then why don't we toss you over to what's going on the other stream? Because there's still Rainbow Six going, just not here. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you soon.
I